End of an experiment. Empire, 1928, Tanya von Digerekov. I was currently lying in the quarantine ward of the hospital. I got the news that most of my command had pulled through. Breathing was hard at the moment. It was interesting that medical formulas could treat wounds, but when it came to viruses, a mage's immune system was the same as a regular person's. I had caught this world's version of the Spanish flu and wasn't doing well. They told me to keep up hope, but as I labored to breathe I began to suspect the worst. My flu infection had progressed to pneumonia, and my fever still hadn't broken. The war was going terribly anyway. The Unified States had fully committed and together with the Allied Kingdom did their own version of the D-Day invasion. Renewed Russia assaults began as soon as the summer season began. We were being pushed back into the Imperial heartland. Then the flu hit. I had been in and out of consciousness for a few days, maybe. It was hard for me to keep track of time. I came to consciousness again and noticed that I could breathe normally. The fever had broken. I got up and my enthusiasm was replaced with a hollowness. The medical wing was empty save for the bearded and robed figure that being X-favored. I realized I hadn't gotten better. You have not acted as I predicted. I could have saved you from this sickness, but you continued your obstinance even as your body failed you. Finish your gloating. I didn't bow to you. I said, realizing that this was it. No, you did not. I had thought throwing into a world of hardship and magic would allow you to finally embrace enlightenment, but you still stubbornly resist. Not only did you continue with our faithlessness, but you also continued in your callousness. The closest things to compassion and morality you displayed were those you felt responsible for. You refused to take responsibility for anything and laid every trouble you had at my feet. He trailed off as his expression changed to one of thought. Send my soul on or destroy me. You lost. I said quickly, fearful of what his thinking could mean. This was an experiment, and not about winning or losing. I have learned from this test, and so my next one will be more successful. You are indeed the flaw, and you must see the end result of your flawed ideology in order to truly understand. I will not interfere in your life, and I will place you in a world where human society has continued to grow and evolve. I also hope that through your sense of duty, you will finally learn to care for others. When you have died again, I hope to have a different conversation with you where you will have finally realized the first steps to enlightenment. And with that everything was darkness. Early life. Seoul, 2742 to 2758, Tanya Cameron. I was born in March of 2742 just before the death of my great-aunt. My father died before I was a year old, but unlike in my first life, I still had a mother. In fact, when compared to my second life, my current circumstances were about as different as could be imagined. Even as a baby I could tell my cot was of better quality and more comfortable than the orphanage. As my brain and sight developed allowing me a greater awareness of my surroundings I came to understand who I was in this third life, and what this new world I was in was like. It was over 700 years in the future compared to my first life, and the technology seemed straight out of science fiction, but socially society was ruled by neo-feudal nobility. War had raged regularly in the past, but now there was peace for the most part. The 6 largest interstellar nations had formed an economic and political union in the Star League centered on Earth, or Terra as humanity called it now. I was Tanya Margaret Cameron, daughter of Michael Cameron who was the son of William Cameron, who was the youngest child of First Lord Michael Cameron II. William Cameron had needed an implant to help him breathe since infancy, and he seemed content to remain in the shadow of his 2 comparatively more interesting siblings. First Lord Jonathan Cameron and Mother Jocasta Cameron. William Cameron had overdosed on his medication and died young, leaving behind his wife and son. His wife decided to grieve by going on an interstellar vacation alone, leaving her infant son with her parents. She caught some sort of disease en route to Canopus. She went on safari in some jungle in the FWL and caught a local disease there. And died while returning to Terra for treatment, leaving my father an orphan in the care of his maternal grandparents. I was royalty but mercifully was not in the main line to inherit. From what I am told, and I haven't seen any reason to doubt, my father grew to be rather well adjusted, though rather private. He had worked to be uninteresting to the press and as a result, they rarely bothered him, preferring to fawn over more important and flamboyant Camerons. My father had been a history professor at Oxford. He had specialized in early interstellar colonization and the Exodus era. His papers focused on how by better understanding the origins of the modern state we could better understand our neighbors and build unity under the Star League. My mother was another historian, Rebecca Stewart. She was from the Northwind Stewarts and my maternal granduncle Edward Stewart was the current governor of Northwind. She had met my father when she moved to Earth to better study Scottish history and heritage. My father died due to a misjump when going to visit Calf to check on the records of their colonization, leaving my mother to raise me in Cameron Castle near Glasgow. The First Lord and main branch of the family lived in Unity City, a megacity built around Puget Sound, leaving the family's ancestral residence in Scotland for use by other branches of the family. There were other Cameron cadet houses, but they had their own residencies, meaning the castle was overseen by just my mother and me. My mother stopped teaching when my father died, doing only occasional guest lectures and otherwise focused on writing books. Her works were mostly on the history of various ancient Scottish clans, Cameron and Stuart amongst them, and they were widely read by areas of Scottish influence such as Northwind or Skye. Mother was always around for me and would often tell me stories from her current research and writings. She also bred West Highland Terriers. Weiss was the one I named and was most fond of. What I remember most from those early years while my brain was still fully developing was that I enjoyed exploring the old castle grounds, playing with the dogs, and listening to Mom's stories. One time I accidentally intruded on her going over a few maps for a book she was writing. I was 5 at the time and had been playing tug of war with Weiss, who was finishing growing out of his puppy phase. Weiss managed to pull the rope free, and in his enthusiasm of having won bounded off, shaking the rope as he went. I chased after him, not realizing where I was going, and soon both Weiss and I crashed into my mother's study while she was looking over a set of maps. My mother's work was further disturbed when Weiss, noticing the bull's head mounted on the wall, mistook it for a live animal and began to bark intensely to defend us from it. Hello. It looks like Weiss has found Brian's bane. Mom looked over at us amused. As I scooped up Weiss, dragging him away from the bull's head. There is an interesting story behind this bull. Have I told it to you? No, Mama, I said, Mama, being easier for my 5-year-old mouth to pronounce. Well, Brain Cameron, the 5th Director General of the Terran hegemony and your ancestor, was killed by this creature here. He was visiting a recently terraformed world touring the newly built farms. The bull was enraged by a group of local hoodlums and no one realized the danger it presented until it was too late. It managed to break through a fence and ended up chagrin right into Brian Cameron's tour group. The guards shot the animal dead, but its horns had gored the Director General right through. Brain Cameron though did not die immediately and in fact, remained both conscious and able to speak for quite some time. He asked to see the bull's owner, and a fearful rancher stepped before him. Your ancestor asked if the bull was important, and the rancher hesitantly replied that it was his only bull and most valuable animal. Brian then ordered his guards, then decreed that the rancher should be compensated for the death of the bull. When questioned as to why, he replied, an animal cannot be blamed for its nature, nor should the rancher be punished for having a bull with incredible aim. A few hours later Brian Cameron died from his wounds. She said, pointing to the red stains on its horns. The rancher had the bull's head mounted and the horns still stained with Cameron blood, protected with a clear resin. He sent the head to the Cameron family with a letter of apology, and ever since then Brian's bane has been mounted here in the castle so that neither Brain Cameron nor the bull will be forgotten. I waited for some sort of punchline, but none came. Finally, I spoke, looking at the bull's head. That is weird. Why would the family display such a thing? Brain Cameron's forgiveness of the rancher had been quite the PR masterstroke to solidify the Cameron family's image for the hegemony people, but to mount the head of the animal in the private residence. Mother laughed and turned toward the bull. It really is. That was my reaction when your father first told me the story. Your father said that it just represented the family. He said to be a Cameron was to be a little mad, but it was your choice as to what type of madness. Mother looked sorrowful for a moment, and I wanted to cheer her back up. Weiss doesn't seem to like it, I said. Weiss is a smart dog, he wants to protect you from the evil Cameron slaying bull. Mother replied, I think I have pored over these maps quite enough, we don't go out on the grounds for a bit. She replied, and we spent the rest of the day exercising the dogs and enjoying the castle gardens. An excerpt of a message from Rebecca Cameron to her friend Elizabeth Barclay, recovered from the Cameron Castle computer servers. Tanya is such a serious child and seems to devour all the knowledge I give her. I cannot help but worry though, as every time I have tried to introduce a girl her age, she is perfectly polite but does not seem to really engage with them beyond that. She just doesn't seem to want any friends. She also seems to have trouble with nightmares of some type. She hasn't shared what bothers her, saying she doesn't remember. Any advice? Excerpt from Elizabeth Barclay. The best advice I can give is to just be there for her. Some people are just introverted, and I am sure she will warm up given time. Right now just focus on being there for her. Click to expand. Mother had planned on sending me to a private school, but I ended up being tutored once my advanced academics from having gone to school in 2 previous lives began to manifest. I had over 700 years of academic development to catch up on. Still, basic science and math were very much the same, and began to be considered a child prodigy when it came to academics. One thing that was interesting is that the point of divergence between this world and my first life went farther back than the 21st century. The Soviet Union in this world dissolved in a much different way, which resulted in that time period being much different from the one in which I had lived. Many subjects such as basic math and science were the same, but the historical differences and the new physics principles discovered were quite honestly fascinating. Excerpt from the diary of Matthew Thatcher, a mathematics tutor for a young Tanya Cameron. I had always considered the rumors of genetic engineering in the Cameron line as just that, rumors. Then I met Tanya, and now I have doubts. She expertly performed mathematics that should have been well beyond her ability. She was a true prodigy, and I could not help but wonder if there was some truth to the rumors of secret Cameron genetics modification. When I was 10, my first cousin, once removed First Lord Simon Cameron, died while on a goodwill tour of the Star League. His death was incredibly suspicious but was at least officially an accident. There were no adult Camerons to appoint First Lord, my mother did not count as she was a steward by blood, and so the Star League High Council nominated my 8-year-old second cousin Richard Cameron as First Lord and put the commanding general of the SLDF, Alexander Kerensky, as regent and protector of the realm. I hadn't ever met Simon Cameron, he had kept his family aloof and protected in Unity City and did not meet with other family branches. He had been a neo-chivalrist and saw himself and his family as honor-bound to embody the Star League, staying above the noble politics of worlds. From his hollow-eyed appearances, he had not been a very diplomatic person, but his bluntness and honesty gave him a sort of charm that made the public like him. I was now third in line for the throne of Star League, and I still should never have to worry about sitting in that chair. Richard, I mean First Lord Richard Cameron, had 2 sisters, so if anything happened to the child, one of them should be named. Still, though I was uncomfortably close in succession, especially with Richard and his sisters together in one place. Mother started talking to me more about how the Star League worked and how it was founded. She didn't think I would inherit the title, but it was never bad to be prepared. When I was 12, I attended the University of Glasgow. I was very young for a college student, but not actually the youngest ever. Prodigies had attended college at 9 and 10 years old, so my early admission was not unheard of. I was in their undergraduate economics program. I hoped to join the Star League bureaucracy once I graduated. I was a Cameron and thus was expected to serve the Star League in some fashion, and being an administrator in the Star League's revenue department sounded like a nice position. That was also when I got my first invitation. I was invited to the 11th birthday party of First Lord Richard Cameron too. My mother seemed to look at the invitation fearfully. I had been to balls and galas before, but this was at the court of the Star League. Tanya, I want you to listen to me. I have tried to protect you, but Unity City is different. The court there is full of vipers and snakes that only see people as tools. I will be with you, please stay by my side. Mother said, I could tell the nervousness in her voice. Of course, Mom, I have no desire to be drawn into politics, I said, coming up beside her. We spent a bit rehearsing court etiquette. I knew hegemony customs very well, but with how multinational Unity City was, I had to brush up on the customs of the Liao, Davian, Steiner, and Kurita courts. Procuring a gift for the First Lord was surprisingly easy. The Terran hegemony had a tradition of patronage for artists, and my mother sponsored a few Scottish artists, and one had made a suitable tapestry. A Cameron star made of knotwork with prominent hegemony icons appearing throughout. The fashion of the day was incredibly varied, but the hegemony norm was most similar to the women's fashion of the American 80s. I had an excuse though to avoid wearing one of those uncomfortable things. Highland dress, as most imagined in my first and second lives, was mostly menswear. The rise of Scottish culture from places like Northwind and Federation of Skye, and the increasing focus on militarism in high society from the age of war led to the kilt and common Highland dress becoming omnigender. While not the height of Terran fashion, it was well within the norm of a daughter of Clan Cameron and her Northwind-born mother to arrive in Unity City in Celtic fashion, including kilts, sashes, and great plaid. I wore the red and green Cameron tartan and my mother wore Stuart tartan. I do not know what I was expecting when the Royal Black Watch escorted us into the ballroom where the party was being held, but a little boy in a set of armor was not. Richard Cameron, the newly 11-year-old First Lord, stood there dressed in a set of dress armor that looked right out of the medieval period, and he was holding a hopefully dull sword. Mother and I bowed before the First Lord as etiquette demanded. He smiled and received our bow. So far, other than his frankly odd choice of garb, there was not any indication that anything was wrong. Other nobles trickled in, and the party was far smaller than my mother had expected, but notable families for each of the great houses and their children had arrived. It did not take me long to notice that most of them had brought along girls about Richard's age. Mother and I stayed off at the edges of the party. It was rather boring but suited us just fine. It would have perhaps been an opportunity to befriend these important people, but I was equally likely to make enemies. Far better to just try and stay out of court politics altogether. Then a servant accidentally dropped a tray. The tray had been empty and didn't spill anything, but caused a loud noise. Incompetent peasant! You are ruining my party! The First Lord shouted, raising his sword toward the servant. You dare disrespect the First Lord! Ruin my party! I should have you imprisoned for this! You inbred swine! Richard continued his tirade to everyone's stunned silence. Then stepped up a man I recognized as Stefan Amaris, president of the Rim Worlds Republic. He was a long way from his home in the periphery, and he stood out in his Mongolian-themed outfit. He had worn the style before, and I heard one talk show refer to the look as Genghis Khan, but I thought trying to promote Mongolian culture was a worthwhile pursuit for a ruler. Amaris spoke up, Honored First Lord, please let me escort this servant away. Let his presence not further ruin your rather magnificent party. Thank you, Lord Amaris, be sure he is suitably punished for today, Richard said. I will make sure he has punishment fit for the situation, my lord, Amers said, leading the terrified servant away. The party slowly resumed. Amaras's quick thinking was fortunate and avoided disaster. He even let the nobles know he was going to dismiss the servant quietly. The party attendants though were noticeably more guarded afterward, and many nobles who had left their daughters around the First Lord discreetly brought their children back to their sides. Mother and I were on the flight back to Glasgow when I asked, Richard is going to have all the powers of the First Lord when he reaches 18. Mother responded, I hear Kerensky is a good man, I am sure he will make sure Richard grows into a decent First Lord by then, but she sounded like she was trying to convince herself. I honestly tried not to think about Richard going into university and instead focused on enjoying my studies. Much of the core economic principles remained the same, but the studies around interstellar travel and jump ship traffic in relation to the economy were fascinating. The rate of jump ships coming in and out of a system was used as a major economic indicator and health metric, though there were studies that showed you could get better detail by using the tonnage of dropships on those jump ships. That data was harder to acquire. I was also able to start following my own investments in more detail. As I wasn't in the direct line to inherit the main centers of power, my endowments and trusts were purely financial. My father had chosen not to take a governmental or political position, or move to build his own separate independent corporate power base. I considered this a wise move on his part. He had traded his political influence for a quiet and safe life. I was third in line after Richard and his sisters for the throne, but that was only a technicality at the moment. They were the most protected people in the Star League and the chances of it ever involving me were quite low. That being said, I was still very wealthy. While I did not control any companies, I had a substantial wealth fund in my name managed by a firm that specialized in managing portfolios for nobles. Markets were very illiquid compared to 21st century Earth. Each planetary market was disconnected and individual, and due to how limited HPG bandwidth was, there were often a lot of inefficiencies when trading between planetary markets. Mostly this boiled down to making short-term investing much harder, and most large financial firms focused on a long-term view. A stock was often more expensive on Terra, for instance, so you could buy it cheaper on New Avalon, but at the same time there was less being traded on New Avalon, so it was harder to find it and you would have to pay for the HPG bills, making arbitrage opportunities hard to exploit. That being said, there were large financial firms that specialized in trying to manage these kinds of arbitrage trades, using premium HPG messages and large-scale transactions. It was an interesting outgrowth of supply and demand across planets. My mother's and my wealth funds were very diversified but had heavier than normal investments in manufacturing, General Motors, Star Corp, Ceres Metals, Quicksell, and the like, and interplanetary shipping companies. Companies like this were the backbone of the inner sphere economy and were considered one of the best investments in the long term. I would be expected to run a household staff, and patron several artists once I really began to set out on my own. Once I graduated and settled down to do more in-depth corporate analysis, I hoped to take a far more active role in investing. Maybe find a company I really believed in and join its board of directors. The low point of the year was getting an invitation to Richard's next birthday. That party had an incident right at the beginning. The Lee family for their gift had commissioned a song honoring the First Lord and his lineage. As the song was from a traditionally Capellan artist, it was in Capellan Chinese, and Richard did not like that. This is the Star League, we speak Star League English, sing it in that. Richard interrupted the performance. My lord, the song was designed in the language of the Confederation. To perform it in another way that would ruin its musicality. I beseech your lordship to listen to the melody in its original form, and then we provide your majesty with a translation. The Lee matron bowed in respect. No, this is the court of the Star League. We speak Star League English. Sing it in that or not at all. He said petulantly, and since you are giving me the gift, your family should sing it, not some servant girl. He then pointed to the Lee family's daughter and ordered, sing to me. To the Lee girl's credit, she maintained a dignified poise as she awkwardly sang a translation of the song to Richard. Richard had an almost cruel smile the whole time. It was a scene that was hard to watch. Mom and I did not speak much on the ride home. I was worried, and I could tell she was too. I continued to enjoy my studies at Glasgow University, but that enthusiasm was dulled by a greater understanding of how perilous the Star League was. The great houses were rearming. The Federated Sons had openly warred with the Combine during my granduncle's reign, and it had taken 4 years for the Star League to intervene, breaking the pledge of defense in the treaty that had originally brought the Federated Sons into the Star League. I had been told that this rift had been healed, the result of one mentally ill First Lord. It wasn't, and that could easily be seen in the declining trade level with the Federated Sons. I could even see some of this from my own investor statements. The Federated Sons government had been buying a not insignificant stake in General Motors and moving more and more production from it locally into the Federated Sons itself, decreasing their reliance on hegemony imports. What had been reported as pirate raids I began to now understand were great houses striking at one another with deniable assets. Tensions in the Star League were at an all-time high, and into this perfect storm, Richard would take control of the Star League upon his majority. Richard already removed troops from the Rim World's Republic for some inexplicable reason, and something told me that he wasn't going to stop making weird proclamations. I could tell the political balance was unlikely to survive contact with him. Military coup d'état was what I felt the most likely revolution was. One had nearly happened during my granduncle's reign when the Commander-General of the SLDF tried to take drastic measures in response to Jonathan Cameron's instability. That coup had very nearly succeeded, and had the Commander-General at the time been bolder it would have. Kerensky could have already taken control had he wanted to, but Kerensky was nearing retirement age and his successor might be more ambitious. The SLDF right now was led by the regent of the Star League. Would Kerensky's successor accept a decline in power and prominence when Richard took the throne? How many orders would Richard have to give to make him snap and decide enough was enough? The SLDF was the single largest and most advanced military force humanity had ever conceived. McKenna had created the hegemony with his military takeover under similar conditions, sweeping away the previous democratic government in a moment of crisis with the first true interstellar warships ever built. The legacy of McKenna was still felt throughout the hegemony, and a military coup was something that seemed increasingly likely. I began to worry that I would become an obstacle in the line of succession to whoever the SLDF chose to install. A popular revolution was also on the table. The Star League was experiencing economic issues due to its member states' heightened level of feuding, and what many considered excessive levels of military spending. I had no desire to have my head in a guillotine. Richard's 13th birthday was shorter than the others. Because he was drunk. I had not expected it at 13 from even him, but somehow Richard was skilled at making himself seem even more unstable. When the First Lord passed out in the middle of the party and had to be carried out by the Royal Black Watch, the festivities had ended. There was some investigation into poison, but that found nothing. From how he had been acting, it was pretty clear Richard had just been drunk. I realized I had two options to best guarantee my safety. I either had to enter the snake pit of royal politics to try and win political allies to guarantee my position, or I could enlist with the SLDF. Of which the far safer option was the SLDF. Trying to build alliances in the noble court was just as likely to see me with powerful enemies, possibly even assassinated. Enlisting in the SLDF meant that I would be surrounded by armed comrades. If the SLDF attempted a coup against Richard, my SLDF experience would make me an attractive puppet. If a populist revolution started, then being surrounded by armed comrades decreased my chances of a guillotine significantly. Outright war between the Star League and the Great Houses seemed like a remote possibility. The economies are too tied together. We should only have to deal with raids and deniable forces. Unfortunately, while I would have preferred to try for the logistics corps position, the nobility had certain expectations. The public wanted to see their nobility as mech warriors. The Navy today was acceptable if you were neurohelmet incompatible, but there was a growing public prestige around mech warriors and most nobility was going into that branch. Unfortunately, this meant I would have to delay becoming more involved with galactic finance until after my military career, but I felt it was worth it for the added protection and safety. I approached my mother on a day out in the gardens of the castle. I think I want to join the SLDF once I finish my degree, I said. What happened to a quiet position in the Star League's Department of Economic Relations? Mother was surprised by my seemingly sudden change in direction. I have been reading the news. The Star League is strained, and Richard isn't going to help things, I said solemnly. The League has survived bad First Lords, my mother said, but once again she sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Then she hugged me tight. Being a mech warrior is tough, but you are right. It will open more doors for you. So I cannot tell you that you are wrong. My mother said, just be careful, I won't be able to help you there. I still hope to take an administrative position later in life, but I think having connections in the SLDF will help me, I said too. I graduated with my economics bachelor's degree on schedule. Star League universities took 3 years standard, so after entering at 12 I graduated at 15. I still had about a year before I reached the minimum enlistment age of the SLDF. I spent that time studying military history from the age of war and more recent conflicts like the War of Davian Succession. Also, I had one more birthday party invitation. Unlike in the last party, Kerensky was in attendance. I did not have the chance to talk to him, but he loomed large at the gathering. A silent shadow behind Richard. Richard spent the party with his face a mix of sullen scowling, with the occasional glare at Kerensky, but there were no great incidents like at the last few. I was relieved. Perhaps Kerensky would be able to manage to make a proper First Lord out of Richard, and I was overreacting. A small voice in the back of my mind told me to keep preparing for the worst. Mom and I spent my 16th birthday horseback riding through Scotland, enjoying our last bit of time together before I joined the SLDF. I had been accepted into the War Academy of Mars. Sandhurst and Afros were both options, but Mars was the headquarters of the SLDF and was known for having a focus on strategic operations. For officer training, there was no better school. I would technically be a junior cadet until my major at 18, but I can fully start my training. My Naruto helmet exam went well as expected. I do not know why the technician was so startled when I made the miniature scale battle mech salute. My mother's family had many mech warriors serving in the Northwind Highlanders, and several Camerons have become mech warriors. I had no family history of neurohelmet incompatibility. From the recruitment notes on Tanya Cameron's personal file, I have never seen someone adapt to one of the buckets that well. Any movement of that miniature mech qualified as a success. Most only get the mech to wiggle slightly, and then she has it march around the table and salutes me. She is a natural, I tell you. Before I knew it, Mother and I were off to the transport to Mars. I should have already come to terms with what I was doing, but only now was it really starting to feel real. Mom seemed to sense my nervousness and put her hand on my shoulder. My little genius, you will do fine. You have great mech warriors on both sides of your family. Then she started crying. My eyes were watering. I will be fine, Mom, I can handle myself now. I said, reassuring her. Of course, you are all grown up now. She said, composing herself again. Right often? She asked. Whenever I have the chance, I said in reply. Far too soon we arrived at the shuttle station and it was time for me to continue on alone. Military Academy. Seoul, 2758 to 2761, Tanya Cameron. Reception day was opened with us being divided into companies for a form of basic training. I was in Charlie Company and was the squad leader. Boot camp was honestly not that intimidating, with memories of actual combat. I qualified easily with a laser rifle. The hardest part was remembering not to compensate for the wind or bullet drops. Land navigation was simple enough and offered a nice view of the Martian Badlands. I honestly don't remember much of basic training as it was quite frankly rather boring. Drill Sergeant Michael Scott. We generally get two types of nobles in the SLDF. Ones that are entitled and prepared to throw their names around and get special treatment, and they usually get drummed out at basic. The other types are those who believe that military service is their duty and approach the military with a sort of fanaticism, and you have to be careful to try and keep those types from burning themselves out. Tanya Cameron was the exception. She seemed almost bored throughout her basic training. Like nothing could faze her. She was like a machine in that way. She would be one to watch. Studies-wise, my major was strategic studies, and most of my courses were tactics and logistics based. I happened to have joined in time to spectate the execution of Operation Persuasive Force. The SLDF Martial Olympiad had been cancelled for over 2 decades now due to the ongoing pirate crisis along the Great House borders. The Martial Olympiad was a grand contest between various units that served as both a show of force, training exercise, and moral booster. Over 100 different war games and events. Operation Persuasive Force was essentially a step toward reviving the Olympiad, and a massive war game to test the defensive strategy of the Terran hegemony itself. The SLDF's First Army defended the hegemony from 3 of the other SLDF armies. The wargame and exercise took place over months, and my class had the opportunity to watch and report on it in real time. Eventually, the First Army was overwhelmed, but it held out long enough to be successful. Notably, the main standouts in defense were the Castle's Brian and SDS systems. The new drone warships were being predicted to eventually replace human crews. Currently, the artificial intelligence running the Caspers was only effective in a system it could explore and compute formation routes. With further development and research, it was predicted that the Casper AI could be made more proactive and adaptive, allowing it to possibly undertake offensive missions. The SDS missile emplacements made moving into planetary orbit an extremely costly affair, often destroying warships before they had the opportunity to launch their dropships. The Castle Brian was a defense system designed to prevent a hostile force from being able to take full control of the world. The Castle Brian was designed to be able to hold even under orbital bombardment long enough for a reinforcement fleet. As long as a Castle Brian was still fighting, the enemy could not secure the planet and thus strain their supply lines to continue besieging the fortress. Any enemy seeking to invade the hegemony would be in for a long meat grinder that would stall them long enough for the SLDF to converge and destroy the enemy. Hegemony defense doctrine was to make the enemy bleed as much for every inch of ground, leaving them stalled long enough for a grand counterattack. The most interesting vulnerability found in the analysis was the joint ownership worlds. The hegemony had always been the most technologically advanced nation, and that included the technology used in terraforming. The hegemony had wisely found a way to peacefully expand by offering a joint ownership deal with its neighboring nation. The hegemony would terraform uninhabited planets in the other nation's territory in exchange for partial ownership of a planet. One of the downsides to this was that these worlds often had rather complicated administration, and the SLDF had identified them as more vulnerable due to split loyalties, lower defenses, and a complicated local administration that may struggle to respond to a crisis rapidly. Planetary assault was very difficult due to the difficulty of interplanetary logistics. Jumps could only be made in microgravity, meaning warships and dropships had to jump in at the outer system and then move toward the planet. Then you had limited supplies in the cargo hold. Taking a system was the same issue with amphibious assault scaled up even larger. This issue is why the SLDF maintained a quite frankly mind-boggling amount of supply depots and bases all across the inner sphere. The idea was that in the event of an incident, there would always be supplies nearby that the SLDF Navy could shorten the distance and thus the response time. For mech warrior training, we were divided into training lances and companies, and most of our time was spent in simulators at first, learning to move the mech and running through different scenarios. Due to my performance in the simulators, I was made company leader for the 4th training company. Our trainer mechs were chameleons. Chameleons had been designed as a training mech and were significantly undersynced to teach you proper range banding and trigger discipline. The first few live drills were simply moving the mech, followed by jumping exercises. Nothing very exciting. Jump during was a matter of planning and force vectoring were old memories of flight spells. I only missed the landing a few times. Salvaged records from the War Academy of Mars concerning Tanya Cameron. Mech Warrior Drill Instructor Douglas Lincoln. Tanya Cameron is a natural mech warrior. It normally takes the cadets, especially junior cadets, a while to master properly balancing in a battle mech. Tanya took to the mechs with the gratefulness of a dancer. It wasn't unheard of, I had seen it a few times before. I guess some people just clicked well with the Neuro helmet system. She was the first to run and the first to jump. Her skill of vectoring and maneuvering in a jump was impressive. Most cadets spend their first few jumps falling over. It was why the chameleons are so sturdy, but she only fell a few times in the jump exercises. I will bet 1 month's salary she goes into the gunslinger program. Military Tactics Professor Charles Bainbridge. Tanya Cameron had some interesting ideas tactically. She shows an in-depth understanding of knowledge and care for logistical concerns and awareness of the strategic goals in a situation of combat. One common flaw I find in mech warrior cadets is a blind focus on the tactical, but junior cadet Cameron shows a promising strategic awareness. I think one of her most interesting essays was on the need for new naval doctrine in the event of the mass proliferation of SDS systems. Current SDS systems are current technological secrets of the Terran hegemony, but the battle mech was once also. SDS systems are prohibitively expensive, but a few member states could afford them. Notably, the Lyran Commonwealth and a massive proliferation in SDS systems would render most of our fleet doctrine obsolete. This is a known factor for SLDF Strategic Command. It is not a priority as no member state SDS initiatives have been detected, and the earliest date for mass SDS proliferation has been calculated in the early 2800s at the earliest. However, the effect of SDS on naval doctrine is not something I would have expected from a mech warrior cadet. She had a few proposals for possible long-term SDS tactics. One was using automated assault dropships filled with anti-ship missiles. A carrier with a charged lithium fusion battery would make a jump into the system, detach its dropships and then jump out of the system safely. The automated dropship would then launch missile swarms in an attempt to destroy enough capital drones to allow for a much safer secondary fleet assault. It was an interesting hypothetical and similar to the other SDS counters the think tank was dreaming up. Another interesting paper discussed the possibility of asymmetric warfare, in regard to some of the earlier periphery protests. She had an interesting perspective, and one not commonly found amongst soldiers. The only true way to solve a long-term guerrilla war was to attack the other side's motivation through fighting. Addressing core economic factors in the realm. It suggested the potential of using SLFD recruitment to offer jobs to economically deprived Taurians. Removing a lot of those Taurians who could be trained and radicalized and deploying them into commands away from the periphery. It was an interesting concept and one that had been floated around before. That is why I am recommending her deployment post-graduation to the 19th Army in the Taurian Concordat. I think she could be a fine general one day and perhaps could undo much of the ill will General Furlow left us with. Mars was close enough that when I had to leave I could return to Scotland to be with my mother during the holidays. It also gave me an excuse to politely decline Richard's birthday party invitations, as he was born in February well after the normal holiday season. It was nice to see her again. 2 years passed in the War Academy of Mars without any particular incident. The pirate crisis even appeared to be winding down, due to almost 2 decades of consistent SLDF naval operations. Kerensky had even made an announcement that he hoped to be able to restart the Martial Olympiad soon. I remembered it pretty well. I was in a common area in between classes studying the Age of War tactical thesis. There was a TV set up at the edge of the room and it had been running Mars Daily News. Breaking news, just from the HPG station. It looks like about 48 hours ago a nuclear device was detonated on the planet Demeter. The blast targeted a battle mech manufacturing facility, and final casualties are still being counted. Estimates believe several thousand civilians may be dead. The exact cause of the nuclear explosion is still unclear, but the locals have laid the blame at the feet of the Capellan Confederation. The world has been part of the Federated Suns for just over 2 centuries, but it was originally one of the founding planets of the Capellan Confederation, which has maintained its right to the world. Recently Demeter had seen a wave of pro-Capellan civilian unrest. Barbara Liao has only been on the Capellan throne for a few days, and this is going to be her first real political issue. What this means for the 2 member states remains to be seen. The reporter replied over scenes of devastation and injured civilians. I would have trouble focusing on classes that day. We did not have to wait long to learn what it meant for relationships between the Federated Suns and Capellan Confederation. Soon we had John Davian and Barbara Liao's response videos. John Davian's speech was done outside of the palace in Avalon City, the Federated Suns' capital. The Federated Suns will defend our people from outside aggression. The Capellan Confederation has attacked our people in an unprovoked atrocity. As of this moment at war, our forces are currently executing a counterattack across the entire Capellan March. Let what remains of the slave society of the Capellan Confederation stand as an example of those who would seek to deny us our freedom and liberty. Barbara Liao's response was filmed from her throne room. The incident on Demeter is a tragedy, but the responsibility for it lies not with us, but with the Davians' failure to maintain the safety and security of their citizens. This attack against us is a naked display of imperialist aggression to distract their people from their declining society. The Davians will find that the people and will of the Confederation are much stronger than they believe, and our brave defenders shall stand against these invaders and be victorious. 2 Star League member states were now openly at war. It was a large deal and did not bode well for the Star League's stability. Fortunately, the SLDF should be mobilized to halt the fighting and allow Star League mediators to come through and find a diplomatic solution. It was a chance to demonstrate that the SLDF had learned its lessons from the War of Davian Succession. Or so I thought. As the days dragged on, there was no SLDF response. Ewan Merrick would later give some insight into why, when a young reporter managed to get this audio from him. The SLDF costs a lot of money when it moves. Takaro, Bob, and I didn't see the reason why the whole rest of the Star League needed to get in between Barb and Johnny Boy's spat. We need the SLDF to be strong and ready to respond to the ongoing pirate crisis. So the only ones supporting SLDF intervention were Johnny Boy and Barb, both of whom wanted very different types of intervention. So the vote was 3-2, and we countermanded Alex's intervention orders. Let them settle this on their own without troubling the rest of us. This was bad. It was essentially a repeat of the War of Davian Succession. One of the core duties of the Star League was to ensure peace among its members, and this was a dramatic failure of that. The longer this went on, the worse it would be for the Star League. It was showing that the League was unable to properly enforce its laws. The ongoing Davian-Liao conflict continued throughout the rest of my time at the Military Academy of Mars. As I neared graduation, I feared that I would end up deployed straight into the conflict when the SLDF was finally allowed to intervene. Seeking to extend my education, I applied for the Gunslinger program after graduation. The Gunslinger program was similar in concept to the Top Gun program the US Navy would operate in the 20th and 21st centuries. The school was born when Draconis combined Ronin mech warriors began challenging SLDF to duels. The Gunslinger program trained duelists to be able to accept the challenges and come out on top. It was just over 2 months of endurance training and near constant sparring. It was also a requirement for the most prestigious units and positions. I found to my surprise I was accepted straight out of the academy. I had not expected that. Often a mech warrior would have to apply multiple times to earn a spot. I also learned that I was accepted into the Royal Division of the SLDF. The Terran hegemony was the only member state to give its military entirely to the SLDF, and the royal commands were that legacy. A military force integrated into the SLDF that could be called upon by the Director General without the approval of the High Council. The royal divisions also had the best hegemony technology that had not yet been shared with other successor states. Mother attended my graduation ceremony, and she was there to see me commissioned as a lieutenant in the SLDF. I had a little more time in Scotland before heading to Venus for the Gunslinger program. Mother had a picture of me from my graduation hung up in the study at the castle. I protested having a picture of myself displayed so prominently, but she said she needed me to stare down Brian's bane to keep it in line while she was gone. I enjoyed seeing Mom again, but once again all too soon it was time to take a shuttle. This time my destination was not Mars, but Earth's other companion. Venus. Approaching the planet, I could see the gigantic sun shield that allowed life to flourish on the planet. It was a massive structure, the largest single thing humanity has ever built. It was a hemispheric shade of fabric that allowed only a portion of the sun's light to warm the planet, and a titanic atmospheric filtering effort had adjusted Venus's atmosphere to make the surface livable. The chemical-rich soil of Venus was well suited to making fertilizer, and massive efforts turned the once barren Venusian surface into great swaths of ideal farmland. It is from Venus that the massive population of the Sol system is fed. Venus even produces more than even the ravenous population of Sol can eat, exporting food abroad to many distant worlds of humanity. Away from the mega-farms, though on a plateau surrounded by hot sweltering wastelands, stood the Military Academy of Afros and the site where the Gunslinger program was held. When you are accepted into the program, you could choose any mech you want. This in a way was the first test. I had studied and found that most successful graduates chose heavy mechs in the 70 to 75 ton range. I had chosen the Black Knight, the all-energy loadout, giving it greater endurance. While heat management would be more complicated, I could wait and cool off before firing again. I cannot wait and have an empty ammo box magically refilled. Unlike the Marauder, the Black Knight had hands, making it much better suited to the pugilism that often occurred in the mech duels. The other recruits and I assembled in front of the mech bay. An SLDF Cyclops emerged from the hangar flanked by a pair of Marauders and Orion. Its speakers blared, "Why do I see infantry in front of me? Are you not mech warriors?" 10 minutes into your mech and out here on the field. That was how gunslinger training started. There was a scramble to find what mech bay was ours, drop our things off, and mount up into our mech. I barely had time to admire the royal black knight provided for me as I scampered up the ramp, and began the power-up sequence. Reactors online, weapons online, all systems nominal. The onboard computer spoke in a feminine voice. I was able to walk out of the berth relatively easily. It was more difficult to pilot than the chameleon, but not near as hard as some of the mechs we had tried on simulators. Somehow in the 10-minute timeline, most of us made it out of the hangar and back out onto the field in front of the Cyclops and the others of the instructor Lance. I am Colonel Stone, and my job is to make sure that you are as close to one as you can be with your mech. By the time I am done with you, I expect you to be able to con your mech while sleeping. He said, managing to shout through the command channel into our mechs. Now I think actions speak louder than words, so look to our left. That is your sparring partner for this first round. The ones at the end of the row have the privilege of being pummeled into the dirt by my assistants here. Don't worry though, we will rotate frequently enough that all of you will be acquainted with them, each pair will get a range. I will be monitoring you and providing feedback and mocking commentary when relevant. My first duel was with a marauder. I wanted to be in his face, he outranged me, but up close I outgunned him. I conserved heat by not firing with my ERPPC, just focusing on avoiding taking fire from his. A simulated AC/5 round hit me, but I succeeded in dodging his more dangerous ERPPCs. Then I opened up with my large pulse lasers and then medium lasers, scoring simulated hits across his torsos. He tried to back up to keep me in range of his long guns, firing the AC/5 and medium lasers, getting a few hits on my armor. I managed to keep getting close to him though, keeping him in a range where my lasers inflicted more damage. He knew he was on the back foot and charged me, hoping to knock me down with a melee attack. I wasn't taken by surprise and I was able to move to the side and land a punch that knocked my opponent over. Fight's over. Cameron's match. Colonel Stone sounded over the command channel, and then I had a specific transmission to me: Victor stays on the range, the thug coming off onto the range from the edge is your next opponent. New match begins. The thug had 5 tons on me and had 2 SRM arrays for close range and 2 PPCs. Fighting him was a dance, trying to stay at mid-range where my large pulse lasers and medium lasers can do damage, but the danger from his SRMs and PPCs. That dance was much harder, but I managed to scrape out a close win. No time to rest before I was given my next opponent, a Thunderbolt. He would also be using a royal version, which means that he is using an identical PPC to my machine instead of a large laser. Coupled with his LRMs, he would have the advantage of range. He carried more up-close firepower than the Marauder, but I had 10 tons on him and was able to close to a range where I could maximize my weapon fire. Report from Colonel Richard Stone, Gunslinger Instructor. Lieutenant Cameron surprised me. Normally greenies fresh from the academy have the most catch-up work to do, but she kept her head a lot better than most. She clearly had studied her mechs and tactics ahead. Which is rather common. What wasn't common was keeping those guides in mind 4 fights in. I had to send a member of my instruction team to break her winning streak. The first day is about driving them to exhaustion, but wouldn't do to let a recruit get too big of an ego. The next opponent was a Marauder. I prepared to use the same strategy I had used in the first fight, but as I closed, my opponent charged me unexpectedly. I tried to sidestep his charge, but the opponent managed to sweep one of his Marauder's arm low and to the side, hitting my mech in the knee. I was put off balance and then a second hit to the back of my machine knocked me to the ground. That was my first loss in the program. The rest of the day was a sea of duels, and the night. And the next morning. We spent 40 solid hours doing this. All of our performances had degraded significantly with the fatigue. Finally, the exercise concluded and we were allowed to sleep for a bit. In our mechs, and in our cooling suits. We would rarely leave our mechs through the entire 2-month course. The goal was to make us comfortable living in the cockpit, and as comfortable moving in much as we are our own bodies. Classes were attended in our mechs. Exercises were done in our mechs. We sparred with one another constantly. Gradually students began to disappear, and those who the instructors determined would have to reapply and try again later. An Orion and I were fighting in a melee combat specialization. I realized just how far I had come. This intensive training further adapted me to how a mech moves and how to guide it through the neuro helmet. Melee with a mech is often awkward and slow, but the movements of my opponent and I were almost human. When the training ended I was sleep-deprived, exhausted, and felt like I was about to faint, but I had a sense of accomplishment. I had survived gunslinger school, and I had achieved a level of control over my mech that most would not. I had a chance to see Mom in Scotland again before I received my orders. I laughed a bit when I saw the orders. I was a lieutenant in the 203rd Royal Battle Mech Regiment. Then I saw the orders. I was assigned to the LVI Corps of the 19th Army stationed on New Vandenberg in the Taurian Concordat. At least it wasn't the Federated Sons or the Capellans. Prelude to War 1. New Vandenberg, 2762, Tanya Cameron. It was a 6-month trip to New Vandenberg. I was able to spend some time in a simulator getting used to my newly assigned mech, a Royal Highlander. I was also able to review my assignment. The LVI or Aristotle Crops was commanded by General McLean. The Corps was headquartered out of New Vandenberg and due to a large amount of insurgent activity was stationed in small bases across the blanket instead in a few large and easily defended bases. General Benedict Eagleton was in charge of the 203D Division. I was assigned under Captain Gilbert Lafayette in the 5th Company 2nd Battalion 2nd Regiment 3rd Brigade. The company was geared toward heavy fire support for mountainous and urban terrain. Captain Lafayette had the lead lance, I would be in command of Beta Lance, and Lieutenant Eric de Gaulle led Charlie Lance. Looking more in depth, my lance is composed of May Zeman, Jonathan Hammond, and Dallas Rodriguez. Sergeant, mech warriors started as sergeant, equivalent rank to a tank commander, Zeman from Slocum, a world jointly held by the Hegemony and the Capellan Confederation, and recently had come out of SLDF boot camp. Sergeant Hammond hailed from CAF, and had been in New Vandenberg for a few months now. Sergeant Rodriguez was a fellow Terran from the SLDF boot camp in San Antonio, and he should be arriving just before me. The 5th Company was being attached to the battalion because of unusually heavy resistance in the area, so the formation was new. Captain Lafayette at least was experienced and I would have someone to learn from. Jump transit is boring, and reading up on New Vandenberg was not encouraging. General Amos Furlow was a recipient of the Star League Medal for Valor and a Knight of the Order of the Sword and a Knight in the Order of the Star. He is remembered in Hegemony history books as a hero of the SLDF who finally united humanity by pacifying the Taurian Concordat. Actually, look him up and even Hegemony scholars agree that he retired because he was about to be relieved of command for mental instability. General Furlow had burned worlds. The Taurians had given him the title of Baby Killer for his habit of launching indiscriminate chemical, biological, and nuclear attacks on civilian populations. New Vandenberg had been where things had come to a head, and his last battle before being recalled to Terra, he had started with a 40-day orbital bombardment. By the time he was finished with the planet, every city had been destroyed, and the population a mere fraction of what it once was living in internment camps amongst the rubble. The entire northern continent had been defoliated in order to cause famine amongst the populace. Assaulting the world had cost the SLDF thousands of troops and millions in equipment. The sheer number of explosives he used during the bombardment had depleted reserve stocks to critical levels. Everything he had done was legal. Ian Cameron had suspended the Ares Convention, so the SLDF acknowledged no laws for war at that time. I hadn't slept well for a few days. 2 centuries of rebuilding had brought about a remarkable recovery. The population, while not up to pre-reunification war levels, was substantial, and the industrial base and economy had been rebuilt. Much of the ecology had been repaired, even if the northern continent remained a desert. Due to many rich ore, most cities remained in the barren northern continent, but there was a more substantial population on the more ecologically sound southern continent, which still had large nature and jungle preserves, home to many analogues to Earth's birds of paradise. It was on the range of mountains that helped form these jungles that I would be stationed. Due to the reunification war's damage, the population had a strong anti-Star League sentiment as well as Taurian nationalism. It was still the site of the Taurian Naval Academy. The Taurian Navy had once destroyed almost the entire Federated Sun's fleet, and gone on to humiliate the SLDF for years in the early reunification war. It had been one of the best naval traditions in all of human space, and the Taurians took great pride in their spacers. Which is why the Star League prevented them from building anything other than a token navy. It was a relief when the dropship finally detached and began the journey to the planet's surface. I could see New Vandenberg and its 4 continents. The northern and largest one is an ugly brown, in contrast to the green of the others. It eventually faded from view as we began our descent toward the southern continent, heading toward a mountain range that had many similarities to the Terran Andes, creating a lush jungle to one side. The dropship landed in the spaceport itself rather than my base directly, as it had equipment and supplies intended for multiple SLDF bases, so I took a Cobra cargo plane with our base's share of the supplies from the spaceport in the jungle itself to my base in the mountains. The spaceport was almost oppressively hot and humid, but fortunately, the mountain SLDF base allowed for a more comfortable climate, due to its altitude. As I got off the VTOL, I was greeted with a view of the base nestled in a defensible mountain plateau with bunkers and facilities carved out of the mountainside. It was surrounded by a series of terraces and bunkers, allowing the base to cling to the mountain itself. At the edge of the runway, there was a man whose uniform identified him as an SLDF captain. "Bonjour, Lieutenant Cameron. I am glad to see you here," he said. I saluted and said, "Lieutenant Tanya Cameron, reporting for duty, sir." "As per protocol." "At ease, Lieutenant. I am happy to finally have both Lance commanders here. I am a bit curious as to why you would choose to come out here, instead of staying in the nice and lovely Hegemony garrisons," he said in reply. "I was assigned here. I did not pick it," I said, slightly confused. "We did not pick duty assignments." "Oh, I understand. Don't take it personally, I find that achieving a rank above major tends to remove one's sense of humor. Okay, now I was rather confused. How was this relevant? Still surprised, if I hadn't read about you I wouldn't have believed I'd be meeting a Cameron all the way out here. The SLDF sends us where we are needed. It is our duty to follow, I said in reply. Well said. The captain replied. Now let me show you your lance, and give you a basic rundown on this lovely bit of paradise. The latest transport trucks from the village did not have car bombs this time, so things are quiet for the moment. We learn to enjoy it while it lasts. He said cheerily, motioning for me to follow. This assignment seemed off to a great start. The Taurians had expected orbital bombardment during the reunification and responded by building countless tunnels, underground bunkers, and hidden fortifications. Most of them are large craters now from the war, but countless isn't an exaggeration. The Taurians built so many so quickly that they never kept an accurate count even before we vaporized their military headquarters. Now these often undocumented tunnels and hiding spots allow anti-Star League terrorists lots of hidden areas in which to stockpile weapons and train. He said going through. Here on Vandri, or as the locals call the continent Suisun, there was the least amount of fighting during the war, millions still died but comparatively this place was lightly hit. So unlike up north most of these old fortifications are still intact and still hidden. Add to that a large network of abandoned and semi-abandoned mines in these mountains, and it becomes surprisingly easy to hide even things like battle mechs. He said as he walked me toward the barracks to meet my lance. Most of the terrorist bands have focused their efforts on more easily achievable goals, defacing Star League buildings, planting IEDs, assassinations, and the like. However, we know that they are stockpiling heavy equipment. We have been able to raid a few bases and they often have battle tanks, and occasionally a mech company or two. So when they manage to locate one of these terrorist camps, they call us to go down and smash them just in case. He said still with the same cheery demeanor. Do we know how they are getting these? I asked. We believe that the Taurian army and militia are supplying them. He replied. I hadn't expected that. It was one thing to not help us but to actively support the insurgents. I began to speak, that is. War, treason? Take your pick, but the Concordat wants us gone, and we really don't want to start an actual war at the moment. So right now we pretend to believe them when they say they aren't involved and just try and clear out the insurgency before they can become an actual problem. He said in response. Here we are, our company is garrisoned in these sets of quarters. The Star League at least wanted us comfortable so we each got our own room. Beats dropship quarters I tell you. Your lance should be assembled in the common area. I have the mech bay and training area cleared this afternoon so you can take them out on exercise to acclimate yourself. He said. Thank you sir, I said in response. He came to the door to our company common area and opened up, calling out, attention. Let me introduce your new lance leader Lieutenant Tanya Cameron. He was smiling mischievously for some reason and left. I stepped into the room and got to see my new command for the first time. Zeman was shorter than I was by a good bit with dark hair. Hammond was tall enough that he had to look down awkwardly to make eye contact and had brown hair and a slightly crooked nose. Rodriguez was of average height, lean build, and had dark hair. I stood before them at ease. They relaxed and continued with, I could have some great speech planned, but I think that actions speak louder than words. I think an exercise within mechs is the best introduction for a lance. So let's get to our mechs. I wanted to get a feel for how the lance stood at the moment, and I felt they would respect me more if I could back up my last name with my piloting skills. As we filed out toward the mech bay Rodriguez came to me, Lieutenant if I may, what is it like sharing a name with the Camerons? My father had worked hard to distance my branch of the family from dynastic politics, and my mother maintained that after his death. So it was not quite what most would have imagined. I suppose it was natural that my lance would be curious and I did not see any harm in answering. Rodriguez nearly tripped. I hope he wasn't that clumsy in a mech. From the diary of Dallas Rodriguez. I met our new lance leader today. I did not realize she was one of those Camerons. I mean there are others with the last name, and who expects a Cameron out in the periphery? Boy was I wrong. I had to look her up in the news. I had forgotten Mother Jocasta even had a younger sibling. Fortunately, she did not take offense to my ignorance. Now I know why the captain had looked so smug when he introduced us. My new Highlander handled well. Getting used to its bulk took a minute, but that was why I had the lance doing basic maneuver drills. After going through the gunslinger school my lance's movements looked clunky and awkward in comparison. I had to remind myself that this was how mech warriors normally looked. Our whole company was outfitted with Highlanders to allow us to act as heavy support in this mountainous terrain. Perhaps I could adapt some of what I had learned in the gunslinger program to their training regime. Zeman did the best of the three on the gunnery range. Hammond seemed to handle best in the air, with Rodriguez able to throw the best punches. They were adequate, I would have to see what knowledge I could pass on. After a full day on the range, I dismissed them for the night. We could do night drills another day. When I retired to my quarters on the bed there was a pair of earmuffs. Attached was a note. You will want these. It is the mountain-crested screamer mating season. The birds like to sing and are endangered so we cannot shoot them. Lafayette. I could handle a little noise, and they felt weird to sleep with. I put them to the side and went to bed. I was woken about 1 in the morning by a BWAK weep BAWK repeated over and over. Birds shouldn't be that loud. I grabbed the earmuffs and went back to sleep. Prelude to War 2. New Vandenberg, 2762, Tanya Cameron. We were on alert waiting for whenever we got word from Star League intelligence on the location of a terrorist training camp, and so I was not allowed to run my lance to exhaustion in replication of some of the gunslinger techniques. I also had to be careful when doing more complicated maneuvering drills. I did a lot of work on the simulators for death from above, and melee combat. Duels could also only get so far. We needed a real test to coordinate as a unit, and I really wanted to get that in a situation that was not live combat. The answer was right in front of my face. My peer Lieutenant de Gaulle and his Charlie Lance. Sure, I think a wargame between our lances would be great. The captain will want to be the referee. He replied enthusiastically to my suggestion. Soon de Gaulle and I were explaining our plan to Lafayette. Lafayette seemed to think it over for a minute. I think this is a magnificent idea. I will actually part with 1 bottle of my personal syrup supply for the victorious lance. Personal syrup supply? Fortunately, the captain explained, my cousin owns a maple syrup farm, and I have found that Terran maple syrup is simply superior to the syrup grown off-world. I tell you it is difficult to arrange for shipping all the way out here, but it is worth it for the quality. That is very generous of you, I said. Getting it out here was probably pretty expensive. No, I tell you once you taste the quality you will understand the superiority of proper Canadian maple syrup, and then you will be yet more customers for my cousin. Captain Lafayette said, chuckling. Captain Lafayette had the wargame set up in a large set of ravines. I was excited about the trial. It would be a chance to really see how we would operate as a unit. Looking at the terrain, I felt we could use the cliffside to avoid Charlie Lance's LRMs and surprise them at closer range. I had our lance rehearse the operation in simulators. I was feeling pretty good about our chances. The morning of the exercise, Lafayette called out, "Sorry, exercise cancelled. Intelligence found the training camps in the jungles tied to the rebel band that bombed our friends in the 176th Mechanized Infantry. The jump infantry will be doing most of the heavy lifting in taking prisoners and fighting the rebels, but in case they have some tanks we will be deploying as well. Due to the width of the area, we are going to be in individual lances supporting different infantry companies. Whoever destroys the most targets gets a thing of maple syrup. Get your lances ready and load into a Leopard at the airstrip," he said with the same cheery demeanor he had when showing me around the base. There went my hope to break my lance in something other than combat. Dropships were part of the SLDF Navy but were needed to move mechs rapidly. Fortunately, the SLDF 19th Fleet had various dropships stationed to assist in moving mechs around for the Army. In this case 3 Leopards. The jump infantry would be deploying out of Cobras. A ground assault would most likely alert their scouts in the jungle. We would literally drop out of the sky right on top of them. We would be using drop pods launched from the Leopard at high altitudes. They should not have any heavy equipment so we were mostly insurance for this operation. The Leopard ride was short. Reactors online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal. The mech computer spoke as we readied for our drop. Beta Lance, ready for the drop. I transmitted over the command channel. Beta 2 ready, Zeman replied. Beta 3 ready. Hammond echoed. Beta 4 ready, Rodriguez confirmed. With that, I gave the all clear and we were falling. I had never done an actual combat drop like this. We were not supposed to do anything special, the drop sling doing all of the work. It was however very disconcerting to be launched at the ground from near orbit. The mech itself was shaking and I could feel that I was falling, but the armor plating of the pod obscured all view. The deceleration kicked in with a lurch and soon we landed with a mighty thud. The panels blew clear, freeing my mech, and giving me a view of the jungle. Overhead I could see the SLDF jump infantry coming in for a landing on their drop. The modern SLDF jump pack allowed for infantry to drop into even forested terrain like this. I saw the indicator that my lancemate's drop had also been successful. That was unpleasant, Hammond said in the comms. I now know what a gauze round feels like, and those maniacs do that with just jump packs, Rodriguez echoed, apparently taking in the sight of the jump infantry we are supporting. I see we all made it. Beta Lance form up. I called out and as I sent command the signal to show our drop went okay. Attention terrorist forces, this is the SLDF, cease resistance or be destroyed. The infantry sounded, and our assault started. I sounded my mech's horn in a large echoing blast to emphasize the assault. The interfaces on our mech tying the sensors together feed from our own units and mobile sensors carried by the infantry. The rebel camps should be in a clearing they had camouflaged. The infantry should be able to handle this, fine. We were just there in case of something very unexpected and for intimidation. Enemy mechs. The infantry called out target markers. Looks like we were needed after all. That was a lot of signatures. They had an entire company, how did they even have this? Sensor data showed 2 light lances, one with a light, 2 mediums and a sole heavy mech in it. We were outnumbered 3 to 1, but we were an assault lance. We should be able to hold the line. I sent over the command channel, enemy mech company sighted. Moving to protect infantry. Reinforcement requested. Then the fires started on my screen. Some of the enemy mechs had flamers. We needed to take care of them before our infantry support took too many losses. Beta Lance, fall in behind me and jump. Target the anti-infantry mechs, we need to protect our troops. I sent out to the command channel and engaged my jump jets and cleared the canopy. My lancemates joined me as I took to the air. As we cleared the jungle canopy I got a view of our opponents. 4 fire starters in 1 lance, 2 wasps and 2 stingers in another, and an urban mech, 2 hunchbacks and 1 thunderbolt. The fire starters were already living up to their name and trying to pin down the infantry in a firestorm. The jump infantry was using their maneuverability to try and stay out of the inferno but had taken some losses already. I used my tactical controls to flag each of the fire starters as an objective. Now was not the time for focus fire. They were in a partial clearing in the jungle and still partially covered in primitive camo netting. The ground was sloped, but not steep enough that battle mechs would have any serious issues. I lined up a shot with my gauze rifle. Through the trees, a cockpit strike is unlikely to be successful. I hit it square in the center torso, and the LRM's hail finished it off. One was destroyed. Zeman took the right leg off of another. Hammond missed with the gauze rifle, but his missiles still made contact. Rodriguez managed to take the armor off the light torso, but his missiles failed to finish off that section of the mech. At this point, the surviving fire starters began to turn from the infantry, and the enemy command lance began to move toward us, while the other light lance began moving to circle us to the rear. I took some LRM fire from the thunderbolt, but it was absorbed into my armor. Nice shot. Hammond complimented me. I finished off Rodriguez's wounded mech shooting through the wounded right torso and into the center with my gauze rifle. My LRMs pelted Hammond's original target. I remarked that fire starter to be Rodriguez's new target as well. My arm took a few more missiles from the thunderbolt. Leave some for us. He replied before he and Hammond took out the left and center torso of the already wounded fire starter. Zeman was able to finish off her target before he managed to recover from losing the leg. Which was good because we still had 8 mechs to fight and now we no longer had a surprise, and they were beginning to close onto us. Zeman and Rodriguez, break off and target the stingers. Their machine guns should be the largest threat to the infantry. Hammond with me while we keep their command lance busy. Splitting my forces was risky, but we needed to keep those stingers from inflicting too much damage on our infantry. The hunchbacks had autocannon 20s and could not be allowed to close. I tagged the lead one to be brought down. My armor took some more LRM fire from the thunderbolt, but it held. Fortunately, his large laser went wide. Since now there were fewer trees due to the wildfire spreading, I had a clearer shot at the hunchback and tried my luck with a shot aimed at his cockpit. My gamble paid off as the now headless machine slumped to the ground. Seriously, don't do all the work, Hammond replied, now targeting the remaining hunchback. He managed to score a hit on the right torso with the gauze, but his missiles failed to strip the remaining armor. The hunchback was not quite in its AC/20 range, but one of its medium lasers left a gash on my armor. The thunderbolt closer now dropped LRMs out of his firing circuit and fired all of his lasers at me. I managed to block with my arm and took most of the hits on the armor there. I had to deal with this thunderbolt. I could see the heat beginning to radiate off of him, the nearby wildfire was making it hard to bleed heat. I tried another gauze round for a cockpit strike but it was a little low and on his center torso. I fired up with my medium lasers, 2 of which managed to strike true on the wounded center torso, the last going right slightly and burning into the right torso. Hammond managed to finish off the hunchback with his gauze rifle and some medium lasers causing its ammo to explode, killing the pilot. I could focus on the thunderbolt. The 3 medium lasers had left some heat build-up due to the wildfire, but I could still easily afford another laser strike. I put a gauze round in his center torso, and managed to get my lasers to all strike true as well, which cored the enemy thunderbolt, ending it as a threat. It was then I realized I had lost track of the urban mech. It had been slowly advancing while we were distracted by the more threatening targets, and I expected it to surrender. Instead, it engaged jump jets and managed to land behind me, and fired its main weapon. My mech was shaken by the impact, but I kept it on its feet as the damage indicators flared around me. Some lunatic had figured out how to mount a Class 20 autocannon on an urban mech of all things. Just why? He stripped most of my rear armor and destroyed one of my jump jets. Hammond managed to destroy the right half of the urban mech, and I was able to turn to face the little mech and finished it off with a punch. I was a fool for discounting the mech and losing track of it. Thank you. I mentioned to Hammond, before calling out, Zeman, Rodriguez guys, how are you doing? Singers destroyed, and the wasps are damaged, Zeman replied. The darned little things are fast. Rodriguez guys, and then added. And another one down. One wasp remaining. The last wasp just ejected. They have given up. Zeman radioed, and that was the battle. The infantry handled mop-up, and apprehending the terrorist infantry and surviving mech warrior. Soon aerial firefighting planes began dropping water to try and keep the wildfire from getting completely out of control. The infantry worked to keep upwind from the flames for safety while we waited for the transports. There were an uncomfortable number of SLDF infantry casualties arrayed out on the ground. The fire starter's initial assault had been quite effective. While we waited for the dropship to come to pick us up, I was able to spend some time thinking about what had just occurred. Wasps and stingers I could understand as they were the most common, easiest to procure battle mechs, but what were Taurian terrorists doing with a whole lance of fire starters, a thunderbolt, and 2 hunchbacks? These things should be hard to acquire for such a force. I even doubted the Taurian army would just casually hand a thunderbolt to a rebel cell even if they were supporting it. They had also known we were coming. The fire starters had been set up in ambush for the jump infantry. The whole mech company's pilots had been in their mechs and ready. Somewhere the SLDF had a leak. At least we would win some maple syrup. The shark had told us that the SLDF was onto us, and most of us cleared out. Matherson's band wouldn't see reason though. He thought they could take them, fools had never seen what an assault mech could do. Even if he managed to overwhelm whatever SLDF forces arrived, he would be crippled in the jungle, and have his location known by a vengeful SLDF. Taken from A Fight for Freedom Memoirs of a Taurian Patriot. SLDF kills Taurian citizens and sets nature reserve ablaze. Yesterday the SLDF performed an operation meant to illegally detain Taurian citizens without coordinating or consulting with the Taurian Defense Force. The resulting firefight has left dozens of Taurians dead and caused a massive wildfire in the habitat of the endangered mountain-crested screamer. Clipping of a Taurian news article. I let the unit have a few lighter days after the battle. The maple syrup tasted like syrup. I didn't quite get why Captain Lafayette insisted it was so superior. Speaking of the captain, I wasn't sure how to tell my commander I suspected there was a leak in the SLDF. In other news, Richard's official coronation happened and was broadcast through priority HPG messages, allowing the whole Star League to view it within a day of it actually happening. The whole thing must have been rehearsed. Richard looked unassuming as he recited the same oaths that all First Lords and Director Generals before him. He did not give a speech afterward. Richard now held the reins of Star League alone, without anyone looking over his shoulder. Perhaps he had gotten better? I could not help but feel like a storm was about to come down. The High Council. Seoul, 2762, Ewan Merrick. I really wanted another brandy, but I had to be at least somewhat sober today. Dicky has taken the throne and is going to get to actually preside over our council meeting. I wonder if he is going to be dressed as a knight again. I haven't been able to get Johnny Boy and Takuro to sword fight one another. I have gotten close, but maybe Dicky will be more amenable. I mean, these meetings are usually just so boring. Apart from that one time Michael had tried to strangle Takuro, that was fun. I didn't know Lady Steiner had it in him. Unfortunately, the Black Watch had pulled them off of one another, but man was it a great show. Werex hadn't been willing to take my offer to bet on the winner's shame. I came forward to the center table. I was actually early. I wanted this done quickly. Afterwards, I was going to the Tennessee region of North America to try some of that whiskey they make there. Slowly the others filtered in. Among the periphery the only ones worth looking at were the Canopian delegation. Janina sure took good care of herself, and I liked the view. The actually important people were arriving though, so I regretfully had to turn my gaze. Johnny Boy entered carrying what I knew was a sword cane. He carried it so that Takuro wasn't the only man in the room with a sword. Again, so far I had failed to cause an actual sword fight to break out. Maybe I would succeed this time. Takuro looked very dignified as he strode to his seat. Perhaps we could meet up sometime after this. The man had good taste in sake. Barb came in, and she sure was an improvement over Werex. Not quite Janina, but she certainly created a much better view here. It was a shame she lacked any sense of fun. She had declined my offer of private negotiations to see what I could do about her problems with Johnny Boy. Finally, Bob came in. He was a marginal improvement to Mike, but still had that same Steiner stiffness. He at least had better taste in beer. Finally out comes Dicky himself, looking boyishly punchable. He wasn't dressed as a knight. How disappointing. John and Takuro remained my only hope of watching a sword fight today. Hello. I would like to open this meeting as First Lord with my first official order. Executive Order 156. He called the meeting to order. Was it just me or was his face just so punchable looking? Not that I could say anything on that front. Kenyon's face was the same. I had heard that Richard was a spoiled brat. Kerensky should have been firmer. Kenyon rarely gave me any lip once I demonstrated the physical consequences that would have. Spare the rod, and spoil the child. Government staff handed us all a noteputter with Dickie's new order. No doubt something symbolic and meaningless like awarding the dear departed Simon some medals or the Memorial Park. I began reading and was just stunned. He was decreeing that the member state militaries were illegal. He cannot do that. I mean, he literally cannot do that. That isn't how the Star League works. This law made anything larger than a hunting rifle illegal to own outside of the SLDF. Takuro spoke first. I am afraid there must be some mistake. He put it rather diplomatically. You need to tell me what you were on when you wrote this. That must have been some high. I spoke out considerably less diplomatically. I doubt our First Lord wrote this treasonous drivel. Bob commented, pointing toward Amaris. Perhaps we should deal with this issue at the source, Takuro said, standing and putting a hand on his katana. Davian was also getting up and readying that sword cane. Sword fight, yes. Not as interesting as Johnny Boy and Takuro dueling, but Genghis Khan should make fun noises as he bleeds out on the floor. Unfortunately, the fun police, I mean Black Watch, stepped forward to protect the little goblin. Alex was also there trying to calm people. Richard began screaming, I am First Lord, and I will have order in this place. We were busy ignoring him. Takuro spoke up to the Black Watch, this is an insult, and the dragon demands satisfaction. He was still glaring at Stefan, who was cowering behind the guards. It is the right of the First Lord to lead the Star League, and the SLDF has rendered your militaries obsolete. You have no need for them now. John Davian looked like he might kill our First Lord on the spot. Yes, the SLDF had been so successful at protecting our state's stability. It was funny that Richard could say that with a straight face. John looked toward Alex. It is the opinion of the Federated Sons that this law is blatantly illegal and strikes at the very foundation of the Star League. We will not comply with it. What is the opinion of the SLDF? All of us looked expectantly at the general. Would he back Richard's madness? It is my opinion as Commander General of the SLDF that this law is illegal and unenforceable. When the League was founded, each state was given the sovereign right to defend themselves. He spoke slowly and reluctantly. Dickie Boy just deflated then, he looked genuinely hurt. Humiliated, he countersigned that ridiculous order as his second official act as First Lord. After that drama, the rest of the meeting was pretty tame. We ignored Richard's sulking and tackled the same generic platitudes we did every year. It was a shame I did not get the sword fight. Now it was time to get down to the American Smokies and try some of that whiskey I had heard about. First Lord tries to make weapons illegal. Terran Hegemony News headline after First Lord Richard II's coronation. Federated Sons and Capellan Confederation agree to armistice. This unexpected development is believed to be due to concerns from the council meeting they both attended. Clipping from a Terran Hegemony newspaper. Prelude to War 3. New Vandenberg, 2763, Tanya Cameron. Even in the Concordat, we got news of Richard's attempt to make an executive order disbanding all militaries, and making any sort of weapon illegal to own outside of the SLDF. It genuinely frustrated me because it was just so stupid. To even try and pass an order like that shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how the Star League is structured and the territorial rights of member states. The Star League was not really a nation itself. It was a league of multiple nations bound together, but each member state was entitled to its own sovereignty. Even territorial states like the Taurian Concordat had the right to build and maintain their own sovereignty. Prior to the Merrick Civil War, there had been a lot of diplomacies to convince the inner sphere powers to slowly decrease their number of troops, and that was all undone by the Merrick Civil War, War of Davian Succession, and the Pirate Crisis, and most recently the Federated Sons and Capellan Confederation conflict undid all of that. Accurate estimates were hard as most states maintained significant provincial and militia forces in addition to state militaries, but most estimates said that each member state's militaries were beginning to rival their sizes before the reunification war. Add on to that how much martial culture and military prowess were valued in the inner sphere, and the houses would need centuries of change before they even contemplated disarmament. It showed that Richard either did not understand the basics of how the Star League functioned or more likely did not care. I do not know which scared me more. Lieutenant, are you okay? Hammond asked. Yes. Sergeant. I said, returning my focus back to the exercise in the simulator. My lance had destroyed the enemy artillery with great efficiency. You just seem more aggressive in this simulation, Hammond replied. I assure you I am fine, Sergeant, I said in reply. It is just that normally, you hang back and watch us critiquing our form. This sim you have been up front and gunning down targets as they appear. He replied. I am perfectly fine, Sergeant, I emphasized again. My unit needed to focus on the objective, not frivolities. Understood, ma'am. He said in reply, and we completed the exercise without further issues. You train your lance hard, but I can definitely see the improvements in performance, Lafayette said as we were going over my reports. Thank you, sir, I said in reply. I think you might want to add these missions to your exercise plans. He said, give me some tactical information. I looked them over and noticed something in the composition of the units. These are SLDF units we are training to fight. I asked in surprise. I take it you probably won't believe that it is in case the Martial Olympiad is rescheduled. He joked, but for some reason, his voice was devoid of humor. He then continued, "You're smart. I know you have your own suspicions about that ambush that was sprung on you. We have a leak in the SLDF, I said in response. I am afraid it is a bit worse than that. He said in a rather weary tone. Command has become concerned that some units might have been assigned out here too long and come to sympathize with the locals. So there is concern that some units might turncoat. I clarified this seemed like a very bad situation. We already couldn't rely on the Taurian Defense Force, and now we had to be suspicious of other SLDF forces. I know what they teach in schools, and at the academy. Royal divisions are the descendants of the hegemony armed forces and contain the best of the best from the hegemony itself. Do you know our other informal functions? The reason why we have a separate command structure? He asked. I had suspected this. The SLDF recruits from all over, but the royal units only have loyalties to the hegemony and thus the Star League, I said. Which means that we can be counted on to clean up traitorous units. It is a grim duty, but it is ours. He said in response. Once we have managed to determine which units have gone native, we stand a high priority of being activated. So it is best to get training now. He said. And it will help us do better whenever we have the next Martial Olympiad. He said with a forced laugh. The attempted joke did little to lighten the mood. Hopefully this is the work of a few compromised individuals, but it is always best to be prepared. He said reassuringly. Should I inform my lance of this? I agreed, looking over his suggestions. Simulations fighting different Star League mech and tank forces. Best not to worry them for now, with how much you train them just tell them they need some tougher opponents. He suggested. That was believable and could work. That is everything, Lieutenant, you are dismissed. People often expect military life to be exciting. It really was rather mundane. The phrase hurry up and wait was used often. I had known this from my second life, but even then there was a dramatic difference between a military actively fighting a war and a peacetime garrison. The Taurians did their best to make us feel welcome, and our supply trucks often had to be escorted to keep the local rebel groups from trying to plant explosives on them, but it was the infantry that had most of that duty. They only needed assault mechs when they had some rebel stronghold they had managed to pin down. Highlanders were amazing machines for traversing mountainous or urban terrain and destroying enemy armor, but they were not what you wanted hunting infantry insurgents hiding amongst a civilian population. We knew they had tanks and some battle mechs, but they were good at hiding them, because the moment they showed them SLDF mechs would appear to destroy them. Even leave was boring. Theoretically off-duty soldiers could go down to one of the Taurian mining cities or even fly out to the closest spaceports, but the Taurians had managed to make us feel very welcome, and due to heightened tensions that had been suspended for my entire time here. Even if it wasn't, would you want to go into a town that regularly tried to plant explosives on the supply trucks moving to your base? In a way, the posting was surprisingly peaceful. The views from the mountains were spectacular at least. So we trained and we waited. Richard had announced his engagement to Lady Elise Graham, which was good for him. If he managed to have a kid, then it greatly reduced my probability of getting drawn into the madness. If the SLDF stepped in to remove the First Lord, they could simply rule in the name of the child, using the precedent Kerensky's tenure as protector of the realm had set. The big news came when we finally got the message for Richard's second law. The Taxation Edict of 2763 was not a title that sounded ominous. The bill made up for that with its contents. It was going to cause the inner sphere economy to stagnate. This massive tax increase was going to force small businesses and trading companies to close. The Star League was built on trade. It is what kept the member states in balance and at the same meeting table. These trade taxes he was imposing was going to try and strangle that. The added expenses incentivizing local production in a less connected inner sphere. It paved the path to destroying one of the last great bonds holding the League together. Also, this would hurt the hegemony most of all. Even more so than the Free Worlds League, the hegemony survived by trade among the member states. The hegemony's massive economic and industrial base long ago outstripped the rather small collection of hegemony worlds' ability to fuel it. This wasn't the scariest thing in the law though. It was the taxes placed on the periphery. I think that is the only time I have seen the term Royal Fifth put into law. There were tariffs and taxes applied to almost everything, and while the law would stagnate the inner sphere economy, it would kill the territorial states. The periphery would have to revolt, even if the SLDF could put them down. They could not pay this, it just was not possible. They had been backed into a corner. Protector Nicoletta Calderon, Magistrix Janina Centrella, and President Beatrice Avelar released statements condemning the legislation. Only Amoris's response was different, which was expected as the Amoris family had depended on the Cameron family and the hegemony for most of their influence. Amoris had said a statement on how he knew the taxes would be hard, but he had faith that the Rim World's Republic's economy was strong enough and his people frugal enough that they could weather this period of hardship. I could only hope that the High Council could force Richard to back down again before all the periphery states erupted in bloodshed. As I looked out over the jungles, I was very afraid. Just that one ambush had so much hardware the Taurians should not have had. How much did this world conceal? The tunnels into the mountain at this base should be able to withstand a nuclear strike, but we would have to have some warning to retreat inside the shelter. If some of the SLDF was compromised, how much and who? Are you okay, Tanya? De Gaulle said from behind me. I jumped in surprise. Of course, why would I not be? I replied smiling. The news. Seoul, 2763, Stefan Amaris. Welcome to the new Dallas Morning Show. Today we have a segment on the Cameron family. In light of how controversial our First Lord's most recent policies have been, we thought it would be interesting to look at some of the other members of the family. The female newscaster stated. Controversial is putting it mildly, Rebecca. I went to buy a bagel this morning and they were half again more expensive. The male commentator replied. Prices are indeed rising as the new tax edict takes effect, Mitchell, Rebecca replied. Back to our topic at hand, as most people know, First Lord has two younger siblings, Elizabeth and Helen. However, the Cameron family remains rather private and we don't have much concrete information on their personalities. Mitchell. What scandalous rumors there are. Drunken parties and... Rebecca started before being cut off. Rebecca, please be mindful of our ratings, we do not want to give our dear producer any more headaches, Mitchell replied. Well, apart from setting some fashion trends at Richard's coronation, hard details on those two are hard to come by. So who would come after his siblings? Rebecca asked. Well, Richard does not have any first cousins on account of First Lord Simon Cameron being an only child. In fact, to find the next closest relative we need to go all the way back to First Lord Michael II. What the audience's grandparents might remember is that Mother Jocasta actually had a younger sibling, William Cameron. Yes, William died young, but he was married if I recall, Rebecca stated. Yes, and he had a son named Michael Cameron the younger. Michael Cameron was a professor at Oxford and seemed to stay out of politics, not taking any position in the government, and faded from the public eye. He died in a tragic misjump. Mitchell continued. I take it he had at least one child, or you wouldn't be bringing him up. Rebecca said. Yes. He had one daughter, Tanya Margaret Cameron, who is only 2 years older than First Lord Richard. Mitchell commented. And what do we know about her? Rebecca asked. Considerably more facts than on Helen and Elizabeth I can tell you. She graduated from the University of Glasgow with a bachelor's degree in economics at 15. Wow, I guess the famed intelligence of Michael I has shown up someplace in the family? What is she doing now? Is she in the private sector or part of Star League's Department of Economic Relations? Rebecca asked. Apparently the economics degree was just her biding her time, because as soon as she hit 16 she enlisted in the SLDF. She graduated from the War College of Mars and then the Gunslinger Finishing School. She is currently a lieutenant on deployment in the Taurian Concordat. Mitchell replied. What in the galaxy is she doing down there? Rebecca asked. Apparently showing those local insurgents the might of the Star League. My sources have confirmed she fought her way out of an ambush outnumbered 3-1, and managed to save the lives of many Star League soldiers. Mitchell stated. Wow, she seems to be quite talented. What else do you have? Rebecca's asked. Well, nothing yet, but we will definitely be following her career with great interest, Mitchell said. Moving further back. Mitchell started, but the TV screen turned off. I was pleased. One of the greatest risks was that not enough of the Star League garrisons would be deployed to the periphery when the secret army hit. I felt there was a good chance there would, and my control over Richard helped ensure that. However, here I was a victim of my own success. Richard did not do numbers very well, and I needed him to move as much as possible, and I was worried he would not give Kerensky enough. Also for hegemony morale, there was an old movie I watched to be sure it was suitable for Richard. Batman properties were sometimes good and sometimes not. Those that showed Bruce Wayne as above the law because of his station were good, but those adaptations that stressed any sort of noblesse oblige and duty to the city were not suitable. One of the unsuitable ones had a quote that I found myself liking, there cannot be true despair without hope. That was a good explanation of what I was doing with this media campaign. I had dangled the hope of a decent First Lord that could save them from Richard's tyranny in front of them. So when she died in the periphery they would be all the more enraged. I would even make it out like Richard had her killed. Then the hegemony would truly despair. I would come and finally end Richard's madness, and the sheep would believe whatever I told them. Her death in the periphery would also ensure that everything was unleashed on the Concordant and that the SLDF garrisons would be emptied as the vengeful and angry hegemony called for Nicoletta's head. I needed the Concordant to be a bloodbath like the old reunification war. Thank you, Tanya Cameron. You have done so much for me. Prelude to War 4. New Vandenberg, 2764, Tanya Cameron. Our unit had a problem. Cabin fever. We knew that Taurian rebels were out there, but we could not find them. The local Taurian government was frustrating us, and there was still the possibility of SLDF sympathizers. At the same time, the anti-Star League sentiment had done nothing but rise. While we could perform missions without issue when it came to downtime, we were essentially imprisoned within our base. Other bases had perhaps friendlier places near Federated Suns enclaves, but our base had no such towns, and sending soldiers on leave to those places was asking for trouble. With the Taurian Concordat outright refusing to comply with many of the requirements of the Taxation Edict of 2763, it looked like those tensions were not going to be lessening anytime soon, and we needed to keep up morale as the possibility of conflict loomed over the horizon. That was why I was in this meeting. So for the concert idea, should we have a set of songs already picked out or poll our base? De Gaulle asked. I think we should first decide who should be performing, I commented. Yes, we should probably get some of the other logistics sorted out before getting to how to select songs. Lafayette continued. The colonel had sent out a call for ideas on how we could have a celebration to bring together the unit, and now we all had to come up with ideas on what could be done. At some point, we had gotten on the concert idea. My original plan was on a regimental version of the Martial Olympiad, but that had been voted down as we had already done that. I didn't see why we could not do it again. It was certainly as enjoyable as this concert idea and was actually productive. This was a breakfast meeting between the 3 officers of our company. I had not gotten around to eating yet, but Lafayette had managed to procure some waffles and wanted to celebrate his latest shipment of syrup with us. He liked to have some form of breakfast party when he got new shipments every few months or so. He had given some to his own lance for their own breakfast since this officer meeting was taking the place of the normal event. We could do a call for auditions, and then the regiment vote on who they want. I proposed. That is it. How about we replicate those talent shows on TV? We have the colonel and majors as the judging panel, and allow the audience to vote. De Gaulle stated. Would Lieutenant Tanya Cameron please come to the gate? There is another one at the gate. The intercom sounded. De Gaulle and I will be sure and save you some waffles, Lafayette said smiling. Let me know the story behind this one, De Gaulle replied. They shared little sympathy for my new predicament. It seemed like there had been another result of Richard's policies, besides finding some way to make the Taurian Concordat even more hostile. I had entered the Terran hegemony consciousness. The Terran hegemony had an interesting relationship with nobility, where a noble title was often distinct from political power. Political power was derived from corporate holdings and governmental titles. My father had wisely, in my opinion, traded his influence and political power for safety away from dynastic politics. He had not taken any governmental title, and while our family was wealthy, we owned no controlling corporate interests and no lands at all. I had an endowment from both House Cameron and House Stewart, and it was a purely financial wealth fund. Once I really established my own household, I was wealthy enough that I would be expected to support a staff and patron artists, but I did not own any conglomerates or political forces. I had been functionally out of the public eye until Richard had made his personality known and clear to the general public. Now, though, reporters were apparently coming out of the Concordat and climbing up the mountain roads to get to our base to try and interview me. I was on active duty and not in a position where I should be giving interviews, and thus the very kind infantry brigade responsible for guarding the base turned them away. Then some reporters got adventurous and started trying to break into an SLDF base to get pictures of me. Why they thought trying to break into a military base under threat from insurgents was a good idea, I do not know, but they did. Apparently, the infantry guarding the gate of the base treated them as something of a game, a welcome relief from dealing with patrolling Taurian streets for improvised explosives. They had to hold them until I could come to and see if I wanted to press charges against them for harassment. It honestly wasn't worth it, so we just let them go, but I had to actually tell them that each time. Well, let them go with a charge for trespassing on SLDF property, a rather serious crime. Warrant Officer Martinez of the local military police officer was there to greet me. Nice to see you again, Lieutenant. The boys found this guy trying to rock climb up one of the terraces, and not very well. Let's just get this over with. I do not intend to press any civil charges, I said in reply. Thanks, just needed to hear that. You know, thanks to you my arrest rate is through the roof. I think I should be promoted soon, he said in a good cheer I did not share. Congratulations, I am glad these people are benefiting someone, I said in reply. Speaking of promotions, I was nearing when I would be considered for captain. This was my chance to get deployed somewhere away from here. Even another Concordat post to a less hostile world would be a great improvement. I should have it all processed now. You are free to go now. Thank you, Lieutenant, he said, dismissing me. I now had to get back and be sure de Gaulle or Lafayette had not scheduled me to sing a solo or something like that. I opened the door, and jumped back. De Gaulle and Lafayette were slumped over and not moving. There were no other figures in the room. Medic, I shouted, as I went over to them. No pulse. I prepared to try chest compressions, but he remained totally unresponsive. I wasn't quite sure how long it was before the medics arrived, and both of them were pronounced dead. Shortly afterward I met with Major Roland Thompson. I had not had much interaction with the Major directly before this. I do not know how long he had been standing behind me, but I was taken by surprise when he spoke. It is hard to see good soldiers die. My condolences. He said in reply. What happened? I asked, only realizing later that it was impolite to not comment on his sympathy. I should have remembered that. Wait, he was speaking again. Poison, in the captain's syrup. It seems like that paparazzi photographer saved your life. He said in response. He was silent for a moment before continuing in a grave tone, the rest of Alpha Lance is also dead. That was. I don't know how to take this. That was 5 people dead from the 12 men that made up the fighting portion of our unit. All of them were just gone so quickly, and I had been just seconds away from joining them. In my second life, I had lost men before, men on the field of battle. This felt different. I did not know, but someone had to be responsible. They had to be dealt with for the safety of the unit. Was it targeted? Do we know who is responsible? I asked. I had not thought that someone would try to assassinate me so soon, or that they would be so bold as to try and do it in an SLDF base. And come very close to succeeding. They would also need someone to replace Lafayette, preferably an experienced and blooded officer to help deal with these terrorists. Right now we don't believe so, and we do not have any confirmed suspects. Investigations are still being done, but Captain Lafayette bought it as a personal item and did not have the same checks as our company mess. Currently, the theory is that someone in the shipping of the port noticed the semi-regular shipments addressed to the base, and guessed that it belonged to an officer and took a target of opportunity, the Major said. That sounded like a likely story, but I could not help feeling like there was something missing. Perhaps this was being beginning to move against me. It took me a while to realize that the Major had started speaking again. One thing I knew was that we should be able to track down the terrorist responsible, and once that happened it would be best for the unit if we could receive some justice. Your company is in need of a captain now. This is not how anyone wants to be promoted, but we have to play with the cards we are dealt. He said as he presented me with a new pair of rank insignia, the double bars of a captain. I felt hollow. I guess I was not going to be transferred out with a promotion. I pushed that feeling aside. I had a duty to the unit and they should be my focus now. I should have said something as I took the new insignia, but right at that moment I just could not form the words. There was a shadow over our now 7-person company. We were operating as a demi-company while we waited for new recruits. John Clark, Amy McCall, and Susan Arthurs were what remained of Charlie Lance. The absence of de Gaulle, Lafayette, and the rest of Alpha Lance was keenly felt. I did not realize how I would miss them. I would be receiving a new pair of lieutenants and 3 new mech warrior recruits within a few months. I had to reforge this unit. I had to give them some sort of win, something to shake the feeling of being cursed. Fortunately, intelligence soon found some rebels hiding out of a mining town. Should be a simple in and out job, and Major Thompson agreed to let the company go out for a bit of vengeance. Recovered files from Rim World's Republic. The attempt on target Cleopatra failed, as was expected. The operation was a matter of convenience and relied only on supplying information to local Taurian Liberation Front operatives. Even in failure, this operation increases tensions between SLDF and TDF as per secondary objectives. Continuing with scheduled plans. Prelude to War 5. New Vandenberg, 2764, Tanya Cameron. We were preparing to go out. The unit needed this, I know. We needed to finally put the shadow of our fallen behind us. Something that would help us all sleep at night. To keep from seeing those lifeless eyes and remembering being pulled from their bodies in our dreams. Star League intelligence had found that the Taurian Liberation Army was using this mining operation as a front to train their tank divisions. It would mostly be galleons and out-of-date second-line tanks. We were not coming in on a dropship, but we were foot-slogging it through the mountains. The jungle and terrain would hide us. A mechanized infantry company was accompanying us based out of a company of Vector VTOLs, 3 troop carriers and a gunship in the lead lance, and then 2 lances of gunships. We were coming down the mountainside, the old mining facility was in a valley, and with us coming in from one end they would have to either stay and fight or flee toward the other end where another force would be set up to intercept them. A group of Highlanders, infantry, and catapults. We are approaching the enemy. Let us show them what comes from challenging the Star League. For our fallen. I rallied the troops with a speech. It was important for morale that they remember why we are doing this. It had been a long time since we could directly act against these terrorists, and they would be feeling a certain level of helplessness. Especially after the poison. We had to take some form of action, and even if these terrorists were not connected to our captain's murder it would go a long way to helping them sleep at night. Our approach was not exactly quiet, we hoped to drive them into an ambush with the forces at the other end of the valley, so being quiet was actually counterproductive. They had a full lance of Marsden IIS. I actually did not recognize them and my battle computer did the identification. The name jogged my memory, and that particular tank had not been produced for over 250 years. Once I was sure the infantry had dismounted from their vectors, I called out over my mech's loudspeakers, "Attention terrorist forces, this is the SLDF, cease resistance or be destroyed." And then punctuated it with my warhorn. In response, one of the tanks fired. We were well out of range, so it was a useless gesture, but it did reveal that those were not Class 10 autocannons, they were Class 5s. That meant they were original production model Marsden 2s, which means that it was more like 3 centuries old. These tanks were part of the first tank generation after the invention of battle mechs. These were museum pieces, not fighting machines. The one positive they might still have on a modern battlefield was a lot of armor, making them rather survivable machines, but everything else on them was way outdated. I prepared to give the order to move and destroy these antiques, but something nagged at me. This was wrong. With how rare the things were now, you could probably sell them to a museum, collector, or parade unit for a decent value. Then buy gallons or bulldogs, far more useful in a modern battlefield. This seemed too good to be true, ancient relics challenging something they could not hope to fight. Unit hold. Something feels wrong. I transmitted, and then targeted the ground ahead with my LRMs. I had a suspicion. The following explosions were larger than what my LRMs should have caused. "Minefield," I spoke out. "We need to find the edges. They have to have moved their tanks out of this valley somehow." Something still felt wrong though. There was a boom from behind us then, and I called out, "Ambush! Turn around!" on the command channel before spinning as quickly as I could, and when I saw what happened, ice ran through my veins. There were mine shaft entrances in the hillside we had come down. They had been covered by a layer of dirt and camouflage to disguise them. Explosives had just cleared those entrances, allowing the disguised forces to emerge. 8 SRM carriers at point-blank range, and 1 lance of victors behind them. Vaguely I was aware of the infantry shouting that they had engaged Taurian rebel forces attacking from the jungles, while the tanks seemed to have some route through the minefield and were closing in on the infantry while the gunships tried to piece the Marsden's thick armor. Evasive maneuvers. I screamed through the command and jumped as far as I could. But the SRMs began to fire. And then everything was on fire. They were Inferno SRMs. I was able to barely keep my ammunition from exploding and frantically overrode the shutdown sequence. Inferno SRMs were one of the things that every mech warrior was drilled to fear. Mass fire of Infernos could force ammunition inside of an otherwise undamaged mech to cook off, or worse, simply bake a mech warrior to death in the heat. Battle mechs and vehicles did not carry Infernos as a general rule, as the volatile ammunition tended to explode at the slightest provocation. Clark, McCall, and Hammond had to eject immediately as their ammunition exploded. Fortunately, from their status indicators, they all were alive, even if Hammond was unconscious. "Ignore the victors for now, clear the Inferno carriers. They cannot be allowed to fire again," I yelled. The victors would destroy us soon. The Inferno carriers would destroy us immediately. I ran toward it and stomped on it. I hit one with my gauze rifle, which destroyed it in a fireball. I dared not use any of my other weapons as my armor was glowing from the heat of the flames. My heat sinks were fighting the heat of the flames. I absorbed 2 AC/20 rounds on my frontal armor. Medium lasers made gashes on my armor while I felt the impact of conventional SRMs from the victors. Unfortunately, my remaining mech warriors were only able to destroy 1 SRM carrier each, leaving 2 more to fire again. They fired a second barrage, and this time Rodriguez and Arthurs were forced to eject as the Inferno caused their ammo to cook off. Again, mercifully, their ejection equipment performed adequately. I took another AC/20 hit on my leg this time, and I was able to bring my arm up in time to protect my wounded torso from medium lasers. An SRM impacted my cockpit, causing my head to bang into the side of the cockpit. My vision swam, but I steeled myself and tried to focus on the moment blood was running down my forehead. Zeman took fire from the victors as well, even as she managed to destroy another SRM carrier with her gauze rifle. "Captain, my gyro is damaged, I am losing stability. I have to eject," she radioed before she punched out. Now it was just the 4 victors and me. At close range, where the victors had the advantage, I had to destroy them quickly. I targeted the cockpit of the lead one with my gauze rifle and managed to hit true. Now it was 3-on-1. I took another AC/20 hit, and my left arm was blasted off, and with it my SRM launcher. I had to land another cockpit strike or I was dead. Fortunately, my aim was true again, and another victor slumped to the ground, my medium lasers leaving now unneeded scorch marks in it. I only took 1 autocannon strike this time. The other victor narrowly shot over my shoulder, but it stripped the armor off of my right arm, allowing one of their missiles to strike the exposed internals of my gauze rifle, causing it to explode, removing my remaining arm, and my right torso with it. I was now limbless with almost my entire frontal armor gone, and my sole remaining weapon was my LRM launcher, and 2 undamaged 80-ton brawlers before me. If I was captured, I was sure to be lynched once they figured out who I was, so ejection was not an option for me. I was going to have to do something stupid. I did a death from above attack on the nearest victor, turning in the air as I did so to present my more intact rear armor to the remaining one. I managed to perform the maneuver successfully, knocking my opponent to the ground as I came down on top of him. The fire from the other victor stripped my rear armor with its weaponry, damaging my LRM launcher. I stomped on the cockpit of the downed mech to kill the enemy mech warrior before turning and charging the shoulder of my mech into the remaining victor. The victor's pilot appeared to have not been expecting this and toppled backward. I engaged my jump jets to make the distance and managed to come down on his cockpit, but now he fired his own weapon, striking the ammo bins in my left torso. The automatic ejection system flung me from my mech as it exploded. One of the few complaints the Highlander had was that its more inset cockpit, while harder to hit, was rough to eject from. My whole body smashed into the seat from the G-force. I crashed into the dirt nearby as I struggled to get off my neuro helmet and get out of the seat. My right arm was broken, possibly a rib as well, and my vision was still swimming. I wiped the blood out of my eyes with my good left arm. Rodriguez and McCall made their way over to help me up. I noticed that the last victor was in fact dead. However, the fight still was not over. The gunships had managed to disable 2 of the heavily armored Marsdens with a lucky hit at a cost of 2 of their own, but they were still struggling to damage the 2 remaining armored tanks, and if they managed to close to machine gun range they would decimate our infantry still fighting the terrorist foot soldiers. I had to wipe the blood off of my face again to see. I was feeling very dizzy at the moment and my vision was blurring. I needed to stay up though. Then the remaining tanks exploded in a hail of LRM fire. A battle mech strode into view. It wasn't ours though. This is an internal matter. SLDF intervention is neither necessary nor appreciated. All Taurian citizens are to be taken into custody and detained by the Taurian Defense Force, not the SLDF. The Archer in TDF colors sounded over its loudspeaker as Wolverines and Griffins began to appear beside it. If we let them take the prisoners we would never be able to interrogate them. We cannot. Then blackness took me. I came to my senses in the base. I was covered in bandages, and a get well card beside me. Oh, you are up. A man wearing a medical uniform came over. What happened? Did the terrorists get away? Was it all for naught? My voice was dry. You have been out for about 24 hours, you could probably use some water. I am sure an officer will be down to answer your questions. Right now just focus on resting. He said, handing me a glass of water. I hesitated before taking it. Was this really the base or a mock-up of an SLDF medical ward? Was I in Taurian prison? Where they are trying some bizarre integration technique. I looked at the water. They had me while I was unconscious, so they could have killed me then, and that meant the water wasn't likely to be poisoned. I drank it and felt a lot better. You got off rather lightly all in all. Your arm and rib should heal fine with a bit of light duty for rest. You will have some facial scarring, but I hear that scars are the height of fashion for veterans today. He said in a tone that made it clear he was trying to joke even if fell very flat. That did not come like I wanted it to. He then quickly moved on. I will call an officer down, to answer your questions if you are ready. Yes, I would like that. I needed to hear what happened. Was everyone okay? A few minutes later Major Thompson entered my room and he opened up with, "You are one of the best mech warriors I have ever had the pleasure of commanding. Tales of your heroics are making their way around the base. Is my company okay?" I asked. First thing a commander needed to do was know the status of their unit. They are all fine. They were quite relieved once the medical team announced you should make a full recovery. He said with a relieved tone in his voice. That was less than ideal. I should not be showing weakness before my men. I would have to work hard to make up their perception of me. What about the terrorists? I asked, and at this, the major's face turned sour. The TDF moved in and insisted on taking the rebels into custody, apparently citing the victors you destroyed were stolen from one of their bases. Exactly how someone just steals for 80-ton mechs was not explained, but command did not want to risk escalating the situation by starting a conflict with the TDF and agreed to let them take the prisoners first, but secured assurances that they would be turned over to us once the TDF finished their investigation. I fear there will likely be a lot of suicides that happen before we get many of those prisoners. The major sighed. So we failed the objective, I muttered. I would not say that. We destroyed 4 terrorist assault mechs. The fact that they had assault mechs at all is a very worrying thing, but I know I sleep better knowing that what must have been a good portion of their firepower is destroyed. You also managed to get out of an ambush without losing a single mech warrior. He said, before continuing with, I have sent a report recommending you for the Star League Medal of Valor. Thank you, sir, I replied. I hadn't been expecting that, especially for a mission where we had failed at the objective. Twice you have been deployed, twice you were ambushed. Combined with the poisoning incident, I think you might be being targeted specifically, and that our division's communication may be compromised. Which is why I recommend you be transferred. His logic made sense, and I was beginning to suspect that as well. I would not want myself in his unit either, better to send me and whoever was targeting me away from his men. Though it is likely to take a while to take effect. I don't see how you won't get the Medal of Valor for this, and it comes with an automatic increase in rank. You may come close to setting a record for the shortest time spent as a captain, he mused. I highly doubted it. I did not see getting a medal for an action where I managed to lose 7 assault mechs. Light duty was frustrating. I had to content myself with paperwork and watching my unit train in a simulator. People tended to stare now when I walked by, which was uncomfortable. Somehow the rumor mill had turned to me managing to kill a whole company of victors single-handedly, which was ridiculous. I did have some light scarring over my face that left my face looking like it had red cracks, but I was assured that they should fade rather quickly and only be slightly noticeable. My injuries had been miraculously light. I slept poorly. I had some recurring dreams of finding Lafette and de Gaulle. I was sure the dreams would pass in time, so I focused on trying to get what rest I could. I was however much more frustrated that the terrorists got away. I wanted to make sure they were properly interrogated. Someone was trying to kill me, someone who likely was the one who murdered the others. It was important to know that striking against the SLDF would have consequences. We had to make sure that the enemy understood that. Morale had improved from our engagement. I did not let my feelings about our unit's poor performance drain this new morale. I tried to push their training harder to be better next time. Still, the company seemed to latch onto me as a hero. Our unit was off of the active deployment roster while we worked to find the communications leak. I noticed there were also more guards posted around the base and our barracks in particular, which provided some slight comfort. I was not sure who was trying to kill me. I needed more information. The political situation seemed to continue to deteriorate. Many Taurian worlds were outright refusing to pay or respect Richard's new tax codes. It was a standoff. Was the Star League going to try and send in the SLDF to try and force them to? The situation seemed about to erupt, but then we received news that General Alexander Kerensky was being sent to the Concordat to stabilize the situation and to escalate matters. Kerensky had a reputation as a diplomat from his time as regent. Hopefully, he would be able to make some progress. I was also informed that Major Thompson's recommendation was accepted and I would, in fact, receive the Star League Medal of Valor. General Kerensky would award it to me when he arrived for negotiations in a few months, and I would probably leave with his task force once they had found where to assign a new command. I was finally going to leave this place, and hopefully dodge these assassination attempts. Recovered files from Rim World's Republic. Ambush on target Cleopatra failed. No doubt due to poor training of the Taurian agents. The trainer responsible for this has been executed for his incompetence. Target Cincinnatus is also traveling to location. Cleopatra will likely be eliminated with Cincinnatus when we unleash the secret army project. The Commanding General. Seoul, 2765, Alexander Kerensky. I prepared to journey out to Taurus. I hoped I could negotiate some form of settlement, but Richard had not given me much power to compromise. I was a messenger for an ultimatum, and I was going to have to be rather creative to try to reach a peaceful settlement. Maybe I could convince John Davian to provide some alternative aid to Taurus. He might if the Taurians further decreased their military forces. I was going for a difficult set of negotiations. I knew that. It felt different leaving Terra now that Nicholas was born, and Katiusha expecting another so soon. I had put off retirement for too long. Katiusha helped me realize, there would always be another crisis, and always more work to be done. De Chavalier was more than ready, and it honestly wasn't fair to the man to hold him back. This would be my last campaign, and once the Concordat issue was settled, I would put in my resignation and retire to spend time with Katiusha, Nicholas, and very soon Andiri. I hadn't been there for Richard, and I would not repeat those mistakes. I had utterly failed Richard, that was clear. I hadn't known anything about raising a child and figured I would simply delegate to someone who did. The mark of a good officer is normally to let experts do their jobs. None of the tutors or governesses stuck though, and by the time I realized everything was wrong, Richard had found someone on his own. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Stefan Amoris's unmistakable form appeared in the hallway. Richard's standing order giving him clearance to most SLDF facilities was a horrible security risk, and I had to just make do with having him subtly tailed when he entered. He wasn't wearing the Neo-Mongolian garb he favored for formal events, and instead, he was wearing a nice suit with the Rim World's shark embroidered on them. I felt a shark suited him well. He at least did me the favor of not playing the fool. I knew he was a shameless manipulator who sold favors from Richard for political influence. The Amoris family had always tried to ride Cameron's coattails to even greater power. General, I am glad to catch you before you go. He said, smiling. My apologies, President, but I am rather busy and do not have the time to trade pleasantries. I had no desire to have him gloat more about how he had managed to take control of Richard from me. It was my failure that allowed this to happen. You misunderstand me, General. I know we don't see eye to eye in many places, but we both really do love the Star League, and we both care for the First Lord. This is a peace offering. Amaris stated. I did not believe him at all. Amaris seemed to anticipate that. I am sure you are aware that the Rim World's Republic Intelligence Service is one of the finest in the Star League. I am aware of their reputation, yes. He was right, I would put his people just after my own intelligence service incompetency. It was an annoyance of mine. Well, they might have had better success infiltrating Taurian partisan organizations. After all, sometimes it takes a periphery bumpkin to fit in with another periphery bumpkin. He said, chuckling as he offered me a note putter. This is all the data we have on our friends down rimward. I took it from his hands and gave it a look over. The data looked genuine at first glance. He may be serious about this. Not genuine understanding, but some ploy for me to lower my guard or view him in a better light. I will have to have this vetted by our own intelligence services, I am sure you understand, but this information is likely to be very helpful, and for that, I have to thank you on behalf of the Star League. I replied, but I continued with, if you are in fact genuine when you say you care for the First Lord, the best thing you can do is to stay away from him. Governing the hegemony in the Star League is very different from the Rim World's Republic, and it requires fundamentally different styles of leadership. I told him to make sure he understood that this one gift meant I still disapproved of him. I also did not want to admit it, but it was a genuine plea to the man. His authoritarian style of governance might be the norm in his state, but it was being rejected by the House Lords and the hegemony governors. If Richard did not start listening to his governors, things were going to keep getting worse. On that front, you do not have to worry. I have been away from the Republic too long. I won't be back on Terra anytime soon. I love Terra, but I confess I am just a little homesick. He said in response. I had not expected that. Amaris willingly leaving the court of the Star League was surprising. Perhaps Richard's new tax edict was causing more discontent in his realm than he let on. That provided some hope at least. Amaris was likely the only person who could convince the First Lord to revoke it. I wish you the best on your journey, I said with sincerity I had not ever expected to give Amaris. Thank you, General, he said with a nod, and he left me back to my preparations. I looked down again at the paperwork for Captain Tanya Cameron's Medal of Valor. She had certainly earned it. Why she was deployed to the 19th Army was something I was looking into. She should have been sent touring the hegemony in the 1st Army. As it stood, her unit had a rough deployment, and it was time I had her rotated home as a new major. She would be leaving with my task force once I concluded negotiations. I had not personally known her father, as he had made his stance on politics quite clear, withdrawing to Scotland and academia. I did remember when her mother was rejected as a proper guardian for Richard on account of not being politically well known enough. If only her father had lived, he would probably have been a better regent than I and raised Richard properly. I should also have brought in Rebecca Cameron Stewart to help raise Richard in hindsight. I had not known her at all and had not wanted to take the chance, but she seemed to have raised a daughter noble in both demeanor and title. Tanya's record reminded me of Simon. Simon might not have been the most charismatic, but he was principled and dutiful. He was a good friend, and it pained me to have failed him and his son so much. Prelude to War 6. New Vandenberg, 2765, Tanya Cameron. Kerensky was still on his way here, and already I could feel the difference. He must have committed a lot of intelligence agents ahead of time, as there had been lots of reports of terrorist bases and camps being raided and brought to justice. The SLDF was out in force, and it seemed like things might actually improve. I had gotten 2 new lieutenants, Joseph Marcus from Darien and Boris Xavier from New Earth, and a new lance of mech warriors. Xavier was over de Gaulle's old lance. Marcus had the fresh recruits. I had neglected to inform Mother of the poisonings, and only of my promotion. Not wanting to overly worry her when there was nothing she could really do for Terra. I had messaged her I would be receiving the Medal of Valor, as well as trying to soften the situation. I did not want to put unnecessary worry on her. Apparently, the story of both the poisonings and the ambush leaked to the news surprisingly quickly, and the full story was aired in Terran news reports well before my message made it to Castle Cameron. Mother had responded by sending a priority HPG message to see how I was, and I could tell she was worried. She was rather upset that I hadn't told her about the poisoning. I could tell she was worried for me. I had not wanted this, and I wasn't sure how best to console her. I let her know I was unharmed. My scars could even be completely removed in a simple cosmetic procedure if I wished. I also ended up focusing on how with my soon-to-be promotion to major, I would probably retire after a year or 2. My military credentials should be enough to gain respect from the SLDF if they moved against Richard. I also included how I was likely to be assigned somewhere else and should be away from further fighting. I hoped this would help put her mind at ease. I had missed seeing her. I hoped my next post was in a more developed place where I could either get leave to visit her, or she could come and visit me. That would be ideal. In other news, I had gotten a statement from my wealth managers, and Richard's tax edict shrinking the economy had had less disastrous effects on it than I had feared. Its value had diminished with the entire economy contracting, but the losses were significantly less than I had expected. The interplanetary shipping shares had lost value due to the decline in trade, but they should bounce back as jump ships were perhaps the most important section of the industry. Several of the manufacturing interests had grown, which I was not expecting. The three biggest winners were Quixcell, GM, and Star Corp. All of these companies operated significant local factories across the inner sphere, meaning they were not as dependent on shipping and could better provide for local demand. They had also diversified my portfolio more into companies from the Federated Suns, Lyran Commonwealth, and Free Worlds League. The Combine and Capellan Confederation had harder laws for foreign investors. The reason cited for this is these economies would likely not be as volatile in relation to new legislation. Which was a diplomatic way of saying that investors were leaving the hegemony to put more distance between them and Richard's leadership. Which wasn't good. As Kerensky's tour neared us and my awards ceremony drew closer and it looked more and more like I would be able to transfer out of here, I began wondering what I would do after this. Someone was likely trying to kill me. I would have to remain cautious, but I also had the feeling that something was going to happen with Richard soon. Director General Jacob Cameron had, despite his reputation for egocentrism and excess, shaped up to be a decent enough ruler after an assassination attempt brought him to his senses. His son Director General Theodore Cameron was similar. He built extravagant palaces during times of economic recession and frivolously spent state funds. He renovated Versailles to be an actual royal residence once again. When he bulldozed the Alamo to make his vacation ranch, it sparked a 6-day populist uprising. The hegemony governors had managed to make Theodore face reality and he apologized and rebuilt the Alamo, and likewise shaped up as ruler. Hopefully, Richard would experience a similar awakening as well. It was a hope. It had happened before. Richard also announced the birth of his daughter Amanda Cameron, which further decreased the chances of my involvement. Perhaps his wife would assassinate him and rule as regent for her daughter. That would also help the Star League. Tension still seemed to build with the Concordat. Every arrest the SLDF made seemed to further inflame public sentiment and things seemed ready to combust. The arrival of General Kerensky seemed to further heat things up. Taurians protested him and likened him to General Furlow. So far there had been nothing other than the standard protests and bombing attempts, but we were on alert. I was not prepared for the announcement. A surprise briefing was called for all members on the base, in which a recording from General Green, who was in command of the 19th Army, played. A few hours ago, terrorist forces detonated a nuclear device at Fort Simpson on Perdition, killing all members of the 265th Heavy Assault Regiment. Rest assured that this atrocity will not go unanswered. We must remain vigilant to prevent further opportunities for these terrorist forces. As of this moment, all of the 19th Army is called to full battle readiness, and to remain as such until further orders. The general stated. The Taurians had a history with nuclear weapons. Famously they never signed the Ares Conventions, but this was an unheard of escalation for our garrison. I wasn't sure what would happen. The SLDF needed to respond somehow. The thought of it happening here. What followed was 4 days of agonizing waiting, as the SLDF did nothing. I could understand the dilemma. The use of nuclear weapons is usually countered by deploying your own, but we could not do that in this case, unless we wanted to massacre civilians. Which would cause a full-scale rebellion. So there was the question of how we would retaliate, and in 4 days that question was still unanswered. Kerensky was nearing us on his tour, and with him would hopefully come reinforcement, or at least possibly an opportunity for me to leave. That hope was dashed by the Taurian news broadcasts. The people of New Vandenberg have suffered too long under Terra's imperialist boot. We are joining Perdition and 9 other worlds in decreeing that we have had enough. As of this moment, we no longer acknowledge the Star League's authority here, and only that of the Taurian Concordat. The governor announced to a cheering crowd. This was bad. The year of 1,000 battles won. New Vandenberg, 2765, Private Smith. I was driving our APC, and listening to the radio chatter. Kerensky had landed and I could only pray he got us out of this mess. We could have come down and eliminated the rebels in a few hours, but then Calderon declared this an internal crisis. Stupid woman wouldn't let us do our jobs. So for now it was the TDF's job to apprehend the rebel forces, and considering the TDF and the rebel forces seemed to be the same thing, I did not think they would be making any arrests soon. Kerensky had put out some calls to meet with their local governments to try and negotiate some solution, but he had been ignored. He was currently visiting some base to award a medal down south. The Southies had it easy up here in Britain. We didn't have mountains or jungles to hide from the natives. After what they had done to Fort Simpson, I felt we should just drop a couple of nukes on the planetary governor's mansion and be done with it. As it stood, we were just doing patrols by the TDF bases to remind them that they had a job to do, and it was only so long before if they didn't do it we would. We approached Fort Gorky, which was a rundown old SLDF facility we had sold to the yokels and knew their infantry based out of it. We were passing its gates staring at the Taurian forces, reminding them what to do, when my vehicle made a crunk sound and ground to a halt. What a terrible place for a breakdown. What a terrible place for a breakdown. I muttered, turned up, and motioned to the sergeant. APC's broken down. The sergeant turned. All right, everybody out. Stay alert, people. I don't like this. He turned to me, let me know if you can or cannot fix this quickly. I am calling us a tow. I don't want to be out here in the open. The boys filed out, and I made my way toward the main engine compartment. While the sergeant was radioing headquarters. The sound of gunfire distracted me from my work. Man down was yelled from outside, and then my world exploded. New Vandenberg, 2765, Tanya Cameron, 10 minutes after the Fort Gorky incident. Things had just gotten worse. Protector Calderon's declaration of the rebels as an internal matter meant that the SLDF was technically not at war with the rebels and even more than that legally could not act. When each state signed the Star League Accords, one of the rights each state had was the ability to handle their own affairs, and police themselves without SLDF interference. That precedent had evolved during the Merrick Civil War, where the Star League refused to intervene despite calls to, as it was a Free Worlds League internal matter. The problem was that Toraine government wasn't going to put down the rebellion, and instead cheered it on. The TDF needed to actually do something about the rebels or things were going to boil over. The Federated Sons are unlikely to appreciate the Concordat being unruly, and the First Prince would demand action soon. Even if he needed to create some pirate forces to do it himself. The unrecognized state of the Tortuga Dominions had been founded by Federated Sons expatriates, and it would likely be simple for him to use them as a proxy to attack the Concordat. Kerensky had publicly called for them to see reason, and meet with him to discuss a peaceful resolution, but he had been ignored. Which led to this event, as I had donned my dress uniform today. I was about to meet Kerensky. He was going to award me my Medal of Valor, and my new promotion. Kerensky was going to tour and speak at bases all over New Vandenberg while he waited for the leaders to see sense and meet with the SLDF. He was going to start with ours, and as part of that, he was going to do my award ceremony. I had learned I was supposed to go to Fort Furlough for training on how to handle large units, but if that was still happening was up in the air because of the current standoff. A lot was up in the air with the current standoff. Most SLDF bases had large amounts of civilian protests at their gates. Fortunately, our base, Fort Bolivar, was in the mountains and significantly more fortified and remote. We had locked down the mountain. Nobody not wearing an SLDF uniform was going to get through. I was out on the grounds in front of the mech bay, behind us the war machines loomed visible in their hangar. My brigade stood at attention, and then I saw Kerensky accompanied by some of his staff come forward. Kerensky did not carry a presence you would expect from the man in command of the largest military force humanity had ever assembled, and he projected a rather subdued demeanor from his rather thin frame. As he came in front of our battalion, he turned to face us. Soldiers of the SLDF. I have the pleasure of recognizing one of your comrades. For gallantry and heroism above and beyond the call of duty in the face of enemy forces. Captain Tanya Margaret Cameron stepped forward. He said as he stood before us. I walked over toward him with a salute. Be at ease, Captain. It is my pleasure as Commander General of the Star League Defense Force to present you with the Medal of Valor. He said as an aide came forward and handed him a silver Cameron star hanging from a black and silver ribbon. He slowly drew out the award. I was dimly aware of one of his other staff members reading out the details of the ambush, but my attention was held by the Commander General. You are a credit to the SLDF, he said, draping the medal round my neck and then handing me a new pair of rank insignia, and spoke out to the crowd. We may all look to Major Tanya Margaret Cameron as an example of excellence and valor. New Vandenberg, 2765, Militia Commander Robinson, 4 hours after the Fort Gorky incident. I wanted to shoot Beckett. The idiot hadn't been able to tell an APC crew dismounting for an attack between a group getting out to fix their engine. Hint: if they had actually been hostile, the APC would have been shooting at you and the troops running. Now it looked like we were going to start early. The first few hours had been tense. I expected a full vengeful mechanized infantry regiment to appear and storm the fort. When none had come, I had at first felt confused. We had given them the excuse they needed to drive the TDF from New Vandenberg. Then I realized the general must be waiting to receive authorization to use strategic weapons. It was the only way the SLDF had taken Vandenberg the first time, and it made sense that they would conquer us in the same way. I was frantically calling all Taruian units so I could let them know we had to start early. Priority HPG message sent from New Vandenberg through a shell company. Freedom Managerial Consulting. Arminius Rising. Recovered from Rim World's Republic logs. Unfortunately, the local forces were hesitant to use nuclear weapons, wanting to take the facility intact, and thus the use of Brutus assets against Cincinnatus and Cleopatra has been authorized, and the use of reserved hardware and personnel has been granted to help ensure success. New Vandenberg, 2765, Colonel Arthur Benedict 250th Mechanized Infantry Regiment. 10 hours after the Fort Gorky incident. I had sworn to defend the citizens of the Star League, and I had wanted to do just that. 2 decades of watching the Taruians exploited, and worked to death by the inner sphere. Federated Sons corporations taking over and driving everyone's wages. Looking at the craters Furlough had put in the land and knowing that each was the grave of regular civilians. During a joint training exercise, I befriended some in the TDF. I hated having to do this, but when they approached me, I found there was only one choice my conscience would allow me to take. I would defend the people, even if that was from the League itself. I had not been able to recruit all of the officers, and many of the men wouldn't likely follow. It was regrettable and a waste, but at least it would be quick. I got the notice that the TDF was arriving. It was best they had a proper welcome. They would need our equipment at least. New Vandenberg, 2765, Captain McGee Thoron Freedom Army, 27 hours after the Fort Gorky incident. In his new SLDF uniform, he looked at his brothers in their newly acquired Ripper. A few sympathizers had joined in other units, but most just surrendered their equipment. Unwilling to fight their unjust war against the Concordat but also unwilling to slay their fellow soldiers themselves. I could understand them, but I still felt it was cowardly. It is not like they did not know what we would use their equipment for. Well, they did not know about this plan, but they had known we would use it to kill a lot of SLDF. Come in, Fort Bolivar, this is Patrol Charlie 6 of the 250th Infantry and one of our birds has a fuel leak. Request permission to land at your facility while we get her patched. I sent over the comms. Permission granted. You can land on the northern airstrip. The base radioed back. It was amazing how many doors up-to-date SLDF IFF and communication codes could do. The trick to taking a fortress was to start from inside. A few minutes later, his troops dismounted their Rippers on the tarmac to friendly greetings from the enemy fortress. Now we had to shut down the air defense, and then kill any officers and mech warriors we could to prepare the way. New Vandenberg, 2765, Tanya Cameron, 30 hours after the Fort Gorky incident. My position was still interesting. I was a major now, but since we had been called to battle readiness before I could be reassigned, I was still in command of my company and still part of Major Thompson's battalion. The situation should be resolved shortly, but for the moment I was in my Highlander as our battalion was the one on current watch duty. It was mere hours after my awards ceremony and promotion, but an incident with the 1st French Regiment had greatly increased the possibility of the war going hot. The SLDF now had the legal right to intervene, and no doubt Kerensky was using that threat to try and de-escalate things. I had a feeling today would end in violence, but it should be a short conflict as the SLDF came out in force to destroy the Taurian garrisons, and forced the planets to the table for negotiations. Our battalion had my company as a heavy assault on our Highlanders. A company of catapults as fire support, and a mobile company composed of 2 lances of Wolverine IIS and a lance of Griffins. Major Thompson was an Emperor as his command mech for the brigade. If the alarm was sounded, then the whole regiment would be able to mount up and move out to defend us. Our base was dug up into a mountain and only accessible from jump-capable equipment, the air, or a defensible mountain pass. We had mighty long tom cannons as part of the base's defenses, as well as an air defense net. We had one of the most secure positions on the planet. That was probably why General Kerensky was still on the base while he tried to coordinate things remotely. So I was not expecting the base's alarm to suddenly go off, and firefights to erupt in the middle. What had even happened? Fortunately, our base's communications channel sounded warning the enemy is disguised as SLDF soldiers and infiltrated the base. Soldiers in the uniform of the 250th Infantry are hostile. I guess the SLDF defectors were choosing now to act. Disregard that order. The enemy has taken the communication center, the 82nd Infantry are the hostiles and the 250th are friendly. The radio sounded again. Both had official communication codes. The enemy is in the communication nets and trying to sow confusion. The hostile are wearing the uniforms of the 243rd Infantry. The radio buzzed for a 3rd time. This was a disaster. From inside my mech, though, there was not a lot I could do to help a firefight inside the buildings, and I was left for a moment wondering what action to take. That question was answered in just a few seconds as I saw long-range targeting blips appear on my sensors, aerospace fighters. The base's anti-aircraft emplacements remained ominously silent. Which meant that this was down to us. There was a full wing of 8 heavy aerospace fighters, and they were a design that I did not recognize. The targeting computer pinned them as Vulcans, but they were 80-ton strike fighters according to the readout and were probably rather dangerous. The fighters would come into a pass before the first wave of mechs landed. I never thought I would wish for a rifleman, but if we had one of those they would have been very useful right now. As it stood, our best weapons against the fighters were our LRMs, our Gauss rifles had the range, but scoring a hit would be. Major Thompson had the best chance with his cluster rounds from his autocannons, the Wolverine IIS, and their ultra-autocannon 5s as well, but the catapults would probably have to do most of the work. I had to hope that the other mech warriors mounting up would get some more Emperors or give them all the missiles you can, I ordered the company as we braced for the attack. The collective autocannon fire and missile storm managed to down one of the Vulcans and damaged all of them, but the fighters made their attack run. Class 10 autocannons and laser fire rang out. My armor took a few strikes, but it held. My company had been relatively lightly dusted as it seemed like most of the enemy fire had been concentrated on Major Thompson's mech was destroyed by repeated strikes. Extra light engines allowed mechs like the Emperor to mount much more weaponry but were much more fragile. His ejection seat should have saved him, but he was away from the tactical console, which left me in command of the battalion. The aerospace fighters swung around to come in for another attack run. At this sensors rang out that mech forces were approaching the base. One equipped with jump jets coming up over the mountainside, and another coming up the road. The other mech warriors should be coming out by now, firefight or not. This was unacceptably sloppy of them. The enemy troops are held up in the mech bay. We need to clear the way to get the mech warriors out. The radio chimed in. Disregard that order. The enemy is trying to take the mech bay and we need to defend it. Rang out. The mech bay is a distraction, they are trying to blow the ammo depot. Help. The radio called. Ignore calls to divert forces, the enemy has been pinned down in the mech bay itself. The radio sounded again. Then a voice I recognized sounded played, this is General Alexander Kerensky, and I am currently trying to take the mech bay from an enemy force. The infiltrators are using the IFF codes and uniforms from the 250th Infantry, and if you see that code, shoot them. Hopefully, we will be able to have our reinforcements soon. Because that was a lot of mech signatures. The fighters made their second attack run and 3 of the remaining fighters spun out of control most of the damage from the LRM storms we were putting up. This time my company had the focus. It was spread out over our company though, so our armor still held even if it was very thin in places. The first of the mech attackers would be coming over the rise and moving toward the base, the larger mech force still climbing the road. 2 companies mirrored our own mobile company. 8 Wolverines and 4 Griffins each. The remaining company had a lane of the Lia refit of the Crusader with jump jets, and 2 lances of dervishes. We outgunned them easily, but this was just the first wave. I issued my orders, mobile company, tie up the enemy mediums, fire support company keep on those enemy fighters. My company will move in to destroy the enemy heavy mechs. I said. Our Gauss rifles should be able to make short work of the enemy. Start with the Crusaders, aim for their left side torsos. The ammunition should finish them off. I said, their machines lacked cellular ammunition storage equipment, case, so destroying an ammo bin would end them as a threat. Our mediums were outnumbered 2 to 1, but we had superior armor and firepower. Our Griffins lacked the LRM fire but carried ECM suits that protected their whole formation from incoming fire. The ultra autocannons carried by our Wolverine IIS could on average double the firepower of their original models. The enemy missiles peppered the Griffin's ECM field, causing most to fail to establish a target lock. In comparison, our Gauss and missile fire tore into the Crusaders. Each Crusader had 3 Gauss rounds at it and a hail of 60 LRMs their way. Some missed, but we destroyed 2 immediately as their ammunition exploded. One went down as its leg was blown off and the last one's arm sheared clean off. The fighter squadron's third attack run caused the most problems. McCall's SRM arm was destroyed, and Rodriguez's left torso's armor was stripped. He will be forced to eject soon. The catapults managed to down 2 of the aerospace fighters and force the remaining ones to return to base, which finally cleared the skies for us. The enemy mediums had taken a lot of punishment from our lines. The other mech forces continued to draw closer. Then a gigantic boom sounded, and a fireball shot into the air. It seems like they had managed to destroy our ammunition depot. That was not good, but right now we had our own issue to deal with. Charlie Lance, finish the Crusaders up. Beta takes one of the lances of enemy Griffins, we will take the other. The Griffin keeps its ammunition in the right torso. Fire support companies help take the enemy Wolverines off the field. I gave the orders. The catapults should have less risk of friendly fire with their LRMs and should be able to pick off many of the already armored Wolverines. The remaining Crusaders were rendered inoperative. I managed to score a hit with my Gauss rifle right into the side torso of one of the Griffins. With my LRMS I succeeded at stripping the armor but failed to detonate the ammunition. The pilot, however aware of his danger, chose to eject. All told, the rest of us managed to heavily damage the Griffins, but only one other was disabled right away. The enemy was soon down to 3 Wolverines as well. Our medium company was still holding, and we were being protected from Griffin's ECM. We should be able to hold, but looking at the signatures climbing up the mountain we would need some help. I turned to look in that direction, and that was what saved me. 12 large mechs were headed up from the path and jumping in from the side. They were not showing on our sensors. Considering what I recognized them as, it was to be expected. The exterminator was designed to infiltrate enemy lines and destroy enemy commanders. They carried an advanced null signature system that kept them from appearing on normal sensors. It was tightly controlled technology, and while the Star League member states were rumored to have some, the TDF should not have had this at all. Exterminator company trying to flank us, I called out to my company. We need to deal with enemy flankers, just hold the line and keep them from getting into the base until the reinforcements finally arrive. Seeing we had made them, the exterminators dispersed on their jump jets. Each exterminator was mainly armed with 4 medium lasers and had thin armor, but targeting computers was going to have a lot of trouble locking on. The surviving Griffins targeted us as well, and a few of their PPC shots rang, causing Rodriguez's and McCall's already wounded mechs to go down, forcing pilot ejections. Switch off targeting your Gauss rifle, aim your shots visually, follow up with your medium lasers. Don't rely on your missiles. I ordered. I slammed a Gauss round into one, as it closed with me. Many of my company missed with only a few more Gauss rounds hitting home. I needed to drill with manual targeting more. Never mind me for not expecting to fight controlled stealth systems. The enemy headhunters managed to close in enough to fire their lasers, and these pilots were well trained. They targeted the weakest areas of our armor. One of Xavier's mech warriors ejected from the explosion, and then Xavier's Gauss rifle went up, taking his arm and some of his right torso with it. Arthur's gyro went out, forcing her to eject, and Clark was missing a right torso from an ammunition explosion. I managed to kill the one I hit earlier with a second Gauss round and put lasers into another to strip most of the armor off of the right torso. I did not remember where the exterminator stored the ammo for its 10-tube LRM launcher, but it was often in the torso opposite the launcher, so I guessed. My company was better with manually targeting the lasers and adjusted to using their Gauss rifles without the target guidance better. They managed to finish off the one I had wounded and wounded a few of the others. Xavier's lance was now completely wiped out and Clark was forced to eject, leaving just Marcus, Zeman, Hammond, and I left standing. We now had 10 enemy mechs advancing on us. These pilots were very good, managing to target the parts the fighter craft had already exposed. What were they doing here in these machines? Focus on the battle at hand. Keeping track of the other fight while our mediums were doing good, they were taking heavy damage. We needed reinforcement. I needed to even the odds quickly, move in close. I would like to see their camouflage block a punch. I sprinted forward. I missed an enemy cockpit instead of hitting the center torso below, but I was able to finish it off with a few medium lasers to the core. I activated my jump jets then to do a death from above on one of the other exterminators. He fired his own jump jets, managing to dodge, but as I landed I was able to hit a solid punch to his cockpit, killing the enemy mech warrior. I then lost my left arm to the exterminators. Can these pilots just miss one shot, please? Who were these people? Zeman managed to kill another. Marcus had lost the last of his center torso armor, but he managed to kill another. Hammond was missing a left arm as well from blocking, but another had fallen before his fire. We had managed to wear down their armor by now. Now it was 5 on 4. Marcus's went down next. His center torso was destroyed, triggering his ejection seat. Zeman blocked some fire from taking the last of her left torso armor at the cost of her left arm. Hammond's leg was destroyed, causing him to crash to the ground. An explosion left my ears ringing and the world silent for a few minutes as my ammo in the left torso went up, the case system preventing my mech from going with it. My left ear seemed partially deaf for the moment at least. I refocused and managed to destroy one of the damaged exterminators closest to Hammond's mech, and charged the other, knocking it down with a kick. Zeman managed to destroy another, but I was unsuccessful in keeping the last one from destroying Hammond's cockpit while he was down. Killing him. I stomped on the downed mech and managed to put a Gauss round straight through the last exterminator, avenging him. The main force was almost up the mountain road. But first I had to deal with the medium mechs. The other two companies had almost finished off the last of the Taurian vanguard. Zeman, we need to keep fighting, I said, turning to overlook the road. The first elements were coming into view. 2 battalions were heading our way. Among them are Warmers, Marauders, Archers, and a few Banshees. However, leading the way was a company of Locusts. Each Locust wasn't normally threatening, but they would send targeting data to the Archers below. As the last Taurian vanguard died, I began to regroup the survivors. Then I heard the best news ever from our communications. I am sorry for the wait, Major, but I believe we can help. I hope the good Colonel won't be too angry about me borrowing his mech when we find him. General Kerensky said as a friendly pillager mech showed up on sensors, and with him, the rest of our mechs finally filed out. Major, you need to convince the general to get out of the mech now. He was shot. Someone sounded over the radio. It was just a grazing blow, and I am needed at a command console, Kerensky said. De Chevalier should have some reinforcements soon. Your battalion held well and gave us the time we needed to retake the base and get the mechs powered up. You have proven yet again you are a credit to the uniform. Sir, beware, the enemy had a company of exterminators, I said, warning him of possible headhunters. That is most troubling. We will have to investigate as to how much equipment got into rebel hands. There was some exchange of fire, but the Taurians retreated once it became clear that we had awakened. Soon SLDF fighters appeared in the sky and began to make attack runs. Our base though was in absolute ruins. The air defenses had been permanently destroyed, and the ammo depot explosion had destroyed a large portion of the base. I fear that it might be best if we abandon this position. We need to reconsolidate and focus on defeating the Taurians. De Chavillard should have some dropships here to evacuate the regiment soon. Quarters on McKenna's Pride are not as spacious, but it will have to do for now. Kerensky said, surveying the damage. That might feel like a defeat, but this was a victory. They hoped to destroy the regiment, but you have endured. I began to try and sort through who had survived. We needed to complete the casualty list. We eventually found the colonel's body from where the infiltrators had killed him. Major Thompson had not survived the battle. As the 2 other majors in the regiment were also found dead, it took me a minute to realize that I was now the highest-ranked officer in the regiment. Kerensky had left in one of the first dropships to get to the command ship and coordinate the SLDF forces on the planet, but he had left members of his staff to help coordinate the evacuation of the base. A lot of mech warriors had died trying to get to their mechs. Hammond was dead, along with McCall. I looked through the devastated base and over the damaged and destroyed mechs. I could not help but feel like it was going to get even worse. The Year of 1,000 Battles 2. New Vandenberg, 2765, Alexander Kerensky. I had hoped to avoid this, but now I had no choice. We would be suppressing the Taurian rebellion through force of arms. This was going to set back relations with the Concordat dramatically, and cause the state to decline further. Normally I would be standing over the tactical map, but the bandages covering my side required me to be seated for this. I was lucky. If their aim had been better I would have been killed, but as it stood it was a grazing blow. Not serious, but rather painful from the laser burns. The defecting units were a blow to morale and not something I had expected. However, now that the shock and surprise were wearing off, not enough had defected to make a long-term difference. This meant my most pressing concerns were their knowledge of my itinerary and the presence of the exterminators. We had long suspected that the Taurians had more forces available than they should have. Exterminators were something that should have been well beyond their means to acquire nonetheless. Finding how they were procured would be a priority for intelligence. I also knew that the SLDF communications were compromised. Probably from the defecting units, but we were still trying to determine how deeply it was compromised. Mercifully for this opening attack, the TDF had held back on nuclear weapons. I suspected the only reason they had not used my position was that the fallout would have contaminated an aquifer. One that had only relatively recently purified itself from the reunification war, and the Taurians would have been reluctant to undo the hard work they had done restoring it. Aaron had already had our fighter wings establish total aerospace superiority, easily destroying the TDF's small and outdated arsenal, and we should be able to intercept any strategic missiles. We just had to worry about Davy Crockett's, and our scouts should be able to detect any artillery in range that could fire those. One of my concerns was the Vulcan fighters that had been deployed during the rebel assault. The periphery powers all imported limited amounts of the design, but they did not operate many heavy fighters. To use that many in a ground attack role was a poor strategic move, even against a valuable target like me. I did not want to bet that my enemies were foolish. I suspected that the Taurians must have an illegal stockpile of fighters to draw from. I had our fighter wings ready and waiting for when such a force appeared, and they should be more than capable of dispatching it. Without the use of strategic weapons, the smaller TDF would not be able to compete with the SLDF forces for long. They simply lacked the resources. Right now our forces should be finishing up securing all major cities and industries. Every single TDF base or defecting SLDF formation should be driven underground. We would have notionally complete control of the planet within a few days. However, there was a large difference between theory and practice here. The TDF would go underground and try to carry out a sustained guerrilla war. It was going to be a bloody affair, but we should be able to drain them. I would estimate that we should be able to destroy most of their heavy equipment within 2 months of ground operations. At that point, one could call the crisis over, but the 19th Army was going to end up fighting a guerrilla war for potentially years. The 19th had always had issues with insurgents and terrorists, but this would be at a previously unforeseen scale, with the possible threat of small nuclear devices like what had been used on Perdition. I had hoped to avoid all of this. This was not the situation I had wanted de Chavalier to take his office into. Well, this is a mess, Aaron said, summarizing the situation nicely. Indeed, I replied. That the soldiers would defect like that, and try to kill you. I honestly think death is too good for them. A Kohler was hung for his crimes. We may need to build some gallows. De Chavalier said he was far more passionate than I was, and he had a very different command style. It was an effective one and we worked well together. I would miss him. I don't imagine too many will end up our prisoners, and I think it would be best for a simple firing squad. Now is not the time for gallows. I said. Privately I felt Rebecca had always regretted hanging a Kohler and denying him a proper firing squad. A Kohler had been in the unfortunate position where his duty to keep the League safe had conflicted with his duty to the First Lord, and he had done what he thought was best. His coup attempt, while unsuccessful, did finally convey the message to First Lord Jonathan Cameron that he needed to see reason. A Kohler may have been treasonous, but he had saved the Star League. I honestly feared ever being in that position, and with how Richard had been behaving. It was perhaps best that I had already decided to retire. Poor McLean. The High Council is going to call for his resignation for this, and we aren't going to be able to stop them this time. I winced a little. General Jeremy McLean was a good man, but he had expected to put in his resignation when he published Lifting the Veil of Samantha, a study of the Taurian people during the reunification war. I had interceded as General McLean was exactly the type of man I had wanted running the LVI Corps on New Vandenberg. Someone who could help bridge the SLDF and Taurian forces. Unfortunately, that gap had proved too vast to bridge as had been feared. Now the High Council was going to try and pin the blame for the defections on General McLean. McLean would bear some responsibility, but the House Lords and their ruinous economic policies, and refusal to deploy us to settle disputes bore more of the responsibility for this debacle in my opinion. It also did not absolve me of my role in this disaster. I had hoped that leaving commanders in the Concordat would help build bridges and connections. It had, but not in the SLDF's favor. In hindsight, I should have rotated postings regularly to prevent commanders from developing split loyalties. I intend to take full responsibility for this, upon returning to Terra. My head should be enough of a prize that you should be able to shield McLean. He knows the Concordat well, you will need him for the ongoing skirmishes after this crisis. I told Aaron. I was planning to retire anyway and Aaron was going to need the knowledge McLean had managed to accumulate. The Concordat was going to become a bleeding wound for the SLDF and be drawing resources and manpower for years to come. There was another aspect to my resigning in disgrace, I knew would be best not to share with Aaron. My political capital was all spent, and the High Council that appointed me commanding general and regent had changed dramatically. The First Prince was my only remaining ally on the council. Robert Steiner did not view me as his father had and was not someone I could rely on. I had burned bridges with Kenyon Merrick long before he took the throne. Barbara Liao was a stranger to me, and Takaro Kuurta had always been at odds with me politically. I still suspected Takaro had murdered Simon. Me leaving like this would hopefully satisfy the Captain General and Archon's dislike of me, meaning that Aaron would not inherit my enemies. Wait, you're serious? You are actually planning to retire? Aaron sounded shocked. I told you I would. This is my last campaign, my friend. It will be your hour after this. I did not find his skepticism amusing. You have talked about it before, but something just kept coming up. I expected this mess to drive retirement right out of your plans. He said, still looking at me like I had grown a third head. Age has granted me a new perspective, my friend. Once we have matters settled here I intend to go back to Moscow. Nicholas was the reason for me making up my mind, and I trusted Aaron, but Katiusha and I had decided it was best if none knew I was married until I was officially retired and had completely left the political realm. Once we did that I hoped to make Aaron, young Nicholas's guardian if anything were to happen to me or Katiusha. Are you sure I cannot convince you to stay? Aaron said as he looked at the holographic map of New Vandenberg. I will be staying until matters are settled of course, but once the main TDF is destroyed, I will return to Terra and put in my resignation. I reiterated. You will be missed, especially now. He said in response. You give yourself too little credit. You will be an excellent commanding general. I said in response. I have big boots to fill. He said in response. You need to start giving thought to your own command staff. The 203rd Battle Mech Regiment currently has a most interesting major. I said, changing the flow of the conversation. Major Tanya Cameron, you mentioned her before, Aaron said, prompting me to continue. She maintained calm during the operation even when confronted by a Taurian mech battalion with the rest of the Taurian regiment not far behind. I have seen veteran commanders less composed. I said, sharing my appraisal of her performance. It was good, you could teach leadership, but some people naturally had the instinct. Tanya Cameron was one of those, and with the right guidance I was sure she could flourish. High praise, coming from you. You were shot and by all accounts continued on as if nothing had happened. I winced, so the story was already becoming exaggerated. It was just a grazing wound, and with the traitors attempting to sow confusion, taking command personally was the best way to restore order in the situation, I said to clarify things. Restore order to the situation by gathering a bunch of mech warriors into an impromptu infantry squad and storming a building held by actual infantry, Aaron said with an accusatory tone. The command center had been destroyed by the traitors, and I needed to get to a set of command communications as quickly as possible, the nearest one of which was inside the pillager. You know this? I said in response. I just wanted to hear it from you. He said, still incredulous. Back to what I wanted to discuss though, I do not see Major Cameron staying as a major long. She has a degree in economics and showed a mind for strategic insight in her reports at WAM. I think you would be best served following her career closely. By the time she becomes a flag officer some of high command should be retiring, and it is always good to keep an eye for potential in the next generations. I suggested it to him. Already planning for my successor. He said with a chuckle. I won't deny the possibility, but it is too early to tell, I said. Privately I had a feeling she would do well as commanding general when given time to properly learn and grow as an officer. Just a gut feeling mind you, but I like to believe I was good at finding and nurturing potential. I hope to meet her then. It is not every day that someone manages to impress you. He said to me. I seem to recall the last person was a farm boy from the Federated Sons that managed to get the second highest individual score in the Martial Olympiad, I said to Aaron referencing his own history. I saw the map indicating New Vandenberg City had now completely fallen to our forces, the last rebel strongpoints were falling right on schedule. The rest of the 20th Army was currently mirroring this process on the 11 other revolting planets. This was the easy part, the real hard part was coming up. You will have your chance to meet her. I had the remains of her regiment rebused on here, so the ship may be more cramped than normal. Once New Vandenberg is more settled, I think we should establish a ground-based headquarters out of the captured Torian Naval Institute in University City. Give us more elbow room and a place for the mech warriors and marines to drill. The institute itself has plenty of space for dropships and aerospace to land and facilities for us. Sounds good, I will see about getting everything set up for that. He said with a nod. The 203rd lacks the operational strength for frontline duty, but it should be sufficient as part of the rear guard for our headquarters. It will also give you more time to judge Major Cameron for yourself. I said in response. I am sure they will also enjoy having solid ground under their feet, Aaron commented. New Vandenberg, 2765, Tanya Cameron. I was stuck wearing a set of bandages over my ear for a couple of weeks, and that meant for the moment I could not wear an Ruo helmet. Apparently, the explosion's noise had hit me just right to do some significant damage to my hearing on that side. Right now I was adapting to an implant that they installed to restore my hearing. Once it healed up there should be no noticeable difference. I could get the ear tissue fully repaired, but that was a more complicated procedure that a military hospital was not fully equipped for. If the hearing was truly identical as they told me it would be, I doubted I would bother. The damage to the regiment was severe. I think every company had lost at least one member, most mech warriors had died outside of their mechs. I was nominally in charge of the whole unit until a proper colonel and 2 other majors could be found, however, the division-level staff were helping a great deal with the paperwork. That still meant I had a full desk to go through, but it kept me from being drowned in work I had not yet been trained on. I had some experience from my old lieutenant colonel rank in the Empire, but there were significant logistical issues in an interstellar military that were not present during my time with the Empire. Morale was terrible. I think the only positive was General Kerensky's recognition of our unit's valor and bravery, providing some positive to that absolute debacle. The absolute futility of this entire war infuriated me. There was no way the TDF could stand against the SLDF, and so all those traitors did with their actions was escalate the situation and ensure that this war's body count would be that much higher. I understand protesting the unfair treatment they had gotten, but this rebellion was just going to hurt the Concordat. I doubted the member states would even notice. This war was just going to kill people like Hammond and McCall pointlessly. It was the worst kind of war, a pointless one. Even now the SLDF was securing the rebel planets, all this was doing was destroying the credibility and rights that the Concordat had worked hard to win back since the reunification war. This could see their return to occupied territory with a Star League governor that could override their laws. All this death. Pointless. There was a knock on the door. I was technically not on the McKenna's Pride, but aboard an Overlord dropship attached to it. Dropships were cramped things, but as the ranking officer, I had my own quarters that doubled as an office, very small quarters, but much better than what most got. I went and opened up the door, and to my surprise, I recognized General Kerensky's Deputy General de Chavalier. Why was he here? I quickly saluted. At ease. I wanted to see what impressed Kerensky, so I figured I would deliver your new orders myself. He paused briefly as if inspecting me. After witnessing the 203rd in action, Kerensky has requested that you continue to guard him through this campaign on New Vandenberg. For the foreseeable future you will be attached to headquarters. That is good news. We lost a lot of people, and unit morale has suffered. The commanding general's praise really helped keep people's spirits up. The chance to serve him directly will help reinvigorate the unit. I am honored that our unit was able to meet his standards. I said. I was relieved as well. Headquarters should be well behind enemy lines and away from guerrilla action. We should be well away from active combat. It would also give the unit a new focus and drive. General de Chavalier raised his eyebrows. That is a good perspective to have, and I look forward to the chance to work with you more. I am honored, sir, I said. This was a good networking opportunity. Kerensky was set to retire and General de Chavalier was on track to be the next commanding general. He would be the first one to hold the position born outside of the Terran hegemony. The first one to really show that the SLDF was a Star League organization. It was a major milestone, an achievement for him. We were interrupted by an alarm coming from his communicator. He spoke up, well, it looks like I have to go. This is likely important. Thank you for coming to see me, sir, I said as he left to see to his other duties. It was nice of him to see how we were doing after a battle like that. New Vandenberg, 2765, TDF Colonel Henry McCarty. We were in the underground bunker we had been based out of since we snuck back onto the planet months ago. With the SLDF crashing about on the surface, I could tell the men were getting antsy. It was hard to watch many of our doomed comrades nobly put up a fight against these invaders, while we hid in a hole waiting. It was however necessary, and I need to remind our troops of that. Which is why I had them assembled for this speech. Sons and daughter of the Concordat. I know we all yearn to take the fight to the SLDF and drive them from our world. I know we long to join our brothers and sisters on the surface, but we need to wait just a while longer. Our allies in Canopus and the Outworlds need time to coordinate our attacks, and if we move too early they endanger them. We also need the SLDF to think they are winning. To grow arrogant and overconfident. Once they are stretched out over the planet, once they have left their forts and warships, we will strike at them like a viper. We need not wait long, our hour is almost at hand, but we need to wait just a bit longer for our moment. I promise it will come, and when it does the Star League will be driven before us. We will have our freedom. I said with as much emotion as I could muster. From the cheers in the crowd, this little rally had had the intended effect. May 9th should be our go time, and I was counting the days. The Hyades would soon be free. Arminus Rising. Luxon, Magistracy of Canopus, April 25, 2765, Colonel Isaac Strauss. I had been surprised when Alexandria had called for a war game today, but I hadn't had any reason to deny it. She was a colonel in the Magistracy Armed Forces, but I had the pleasure of being on a first-name basis. Our two regiments were rather friendly. Other territorial garrisons had tensions with the SLDF, but the 17th Army had far better relations. Others of the SLDF might mock us for being too lax, but by better assimilating into the culture here, we lessen tensions with the locals. My friendship with Alexandria is an example of the fruits of this policy. We had private lunch meetings, while the 19th was fighting a rebellion. Perhaps if the 19th Army had put more effort into being agreeable and friendly, then the whole Fort Gorky mess wouldn't have happened. I was shocked that such a thing was happening when the mail carrier delivered the news yesterday. Terrible business all around. I was just grateful that such a thing was unlikely to happen here. The Majestrix's current policies had strained things, but we had proved that the friendship and cooperation we had built were stronger than mere politics. Here hiring mercenaries was both worrying and completely unnecessary. I only hoped in time we could placate the Majestrix's concerns. The deserts of Luxon stood before me in my marauder, and I could see Alexandria and her marauder coming up to meet me. Our forces arrayed out behind us. A bit of friendly pageantry before we strode to our positions to begin the game. She was a very skilled mech warrior and a woman of keen intellect. She was a valued friend. Our forces were using dummy rounds and our weapons were set to low power, as was standard practice for events such as this. I strode out and moved my mech in a bowing motion, and Alexandria returned the gesture. It was now time for the games to start. Then Alexandria shot me, the mech rocked and damage indicators came up. Those PPCs were fully powered. Alexandria, looks like you have a weapons glitch. I radioed, and instead of responding she fired again and began charging. She was attacking me. I saw the other mechs in her command beginning to open up with weapons of fire. They were all attacking us. Training took over and I fired at her as she moved toward me, but my weapons were set for training power, and did nothing to the incoming mech. All of our weapons systems would be nearly useless. Fall back. Get to base. I barked out over the command channel, but I knew it would be useless. The Canopians had mechs that were lighter and could outrun us. This wasn't a fight we would win. I still have one weapon system left and I charged Alexandria, taking more hits and wounds from weapon fire as I crossed the stretch of land between us, and brought my marauder's arms down like clubs across the front of her mech. The mech staggered and I hit her again and tried to push her off balance. She kept her footing, but I hit her again and pushed her over. I began to kick at her mech repeatedly, attempting to make sure I did not go out alone. But missiles covered my cockpit view and one got through the glass. The last vision I had was of the ensuing explosion. Baligora, Outworlds Alliance, May 9, 2765, SLDF Captain Bennett. I had been out here for the past few years, and honestly not much happened. There had been protests against the economy, but unlike those poor boys rimward up here, the people were civil. Quaint would be the word I would use for this place. Good, hard-working, peaceful people. You were just as likely to run into a music festival as a protest. The protests were more people holding signs and chanting than the riots in other realms. The whole place was rather peaceful. It was funny, wheat and corn farms were definitely an Outworlds Alliance stereotype, but that was what this planet was. Gigantic mega farms covering the continent. The food here was cheap. I could go to a fast food place on the street corner and get a burger for half the cost I could back home on Arcturus. I would almost have considered moving here if the cost of everything else wasn't so much higher, and often had months of shipping times. I was just enjoying the view over the base. Great golden fields stretching as far as the eye could see. Then the alarm sounded. Some malfunction? We did not have any drills scheduled, and with the patrols changing this would be a terrible time for an unscheduled drill. That is when the impacts hit, and explosions ripped through the base. Artillery, we were being hit with artillery. I tried to dive for cover, but I felt the impact of shrapnel tear through me, pain, I crashed to the ground and tried to get up. My left leg did not seem to move, and then I turned and saw that my left leg appeared to be missing at the thigh. And I could see the rest of my leg across the path in the ground. For a brief moment, I felt disconnected from my body, like I was watching a film of myself. Then the pain kicked in. The last thing I saw before my vision went completely black were hovercrafts storming across the wheatfields and aerospace fighters coming in over the horizon. Gerder Demerung, Rimworld Republic, May 9, 2765, Lieutenant Ajax Graves. I approached the fire starter among the smoke and the flames at a charge. I batted him aside and used my flamer to bathe him in the fires. An irony considering the unfortunate mech warrior's machine, I turned around surveying the scene as the fires and moonlight illuminated the ruined street and building. "Cut!" shouted the director, "we need to do it again." "Really again?" We had been trying to film this shot all day. We already had plenty of the infantry fleeing in fear and old tanks and disguised industrial mechs exploding. Did they really need this bit of theater? That was perfect. I played it out over the speakers. "You were perfect, that numbskull started falling too early," the director remarked, referring to the fire starter's pilot. "With the number of times I have set him on fire, he is likely suffering from mild heat stroke. I imagine a break would help him." The fire starter might not be my normal lance mate, but for the moment I was his commanding officer and he was my responsibility. "Listen, Jax," he said. I did not know if he was brave or stupid to take that sort of tone with a man in an assault mech. I interrupted him with, "I would prefer that you address me as Lieutenant Graves," I said over the speakers, perhaps louder than necessary. "Well, Lieutenant Graves, we are on a deadline to produce this footage, and we need to wrap it up. If the President doesn't have this footage to share with the Star League on time, then heads will roll literally. Work with me here." His tone was still more condescending than I appreciated, but I saw his point. Disappointing the President was not good for one's life expectancy. "A few minutes and we will let a new mech warrior take over. I know there are others from the large battle scenes we shot last week. I think a fresh set of hands may be more coordinated. The heatsinks may protect against immolation, but taking the firestorm would be physically taxing and someone less tired would make fewer mistakes," I said to the director. "Well, you know mechs better than me, I will go get another one." He then turned around and shouted to the crew, "We start shooting again in 20 minutes. This is the home stretch, people." "Thank you." The firestarter pilot transmitted in a meek and exhausted voice to me on a private comms channel. The Year of 1000 Battles 3. New Vandenberg, May 9, 2765, Tanya Cameron. Headquarters was set up in the occupied Taurian Naval Institute. It was amazing how just a short time aboard the limited quarters of a dropship could make you grateful to see the sky. Within hours of the Taurian assault, airstrikes from the SLDF Navy had destroyed most of the Taurian aerospace forces, and not an insignificant amount had been destroyed on their runways as they tried to refuel. Using battle mechs to haul away the wrecked fighters was a practical solution and a good part of what we did during the first couple of days we had set up. TNI was set in the deserts of Britain. This area had once been a prairie, but after the reunification war, it was naught but desert. The urban sprawl of University City was right outside of the perimeter, policed under martial law by several infantry regiments. The landscape was dominated by Airy Butte, a rock rising above the desert large enough to land dropships and used as part of TNI's spaceport. It was safe to say that TNI's classes had been suspended, and there was quite a bit of damage. The heavy battle mech regiments had not been gentle when they stormed the facility. The surviving buildings were now our headquarters, and most of the facility was salvageable. We now had SLDF dropships coming in and out as supplies and materials were carted around to the various fronts on the planet. The Taurian forces had fallen into hidden bunkers and tunnels throughout the planet and the Badlands. Our regiment, damaged as it was permanently attached to headquarters and was not one of the groups deployed on the front lines. Relegated to second-line duty. I was happy to not be seeing much actual combat during this entire mess, but there was a feeling of powerlessness in the mood of the unit. Fortunately, being singled out by the commanding general did a lot of good to keep morale from collapsing. The whole Concordat had turned into a war zone, and fighting had spread beyond the secessionist worlds. The Protector released a statement confirming she was part of the Star League but had not condemned or acted to contain the rebels. There was some relief as we were not the SLDF force doing the worst. The 17th Army in the magistracy of Canopus was in what appeared to be a total rout despite fighting a significantly smaller and lower quality force than the TDF. Their abject and utter failure made us look better in comparison. The 18th Army at the Outworlds were the ones that had it easy. They had a few ruffians and protests, but the Alliance Military Corps has been described as an enthusiastic Boy Scout troop, there was a recent news article that found that the Hegemony Youth Scouts had a comparable budget. Garrisoning a bunch of beautiful and peaceful farmland sounded good right now. I felt tense. This form of waiting was the worst, constantly on edge for a possible attack. Once this crisis was over and command could be restructured, I would return to Terra for my training at Fort Furlough. I just wanted to get off the planet and away from all this pointless stupidity. This cycle of violence did nothing but end lives and destroy economies. I looked forward to seeing home again. It would be nice to see Mom. I sent her a letter home, but with how chaotic the local situation was, I did not know how long it would take a personal HPG message to reach Terra, so she might not get it for a while. I missed Scotland, and it would be nice to see Japan again. I was doing paperwork, reviewing the regiment's supply stocks and equipment maintenance. It was monotonous but suitability distracting from the current disaster on the rest of the planet. One of the regiment's battalions was on guard duty under the senior captain. After finishing my work in an office that must have once belonged to some professor, I got up to return to the barracks. Still, I came across General Kerensky and General de Chavalier. Ah, good to see you, Major. Aaron and I had a few minutes between meetings and paperwork and going to the mess for coffee. He said to me. Thank you, sir. His casualness surprised me, but I could not turn down an invitation like this. Being in a setting like this was still somewhat uncomfortable as I followed behind them. I was unsure of Kerensky's interest in me. I doubted Kerensky was planning to move against Richard. He would have had ample opportunity to do so, but he might have some other political motivation. I am not entirely sure of what, though. I noticed in your file that you used a Black Knight during the Gunslinger program. I hope you have found a Highlander not too inconvenient. Kerensky opened the conversation with. My Highlander has performed quite well. Personally have found the Gauss rifle to be particularly effective. I said in response. Gauss weaponry often has that effect on people. General de Chavalier said, chuckling. When I was overseeing the Atlas design, it nearly had a Gauss rifle. General Kerensky commented. I am often questioned why it was rejected in favor of the autocannon. Unfortunately, Gauss weaponry imposed too much strain on the maintenance requirements. I like to ask people why we would want Atlas's maintenance requirements so low. What is the role of the Atlas based on the weapons we selected? He asked. I thought about his question for a minute. It is intended as a trooper mech. I said. Trooper mechs were mech designs meant as standard multi-role combatants, the backbone of a formation. In mech terms, they were your standard trooper. Most trooper designs tended to be medium mechs, but a few were heavy designs. An assault trooper was unconventional, but that was what the Atlas seemed to stand out as. The Pillager outgunned it, but the Atlas used basic rugged technology with heavy armor. It had a variety of weapons systems like most other trooper designs and would be extremely easy to mass produce. Very good. Recently we have been looking at updating more and more formations to heavier tonnage to help with survivability and capability. This means that our number of assault weight formations will increase dramatically over the next few decades, and the Atlas was intended as a trooper to fill those ranks. General Kerensky said, if the strategic predictions remain true, the Atlas will be one of the most produced mechs in history. The internals is also intended to be modifiable. The Atlas II created earlier this year for Royal Forces is intended to be the first of many variants. I remember hearing about that. It uses an LBX and upgraded lasers if I remember correctly. Makes it a long to mid-range fighter instead of the more brawler role of the original. I said as I recalled the announcement and propaganda trailer that had been put out about it. Yes, the Royal exclusive version comes first, but soon we hope to have a few variants for regular formations, Kerensky commented. We entered the mess, then headed over to the coffee machine. Military coffee was generally terrible, standard mass-produced coffee packets. The ready-made coffee powder was still better than no coffee. Caffeine was caffeine. No sooner had I started drinking it than the air raid sirens went off. We were under attack. That killed all conversation as we ran toward the mech bay. I began to wonder how an attack was even possible. We should have destroyed the entire TDF Air Force. There might have been a few bunkers and tunnels in the city, but any force trying to assault us from that direction should have been spotted. Running into the mech bay, I dove into the women's locker room at the mech bay. I changed into my cooling suit with drilled practice before exiting into the mech bay, scampering up the ladder, diving inside the cockpit, and beginning the startup sequence. Soon the tactical net would show me what we were dealing with. Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online. All systems nominal. The mech computer started in the cockpit as I took control of the mighty war machine. My comms and sensors connected to the rest of our command can control the network end. There were a lot of fighters. The first wave had been conventional heavy strike fighters, most of whom were dead. However, they managed to distract anti-aircraft systems from a second wave of aerospace fighters. Where had these come from? The Navy had reported the TDF aerospace assets destroyed within hours of their initial attack. These fighters certainly did not look destroyed to me. Vulcans like what had attacked us before, some thunderbirds and lightnings were buzzing through the sky. At least 3 air divisions. The battalion that had been on guard duty had taken heavier losses. I was down another few captains. They seemed to have some way of identifying officers, which indicated they still had some window into our communications channels. Reports from the city and infantry around the base showed that at least a division's worth of troops converged on our position. New Vandenberg's bunker system had rather large facilities just outside our perimeter. How we could have missed that, I had no idea. And not to mention, where had the Taurians had these troops? It should not have been possible for them to organize something like this. I needed to stay calm and focus on the moment, so I pushed those questions out of my mind. A pair of atlases came out beside me. General de Chavalier, and General Kerensky. General Kerensky was not the primary mech warrior in his machine. He was in a command console, a secondary cockpit that allowed a strategic commander to maintain full battlefield awareness, while another mech warrior focused on directing the mech through combat. It was designed as a battle mech equivalent of a command vehicle. General de Chavalier was in what appeared to be a standard atlas, which did surprise me. I thought he would be in at a command console like General Kerensky. As we emerged and started targeting the fighters with our LRM launchers, the rest of my regiment got into their mechs and began to follow me. Kerensky called out over the command channel. This position is untenable. We need to fall back. Destroy any documents and equipment that cannot be evacuated, and make preparations for when dropships arrive. We need to hold here until the Navy can get here to pull us out. This was a strong base, but the Taurians were coming at us with an entire division, and we were relatively lightly fortified. This was mostly a logistical base and was supposed to be far from the front lines, and the Taurians' main forces were supposed to be destroyed and scattered. An assault like this shouldn't be possible. I was taking fire from the Taurian fighters, but keeping moving kept me from being hit by the Lightning's Class 20 autocannons, though some of the Vulcans hit my armor. I hated the aerospace fighters, my LRMs were my only effective weapon against them, and I wasn't going to have much effect just shooting with that. Fortunately, the base's anti-air defenses forced more enemy fighters to withdraw. My spirits rose as another regiment at the base was also responding, and they had a few companies of riflemen loaded with flak rounds. The rifleman was often criticized for its performance as a mech, its relatively thin armor, and its lack of cooling efficiency, but used in the role it was built for fighting aerospace fighters, it was lethally effective. The skies began to clear up. We should be able to get through this okay. Thumper artillery incoming, my battle computer warned me. That wasn't good. Our battle computer helped estimate where the incoming shells would land, but we had seconds to put enough distance between our mechs and the impact point. I threw my jump jets into maximum to clear the distance before the thundering sound of artillery. As the shells impacted, columns of earth and shrapnel erupted from the ground. Fortunately, my command also had the presence of mind to dive for cover in their jump jets. However, the less agile riflemen could not clear the blast radius. I could see the arms of one hanging limp, and holes and burns on the armor of all of them were present. Likewise, the stationary air defenses were destroyed or heavily damaged. I was not sure how many more of those strikes we could take. Where was the Navy? We needed to get out of this kill box. New Vandenberg, May 9, 2765, TDF Admiral Knox. The Star League had feared the Taurian Navy and had limited us to a token fleet. A patronizing and humiliation for what had been one of the greatest navies humanity had ever seen. I would have loved to see the look on the SLDF officers as they saw 3 Aegis heavy cruisers in Taurian colors and began launching Leopard CVS. Unfortunately, I was under no delusions about our ability to challenge a battle group centered around a McKenna, but we could force them away from the planet. SLDF ships, in general, lacked close defense for aerospace fighters, as they expected their integrated fighter wings and mighty Titan dropships to defend their capital ships against bombing runs. By arriving as we did, we forced the fleet to come our way and challenge us, bringing with them their aerospace fighters. They would leave a contingent in orbit of New Vandenberg, of course. Still, they would be dramatically under strength for the number of fighters smuggled onto the planet as part of our secret army initiative. We had to bleed the Star League so much that the great houses were tired of paying for the war to win this. We needed to destroy as much equipment as possible, and that meant making sure dropships did not leave the planet while our comrades did their bloody work. Already the SLDF ships were burning toward us, leaving the planet. By the time they realized we were a feint, they would be far away and unable to rapidly respond to the planet. We needed to hold for a few minutes and then jump out a pirate point. A tricky maneuver but one we had drilled for extensively. We had better do it as we were the current heaviest force the Concordat could bring to bear, and we needed to survive. One thing the SLDF was likely not expecting was we did some extra modifications. Hegemony-built warships were designed for power projection and had massive cargo holds to support cruises of months between star ports. We only wished to free our home in the Concordat, and those enormous cargo bays were unnecessary. Most of the hold had been converted to even more fighter bays. The poor SLDF fighter pilots were in for a nasty shock. New Vandenberg, May 9, 2765, Tanya Cameron. As the artillery rain broke, the Taurian fighters' forces rallied for a second run, and now our anti-aircraft capacity was damaged or destroyed. This battle was going splendidly. We need to silence their guns. They have hidden them within University City. The infantry divisions have been pushed too far back. They have set up their artillery fire within University City itself. Without more precise targeting information, we cannot effectively apply counter-battery fire from our chaparrals. We need a mech force to punch through and disable them. The Navy is engaged elsewhere, and while they are coming as soon as possible, we have to hold for a while. Kerensky sent over a more limited command channel to higher-ranking officers. Grimly I knew what was needed. The other regiments were more static machines. The 203rd was configured for mountain warfare, and many of the same adaptations made us best suited for combat in an urban environment. Mostly how jump jets allowed my command to vault buildings and avoid being pinned down in narrow streets. We were the logical choice to go, despite our depleted state. Staying here was a death sentence if we did not handle the artillery. We could not keep in formation once the incoming Taurian division finished moving through the city and assembled for a proper push against the base. We would be divided and then overwhelmed as small groups. The rebels were unlikely to give us any mercy. The 203rd can move through the city environment the best. I can detach a battalion from the defensive line and go to destroy the guns. I hoped my voice concealed the dread in my stomach. One constant that had remained in battle was that urban warfare was brutal, and we would go into the heart of where the Taurians were moving. The seconds stretched on, but eventually, Kerensky radioed, "Very well, Major. We will try to send you reinforcements as soon as possible." With that, I gathered my assault force, my own company of Highlanders, and 2 medium-weight companies, 2 Wolverine 2 Lances and a Lance of Griffins. I had the company of Catapults stay back and trade places with another medium-weight Lance. They would be more valuable than fire support in this situation, and General Kerensky would likely need their LRMs to fight the incoming air attack. I had my battalion enter the city. I had the medium companies orbiting around my main lands to try and spot any potential ambushes. We also had to keep moving. We lacked anti-infantry weaponry. If we were pinned down in an ambush, they could whittle us down. The first enemy units we encountered were a company of goblins and their infantry. The goblins developed as more of an infantry fighting vehicle we quickly destroyed by our medium companies. The Griffins' advanced PPCs reduced them to immobile metal boxes before my Highlanders even laid eyes on them. Minor warnings popped up all over my command screen as the missiles impacted all around us. Most missed being jammed by the electronic warfare systems in the Griffins, leaving the street and buildings around us full of holes. Civilians would not be able to use this area for a while. My sensors detected the launch points several streets away. Each target was launching 60 long-range missiles at once. Surprisingly, that was a relief, as no mech carried that many missiles. The 80-ton longbow only had 50 launch tubes at once. That meant that these were LRM carriers, tracked trucks with 320-tube launchers. They were barely armored, and a single lance could make short work out of all of them. There would likely be a guard for them, though. "Bravo Company, go out and destroy those LRM carriers," I called out as we continued advancing. Sending one of the medium companies out to take care of those missiles. They were fast enough that they should be able to do so quickly and link back up with us. No sooner had they left than a heavy armor group closed in on us. It looked like a company of gallant urban assault tanks, reinforced by a company of von Luckners. The tanks' thicker armor meant that my company was best suited to dealing with them. When the battle mech was first tested, Charles Kincaid became the first mech warrior when he effortlessly destroyed 4 tanks in his Mackie. I felt like Kincaid here. The gallants pelted us with some of their autocannon 10s, but our weaponry outranged them. The von Luckners had it even worse as their main weaponry was a massive, short-range autocannon 20. Every time one tried to close, we would hop buildings and force them to go down the end of the block and try again. The Taurian tanks were destroyed quickly, and we only had a few hits in return. At last, something was going our way. We were still having to deal with the fire from those LRM carriers. Slowly and steadily wearing on our armor. They were doing significantly more damage to the city than us, but they were still opening up vulnerabilities that other enemies could exploit. However, looking at my tactical map, that was about to change. As Bravo Company vaulted a group of buildings, they were able to confirm that they were indeed LRM carriers. However, the 4 SRM carriers were a surprise. SRMs. Watch out! Bravo Captain shouted over the channel. His forces dispersed. They were out of my view, so I did not see the hail of missiles impacting them. I could only watch as their telemetry reported increasing damage. Their armor status slowly shifted to an ominous red on my readout. No mech was destroyed by the grace of fate, but their armor was dangerously thin, and a few mechs lost their arms as the pilots brought them up to shield their more critical systems. We were very fortunate that the Taurians were not using Infernos. I imagine they wanted to avoid burning down University City. Fortunately, the thin armor of the missile carriers was easily pierced by the Wolverine's ultra-auto cannons. Their increased rate of fire made short work of the carries. The large store piles of ammunition they carried made carries like those death traps for their crew. Those particular vehicles would not be harassing us any longer. That was when my sensors picked up the incoming enemy mech battalion. They were between us and the artillery we needed to destroy. We had to get through them, but our armor was thin by now, and a protracted engagement would likely not go in our favor. The beginnings of a plan started to form in my mind. I radioed Bravo Company, I want you to attempt and circle to strike directly at the artillery while we draw the enemy forces away. With their current armor levels asking them to stand and fight, this would not go well, but their machines were still faster, and they could slip through while we were engaged with the main force. My Wolverines were the first to get eyes on target for the enemy mechs approaching us. A company of Victors, reinforced by a company of Phoenixes, a rare 50-ton mech I was unfamiliar with, and the last company was a group of dervishes. I radioed the medium company, circle round and target the dervishes and Phoenixes, let us deal with the Victors. It was time for the assault mechs to do our job and draw fire. Being shot at was one of the jobs of an assault mech, and it was one of my least favorite parts of the position. The Victors had the same short-range weaponry as the von Luckners, but the Victors could outpace us. They could also jump, and we could not dance around them as we had the tanks. Usually, my company would be more than a match for Victors, but our armor was damaged from the earlier battle. My company was still under strength as Hammond on McCall had yet to be replaced. We had to do this quickly, or the Victors' heavy autocannons would rip us to shreds. I designated one target to focus each lance's fire on. Remember, the right torso is where the Victor stores its autocannon ammunition. Try and focus our fire there. We also need to stay moving, don't let them pin you. I called out to my company, hoping my exhaustion did not come through in my voice. Then we jumped onto a building to get a good sight line on the Victors. Our gauze slugs and missiles tore into the Victors. One was destroyed from ammunition explosions, a fireball engulfing the mech's upper body, leaving only a pair of metal legs to collapse to the ground. Two were wounded, holes now exposed in their armor where we could see exposed myomer bundles. Good progress. We would have to do as much damage as possible before they closed the distance. Those autocannons were going to hurt. Continued missiles and PPCs impacted our armor as the dervishes and phoenixes fired upon us while the Victors jumped onto a building closer to us to get in range. A deadly hail opened yet more holes for the Victors to exploit, but I had to trust my medium company to bring them down. We had to focus on the enemy assault mechs. We managed to get another salvo off on the Victors as they closed. The two already wounded were destroyed by our missiles, finding those armor gaps and destroying critical systems. I managed a good shot into the right torso of a third that came closer to exposing the ammunition. Another good hit, and he would become a fireball as the volatile autocannon shells went up. I saw on my tactical readout that the medium company engaged the dervishes, the ultra autocannons, and ERPPCs ripping into them. They were outnumbered 2-1, but their machines were vastly superior, and I hoped they could hold on their own. The sounds of the Victor's guns brought me back to my fight. Marcus's lance was the closest, taking the brunt of the Victor's fire. All of his lance sustained heavy damage, and Marcus lost his SRM arm after using it to shield. Two of his mech warriors had to eject as their machines took critical damage. And the third's armor was almost completely gone. I steeled myself. We had to do better. We had to even the odds. We can do this. Remember to focus your fire on the right torso. Kill the ammunition, kill the mech. I reiterated into the command channel. I used my tactical console to indicate we should jump to another building to try to flank them. When we returned fire, we destroyed the already wounded one. SRMs found the damage I had made and detonated their ammunition, causing the other Victor to explode, sending parts flying everywhere. A second explosion alerted me that my command had removed another mech from the field. Surveying the enemy forces revealed that one of their mechs had large holes across its right arm's armor, exposing myomer bundles to view. We had managed to shift the balance in our favor. We now had 8 mechs to the 7 Victors. We could do this. Then a few of the Phoenixes not tied up by the medium company turned to fire at us. I raised my arm to block a PPC from hitting my torso, but it cost me the last armor around my SRM launcher. The tremendous booming sound of the Victor's Class 20 autocannons immediately rang out as they attacked us again. Marcus' remaining lance went down, having to eject as the shells tore through the internal structure of their mech's torso, their mechs falling to the ground as a pile of limbs. This was not sustainable. Even the notifications that the first few dervishes were destroyed by our Wolverines did little to relieve my growing desperation. Artillery destroyed. Bravo Company's radio broadcast sounded through my cabin, and if I hadn't been strapped down, I would have jumped for joy. Now we just needed to disengage and return to base. We would have to pick up the ejected mech warriors. Clinging on top of a mech would not be a nice ride, but it was what we had. We just had to finish dealing with these mechs so we could recover our warriors safely. Great job now. Try and advance on the enemy mechs from the rear. Let's try and get out of here. I sent over the radio to Bravo Company in response. I also had my company jump to another building to keep moving as we fired on the victors. My weaponry managed to piece the side torso of another victor, causing it to erupt into fire and shrapnel. My remaining 5 Highlanders managed to bring another victor down, the Taurian mech warrior ejecting as his machine flailed uncontrollably due to gyro damage. Another victor's left arm was hanging limply by its side, exposing my armor. Then a lucky PPC shot from one of the phoenixes destroyed my left shoulder actuator, sending my left arm to the ground. I could no longer use it to shield my more critical systems. We just had to get out of this. The battlefield now was 6 Highlanders looking at 5 victors. The Wolverines had lost a couple of their mechs but had managed to down a lance of the dervishes and put holes in the armor of many others. Then the victors fired again. The autocannon shells tore at my right torso armor, sending most of it flying. Rodriguez's left torso exploded as his ammunition went up, the case blowout panels keeping his entire mech from being destroyed. However, Arthur's had the most severe damage as her leg actuators were destroyed. That forced her to fall onto the roof of the building, smashing into the lower floor a bit, but she avoided falling off the building. We needed to try and get her a chance to get up. We needed her firepower. That meant our game of leapfrogging across buildings to try and dodge was up, and here was where we would have to make a stand. I put a gauze slug into an exposed bit of my armor in a victor's center torso, shooting out the fusion engine, causing the machine to fall powerless. My company's aim also proved accurate, and 2 more victors fell. One center torso gave way, and another went up in another ammunition explosion. However, it was not without cost as Rodriguez's side torsos gave way to enemy fire, leaving him weaponless. My center is about to give way, and I am without weaponry. I am ejecting. He called out, following protocol for such situations. Arthur's had also been trying to stand and had her other leg destroyed, leaving her unable to continue in the fight, forcing her to eject while she could. We could still win this, the enemy armor was thin, and then we could collect them and get out. I managed to shoot the ammunition bin of one of the 2 remaining victors, and then combined fire from Zeman, Xavier, and Clark brought the last victor down. We now stood among the broken street amid a field of parts and shrapnel, but we still stood. My relief further improved as Bravo Company arrived and was now ripping into the rear of the remaining enemy mediums. The few remaining Phoenixes and Lone Dervish were beginning to withdraw. Alright, let's get everyone out. Sitting on the mech might be rough, but this is our time to get out. I sent out on the command frequency in my mech's speakers. Just in case anyone's communicator was damaged by the ejections. That is when Xavier's mech exploded, his center torso giving way, causing his mech to fall in onto itself. I turned to see our attackers and was greeted by 4 exterminators jumping down from a building top. I would kill whoever had made the mistake that allowed the TDF to get hold of these things. Exterminators. Use optical targeting and go in close to use physical attacks. I called out, but not fast enough as Clark's mech lost a gyro, forcing him to eject as it fell to the ground. As damaged as we were, brawling was the only way we would make it through this in time. Mechs were armed with weapons for a reason, and pugilism was generally a poor strategy, but sometimes it was the only way. A 90-ton mech could bring a lot of force to bear. I engaged my jump jets in a great leap and landed on top of the nearest exterminator, bringing it crashing to the ground, my Highlander's reinforced legs straining under the impact as I landed. I rapidly targeted my medium lasers onto his cockpit at near point blank, burning a scar in the transparent metal. I then used my right arm as a club to bash in the weakness that I had made, crushing the enemy mech warrior within to death. I, however, paid the price for my charge as my right torso was blown off, taking my gauze rifle and lasers with it. My mech would not last much longer, but my work wasn't done. I charged the next exterminator, slamming my right shoulder into it, forcing a second to the ground. I brought up my leg to try and stomp in its cockpit, but it used its jump jets to roll and slide his mech out of the way, so my foot just dented the mech's torso as it crashed down. Zeman, however, was able to manually sight her guns on the immobilized mech and finish off the downed machine, gauze slugs piercing the armor I had cracked. Her staying still to line up that shot cost her, and her gauze rifle exploded. I had to resort to doing another questionable maneuver, and I used my jump jets to soar up in the air and bring another exterminator to the ground as I crashed on top of them. Zeman charged in like I had earlier, but she still had a fist to lead with, but as she approached, her opponent's lasers tore into her exposed center torso, killing her engine and forcing her to eject as her mech toppled, now powerless. It was just me now. I raised my leg to try and put out this mech's cockpit, but the enemy mech warrior saw what I was about to do and ejected. Now it was one-on-one, but I did not know if I could take the last exterminator. One salvo from his laser would destroy me. The medium companies had finished off the other enemy mechs and would be around to save me, but not in the seconds before this exterminator finished me. I looked at the empty office building around me and had a terrible idea. I put as much power into my jump jets as possible, throwing my mech horizontally without the thought of landing or stopping. I knocked myself and the exterminator into the building, and the whole thing collapsed onto us. My world shook, and I blacked out for a bit before the cockpit alarms brought me back to consciousness. I think I broke my rib and possibly my arm. Looking at my barely functioning and flickering tactical readout, I could see that at least my maneuver had been successful. The exterminator was disabled, along with me. Major. Major. The mercifully still functional communication unit in my mech stated as I looked at the rebel obscuring everything from view. I am alive, but I am trapped in the rebel. I rated out, and it only took a minute before a Wolverine cleared away the rebel, allowing me to get out of the mech. I was also able to see the SLDF Vector helicopter landing. My communicator rang on the radio, "The Navy is here, and we are pulling out in dropships. The skies are ours now, and the VTOLs will be here to evacuate all downed mech warriors. The infantry is pulling out of the city and is falling back through here." We had survived. Or most of us. The sight of Clark's body lifeless and full of shrapnel brought my elation at surviving down to reality. We got through this but at a cost. We loaded his body into the chopper, putting him with other SLDF dead in battle. His family would have a body to bury. One of the Wolverine pilots joined him. They were the only ones from our force killed in action, though a few others had wounds. The surviving medium mechs and the VTOLs headed toward a city park where a Fortress-class dropship landed and established a forward base to extract us. Around us, I could see other infantry and vehicles moving toward extraction points as the sounds of battle continued from elsewhere in the city. We reached the fortress and loaded up, leaving the battle behind us. Soon I found out we were not leaving the battle. We were leaving New Vandenberg. The SLDF was pulling out of the system to regroup. Maybe after this, I could return home. The year of 1,000 battles for Pleiades Cluster, Federated Sons, -2765, Alexander Kerensky. Fortunately, John Davian had allowed me to use the Pleiades as a staging point to regroup the SLDF. The star cluster had 3 industrialized worlds and over 100 smaller inhabited systems. There was plenty of space to unload dropships without disrupting things. Dropships could house people long-term, but morale suffered when you packed that many soldiers close together, and it was always best to let them land and spread out when you could afford to. The use of Pleiades was a lone piece of good news in the storm of bad news. Not only had the Concordat produced a force of about 150 regiments, but the Magistracy and the Outworlds Alliance also had. I would have words with General Apfelbutcher about how the SLDF Intelligence Command could miss the creation of 3 whole armies. The cost of that intelligence failure was thousands of SLDF soldiers. It was sobering to think that our losses in the Concordat were the lightest. The 17th Army in the Magistracy had suffered a near-complete collapse of command. It was in the process of being relieved by the 10th Army when this Magistracy revealed its new force. Both armies had taken severe casualties and been pushed entirely out of the Magistracy. The 18th Army in the Outworlds Alliance had been caught completely off guard by the Alliance, suddenly producing a military. They had driven off in a confused route. The 20th Army saw this and was eager to prove themselves after they had been ordered away from the Rim Worlds Republic. I remained unable to convince Richard of the foolishness of that decision, and had dived in to try and reinforce them. The 20th's zeal might have been commendable, but their actions were rash and poorly planned. The 20th had outrun their supply lines, suffered issues in coordination, and much of their force had been encircled and destroyed or run headlong into ambushes. Further complications came when the president of the Outworld Alliance, Beatrice Avelar, died as these attacks launched. I could not confirm if this was foul play, but the timing was suspicious. Her granddaughter Alice Avelar was president, and the pacifistic stance she espoused should have benefited us, but it has become clear that Alice has little to no control over her government. The Alliance government appears in chaos, making it difficult to get decent information on what is happening. The one stable periphery power was the Rim Worlds Republic, which released a statement as the Amorous Dragoons quickly suppressed a rebellion in the Götterdämmerung system. The SLDF's critics were using this as proof of SLDF incompetence, saying that a simple periphery power's force had done what we could not. They overlooked how the Rim Worlds army had extensive secret police networks and was geared in its very structure to suppress rebellions among its citizens. Amorous was going to use this as further leverage against us. The butcher's bill for this disaster was long. The average casualty rate from the evacuation from all the periphery states was around 40%, with some more battered forces over 50%. Entire divisions had been destroyed. What is worse was that the casualties were not even. Another thing I would have words with General Apfelbutcher about was how this new army had known our exact order of battle and the positions of our commanders. Colonels had the highest death rate in this operation, followed by majors. We even lost quite a few generals. The 20th, 19th, 18th, 17th, and 10th Armies command structures were in tatters. I would like to rotate commanders from other armies to lessen the impact, but those other SLDF armies would be needed for the counter-offensive. I could not afford to disrupt their command structures as I redeployed them. I found myself looking at the prospect of refighting the reunification war in the Outworlds, Concordat, and Magistracy. We should be able to quickly destroy their navies. However, consolidating control of the rebel worlds would devolve into a siege followed by a guerrilla war. Many officers would find themselves in ranks they were not ready for. This would lead to coordination issues in the damaged armies and poor battlefield performance. These damaged formations would have to serve as second line and rear duties for the most part to give them the time needed for the officers to adapt and the units to recover. This meant I would need even more support from the other SLDF armies. It also risked the already very fragile morale of the periphery garrison armies. The 17th had already asked to be the spear point for retaking Canopus, and denying them would risk completely demoralizing them. I would have to walk a fine line to ensure these armies felt included and not like they were being discarded. Part of that was taking this time while the SLDF was redeploying to issue medals and merits to the many tales of heroism as soldiers rose to the occasion. Honoring the valor of units and commanders. There was one particular report on my mind. Tanya Cameron had proved herself once again. She was a credit to the uniform and had not hesitated to run headlong into danger to protect her comrades. Demonstrating her command ability, led a deep raid, accomplished all her objectives with minimal casualties, and displayed personal martial prowess in dealing with the land's exterminators. She deserved some recognition for this. Right now, I was thinking of the Kincaid Cross. An award originating from the Hegemony Armed Forces for mech warriors who demonstrated exceptional skill and valor, named after Charles Kincaid, the very first mech warrior. I sat in thought for a minute. I had been going back and forth on this issue for a bit. I felt I should promote her to colonel in light of the officer shortage and her exceptional feats of valor. She had barely any time as a major, only a few months as a captain, and no training on how to be a high-level officer, but she had the right perspective for command. She needed time to season as a major, and throwing her into the deep end would be a disservice to her, but I needed to replenish the command staff. I would need to make sure she had a good and experienced adjutant that could help her adjust to the rank. I made my decision. Every indication I had of Tanya Cameron led me to believe she could handle the responsibility. She would be trading her bars for a silver star, possibly setting a record for the shortest time as a major. A calendar notified me on my noteputer. It was time to talk to the First Lord. Even leaving each member state with the minimum number of troops to ward off probing deniable assaults from their neighbors, we were still likely to be stretched as each world we took would need a large garrison to secure it. That meant we needed the First Army and its elite units from within the hegemony. The First Army had the highest concentration of royal divisions and upgraded regular divisions, which would be invaluable. The hegemony could not be left unguarded, as that would be foolishness. I felt that hiring units from the member state militaries to help garrison the hegemony would cover this issue and help rebuild relationships with the member states. John Davian, in particular, would jump at the chance to drill and improve the AFFS, but it would further increase all member states' ties to the Star League. Now I just had to convince Richard. I walked into a private communications room and waited for the entire hologram of the First Lord would appear. This conversation would be a phenomenal expenditure of resources and a technological marvel. Real-time HPG transmissions required multiple HPG stations to be redisked and cleared to support the link. Communicating via letter would have been far more efficient, but Richard liked to hear his reports live and in person. Slowly the time for my meeting came, and nothing happened. The lights indicated that the HPGs on the McKenna's Pride were working, and we were getting a ping from Terra. The call stretched on. After about 5 minutes of waiting, I worried something had gone wrong, but then Richards's holographic form flicked into existence before me. General, I hear the SLDF has been routed by peasant rabble. I do hope you can correct this rumor. Richard said with a sneer. This was off to a bad start. My relationship with the First Lord had been strained as of late, but Richard seemed to be in an unusually ill mood. Allow me to clarify the situation. The periphery uprising appears to have been premeditated, and the Concordat, Outworlds, and Magistracy had been preparing for what must have been some time. Estimates put each of their militaries at least 150 regiments over strength, reinforced by large contingents of irregular forces. These troops' appearance has forced me to temporarily withdraw to plan a proper counterattack. I responded, knowing full well that this truth would not satisfy Richard. Stefan did not seem to have any issues dealing with these traitors. Interestingly, the Rimworld's army has performed so much better than the SLDF. Perhaps I should have him for a commanding general instead of you. I wonder if these reports of a hidden army might just be the bluster of an old man seeking to ease the sting of his failures. Richard said, intending to hurt me. It is the truth, and I give you my word that once the situation stabilizes, I will resign, I said to him, watching his face turn from a sneer to shock. I had given him what he wanted, now was the time for me to make my request. However, to have enough troops to garrison and restore order to the rebel states, I must shift the SLDF's deployment. I will require the SLDF's best from the First Army. However, I lack the manpower to take over their duties. I would recommend the First Lord offer to hire regiments from the member state militaries to take over many garrison duties. Richards's shock wore off and was replaced with a cold smile. That is unnecessary. I already have a prior agreement. He said, and now it was my turn to be surprised. Where was Richard going to get an entire army? Stefan and I signed a treaty reaffirming the bonds between our houses and that the hegemony could call upon the full might of the Rim worlds for aid. My stomach fell. What had Richard promised for that deal? Amaris was generous toward Richard, but that was a step above what he would have done for free. I imagined that the Rim world's army would be hard-pressed to fill all the positions needed in the hegemony and maintain the security of their republic, I said carefully. As I said earlier, it seems like some militaries are capable of maintaining proper order in a realm, and Stefan assured me they had the strength to protect every hegemony world. Take your soldiers. I will feel better having a more capable force watching the hegemony. And with that, the First Lord ended the transmission. Pleiades Cluster, 2765, Tanya Cameron. I did not know what Kerensky expected from my accelerating my promotion to colonel. He would have moved against Richard earlier had he been so inclined, but Kerensky was fast-tracking my career. What he expected from me remained unclear, though. Was it Kerensky, or was de Chevalier preparing his move? There were too many unknowns. What I did know was that despite being a fresh major, I had just been promoted to colonel. I had already effectively been running the regiment, but now I was officially in command. Next to such an unexpected promotion, I received another medal in the form of the Kincaid Cross. Someone was going out of their way to inflate my achievements. I did have to wonder if someone was waiting on Kirinsky's resignation before going forward with their plans. As for the regiment, we were being brought up to full strength by taking in survivors of other destroyed units. When reinforcement arrived from the other SLDF armies, we would get shipments to fully restore our damaged or lost equipment. I needed to try and run us through exercises as a regiment. The extended period we had operated in separate battalions or companies had eroded our ability to fight as a regiment even before losing all our commanders. Xavier had been promoted to major, but my other two majors were former captains from elsewhere in the company. It would take a while before the unit was genuinely ready for frontline service. Time, we likely did not have. We had months before the first of our reinforcements arrived. Then I imagined the reconquest of the Taurian Concordat would begin. It struck me again how pointless this whole war was. Even with all the casualties the SLDF had taken, there was only one way this would end. The Concordat under Star League occupation. If only the periphery had been handled better and the Taurians less reckless. I wondered what other options could have been taken after the reunification war. The planet we were on was once part of the Taurian Concordat, but since the Federated Suns annexed it during the reunification war, the population had assimilated well into their new nation. What if each of the periphery powers had been annexed instead of rebuilt as occupied nations? Would that have caused more revolts or more places like the Pleiades cluster? It was hard to tell through the propaganda that was recorded. The relations with the Taurian Concordat had always been poor due to the events of the reunification war, but the Outworlds and Magistracy could perhaps have been brought more into the fold. Those nations had enjoyed prosperity arguably more significant than their time as independent nations before the 2720s. It was then that member states had put short-term profits and reworked the trade and tax structures to reduce them to mere economic colonies of the member states. With the rebellion, they would soon be under military occupation and direct SLDF governorship again, and this cycle of exploitation and violence would restart. All it succeeded in doing was killing people. A different outcome might have emerged if the periphery realms had been fully incorporated into the great houses or embraced as actual member states when their SLDF governors were removed. As it stood, the territorial state status was fundamentally flawed and did nothing but lead to more issues. I looked out over the highlands. This particular region on the planet reminded me so much of Scotland. I missed my home. I had been able to exchange a few letters with Mother. She was proud of my promotion, but I could tell she was still worried for my safety. I reassured her that I would be retiring and returning home as soon as this was over. Colonel would be a high enough rank to ensure respect from the SLDF. Being out of the periphery meant much better HPG access, and I could enjoy this short time of regular letters. Mother had mentioned that I needed to start thinking about what I would look for in an artist to patronize. Mom supported several traditional Celtic artists, and I could always continue her lead. However, I felt the art I sponsored should be more personal. A knock at my door brought me out of my thoughts. I quickly called out, "Come in." In the door was a young woman with black hair. She saluted me, Warrant Officer Ellen Green reporting for duty. This was supposed to be my new regimental adjutant. The old adjutant attached to the 203rd had been promoted to fill gaps in the logistical chain as the 19th Army reorganized. At ease. You wouldn't happen to be a relative to State Administrator Elias Green, would you? Star League law was enforced by the Department of Administration. Each member state outside of the hegemony had a state administrator who ran the department's presence there. These positions had become effectively hereditary due to the deep connections these families had made between the hegemony and the member state they were responsible for. House Green was the main point of contact between the Star League and the Federated Suns. "Yes, he is my great-grandfather," she said in response. A connection with a family as powerful as House Green was something to cultivate. "I look forward to working with you, Officer Green. I welcomed her. Before moving, go get my note putter. I have been looking forward to having a new adjutant. I have been working through these requisition requests to replace all of the lost equipment during the evacuation. I think this would be the most important first assignment for you. I spent the next few minutes walking her through the regiment's paperwork, and as we concluded the work-related conversation, I moved to try and learn more about my new adjutant. Where were you assigned previously? The 329th BattleMech Division's administration staff, Ellen replied. Ah, that explained why she was free to join my regiment. The 329th had been destroyed in the uprising. My condolences. I said in reply, they will be avenged soon. There was an awkward silence. I needed to change the subject. Looking out over the highlands that reminded me of home, I had an idea. So, which planet did you grow up on? I was born and raised in the marshlands of Lockdale. She responded. Lockdale was the capital of the hegemony province that bordered the Federated Suns. I have never had the chance to visit there, but I have heard it is a beautiful place, I said. The place is very wet. What isn't rainforest is swamp. I guarantee the sense of wonder at the scenery gets washed away by the rain after a few days. She said with a chuckle. I will be sure and bring an umbrella then, I said, returning her humor. Moving on to a more serious question, I asked, so, what made you join the SLDF? Family tradition. House Green members have served in the military, even before the Star League. My grandfather is a major general, and my father is a commodore. She replied. I enlisted for much the same. It is fair to say my family has a duty to the Star League. One I will do my best to live up to, I said, cultivating a patriotic image that I thought would be useful. It is an honor to serve with you, ma'am. She said enthusiastically. I admired her optimism and hoped that translated into her work ethic. It was an excellent opportunity to become more associated with House Green. The Year of 1,000 Battles 5. McLeod's Land, Taruian Concordat, 2765, Space Master Harrison Lee. It had been quiet since the SLDF left. There were just a few raids, but the Great Star League Leviathan had run from the Concordat. People had cheered, but I knew they would be back. Our system was just one jump away from the Federated Suns and a prime target. Our world was the first outside of the Hyades to join the Concordant. We had a plan ready, old Trojan blockade runners set up as fireships prepared to try and disable the SLDF warships when they jumped in, and then I would lead my ship and the other Leopard CVS in to launch our fighters. We had set up what missiles and mines we could around the jump points. Now there was just waiting. Space Master, SLDF ships have jumped into the system. The ship's navigator called out. What are we looking at? I asked. 2 McKennas, a Texas, 4 Black Lions, the Luxors, 14 Riga IIS, and 12 Lola IIIs. They are launching dropships. It looks like 74 Titans. My operator could not keep the fearful quiver out of his voice. My stomach dropped as he gave the readout. Not only were we fighting 2 SLDF warship squadrons, but they also carried over 2,000 fighters. This wasn't even going to be a battle. This would be a massacre. Fall back, radio the controller. Let them know we will try and harass them, but we cannot stop them from taking the plant. Send in the fireships, our missile stations, and minefields should allow us to get into cover. I called out. Trying to stop this force here would not be a sacrifice. It would be throwing our forces away pointlessly. The one hope we had was to try and lead them on a chase through the system and try to whittle them down through hit and run. Our force was not well equipped to do hit and run against Titan dropships but was better odds than taking the fleet at once. Sir, they are charging the minefield. The navigation officer called out, and a hollow image of the SLDF ships moving toward our mines at full thrust flickered to life in the bridge. Perhaps the commanders were reckless. Maybe we would get through this if they threw their ships into the minefield. I watched as the first mines exploded. The McKennas did not even slow down the mines, making rents against their armor but failing to do any substantial damage. How tough were those things? Full burn away. But I knew it would not do any good. The other SLDF ships were following the paths that the McKennas cleared. Thousands of little dots appeared on the hollow screen representing the SDLF fighters. We would go down fighting, but I doubt that fleet would even notice us. McLeod's Land, Taruian Concordat, 2765, Admiral Thomas Belleau. I had been offered a McKenna for my flagship, but the old SLS Moscow and I had been through a lot together, and Texas class was an excellent command ship. However, watching SLS Sydney and SLS Tokoyo run a Taurian minefield and missile gauntlet and not seem to notice was rather impressive. The Taurian defenders had tried to fight, but calling what had happened a battle was not a good description. The enemy forces ceased to exist once we had closed to weapons range. The Zenith jump point was secure. The Nadir jump point is secure, sir. All enemy naval assets destroyed. The communications officer reported. Well, boys, the jump zone is ours. Let's get the transports here. I called out. A quick HPG message later, the transport squadron with ground pounders arrived. 4 Potemkins stuffed to the gills with Lee dropships did most of the heavy lifting. The central escort was 4 Sovietsky Soyuz carrying Titans and fighters, then you had 8 Avatar-class vessels and 2 lone Lola IIS to help as escorts. All of them packed to the gills with troops and supplies. McLeod's Land, Taruyan Concordat, 2765, Tanya Cameron. Our regiment was a part of the first wave of the main counterattack. However, we would be one of the last units to make planet fall. We were guards for the 601st Artillery Regiment. The 601st consisted almost entirely of mobile long-toms and their support equipment. They were among the few regiments in our attack wave cleared to use special ordnance. Fortunately we shouldn't need that as it was only insurance for if the TDF escalated. It was an unsettling posting but one away from most of the fighting. That was good as while I had drilled the regiment in the Pleiades. We could still use a lot of practice fighting together as a formation. I could count on them to do as I ordered and hold formation, but we were far from the efficiency of my Second Life's 203rd. Green had been a great help and had taken much of the paperwork off of my schedule so I could focus on drilling the unit. Ellen and the rest of our support staff would arrive in the second wave once we had dug in and set up proper headquarters. I would have to watch my regiment, though. The troops wanted vengeance on the rebels for all our lost soldiers. With that in mind, I walked my Highlander off the ramp from the lee. I could have upgraded to an Emperor or Pillager, but I had lost my side torsos enough to be wary of an extra light engine. I also did not want to waste time getting familiar with a new machine. Fortunately, we landed far enough back that we did not have to worry about enemy fire. The first few regiments had deployed via drop pod and secured the landing zone, and the first waves of forces were already well on the march toward the planet's capital city. The Ares conventions forbid fighting inside cities unless a military objective existed inside one. The Taurians tended to put their military bases inside of cities. Forcing assaulting forces to wade through the numerous ambushes points and over terrain made it hard to assemble in large formations. Many hegemony bases were in cities, but the difference was when hegemony built their garrisons, the city often did not exist and only later developed around it to take advantage of off-duty soldiers with paychecks to spend. The Taurians just tended to build their bases in cities, a disgusting practice to make them as unpalatable to approach for an enemy as possible. I had taken more time to study the TDF doctrine, and the last significant example of them was from the reunification war almost 2 centuries ago. Freedom or death was a term some analysts used to describe it. Taurian doctrine had a much higher tolerance for civilian casualties than most other militaries. Their whole battle doctrine revolved around making the war as unpleasant, messy, and destructive as possible to force an opponent into exhaustion. This strategy inflicted a needlessly high price on their people for what was already a foregone conclusion. The Concordat was not fighting one nation. It was fighting the 6 largest nations of humanity banded together. The SLDF had overwhelmed them in the reunification war when the Taurians were mightier and the SLDF small and inexperienced. We would prevail here now that the SDLF stood at the largest it had ever been and the Taurian army a shadow of its reunification war self with no real navy to speak of. Right now, all fighting did was make their situation worse. They would likely resort to the same extreme measures they had done during the reunification war. These rebels were fighting for their homes, and I doubted they wanted to cause the same collateral damage. Still, I was uncomfortable in my cockpit, as I was not wearing a standard cooling suit. I was in a modified attire to protect against radiation or chemical warfare if I needed to eject into a hostile environment. I was grateful for the protection, but it was much more uncomfortable than a standard cooling suit and hindered our ability to stay in the fight longer as heat exhaustion would set in sooner. I had my regiment out and in proper formation quickly. Before this, I had little time with these troops, but I hoped our prior drills were enough. We had absorbed the reminders of other formations, and so we were a reinforced regiment of 5 battalions. Our regiment remained best configured for rapid reaction or mountain warfare. The 1st Battalion had a company of pillagers, with 2 medium companies, 2 lances of Wolverine IIS, and a lace of Griffins. The 2nd Battalion was my old one, a company of Highlanders, a company of catapults, and a medium company, Wolverine IIS and Griffins. The 3rd Battalion was just 3 medium companies, but they used the new Shadow Hawk refits. The Shed 2HB used a powerful LBX-10 as its primary weapon, instead of Wolverines. The 4th Battalion was a light mech force of 3 light companies. Each was a lance of Royal Phoenix Hawks and 2 lances of Royal Stingers. My last battalion was mechanized infantry based out of VTOLs. A proper Royal Regiment, the finest war machines, and the best graduates the hegemony could field, a symbol of the Star League's might. Right now, they wanted blood. If everything goes according to plan, we should never directly see any Taurian troops, but if we did, I had to make sure the men kept proper discipline. Discipline was not helped by the fact that we had to wait on the 601st. The SLDF Mobile Long Tom was the largest land-based artillery piece in the inner sphere. The self-propelled model at full speed managed a positively glacial 25 km per hour. This speed dropped further when they pulled ammunition trailers, as all of the 601 STS guns had. It was one of the few things an urban mech could outpace at a walk. Once their long toms finished offloading, a swarm of ammunition trucks began disembarking. An SLDF artillery team, once set up, could throw a truly alarming number of shells downrange and needed a constant stream of ammunition to feed the hungry machines. They still needed to be done after these. They still had to unpack their smaller ordnance with the marksman artillery vehicles, chaparral, and ammunition trucks. Eventually, though, the 601st finally finished unloading, and we began to march toward our positions. We were just a short distance from the front, but with the 601st heavy guns lumbering about like great metal inchworms, we would be moving for a while before we reached position. This region of the planet was gently rolling hills covered in grassland. Grazing animals occasionally dot the meadows. It looked like a postcard, and I was grateful again for being on the rear line. Assaulting the city over this open ground would be a hard battle. The SLDF would ultimately prevail, of course. The odds were just stacked against the TDF too much. The Navy's bombing runs had already eliminated Taurian artillery positions. We were just in case the TDF managed to sneak a deep raid unit through our perimeter, and we should be able to deal with those forces quickly. 203rd, come in. I heard over the communication from headquarters. I read you, I said. TDF recon forces just managed to slip by the main defenses. It should be composed of light vehicles and light to medium mechs. We believe they are looking for our artillery. Be mindful of intercepting them if they come your way. The Navy should take care of them soon. They radioed back. We could see fighting after all, but it would at least be the type of fight we trained for. Thanks for the heads up, I said, and then transmitted to my unit. Looks like some Taurian scouts got through. 4th Battalion spread out. Let's try and see them first. If the enemy is sighted, fall back to the main formation, don't let them keep you in the open. At my order, my recon forces fanned out to widen our sensor network. My recon forces were more exposed, but our detection range was much more expansive. Enemy contact, Colonel. A captain from the 4th Battalion radioed to me, and my tactical display now highlighted enemy signatures. They looked like a group of J. Edgar hovercrafts, some light mechs like Locusts and Falcons, with a few unidentified medium mechs moving to reinforce them. It seemed like we would have to step in before the Navy. They must have been busy bombing something else to dedicate much to the search. It was of no concern, though. We easily outgunned this force. 1st and 2nd Battalions, follow me to intercept. We have some bug mechs to swat. 3rd and 5th Battalions stay with the artillery in case this is a feint. I called out my orders. 1st and 2nd Battalions were slower moving but had most of our firepower. We should still be able to make it on time with the TDF lured in by the retreating scouts. This fight was going to be a short one. The Shadow Hawks and infantry would be the most versatile for guarding the 601st in the case of an emergency and still maintain adequate firepower for the task. Looking at my tactical readout, I could see that the TDF was pursuing the recon company as they fell back toward our position. That was their mistake. It benefited us greatly. The regiment could use an easy win like this. Had the TDF force not pursued, could have run away and escaped us, as my force needed to stay near the 601st. The Navy would still kill them eventually, but my mechs wouldn't have destroyed them. The smart move was for them to surrender, but it was something that the toxic Taurian nationalism would never allow. This battle was only happening due to their pride, denying the inevitable. We caught up to them as my force crested a small hill, and we could see the mechs and hovercraft chasing the recon force back to us. Some of the Stingers had taken heavy damage, but the recon group had managed to stay out of range for the most part, being covered by the Fenoya Hawks ERPPCs. The recon force's greatest danger was the fast-moving hovercraft trying to encircle them. J. Edgars were hard to hit when moving at flank speed, but hails of LRMs could hit them due to sheer volume. Open fire! I ordered, and my Highlanders and catapults opened up with a hail of missiles while the Wolverine's autocannons roared. Now hovercrafts were fragile machines, and I could watch on my sensors as the missiles destroyed the fragile skirts that kept them moving at great speed and sending the 25-ton machines plowing into the ground and digging trenches into the earth. Simultaneously, the rapid-fire ultra-autocannons shells tore through the fragile craft, leaving immobile wrecks on the battlefield. At last, no more surprise attacks and ambushes. This battle was the fight the SLDF made for. Soon the Concordat would have to face the reality that this war was not winnable for them. Now that the recon force was out of danger of being encircled, it was time to bring down their mechs. Focus fire on the mechs. I signaled to my 2 assault companies and the Griffins. The catapults and Wolverines were best at getting rid of the remaining hovercrafts, but our heavier weaponry would make short work of the enemy lights. I took careful aim with my Gauss rifle and managed to hit on a Locust at the edge of my range. The Gauss slug tore clear through its armor and into its right torsos, which caused its machine gun ammunition to erupt, finishing the mech off in an explosion of shrapnel, causing the remains of the Digiti-grade mech to slump into the earth. Soon other mechs were falling as gauze slugs from Highlanders and pillagers tore through their armor, or the Griffin's ERPPCs melted holes through them. The mechs were fast, though, and many could dodge our weaponry as they veered to the side to try and flank us. Make sure they don't get behind us. I sent it out to one of the medium companies and had them move to the side. Just in case those mechs managed to close. It was unlikely, though. Even now, most of the TDF showed the damage and would not last much longer. The heavier TDF mechs were now appearing. It looked like two companies composed of Griffins, Dervishes, Shadow Hawks, and Wolverines. Our Griffins and Wolverines outclassed their TDF mechs by every metric, and that was before we even added the heavy firepower from the Highlanders and pillagers. It was an understatement to say we had them very outclassed. A second volley from my forces finished off most of their light mechs, leaving pilots ejecting and mechs coming apart in hails of shrapnel. I took the leg off a falcon, sending the pilot tumbling to the ground. The Wolverines and catapults had reduced the last of the hovercraft to immobile hunks of wrecked metal. The remaining light mechs were beginning to retreat as the enemy mediums did their best to provide covering fire. Now this gave me pause. Should we pursue them or let the Navy pick off the stragglers? However, it was best to ensure they were destroyed. It would only take a few more minutes and improve the regiment's morale to let them finish the job. I opened my command channel and ordered, "Let's finish this, don't let them leave." The TDF must have hoped the artillery would have only a light guard. They were wrong, and it would cause them to waste their lives and equipment pointlessly. It was a metaphor for this entire war, a desperate but ultimately hopeless act. My mechs moved forward in pursuit. I destroyed Griffin's right torso with my weaponry, disarming the enemy machine and leaving the damaged mech listing slightly as the mech warrior tried to keep balance. Still, one of my forces finished him with a PPC before he could find his footing. All gauze slugs, PPC bursts, and ultra-auto cannons tore through them, sending parts flying. They returned fire, but our armor easily shrugged them off. "Colonel, save some for us. I have some chaparrals in position." A captain from the 601st radioed me, drawing me out of my focus on the TDF for a minute. "Well, the fight is almost over, but if you want to waste the missiles, my forces are far enough back," I called out. The SLDF Arrow 4 missile system mounted in the Chaparral artillery tank was designed for precision artillery strikes when there might be Allied forces in an area. It was disappointing that our regiment would not have the catharsis of doing it ourselves, but watching the ensuing explosion would probably make up for it in morale. I radioed my regiment, "Seems like the 601st is feeling left out. Stay back from the enemy. They are about to have a bunch of Arrow 4s dropped on them. Missiles in the air, Colonel." The 601st radioed as our tactical network marked the impending blast radius in red. The few battered Taurian mechs were trying to fall back, and then the missiles impacted. Large warheads blew holes in the earth and enveloped the enemy briefly in the smoke from the blasts. When it cleared, all the mechs were on the ground in broken heaps. The skirmish was over. Scout the area for the ejected mech warriors. I am sure that Intelligence Command would want some prisoners. I called out to the Stingers and Phenonyx Hawks. Before sending out a signal for the mechanized infantry to come, bring some troops in a vector to take charge of the prisoners. That was the only other incident before the 601st finally made it to their position overlooking the city and commenced the shelling of Taurian lines. The great guns thundered for hours to try and keep the defenders pinned while the SLDF marched on the city. It was only a matter of time before it fell. The Taurian soldiers wasted their lives because of their sheer stubbornness and pride. Looking through the command instruments, I could watch the battle. SLDF mechs ran toward the lines as the Taurian defenders repeatedly fell back. The outskirts of the city turned into ruins and rubble by the fighting. The tactical feed I watched suddenly cut out, and mushroom clouds appeared from the city's edges. What? It looked like the detonations were on our forces, but it was still inside the city. Warning: TDF has deployed nuclear weaponry. The nuclear response has been authorized. Ensure radiation precautions are taken. A general announcement played out over the command channel. I was still in shock. It was their city, and they irradiated it. The radiation would poison the area for decades. I did not know how many civilians would have been impacted. Self-destructive lunatics. Did they look at the devastation of the reunification war and see it as ideal? What were they thinking? I could not tell exact numbers due to the radiation disrupting communication with the frontline units near the blasts, but our casualties would have been significant. I had probably witnessed the deaths of several whole regiments, but was killing us worth poisoning their people? Especially as all this incident would accomplish was force us to escalate ourselves. They would murder their people for nothing. The sheer level of barbarity. I noticed some of the 601 STS ordnance trucks approaching the Long Tom Cruise. These trucks were distinguished by radiation hazard signs painted on their sides. The Long Toms fired again, and soon another set of mushroom clouds could appear on the horizon. The Davy Crockett M was a nuclear shell for a Long Tom that could reduce anything in a kilometer to ashes. A kilometer was a small area compared to a battlefield, but the 601st made up for that by using a lot. When the 601st finished their bombardment, there would not be any TDF bases left. With that, the SLDF had won its first major ground battle of the reconquest of the Concordat. It did not feel like it, though. The sheer number of dead from the nuclear blasts was grim, and it would likely take a while to sort through the dead, and the city now riddled with radiation. Not only would we need to build new bases for ourselves, but we would have to build refugee camps and begin herding civilians into them. What had been a battle had become a humanitarian crisis. McLeod's Land, Taruian Concordat, 2765, Ellen Green. I heard about the nuclear launches as I was boarding a dropship. Intellectually I had known that nuclear strikes had been used against isolated units when we fell back a few months ago and that they had used the same tactic in the reunification war. It still felt unreal that they would use them in their cities and near their people. I still felt rattled but relieved that the 203rd had been well away from the blasts. I didn't want to lose another command. Mom had been a mech warrior, and she would tell stories of the Martial Olympiad and of her battles with pirates. I wanted to be just like her, but I failed to move that little miniature when I tried on the neurohelmet for my admissions test. I was neurohelmet incompatible. I would never be a mech warrior or fly a fighter as Dad had. I should have expected this. I doubted Grandpa chose to enlist in the infantry. I was good with numbers and on my aptitude tests and ended up in logistics. At least I could still be around mechs, even at a distance. Then I ended up with the 329th Division. I barely saw the mechs and spent most of my time handling the requisition paperwork, payroll, ammunition stocks, and food shipments. I was good at it, but I was simply a pencil pusher. I thought about what stories I would tell my future children, no tales of fighting pirates to going to exotic places. Instead, it would be, well, Mommy made sure that there was the correct amount of autocannon shells in the proper warehouse. Then everything went wrong. While the entire 329th died defending us, I was in an office deleting data and ensuring the evacuation teams grabbed the right boxes and put them on their assigned dropships. I had never been that busy or felt that useless before. Then I got assigned to Colonel Tanya Cameron Royalty, gunslinger, recipient of the Medal of Valor, almost certainly the youngest colonel in the SLDF. She was everything I had dreamed of being. It was quite a mix of emotions being around her. Of course, while she was fighting and serving, I had lesser duties to attend to, like ensuring all our stuff would go to our new base assignments. The original plan had been to move into the Taurian base once we captured it, but that plan went out the window once the artillery turned it into a glowing crater. Now I had to make sure none of the baggage would be lost as we moved into a new base that the engineering division was building. Lots of shipping manifests to update. I was doing my part for the Star League. Lots of spreadsheets to update. At the same time, my comrades were fighting for their lives. Green, do you read me? My communicator barked. Loud and clear, ma'am, I replied. We are on our way back to the dropships. Has the engineering crew begun on a new base, or will we be based out of the dropship for a while? She asked me. Yes, the team found a site that should be radiation-free. They should have some facilities up soon, and I am ensuring all of our equipment should be there once the buildings are up. I radioed back. Good work. I am sure we will all enjoy stretching our legs out again. Can you send me the map data? I want to ensure the unit gets more drills in fighting together, and knowing the terrain will help develop proper exercises. She called back. I fumbled on my noteputer for the engineering team's briefing and sent the data to her. You should have it now. Excellent. Also, tell the techs to be ready for repairs. No real heavy damage, but some armor scoring, and some of the stingers will need new armor panels and some replacement components. She called again. I will be sure to relay the message, I replied. Good. The regiment should return to base soon, and we can review things in person. She radioed. I returned to the manifests I was looking over. I needed to ensure it was all organized for when she returned. An Age's End 1. McLeod's Land, 2766, Tanya Cameron. While no battle had been as large or destructive as the first assault, this campaign had dragged out for months. Many TDF units had dispersed and tried to hide across the planet. This led to a game of cat and mouse that continued to drag on. In addition to wasting resources chasing down TDF forces, we also had to run the refugee camps. The civilians displaced by the radiation and destruction needed to be housed somewhere. The SLDF engineering units moved fast, and soon we had refugee centers, barracks for our soldiers, and prison camps for captured TDF. There was some irony in that all three types of installations looked the same. Most of the SDLF moved on to continue the invasion of the Concordat, but my regiment had been one of the ones left behind to finish the mop-up and pacification of McLeod's Land. After the engineers finished with the construction, their attention shifted toward the irradiated zones and trying to determine what their decontamination process would entail. Cleanup could be anywhere from a few years to centuries. Watching the lines of civilians corralled into our refugee housing, was this what the Concordat was fighting for? Was this what they had wanted for their people? Even more baffling to me was how the population had resisted. Entire groups of people refused to leave the fallout shelters when SLDF rescuers found them. Many tried to stage protests within the camps. Did they want to live in the city-irradiated city? Their nation had burned their homes and used them as human shields, and still, these utter zealots chose to blame us rather than face the reality that their government cared nothing for them. The SLDF had to use tear gas to suppress a few riots, but for the most part, the SLDF managed to maintain security and order in those camps. I had doubted the typical stereotype of the Taurian people as backward, stubborn, vengeful, and self-destructive hicks, even though I had tried to keep an open mind during my time on New Vandenberg. I will be the first to admit that the Concordat had many valid grievances with the Star League, but after witnessing the people of MacLeod's land continue to support the same government that had thrown them away so thoughtlessly, I now realize how truly toxic the culture of the Concordat was. A population of zealots defending their leaders who cloaked their cruelty in self-righteousness. These people would never accept peace as they were. I wondered how the Federated Sons had managed to assimilate all the worlds they had annexed during the reunification war. The people there had entirely accepted the Federated Sons as their new nation. Perhaps whatever method they had used could be applied to the Concordat to break this toxic nationalism and xenophobia they had. The sensor alarms going off disturbed me from my musing. The TDF was finally moving. Our regiment was tasked with rooting out rebel bases on the continent's northern hill country. I learned a new term from my technical briefings: karst topography. It meant land where water had eroded a lot of the rock, and here in the hill country, that created a large area of land dominated by steep forested hills over the top of extensive cave systems. TDF remnants were using this area to conceal their operations. The local geology made it hard to tell a bunker from a natural cave. Tracking strikes on SLDF convoys moving between towns, I had managed to find a valley they would have to move their tracked APCs through. So we set a trap. The stubborn zealots wouldn't be running away from this. We were the ambushers this time. I had taken the stingers from 2 companies, and we had attacked fake armor panels to disguise their extra weapons. From a distance, it looked like a recon company of standard Stinger 3GS and not our royal variants. They were operating a town we were confident the rebels were monitoring for targets. Then I had 1st Battalion and elements from the 2nd and 4th watching this valley. I had our reactors running at minimal power, with the camouflage covering our chassis to ensure we were not detected. Remote sensors deployed by the infantry were our eyes and ears until the trap was sprung. I had infantry ready to swoop in on vectors once the battle began. Looking at what the sensors were reading, we had an infantry battalion transported in an armored company, 3 lances of tracked APCs led by a Gallon light tank. Their mech force was a light cavalry company. It looked like 2 lances composed of pairs of Wasps and Panthers, with the command lance of a Wolverine, 2 Phoenix and another Panther. The Panthers put a grimace on my face. The hegemony developed their design so poorer worlds could afford a battle mech to fight pirates. It had a 4-tube SRM launcher and a PPC with jump jets. Many were gifts from the hegemony meant to build relations, and here they were being wasted through sheer jingoistic idiocy. Feebly attempting to use tools we gave them in a fruitless effort to draw out this conflict. The Phoenix was a design I had fought in University City, and at the time, I had not recognized it, but its sheer prevalence in the TDF had made me more familiar with design. Not to be confused with the Phoenix Hawk, the Phoenix was an old Rim-Worlds Republic design exported to the other periphery states. It was 50 tons, jump-capable, and armed with a PPC and 2 dual-tube SRM launchers. The Phoenix was still relatively rare outside of the Rim-Worlds Republic, so it was unusual that the TDF operated as many as they did. We had them laughably outclassed. As the TDF bushwhackers made it to the valley's midpoint, I knew it was time. Now, I called out of the radio as I powered up the mech. Reactor online, weapons online, all systems nominal. The computer greeted me as the war machine truly awakened. I now got to watch as my plan unfolded. The catapults safely behind the hills rained thunder LRMS on either side of the valley, creating minefields that boxed them in. There would be no escape for them. At the same time, the pillagers jumped in and managed to land in from behind. The pillagers had 24 Gauss rifles between them and had caught the enemy mechs from behind. The Gauss slugs tore straight through the fragile rear armor of the Taurian command lance. The Wolverine torso gave way as the machine slumped over the Taurian mech warrior, ejecting before he had time even to process what had happened. One of the Phoenixes exploded as its SRM ammunition detonated, and the other's torso was entirely disconnected from its legs as the high-velocity slugs shredded its thin waist. At the same time, ERPPCs and autocannons slammed into the APCs as the medium rose from either side. Most enemy infantry would die in their transport as the shrapnel bounced around, killing them, or the heat from the PPC cooked them in the enclosed space. A few soldiers managed to escape and climb out of their destroyed transport, often covered in the blood of their comrades. I had wanted to eliminate as much enemy infantry as possible while they were grouped in their vehicles. From my position overlooking the battle, I put a gauze slug into a panther's left torso, leaving a hole in the armor my LRMs later found and detonating its SRM ammunition, destroying the machine in a hail of shrapnel. I felt a grim satisfaction at a plan well executed. Looking at the remaining enemy light mechs and tanks ineffectually firing their lasers as they searched for a way out but could not find one. One of the wasps attempted to jump our lines toward me, probably trying to escape over the hill. It was a mistake as I put a gauze slug right through its center torso as it neared me, sending the mech crashing to the earth. One of the pillagers managed to get into melee range with a panther and used its battle claws to tear through the lighter machine in one swipe. The other panthers quickly fell to either gauze or ERPPC volleys, while the nimble wasps were downed by hails of autocannon shells and SRMs. A Wolverine lance came forward and stomped on the galleons, crushing the roof and the crew within. The scattered Terua infantry launched a few Inferno SRMs, but not enough to have any effect at all on our forces. The whirring sound of helicopters announced the arrival of my infantry and their gunships. This battle was over. Surrender. We have you defeated. I called out over my speakers to the defeated infantry. Intelligence would want prisoners, and we still needed the location of their bunker. However, I knew most of these zealots would prefer death to surrender. Sure enough, an Inferno SRM smashed into my armor from one of their launchers in response to my mercy. They want their last stand. Let's give them one. Intelligence will have to make with those we can find wounded. Finish this. The Vector's small pulse lasers and SRM fragmentation missiles tore through the remainder of the enemy. With that done, my troops dismounted and began sorting through the enemy corpses to find if any were still breathing. It was nice to have a success to report, and this plan had gone together perfectly. It was time for the next phase of this operation, which would take significantly longer than the decidedly one-sided engagement cleanup. It took a while for battle mech recovery vehicles to arrive. Most of the time, the SLDF would not have bothered salvaging the enemy equipment, but we could not leave it for the Taurians in case they managed to repair any of it. The infantry found a few survivors that our medics were working to stabilize so they would not die before interrogation. At the same time, I had my infantry piling up the dead to be burned. We were not savages who would leave them to the crows like they tended to leave the SLDF personnel they bushwhacked. Ma'am, most of these troops don't have dog tags. An infantry captain radioed me. These must have primarily been irregulars. We tried to record the identification of those we killed for two reasons. Once the war was over, we could confirm how the person had died, and it provided the intelligence command with more information on what type of people the enemy force was composed of. The Taurian irregulars did not often have standard uniforms or identification. They were brainwashed civilians who, in blind patriotic zeal, threw their life away for a government that hadn't even cared for their names. It is a shame the Concordat doesn't care enough to be sure their soldiers are identified. Just document the number killed and light the pyre. The recovery vehicles are almost here. I radioed back to them. And soon, the cremation began. The recovery vehicles arrived, and we used our mechs to lift the destroyed vehicles onto what was essentially a militarized all-terrain flatbed truck. After that, we traveled back to our hastily erected barracks. The SLDF engineering corps could create ferrocrete boxes in a short time. They looked like drab grey cinder blocks nestled on a moderately large hill. At least we had air conditioning. For the moment, this was our home. My office was a grey windowless room, nothing but me and paperwork. It was still better than working out the cramped spaces of the dropship. I was working on what would be my latest after-action report. Besides it, I had a response to my mother's latest letter. I missed home and was looking forward to when I could return. However, this last correspondence made me pity my poor mother. The First Lord has seen fit to start planning an extravagant Christmas party during the middle of an economic crisis and war caused by his taxation. The entire extended family had been invited, and I was only managing to escape going due to fighting the war. To allow for everyone to travel to Terra, Richard had begun planning months in advance, and it seemed like this party would be worse than his usual excesses. Mother would represent both of us, and I would need to be sure and do something nice to thank her when I finally got back home. At least this war was good for something. A knock at my grey metal door brought me out of my thoughts. That should be green. Come in, I replied, and sure enough, my adjutant soon entered with a noteputer. The majors have their after-action reports in. It sounds like the mission went well. She opened up while bringing up the files on her noteputer. It was a one-sided engagement. They were simply a deluded militia and fell for our trap completely. I said in response. If the Taurians had any sense, they would realize how fruitless trying to resist like this was. Intelligence should be sending a Cobra by to pick up the prisoners. I think they were rather irritated that we only had a handful of prisoners for them. She said in response. That figured intelligence had been asking for more prisoners. The Taurians' enthusiasm to try and martyr themselves at the slightest provocation was not conducive to taking them alive. Well, they must learn to deal with disappointment, I responded. They should try to take these utter maniacs alive if they wanted to. Intelligence sent out a memo suggesting using tear gas SRMs to try and increase the chances of live capture. She said, forwarding me a level. Not this again. I have told them before that all of our mechs use Artemis fire control and thus cannot use tear gas. The only launchers that can use those rounds are the ones on the vector gunships, and we need those to guard the infantry. They should look among the regular divisions if they want a unit that can use tear gas. Besides, most of the enemy will have some form of gas mask they could use. I messaged my temples for a bit. I knew they were just trying to find ways to take more of these zealots and grasping at whatever idea they could find, but turning to the supplies of tear gas we had for riot suppression would not work. We have also received a memo to conserve LRMs. Some rebels managed to blow up a supply depot, and now there is an LRM shortage. There is another resupply transport arriving in system in a week or so, but until then, there is an advisory that we need to conserve missiles. She said, coming in. So that means the catapults will go on guard duty until we get that resupply. How did the Taurians manage it this time? I sighed. At least it was LRMs. Only the Highlanders and catapults used them. Our unit would have a lot more issues had they been SRMs. Looks like Taurians managed to hit a supply convoy and steal the trucks, which they then used to run the supply depot in car bombs, Ellen said, her voice grim. Did we at least narrow down how they found it? I asked. Intelligence still failed to pinpoint how the insurgents kept locating our supply convoys. Using decoy convoys as traps had some success at luring the rebels into our guns, but they kept getting the actual convoys as well. No, but intelligence sent out a memo thinking that they have civilian observers that watch our bases or that some of our communications channels might still be compromised, Ellen stated, which was what intelligence had been saying for a while. Any other updates while I was gone? I asked. We got another shipment of coffee, so the mess is no longer running low. That was terrific news. We had been in danger of running out on base for a bit. At least there is some good news, I said with a chuckle. Also, there haven't been any attacks or rebel sightings. You might have destroyed the last of them in this area. She said in response. What about the group attacking around Sector 12? I asked. I knew that attacks were decreasing, but they had always seemed like cockroaches, and I had given hope of getting them all. I knew there was at least one more major force in the area. They ran into another unit using a decoy convoy while you were out. These were the last major force in the area. Ellen confirmed, showing me the reports. What was believed to be the last of the rebel heavy equipment in the area was destroyed. If these were correct, our sector was secure. Hopefully, the rest of this war would be uneventful garrison duty. Brisbane, Taurian Concordat, 2766, Alexander Kerensky. The campaign had been brutal, but we had kept a steady momentum up, and now it was time for one of the more important battles. We would be retaking New Vandenberg. This was where the uprising had begun, and I hoped that a victory here would be a strategic victory and a political one that would help break the Taurian support for the war. Taurian patriotism was famous, but the rebellion was destroying the Concordat, and they were losing. How much was Protector Calderon willing to lose? Despite her legendary stubbornness, knew she was not a mad woman. Once Star League flags flew on New Vandenberg, I believed she would accept reality and open negotiations. The cost of taking each world was dire, though. The TDF was running the same tactics they had during the reunification war, and each use of weapons of mass destruction weakened the Taurian negotiating position. The Star League would use it to demand more sanctions. However, my estimates showed that even if Calderon refused to see reason, the periphery would be forcibly pacified by the end of 2768. I expected most areas to surrender long before that. Even during the reunification war, the Taurians eventually surrendered. Now it was time to assemble the invasion force. It might be best that the old garrison was part of the assault. Even if they were in second-line roles, the LVI Corps coming home would make for a powerful image. I prepared the orders. Due to the damaged state of many of the LVI Corps units and their experience dealing with insurgents, I had primarily used them as an occupation force. Many of those soldiers would be eager for a chance to prove themselves after being driven from New Vandenberg, and being able to take part in its reconquest would do them some good. I got to work on sending the orders. Hopefully, Protector Calderon would grow weary of this madness soon, and this war would end. Nicholas would be 3 soon. I will have missed his first steps, his first words, and many more of those moments. I had generally always enjoyed travel, and homesickness was a new feeling. I felt more tired than I remember being. I will be home soon, Katiusha. Oliver, Terran Hegemony, 2766, Jerome Blake. I want to close this presentation by recognizing some anniversaries with our team here. Please congratulate Blaine Stackpole and Michael Pardo for their 3 and 5 years at Starlight Broadcasting, respectively. Now let's kick this quarter off with a bang. I announced closing my kickoff speech. The staff of the Oliver HPG stations politely clapped and began to leave their seats. We had a lot to celebrate. We managed to exceed all of our efficiency goals, and this was just the start. It was going to be a great year. As I was going to join the crowd, I saw a woman walk over toward me. Wait! That was Deborah Scott, Starlight Broadcasting's head of personnel on Terra. What was he doing here? That was an excellent presentation. She said, coming up to me. Thank you, but why exactly are you here? It is a long way from Terra. I asked. I realized I probably should have been more tactful, but Deborah's presence was an enigma, and I was not fond of unsolved questions. Right to the point, as usual, I see. Why don't we go into your office? Deborah said as we discreetly left the mingling crowd. Once we were within the privacy of my office, she continued, you have been ignoring the notifications human resources have been sending you. I haven't been ignoring them. I simply don't need a vacation, I said in response. Was that what this was about? HR continuously reminded me of my built-up vacation days, but I didn't need any time off. I have no idea why Deborah would be involved with this. You will have worked with us almost a decade soon, and during that entire time, you have not taken any personal time off in less than 2 weeks of sick days. You had continuously worked overtime at seemingly every opportunity. You are brilliant, and we don't want to see you burn out. We care about you, Jerome. She said in almost a pleading tone. I like work. Is that so hard to understand? You know the saying, do something you love, and you will never work a day in your life. I don't need a vacation. I am happy. I said in response. I had honestly just never felt the need to go someplace. Vacations sounded like terribly dull things. Even in school, I tried to find programs and extracurricular studies during the holidays. I loathed boredom. Jerome, this isn't a request. This is an intervention. Workaholism is not sustainable. A healthy work-life balance is important, and the company wants to see you succeed. I am forcing you to use those vacation days. She said, and I stared at her in shock. It took me several minutes to even process what she had said. But I would be away too long. The HPG needs me. I said in desperation. You have 9 months of vacation time accrued from all the extra hours you have done. This is not normal. Your team can manage without you for a few months. You have trained them well. Find a hobby, and have a life, Jerome. Maybe even try and meet someone. Just rest, please, for people who care about you. She said. Please, I like the work. I promise I am doing fine. I begged. I had resorted to begging. Please relent. Would that be suitable if I just took a few days off each week? I asked. Denial and now bargaining. You have a problem, and this is the only we can think to help you. Please, Jerome, enjoy your vacation to the fullest. I promise this is for the best. She said with finality. I was still in shock as she left my office. What was I going to do? Months of absolute tedium. There had to be something constructive I could do. Deborah, why were you doing this to me? Do you know how much I love this job? Why take me away from it? I took a few minutes to calm down and tried to think over my options. Then I remembered something. I grabbed an computer and searched my emails until I found the one I was looking for. The HPG Community Outreach Tour is a circuit of conferences in the Free Worlds League designed to help educate businesses on best practices for HPG use. To help more businesses better integrate the technology into their operations and gain the most value for their spending. We are looking for knowledgeable speakers that might be available to travel to one or more of our conference locations. Speakers, if accepted, will be compensated and travel reimbursed. I quickly drafted an application and sent it off. Hopefully, I could at least do some productive work during this mess. An Ages End 2. McLeod's Land, 2766, Tanya Cameron. Just when I thought our part in the war was over. Then the new orders arrived. We were heading back to New Vandenberg. While fitting a whole regiment and the supplies we would need for combat operations into dropships was complex. It was something the SLDF prepared for regularly. We were not part of an RCT, so we did not have one of the fleet's limited Colossus-class dropships and instead had the Navy provide us with 3 overlords and 3 fortresses. Then made sure all our extra baggage that did not fit was stowed away in the mules following us just after the assault. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions were each in an overlord. 4th and 5th battalions would share the fortresses as they were combined arms transports. Once everyone was loaded, it amounted to about 1,000 people plus gear squished into what amounted to 6 giant metal eggs. It took about a week to reach the jump point in our dropships, and then we could rendezvous with the rest of the assault force. There was not anything to do but wait. I am sure fortunes had been won and lost at poker during this time. I played a few games with the officers and did rather well. The current game I was playing, though, was a different matter. I was losing rather severely. Ellen's knight took my rook. I looked at the disturbingly few pieces I had left on the board with dread. I had thought myself decent at chess, but it had become clear that she was well above my skill level. We were playing on a holographic board Ellen held. "You are very good at this," I said, moving on my only remaining pawns forward and hoping to get it across the few more spaces to Ellen's side and regain a higher value piece. "Chess is fashionable among the Federated Sons, and Dad has had me playing this since I was tiny," she said, advancing pieces toward my king. I could tell my defeat was inevitable, and now I was making a final and futile stand. "I can tell." I gave, moving my pieces to try and block her advance. "Check," she called out as her knight threatened my king. Dad was often gone on deployments patrolling for pirates, and I would study hard to show off when he came home. I spent time abroad, visiting New Avalon with my mother, and liked playing in some local chess tournaments there. It was a lot stiffer competition than back home. What was the city like? I had never left Terra before being sent out here. I asked, trying to keep the conversation going. We spent most of the time in Avalon City visiting my great-grandfather. The whole city is designed with a fairy tale or medieval aesthetic. The city was originally founded around a theme park, and the original park is still open and owned by the Davian family. We attended a lot of social events, and the whole culture is just more. I don't know how best to phrase it. The events are often significantly understated compared to the hegemony, but a lot more emphasis is put on nuances of etiquette and protocol," she said, thinking while she planned her next moves. "Is your father still on active duty?" I asked as I moved my king to safety. "Yes, but not fighting pirates anymore. He commands a fighter group and a Titan dropship as part of the First Fleet," she replied as she captured my queen. "I find myself grateful the Navy did not steal you away from us," I said, further consigned to defeat. There were a few moments of silence as my pieces steadily disappeared. "Checkmate," Ellen stated, claiming her inevitable victory. "Well done. I will have to study this more to give you an actual challenge when we play next," I said, making light of the rather one-sided game. "Thanks. I haven't been able to play a game like this since the Academy Chess Club," she said, packing up the holo projector. "I will have to keep playing you. I clearly need the practice. I would have to study." As her superior, I needed to keep a reputation, and when I had agreed to a causal game to pass the time, I had not expected to lose quite this badly. I would put effort into restoring my reputation. New Vandenberg, 2766, Tanya Cameron. Kerensky was leading the overall assault on New Vandenberg personally from McKenna's Pride. The SLDF fleet had quickly overwhelmed the Taurian navy. The ruined hulls of an AGIS cruiser and 2 Vincent corvettes in TDF colors drifted through the system as proof of the SLDF navy's efforts. The basic plan had been created before the fleet had even jumped into the system, but it was revised on the 7-day approach to the planet as we got more up-to-date intelligence. We would not be guarding artillery this time, but mercifully we were also not part of the initial assault. We would be in the third wave of landings after the main assault took the major cities and fortifications. We would come in to secure the last few remaining strong points. In our case, a very familiar strong point. Just as we had predicted, the TDF had moved and repaired the ruins of our old base in the southern mountains. Our unit was going to come full circle. Most of the base would already have been flattened by the Navy's bombing operations. However, facilities would still be built into the mountain itself, and the garrison was likely still intact. The 203rd goal was to secure the area, deal with any defenders that sallied out to stop us and settle in for a siege on the facility. Then an infantry regiment would arrive to take over the siege. Hopefully, the TDF would not have found all the old SLDF overrides. The days our dropship spent in transit to New Vandenberg were tense. We went through every scrap of intelligence we could get. After several tense days, our dropship landed in a clearing that the bombers had defoliated. The terrain near the base was too mountainous to make an atmospheric drop, and the extreme terrain also prevented any dropship other than a Leopard from making a close drop. So, we had to hike up the mountain to reach the base. I recognized the jungle. 4 years ago, I had flown over to this place on my way to meet my lance. It felt so long ago. I should have been rotated back home, but then the Taurians started this war. I had little hope of being able to leave until the war was over. One thing I did know for certain. As soon as I could, I was resigning. My military reputation should be solid, and I would return to the hegemony and never leave again. I would happily manage investments and perhaps go into the Star League Department of Economic Relations. I would have a long, fulfilling, and peaceful life if everything went as planned. Our mechs tore through the trees as we marched. The Stingers, Phoenix Hawk, and Vectors fanned before us, sensors looking for ambushers. The brightly colored jungle birds fled before us. The foliage thinned as we gained altitude and entered the more familiar ground. I would run exercises on these slopes, and we needed to use our jump jets to scale some of the ledges, but the route was well known. There was a certain amount of irony to our plan. We would be coming over the mountains just like the Taurian cavalry force had attacked us. The difference would be that we did not need to bring our main assault forces up the narrow pass. The 203rd was designed for mountains. Our scouts were the first to sight the Terua base, relaying footage to me from their sensors. The Navy had been thorough in its bombing campaign. The base's exterior was nothing but rubble. Several supporting terraces were damaged and would probably give way if any dropship tried to land on them. Still, the fortified blast doors leading to the parts of the base had done their jobs and given the garrison a place to hunker down during the attacks. A Taurian mech brigade and infantry outside were among the rubble, trying to salvage things among the ruins. The infantry had also brought out field guns to try and replace the damaged defensive turrets, mostly wolverines and dervishes with a few shadow hawks. This was about what we had predicted. Most of the heavier Taurian equipment would have been pulled to the northern continent and destroyed in those first waves of attacks. During that assault, the TDF resorted to nuclear weapons again, but their strategic arsenal appears to have finally run dry. These regiments were having to make do with what was left. My force should be able to tear these people apart. The Taurians spotted my scouts, and the dervishes and shadow hawks began firing a scattering of LRMs, followed closely by Class 5 autocannon shells. While inconsequential for most of my mechs, the Stingers were vulnerable to this fire, but fortunately, they were agile enough that only a few rounds hit their target. Pull back. Let the assault mechs get into position and do their jobs. I ordered. There was no reason to let my lighter formations try and pin them down. The TDF appeared to be trying to salvage the base, and they would not leave their infantry. The stubborn fools would be torn apart in their futile stand. The pillagers and Highlanders crested the rise and came into view of the base. Immediately taking fire from the TDF forces, but the assault mech's armor shrugged off the damage. Then I saw through the command feed's large metal blast doors to the underground part of the base opening. Hopefully, we could take the base before those doors closed. My heavy forces opened up with their weapons, and right away, several Taurian wolverines were torn apart by hails of LRMs and gauze slugs as the medium mechs fell in behind the larger mechs and began firing their weapons. I also took an overlooking position and was able to land the killing blow on an enemy dervish, my gauze slug tearing through its center and causing the mech to fall and its gyro destroyed. The Phoenix Hawk and the Vectors swooped in on the enemy infantry, our infantry using their jump packs to land an assault. That is when the gas hit. At first, I thought it was a simple smoke screen to help conceal their positions, but then the sensors reported what it truly was. Sarin 12, a chemical weapon with many iterations enhanced from the 20th century WMD. Even after they exhausted nuclear weapons, they found ways to bring more horror to the battlefield. What was so egregious about this was that all our soldiers wore standard protective gear. This would not have any immediate effect on the battle. All it would do is increase the lethality of casualties as enemy fire punctured the infantry's protective gear. This would also affect their people as well. All this did was ensure that this battle left fewer survivors on both sides. These absolute lunatics. If they wanted to escalate this, I could as well. I radioed the regiment, nerve gas. 5th Battalion fall back while the mechs provide covering fire. I am calling the artillery. The TDF can reap what they sow. They wanted me to fight in this gas and kill as many of us as they could. Well, I wasn't going to play that game. Let them cheer, thinking they had scared us off. This whole mountain wouldn't be here by the end of the day. Command, I opened a different radio channel. TDF has deployed a chemical WMD on the field. Request permission to disengage and for retaliatory strikes. If they wanted to turn this into the reunification war, then so be it. The Taurian reinforcements were coming out of the building now, a company of heavy mechs I did not recognize. There were two designs there, but both looked like warmers. My targeting computer identified them as battleaxes and hammerhands, neither name was familiar. What even were these things? Anyway, they had come out to see most of their comrades already destroyed by the combined fire of my regiment. Our training and firepower outmatched the Taurian mechs dramatically. This militia was doomed even before they had chosen to escalate needlessly. Surrender was the smart move, and this commander had his troops dying for mere pride and stubbornness. The infantry had taken losses, though. The infantry were the bravest soldiers, and it was always their lot to take the most casualties. While my medics had counter-agents that should help many of the wounded pull through. There would still likely be a lot of condolence letters to write. The TDF infantry seemed to be little more than a rabble and had been gunned down in great numbers by the Phoenix Hawks, Vectors, and our own brave infantry. 203rd acknowledged this as command. The use of mass destruction has been authorized. Confirm when you are clear, and we will send these savages to hell. Command responded. The Terua heavy mech reinforcements opened fire with PPCs and autocannons, and my infrared sensors showed massive heat spikes on the battle axes. Those needed better cooling. What were these things? They might have had similar firepower to a warmer, but their rate of fire was going to be abysmal. Concentrate fire on the hammerhands, I called out. Those autocannons seemed like class 10s and were the more significant threat, with the battleaxes busy roasting themselves. A hail of gauze slugs tore through the machines sending limbs flying, and the enemy mechs fell. Our infantry was almost clear of the gas cloud and back onto their transports. The corpses of the TDF were scattered around the battlefield. I did not see any more mechs leaving the base, but the infantry was still coming out of the facility. However, it was a futile attempt to support their comrades. None of the strange mechs seemed to have any real capacity to turn the tide of the battle. They would be gone in but a few minutes. I had a choice. We could overwhelm the defenders. We had enough people to do it. We would probably still have a low casualty rate, but with the nerve agent in the air, many of those casualties would be killed rather than wounded. There wasn't much left of this base anyway. It would be abandoned regardless, and if this garrison hadn't surrendered by now, they were not going to. I wasn't the Taurians, my troops would not die for nothing. Continue to disengage. These people seem eager to die, but I don't think we need to try and grant their wish while surrounded by nerve agents. Let's allow artillery or navy to grant these zealots their death wish. We don't want our comrades to feel left out after all. I called out. And with that, we started falling back. We did bring down the last of the Taurian mechs as we moved back, gauze slugs tearing through it. The battle was truly one-sided despite the TDF's attempt at using WMDs. I did not see a reason to risk any more lives for this. On our way back to the dropships, I messaged command again. I have disengaged with TDF forces and have made it out of the area. Be advised there are hardened facilities in the mountain, so be sure that whoever gets assigned brings enough firepower. I probably did not need to add that, but a little extra communication never did any harm. The hardened part of the base could likely take a Davy Crockett. We read you. The Navy has a bomber squadron that should be there shortly. You will probably be able to see them overhead. He replied. Sure enough, soon we could see the flight of 6 Stukas flying overhead, and as we got to our dropships, we could see the mushroom clouds erupting from the mountains. The objective had been to eliminate the enemy. Well, mission accomplished. New Vandenberg, 2766, Alexander Kerensky. I seldom got to pilot my Orion. I had taken the opportunity to do so for this. It provided some comfort around the destruction. I had initially hoped to deliver this speech inside New Vandenberg City, but the radiation levels were still too high from the fighting. I would instead give it overlooking the ruins. I hoped this would be one of the last battles in this war. Protector Calderon had to see reason soon. I marched my Orion to the rock outcrop where the ruins were clearly visible and Star League banners raised. Rows of atlases stood looking immaculate in the background as well. I needed to reinforce the image of the Star League's strength through this display of pageantry. I turned my Orion toward the camera crew, slowly opened the cockpit, climbed out on top of the mech where the camera could see me clearly, and then called out my address. A year ago, those who sought to divide us started a rebellion on this planet. Through reckless disregard for the people of the Concordat, they killed many soldiers and even more Taurian citizens. Now the Star League has re-established order on this planet and is again in a place to guarantee the people of New Vandenberg's safety. When the Star League was founded, it had one goal, one species, one realm. To see all of humanity united and living together in peace. It is through our unity that humanity has found strength, and we are stronger than those who would see that unity end. Every single human being should be able to hold their head high and take pride in being a citizen of the Star League, humanity's greatest achievement. I urge you, citizens of the Concordat, to remember that you are also citizens of the Star League. Do not let short-term hardship undermine all that has been built. I urge Protector Calderon to come forward so that your grievances may be heard and a path to peace and prosperity found. Do not let this war take more from the Concordat than it already has. I hoped this would bring everyone to the negotiating table so that some solution to this could be found. A truce, Free World's Loge, 2766, Jerome Blake. I was back at my hotel after the main day of the A Truce conference. I was honored to be able to deliver the keynote presentation. I think I was able to really help people understand how they can benefit from using HPGs and send their messages more efficiently. The happy hour afterward had been a waste of time, as I had expected. I ate my meal in peace and left. I had found one unexpected boon from this trip. I took some writing classes to seek a productive way to use the time aboard the jump ship. I had enjoyed it more than I thought I would, though, and I had started working on a textbook on how to streamline interplanetary communications and best practices. I wasn't feeling particularly tired, so I spent the evening on this book. I hope to have it ready to publish by the end of my forced vacation. Terra, 2766, Stefan Amaris. I was on the Stefan Amaris's bridge watching the approach to Terra. Naming a warship after myself was probably a little self-aggrandizing, but I couldn't resist. I was rather proud of the ship, the pride of the Rim World's navy. Terra was coming into view, the cradle of humanity, the throne of the thrones. This was it. Everything came down to this. No more pretending to be an ignorant buffoon. No more Christmas parties dressed up as Santa, no more wearing stupid furs to look like some ancient Mongolian oddity. Just a bit longer, and it would all be worth it. No one would look at me with disdain again. Soon all worlds would know me. Thinking about this day was all that kept me going through those miserable, humiliating years. Now it would all be worth it. Everything was in place. It was disappointing that my agents with the bulls had failed to off the girl, but I could learn to live with some disappointment. After all, humans as a group were remarkably stupid, and they did not want the truth. They wanted someone to tell them what to believe. Humanity always looked for a hero just to come in and save them. Look at McKenna. To this day, the hegemony idolizes the ground he walked on. They still have a hunk of junk moored at the moon just because it was that man's flagship, and it was outdated before the end of his lifetime. They keep it, though, because it was McKenna's. Hegemony schools teach that McKenna might have written the hegemony charter because he was an extremely intellectual man and a master of many subjects. Do you know the evidence they give for this? That McKenna liked watching documentaries during his naval deployments. Yes, that's right, this career military man who raised a waste of space for a son was an intellectual titan because he enjoyed National Geographic. It is absurd, but it doesn't matter because the hegemony wants to believe McKenna was some superhuman. Right now, the hegemony desperately wanted someone to save them from Richard, and they would be willing to accept any lie that gave them that salvation. So, the truth might be that the girl lived, but the truth matters little in the world. I would deal with her when I dealt with Kerensky. One of my personal favorite eras in history is the end of the old nation-states and the rise of the Terran Alliance. After the Second Soviet Civil War, the United States hadn't wanted to join the Western Alliance and had to be blackmailed into leading it by the rest of the world. The world was scared that all of the NATO funding and policing that had been set up was about to be withdrawn. The other nations had looked at the power vacuum and begged the US to become their king. No matter how far back you go, people have wanted to have their futures dedicated to them. The Bible records how the Israelites begged for a king and took one known full well he would rule over them. It is human nature to want to be ruled. I would give the hegemony what it wanted, and they would accept whatever I told them. The Star League had done its work well. It had the whole of humanity addicted to Terra. My people would close the hegemony, showing those fools on the High Council just how much power over them I had. They would groan and gripe but would accept me just like they had accepted Ian. To do otherwise would be financial ruin. People like to talk about morals often, but when their money was at risk, they would cave. The Camerons likely wouldn't be missed a mere footnote in history, like all the other fallen dynasties of history. The Camerons would have the same fate as the Marsdens of the Commonwealth or the Roe dynasty back home, just a footnote in the story of another house. The Camerons' legend was about to become my own. I couldn't help but smile. It was showtime. Mass HPG outage rocks Star League. News headline from A Truce in December 2766. Transcript of the speech Stefan Amaris broadcast to the Terran hegemony on December 30, 2766. Amaris stands in the press room inside Unity City. The hegemony shield is on a banner to his left, but the banner to his right, which normally held the Cameron star, has been replaced with the Rim World's shark. Stefan Amaris is wearing Rim World's Republican military dress uniform. With this backdrop, he begins his address. People of the hegemony, I know the past 3 days have been chaotic, and right now, you are all afraid and confused. I hope to put your mind at ease. 3 days ago, I confronted the First Lord and demanded that he resign. I undertook this with great hesitation, but he had continued to prove himself unfit as a ruler. The turning point came when I learned that he had used elements of the SLDF to assassinate his second cousin Colonel Tanya Cameron for no reason other than petty jealousy. He then used his influence to conceal her death at his hands. I confronted the First Lord and demanded that he step down just as James McKenna did when he was unable to perform his duty. Alas, Richard refused and drew a pistol to attack me. I grabbed for the weapon, and in our struggle, the weapon discharged, missing me by inches and killing First Lord Richard Cameron. Richard, however, had plans in place, and if he couldn't rule, he decided that no one could. Forces loyal to Richard used nuclear weapons and attempted orbital bombardment of Terra. Those SLDF soldiers who refused to comply with this madness joined with my soldiers to become liberators and free the hegemony from the corrupt Cameron government. Regretfully, some of the brave men and women of the Star League Defense Forces chose to resist the mandate of the people. They were misguided and fought unknowingly for a petty tyrant that saw them only as tools and pawns. No longer will you be ruled over by an evil imperium more concerned with keeping peace abroad than supporting its citizens. In light of the First Lord's actions, the remaining Camerons have chosen to peacefully go into exile so that the hegemony can make its own destiny. While I am currently serving as Director General Pro Tem to ensure a smooth transition of power, next month, there will be an election for a new Director General for the first since Richard Cameron I in 2419. Soon the Terran hegemony will function just as McKenna envisioned again, and I will fully bow to whomever you choose as your next leader. The hegemony's future is now in your own hands. An Ages N3. A Truce, December 30, 2766, Jerome Blake. I got out of the taxi and marched up to the security gate. The A Truce HPG was a Class A station that befitted the Free Worlds League's capital. Now I had a new problem: the crowd of people desperately around the HPG. Long-distance priority transmissions had failed, and then the retry had failed. This modestly sized mob outside was probably families desperately asking for news of family members or financial transactions that would make or break their fortunes. Right now, they were controllable, but I suspected this crowd would only grow if something weren't done. Of course, this HPG here was run by Communications Enterprise Incorporated instead of Starlight Broadcasting, which meant that the administration was likely bloated and inefficient. I couldn't trust them to find a solution in time. I knew I had to step in here as soon as I saw the HPG outage on the news, and I had paid the cab driver extra to get here fast. Now I had to make it through the crowd. I am an HPG director. Let me, though, so I can get this fixed. I shouted with confidence, deciding on a direct approach. Miraculously this worked, and I could get through the crowd with only minor harassment. I was only stopped by 3 distraught citizens looking for news on if a family member was safe and 9 day traders trying to determine if they were rich or bankrupt. These were just the first. Every missed transaction would likely impact the planetary market, and the demand for some answer would grow. I finally reached the security director and took out my hegemony ID. I was the director of communications for Oliver, which, despite also being a Class A station, was a higher position as it was responsible for more message routing. I would not technically have authority here. I needed to pretend I did and do it confidently enough that they wouldn't question it. I did not trust the Communications Enterprise people to manage a crisis properly. The door security let me through, and I went to the engineering hub. The sights that greeted me were technicians and engineers frantically poring over a routing map. Who are you? The person who I assumed was in charge of this technical crew asked. I am Jerome Blake, a hegemony minister of communications, and I am here to see this HPG disruption resolved. I spoke with false confidence, flashing my ID. I needed to have confidence. If these people doubted me, this planet would depend on Communications Enterprise crisis management, which would be dire. Now, I want you to brief me on what you have found and the issues you have taken to fix it. A look of relief crossed the faces of the technicians, and they all spoke at once. I raised my hand to silence them, and the technicians looked a little embarrassed, and the many I assumed was the leader started. We cannot get messages to Talitha. It cuts out 1 station away. We can raise Regulus and the other Class A districts fine, but we cannot contact any of the region's cross-routing hubs. The technician summarized. That was significantly worse than I expected. HPGs were not organized like shipping lanes or national districts. The Comster Ministry of Unification used the 12 regions system, colloquially called the Inner Sphere Clock. It partitions the inner sphere into 12 regions that converged at Terra. HPGs did not move like jump ships. An HPG station would batch messages together and transmit them to a set list of nearby stations on a schedule. Messages would be routed up to the main distribution hubs at the center of the districts. It was less efficient on the scale of individual messages but far more efficient in bulk, putting less wear and tear on HPGs. However, if the district's communications hub in Talitha and the auxiliary routes were also unavailable, the communications routing for this region, Region 7, was down. The farther away you would go in the district, the greater the chance of the message being lost. Have you tried patching into another region? Try to send a priority message with special routing to Wazit and Dubhe to send our message to Regions 6 and 8. I clarified. Yes, but we cannot reach those worlds either. The technician replied, panic starting to enter his voice. I could not blame him, that shouldn't happen, and it meant something was very wrong upstream in this region. We needed to patch through the district and into a neighboring one to try and find a stable area in the network. Then we need to do some more dramatic rerouting. I said, going through, we should be able to stabilize regional communications at least. We will use here and Regulus and New Olympia as new routing hubs. We must redraw the broadcast schedule and send a notice to route all messages here. Then we send a priority message to Orient and Sterling to try and patch into regions 6 and 8 further downline. Messages would be slow, but this rebalance should allow messages to flow in and out of the HPG region again. Getting any connectivity would be a win. It also depended on the other HPG stations agreeing to such a drastic rerouting plan. That was the biggest issue. I firmly believed that most would seek a way to restore contact. However, I expected some overly rigid idiots to refuse to deviate from policy. Excuse me. A voice came from behind me. I turned round from looking at the connection map and was met by the sight of a wiry man in a business suit and slightly graying hair standing before me, looking rather unhappy. He continued, last I remember, I was director of this HPG. Now who are you, and why are you interrupting my people? This was not good. I needed to convince this man to let me take the lead and not interfere. I am Jerome Blake, a communications director in the hegemony. I am here to help mitigate the crisis. I stated boldly. I was more confident now that I had more details and the technicians were working on my plan. Really? What do you suggest we do? The region domain routing center is out. There is not anything else we can do. He replied. Admittedly, he is technically correct. My plan would cause a temporary fix for the outage, but it required the other HPGs to support it. He still looked unamused but hadn't thrown me off the premises. I am working on a plan to connect the HPGs to the neighboring regions at regional routing centers and then using this station and other regional routing centers as a temporary backbone router for the area, I said, standing up to my plan, and then I saw the man's face frown. I was afraid of this. Changing the routing pattern of an HPG network was frowned upon due to the added stress on the hardware. Additionally, by putting more load on this HPG, I would put far more wear and tear on the station he was responsible for. Step into this office, he said, rather upset. I followed him into an empty office from the room the techs were working in. As soon as we were alone, he started angrily telling me off. To his credit, he was not yelling despite his frustration. The amount of chaos caused by changing the routing schedules, the messages that will be lost, the amount of strain put on the HPGs. I have never heard something so. Do you realize how much economic damage occurs due to an HPG outage? Every transmission we miss causes this whole planet's economy to lose value. Look at the crowd outside. If you stop this, I will go out there and tell that mob that you are why this outage is happening. Please just let me try and find a solution, I said, cutting him off. I could not blame him for being hesitant about what I had proposed. It would be like going into a city and changing all street signs. It would be a massive undertaking requiring all the other HPG administrators to agree. It was, however, the only possible action we could take. He was startled momentarily at my interruption, then he fixed me with a glare. This plan is on your head. I will have my objections noted. Mission accomplished. I did not need him to like me. I just needed him to stand clear while I did what I could. Hopefully, the other administrators would adopt the plan we were sending out. As the hegemony HPG stations remained dark, it soon became apparent that something would have to be done. Jerome Blake's plan provided a potential solution, and more HPGs would adopt it as the outage continued. As the originator of this plan, Blake would become accepted as the leader for the HPG rerouting. Slowly the inner sphere would reconnect as it propagated across the network. Excerpt from Horses to HPGs, A History of Humanity's Postal Systems. New Vandenberg, January 2, 2767, Tanya Cameron. Our new barracks were another new construction by the Engineering Corps and looked almost identical to our old base on McLeod's land and was likewise composed of ferrocrete blocks to serve as our buildings. The Engineering Corps was very efficient. Our regiment's duties were also near the same as our previous duties: convoy escort and tracking down rebel groups through our sector. Right now, we're gathering data on where rebel strikes have happened. Once we have enough data, we can start trying to pinpoint individual groups and where they operated. It felt routine by now. There was a knock at my door, and I opened it expecting Ellen, but to my shock, at the door were 3 officers wearing what looked like modified hazardous environmental armor. I did not recognize the design at all. The man in the lead took off his helmet. Hello, ma'am. I am Sergeant Lynch with SLDF Special Forces. General Kerensky has requested your presence on the McKenna's Pride and tasked us with escorting you there, he said clearly. I was in shock. I had no idea why the general would summon me like this. My heart raced as panic set in at what this could mean. Then it is best not to keep the general waiting, I said, somehow managing to compose myself in the face of something this unexpected. Thank you, ma'am. We had a dropship outside, ready and waiting, he said politely before putting his helmet back on. As I walked with the Special Forces team, I could not help but notice their armor. Why would they be wearing vacuum-rated armor on the planet's side? It also moved much smoother than the standard gear like that. Out the door was the smallest dropship I had ever seen. I had known of the Vampire class's existence but had never seen one before now. The dropship could easily have been mistaken for a mere shuttle had I not known better. I boarded the small infantry base surrounded by the Special Forces squad and was soon on my way to the McKenna's Pride. Once aboard the McKenna's Pride, the armored commandos escorted me to a meeting room. The McKenna's Pride was not a standard member of its class and had been refit with a rather luxurious set of conference rooms for diplomatic functions, and this meeting room was clearly one of those. The door opened to reveal a carpeted floor and a real wooden table. The chairs were also large and high quality, a distinct departure from the SLDF's typical utilitarian aesthetic. Seated at the table was General Kerensky in a standard duty uniform. I gave him a salute and spoke up. You requested to see me, General. Have a seat, Colonel. I apologize for the abrupt summons, and I know you likely have many questions. He spoke in a calm and soft tone. At least he did not seem hostile or critical. I did not think he would be moving against Richard, but something had changed. As I sat across from him, he continued, in truth, I do not have as many answers as I would like. On December 28, we became aware of an HPG disruption causing long-distance messages to be lost. The general public will likely notice this soon as most people blame the war for the HPG issues. That wasn't good. The sheer economic damage that would cause was so extensive it would be hard even to quantify. I had not expected the Doraines to be this desperate. Having their agents attack the HPG network might finally bring the member states into this war. How did the TDF do it? Perhaps they used suicide attacks on the Class A regional stations? Such tactics would not be out of character for these zealots. Kerensky was not finished yet, continuing with, the fleet began setting up a relay system between our mobile HPGs to re-establish SLDF command and control, but the vessels sent into the hegemony have not made contact. Reports also indicate that civilian ships have also failed to emerge from the hegemony. Our intelligence indicates that hegemony is under a blockade by parties unknown. I stared at the general in abject disbelief. I am unsure how long it took me to process what he had just said, the sheer horror and unbelievability of the situation. I thought of Mother back on Terra and hoped she was okay. Surely there has to be some information on how this happened. I asked. I was still grappling with the implications. I am still waiting on the report's intelligence command's efforts to scout past the blockade, and I hope the situation will become clearer soon. We are still trying to ascertain the First Lord's and immediate family's status, but SLS Star League has yet to reach any of the rendezvous points. Konecki said in response, and suddenly my presence at this meeting made sense. Before, it was extremely unlikely I would ever have the throne, but now there was a significant possibility I could be First Lord. You think they might be dead, I stated. I hoped Mother was safe. If someone had gone after my relatives in Unity City, hopefully, she would have been safe in Scotland and had a chance to get to safety. I believe it unlikely that they are all dead, but whatever forces blockading the hegemony may have some or all of them captive. I am transferring you to headquarters aboard McKenna's Pride until we know more as a precaution. He replied as he handed me a hastily drafted set of orders. I was relieved it did not sound like I would be saddled with the position of First Lord just yet, but so many questions remained. I will do my best, sir, I said, taking the orders. If there is any news from home, please let me know, I asked, hoping desperation did not bleed into my tone. You have my word that you will be the first to know any further developments. I would ask that this be kept quiet for now. I am preparing an address for the SLDF as a whole to prevent the spread of rumors and misinformation. He said, when our intelligence teams return, hopefully, I should have more answers. I am afraid at the moment, most of what I have are questions. He said in a reassuring tone. I must go see to other matters now. He said, getting up from the table. Again, I will update you the moment I have more information. I know this is difficult for you. Thank you, sir, I said, still rattled and processing the news. As the general left me to my thoughts, a powerless feeling I hadn't had in a long time settled in. I wanted to strike at something but didn't know who or what. I could only hope my mother was okay and waited for more information. I felt so very small. Thurcad, January 2767, Robert Steiner. The throne room of Thurcad was often cold in a way that the temperature outside could only hope to match. The scale of the Great Hall, combined with it often being near empty, made even the griffins guarding the throne seem small. However, the room size was useful as the first of my guests began to arrive. The Estates General formally had no real power. Certain individual members, though, could make my life uncomfortable. So I would be addressing them here as their Archon. The HPG disruption and the hegemony's blackout were simultaneously causing a stock, currency, and supply chain crisis. Each of these could bring a nation to its knees. Military intervention was likely best to be avoided. I was surprised to learn that Amaris was responsible for this from the refugee fleet that arrived at our borders. I had not thought him capable of such an operation, and even now, it was likely someone was backing his play. I would bet that Takaro would be making a move soon. Most plots could be traced to that old serpent. Still, perhaps Kenyon was more bold than I had thought. It was also concerning that we were now between his newly conquered territory and his homeland, but Kerensky would come for Amaris long before he could move against us here. Let them grind each other to ashes and rid us of both. Despite how dire things appeared and the risks we faced, this was an unprecedented opportunity for the Commonwealth, and I hoped to make the Estates General see that. This was our hour. It took hours to make sure everyone was announced and seated. The throne room was vast enough that the 300 delegates before me did not crowd the space. I was wearing a microphone, and the hidden sound system would be needed to deliver my voice to those sitting at the back. Finally, the herald finished with the seating and announced, now an address from His Majesty Archon Robert Steiner II. I stood up from my throne and spoke commandingly, Honored Estates General. We are beset by trouble and hardship, but greatness is born from adversity. In truth, we have been given a great opportunity. Long has Terra used unfair market manipulation to deny the Lyran businessman his rightful due. Now that the hegemony is silent, the other nations need to look elsewhere for the goods the hegemony provided, and we will be their only option. This is the end of the Terran trade syndicate that cheated the Lyran people of their rightful earnings. This crisis might seem terrible in the short term, but we are strong enough to survive it, and when it ends, People will no longer look to Terra as the heart of civilization but will instead look here to their cat. I said, gesturing to the grandeur around me. It was ironic that doing nothing would likely be the most profitable option in the long term. Public broadcast to all Star League nations from January 31, 2767. Stefan Amorous stands in Unity City, and behind him is the shark symbol of the Rim World's Republic. The following is a transcript of his announcement. I am sure everyone has questions. The hegemony has grown tired of Richard Cameron's tyranny and forced the corrupt Cameron government to step down. I am honored that the people of the hegemony have elected me as their Director General in accordance with the laws McKenna penned when he founded this great nation. I intend to repay the people of the hegemony for this favor to the best of my ability. In order to bring greater prosperity and integration, the hegemony and the Rim World's Republic are now part of the new Amorous Empire. I hope the various Star League member states acknowledge the will of the people and the hegemony's sovereignty. I invite them to Terra so the High Council can be reconvened to ensure a smooth transition for all nations. General. I, with my infinite skills and aided by my loyal subjects, have struck, with a swiftness given only to the righteous, a blow that has corrected decades of injuries and slights to my family. I rule where the Camerons once called home. I control the cradle of humanity. All within the hegemony have bowed before me, those who didn't are dead. Do not think of using the impostor you have serving under your SLDF to rally against me in unlawful rebellion. I have proof that Tanya Cameron is dead, assassinated on Richard's order. Join me, General Kerensky. Become my sword arm and help me impress my word and wisdom upon the other realms. I've no reason to hate you, I wish only peace between us. Join me and convince your men and women to follow you, and I will give you power second only to mine. But should you dare turn a blind eye to the wisdom of my offer and decide not to join, then heed my warning, I control everything the hegemony has. All its defenses, all of its fortifications are now manned by people loyal to me. Should you try to attack, every inch of hegemony soil will be stained with the blood of the fallen, and every drop will be a burden upon your soul, which must already be heavy with guilt for allowing me to accomplish the complete control of your homelands. Emperor Stefan Euchris Amorous I. Terran Hegemony News Headlines. Activist investor Mark Dorsey comes out in support of Amorous. Renowned film director Stephen Lucas voices support for Amorous. CEO of the Frist Terran Bank's latest prominent citizens speaking in support of Amorous. SLDF destroys Bryant's terraforming equipment, killing millions. Snippet from Amorous Empire press release. Emperor Amorous finds Rim World's Admiral Tolston Yukai guilty of war crimes. Yukai deployed nuclear weapons and orbital bombardment near civilian populations on Darien, killing thousands of innocents. The Emperor stated, "It is unfortunate that the SLDF chose to resist the will of the hegemony people, but Yukai's actions were uncalled for. I hope those who lost their families to the butcher of Darien will sleep easier knowing he will be executed for his crimes." A truce, February 2767, Kenyan Merrick. I finished watching the announcement that confirmed SAFE's reports. So the Rim Worlds was behind the blackout. That was interesting. I suspect that Takaro was likely the real mastermind behind this. Undoubtedly, I would soon hear that the Federated Sons or Lyran Commonwealth was being invaded while Kerensky fought in the hegemony. The economic crisis was severe, but the League had survived worse, and the Star League had not come to our aid during our civil war. I saw no reason to risk our people for the hegemony. Besides, I had told Kerensky he was making a mistake when he threw me out of the SLDF due to his moralizing. It was time that he learned his lesson as to why he couldn't go about acting like that. Let Kerensky and Amorous fight. The Free Worlds League Navy was the strongest after the SLDF, and with them so reduced, the stage would be set so that I could use that to establish our dominance in the Ashes. No was the time to prepare. Furthermore, I could use this time of crisis to get Parliament to cede more powers to me. It was time for the eagle to rise. As Terra weakened, we would grow stronger. Xi'an February 2767, Barabara Liao. I dismissed the Maskarov director from my presence. The intelligence he could give me was scant, but I wanted as much information as I could before making my decision. Many lives depended on my judgment. I kept my composure as fit the Chancellor, but I was more worried than ever. Not even the Davians' imperialist war with us had me as concerned as this news. Stefan Amorous had taken the hegemony. I had underestimated the man. I suspected that Takaro Kurita was likely the power behind Amorous's throne. That could be good news for the Confederation as it meant that John Davian would soon be fighting a war far from us, and his expansionist ambitions would be put on hold. However, we needed the hegemony. Our industry could only partially meet our people's demand, and the other nations would soon outpace us. Kenyan Merrick was worse than his father. Yuan might have been a drunken boor, but he was ultimately harmless, concerned with nothing but his next drink. Kenyan was ambitious. He was all of Yuan's spite, given direction and purpose. I never thought I would miss dealing with Yuan, but I found myself doing so now. Soon the SLDF would be under General de Chavalier, and no matter how much of a hegemony citizen, he appeared now to Chevalier had been born and raised under the Federated Sons. Between the Confederation and his homeland, I harbored no illusions about who he would favor. The realm was best by enemies on all sides, but we endured. The Capellan Confederation had always been surrounded by vultures seeking to destroy our prosperity. Still, I worried about the future. One of my titles was Celestial Wisdom. Right now, I did not feel wise. The only path forward I could see was to remain uninvolved and do my best to prepare the nation for the coming storm, whoever brought it, be it John Davian, Kenyon Merrick, Stefan Amaris, or Aaron de Chevalier. It is the opinion of the Capellan Confederation that due to Amaris being elected by the people of the Terran hegemony, the conflict is an internal civil war and Star Loge intervention unlawful. Barbara Liao in an address to her people. New Avalon, February 2767, John Davian. I was preparing for a meeting with my Privy Council. The hegemony's fall was going to do untold damage to our economy. Our land was fruitful, and we produced far more than we alone could use. Without the ability to sell goods to our friends in the hegemony, many businesses would collapse, leading to mass unemployment. I doubted Amaris was one to move without the backing of at least one member state. It seemed like Takaro Kurita was making his move. I had the forces in the Draconis March at increased readiness. Barbara Liao lied as quickly as she breathed, and Takaro might be moving in concert with her. I wished I could spare the forces to help liberate the hegemony to stabilize our economic situation, but doing so would leave us vulnerable. On one border, I had a nation of slavers, and on the other immoral warmongers. I hoped someday to liberate the Capellan people from their tyrannical masters and allow my people to be safe from the Combine's warmongering permanently, but that day seemed far off. I had to safeguard my realm as best I could and trust in the strength of our people to endure. Luthien, February 2767, Minoru Kurita. With a heavy heart, I left my father's room. The coordinator was dead. Long live the coordinator. I was no longer Minoru Kurita. I was the coordinator of worlds. I had spent the whole day with my father, who had given me his last advice, and died knowing he had done his best to prepare me to lead the Draconis Combine to greatness. While the events in the hegemony had been a surprise, my father's death was not unexpected. My father had guided the Combine for over 50 years, his age was no secret. When Amaris delivered the news, my father's heart could not handle it. I thought back to the oath my father had me swear. I was no longer just Minoru, and the honor of the Combine was above my own honor. My father had built the DCMS to be the strongest military organization outside the SLDF. I could move against Amaris and claim many valuable worlds for the Combine. Then I could hold to my oath and wait. The Federated Sons had the appearance of strength, but they were brittle. Like poorly forged steel, they looked solid but would break as soon as they clashed with a proper blade. The AFFS was 1,000 petty kings leading their own small armies. Their realm lacked the unity that the coordinator brought to the Combine. The Lyran military was more suited to parades and as a drinking club than real warriors. It was a nation of shopkeepers pretending to be warriors. The SLDF was the only genuine threat to the Combine's destiny, and soon they would be weak and divided after fighting Amaris. So, in this case, my personal honor does not conflict with the honor of the coordinator. I will hold to my oath and do nothing. Let the SLDF and other nations exhaust themselves. The dragon was patient, and our destiny was inevitable. Now was the time to prepare for our accession once the dust of Amaris's coup settled. New Vandenberg, February 2767, Tanya Cameron. The month of waiting was excruciating in a way I had not thought possible. There was nothing to do but wait on SLDF scouts and spies to ascertain what was happening. No news of Mother. No news from Terra at all. My duties as a part of headquarters were mainly administrative to review intelligence on the pacification of New Vandenberg. I tried to busy myself with them as some form of distraction, but I found myself having difficulty maintaining my focus. I cannot recall a single time in either life I had felt like this, so utterly powerless. I don't know how to describe what it felt like when Kerensky summoned me for another briefing. Hope for some news, dread at what the news could bring. I found myself sitting in the same conference room with General Kerensky again. He looked tired as he spoke. I promised to update you when I had more information. Our spy ships reported Rimworld's Republic ships patrolling the hegemony, and we were able to hear news of some refugees in the Lyran Commonwealth. Their collected report was also beaten here by a statement from the enemy. The hegemony has fallen to the Rimworld's Republic. Stefan Amaris has claimed the title of Director General and declared the United Hegemony and Rimworld's the Amaris Empire. He holds an unknown number of the Cameron family hostage, and Richard is likely dead. Amanda, Elizabeth, and Helen are still missing and are likely among the captives. He claims to have been elected Director General, but an election so quickly after a coup is unfeasible and just a smokescreen for his takeover. He said gravely. Surely the Star League's member states won't stand for this. I said in shock that a periphery power would have taken my home. What was Amaris thinking? The Capellan Confederation has announced that it views this an internal hegemony civil war. Anger flowed through me. Of course, the communist slavers had spoken to legitimize Amorous. Tyranny and rigged elections would be business as usual for them, but the general was still speaking, and the other houses have remained silent. They are likely waiting to see who will be victorious. We suspect the Combine might also be subtly supporting Amorous in a deniable fashion. He would unlikely do this without some support from a member state. All the betrayals stung. The hegemony had been a valued friend and trading partner to every member of the Star League. None of them were going to help us. I feared for Mother. Hopefully, she had disappeared into Glasgow and made it off Terra to Northwind, where the Highlanders could protect her. All the ways I thought things could go wrong, I had not expected this. No one is against him? I asked quietly. Still in disbelief that we were being abandoned. The SLDF has sworn to defend the Star League, and Amorous's deposition of the First Lord is not legitimate. I will do my best to see him removed from power and justice done. Kerensky said confidently. Though I have a rather great task to ask of you. As the closest Cameron to the throne, I ask that you take up the Director General pro tem title. Founding a government in exile will deny Amorous much of the legitimacy he needs, and you could negotiate with the member states to win us more support with them. I need you to help rally people in support of the Star League. He said, sliding a notepaper across the table to me with the paperwork for an honorable discharge from the SLDF. I doubted Amorous would let me live if he got his way, and I was tired of being powerless here. This wasn't a choice at all. I took up the discharge papers. Thank you for your support, General. I am honored for the responsibility and will do whatever it takes to see the people of the hegemony free. I am coming for you, Mom. One thing to be aware of, I doubt any of the House Lords will take the claim seriously, but Amorous is claiming that you are an imposter and the real Tanya Cameron was assassinated, Kerensky stated. What? He thinks people will really believe that? I inquired, still somewhat stupefied. Kerensky sighed. Amorous seems to have collaborators in the hegemony's media industry, and he controls their narrative. The lie is most likely meant for them, and he hopes to use his propaganda to attack your legitimacy with the hegemony people. It could cause some problems when we start liberating worlds from him, but I expect it to have little effect elsewhere. The hegemony will soon learn that reports of my death are greatly exaggerated, I said, using the famous quote. I was not going to let some tyrant's lies stop me. I was going to get through this. Stefan Amorous was the one who had my mother captive. I finally had something I could do. An age's end for. I never thought I would go to Moscow for a vacation, but I was looking forward to it. Mom's current book was on the Scottish Russians, and together we would do some field research. As interesting as Mom's research could be, there was something I was far more interested in, the Second Soviet Civil War monument where the Premier had surrendered to the North Atlantic Alliance. It was where communism had died. Unfortunately the tyrants from the Sane Commonwealth and Tikhanov Grand Union would revive the dead ideology to try and justify their oppression, eventually leading to the Capellan Confederation of today. Still, for a time at least, the end of the USSR had been the end of communism. Its fall triggered revolutions all over the planet as people finally saw the failures of the ideology and freed themselves from it. The defeat of communism paved the way for the first unification of Earth and our voyages to the stars. It was a milestone moment for humanity. The Kremlin had been turned into a museum about the Second Soviet Civil War and the Atlantic Alliance's intervention. I had mentioned wanting to see the historic site, and Mom had organized a visit to the building. Our security team was accompanying us, of course, but they were very good at their job of being inconspicuous. If I had not known to look for them, the plainclothes team shadowing us would have looked like more tourists. You are so excited about this. Mother said as we walked toward the entrance, you remind me a lot of your father sometimes. This was one of his favorite museums. I think it was his second favorite after Krippen Station. She said, going down. Really? I was excited to see the site where communism on Terra had finally ended. Still, everything I had heard about my father was that he was focused on the early colony's interstellar expansion. He could go on about how this was the actual start of Terran unification. He would argue that here rather than Geneva was the birthplace of the Terran Alliance. She said, he was fascinated with the early days of Terran Alliance, the only time that all of humanity was truly under one banner. There are still small settlements in the deep periphery where the Star League is a distant idea, but every single human being was a member of a single nation for that brief time in the 21st century. It is amazing what finally discarding communism allowed society to achieve, I said, thinking back on it and looking around at Moscow. This thriving metropolis had long overcome its oppressive roots and had thrived in the free market. The drab days of Soviet architecture and oppression could not be seen in a city now full of color vibrance. Mom laughed, we could always take that trip to Nagasaki. Mom teased me about Nagasaki a lot. I had had this argument before. Nagasaki was not communist. They had a free market. They had just standardized on a bizarre work credit system instead of normal currency. I felt their economic system was overly complex and inefficient. They had tried to patch communism so much it had looped back into a free market with different names. Psyche tried to do communism reasonably and set up a free market with extra steps. I opened my mouth to voice my protests, but Mom smiled mischievously and continued, I know. I was just teasing. Nirasaki just proves how communism doesn't work. In trying to set up a fair communist system, they looped back into capitalism with an overly complicated form of currency that prevents foreign investment, leaving them as one of the least developed worlds in the hegemony. I said, still feeling a need to vindicate myself. I shudder to think of the explosions that would come if you ever had an economic debate with a Liao. Mom said in response. The Capellan Confederation was a dark spot in the Star League. The state still allowed slavery, and they consistently were the poorest nation in the inner sphere. The Confederation was changing, though Ian Cameron had wisely expected gradual change to be forced on them. The servitor class could escape into the SLDF, and to remain competitive, they had to become increasingly liberal with their economic reforms. Add increasing pressure from the Free Worlds League and Federated Suns enticing their border worlds to leave their stagnant command economy for greener pastures. I suspected the Capellan Confederation would entirely abandon the self-defeating oppressive caste system soon or watch the Star League reduce them to irrelevance. The old Soviet Congress Palace was not the center of the museum, and out front of it was a statue depicting the moment the Soviet Premier and Red Army surrendered to the Western Coalition's leaders. The moment captured a look of defeat and dejection on the Red Army officials as figures representing U.S. President Obama and other leaders stood accepting the surrender with expressions of triumph the moment communism had been recognized as a failure frozen in time. You look like you are gazing upon Sistine Chapel. Mom said, teasing me, but it did not matter much. I had been looking forward to seeing this monument and this museum. The ultimate refutation of the command economy. Here was where communism, if only for a while, had died. Your father would talk a lot about how the ancestors of most of the Star League's founders fought together in this war. No less than 5 Steiners were involved in the liberation of Poland. Jan Marek liberated Czechoslovakia from the government that had forced his family to flee. The British Prime Minister was David Cameron, and serving in the Royal Armed Forces was Lucas Davian, who was decorated for valor for defending refugee planes fleeing the war from Moscow. Admiral Akihiko Kurita led the JSDF in an intervention in Vladivostok. Hou Liao participated in joint operations between the British Navy, South Korea, JSDF, and the Hong Kong Free State on the Soviet ally North Korea. Your father used it as an example to point out this as an example of how we all of humanity had a shared origin and shared heritage. Mom continued. That is when I saw mushroom clouds bloom into being on the horizon. Suddenly there were soldiers around me wearing the shark emblem of the Rim World's Republic. Bullets tore through Mom. I tried running to her as she fell over but was frozen. I was powerless to watch as she died. Then I was back in the trenches of my second life. Only mushroom clouds dotted the horizon. Then I woke up. I was aboard the McKenna's Pride. I spent a few minutes gathering myself. Mom was likely alive. Amaris would have wanted her as leverage if he caught her, meaning Mom should be okay as long as I was out here. Mom could get to Northwind and hide with her family if she escaped. I had to stay focused and do what I could out here. I was up early, but I doubted I would be getting much sleep after that dream. It would be best if I tried to prepare for the meeting with General Kerensky today. New Vandenberg, February 2767, Tanya Cameron. I was back in the meeting aboard the McKenna's Pride. My new position entitled me to many briefings. Though, today's would likely be the most important. The first round of intelligence reports on hegemony would be in. The Bug-Eye was the smallest warship ever built. It was so small that it could impersonate civilian dropships. However, since Amaris was blockading even civilian traffic, our scouting efforts had to rely purely on avoiding detection rather than disguise. It limited how close they could get to the planet, but space was massive, and the Bug-Eye was very small. Our scouts could snoop in the outer system listening to all the radio traffic and comms chatter. Amaris was likely censoring a lot, but still, you can tell a lot about a system by what is being talked about and, perhaps more revealingly, what they are not talking about. Walking into the meeting, I could tell that the news was likely bad. Kerensky's subdued countenance said a lot. He had an air of stoicism and determination around him, but it would seem to slip a few times. Now was one of those times. He looked tired. A noteputer preloaded with the reports was at the table, and a hollow vision monitor fired up, projecting a presentation over the table, and with that, the briefing began. Our intelligence reports from the Bug-Eyes portray a grim picture. It seems like Amaris controls the hegemony media, and most of the planetary governments are publicly collaborating with the Rim World's occupation force. General Kerensky began to speak as the hollow presentation showed images and videos of various hegemony citizens coming out in support of Amaris. I recognized these people, businessmen, governors, and artists. These were all prominent people. Sir Frederick Mann, a composer whose music I liked, was among the people endorsing Amaris. I would be deleting some music. Hegemony News now praising Amaris's name. Baroness Sarah McIntosh also drew my eye, pledging the support of the people of Glasgow for Amaris. The Baroness had often sponsored Celtic heritage events that Mom had donated to. My mother had spoken well of the woman. A rage coursed through my veins. Richard had been a poor ruler, but to jump so willingly into the arms of a tyrant. To eagerly sell out the nation that had defended them? To turn on their own people? This was not amorous coercing a few individuals. It was too large for that. This was a wave of support. The governor of New Earth had a recorded statement where he was lamenting the deaths of the misguided SLDF soldiers who fought against the people's will. New Earth had been the SLDF's headquarters, and here was their governor welcoming amorous. These. I could not put my thoughts into words at the moment. So, the people are just accepting this? Has no one protested? I said icily. A rage I was not used to was still boiling in me. There would need to be justice once this was done, though. Amorous' coup would have failed if these people had bothered to resist. His coup should have failed. Had he not been welcomed, his army could not hope to have secured all of the hegemony and fought the SLDF. It, however, would make taking back the hegemony exceedingly difficult if we could not rally the population away from Amorous' lies. Our scouts could not penetrate deep into the hegemony, but news from Northwind, Bryant, Carver v. Darien, and New Dallas was mentioned infrequently in their news reports, and the governor's different people. It seems likely that some form of resistance is concentrated there, but most of the hegemony's population seems willing to accept Amorous' rule for now. I expect that to change. He rules the rim worlds with an iron fist, and he will find the hegemony not nearly so accommodating to his methods. Given time, the people will see his true colors as well. I know Amorous. I may have underestimated his danger, but I know his character. Kerensky said. He has also not lifted the trade blockade and likely will not do so until the House Lords bow to him. The hegemony needed trade, and things would go very wrong if Amorous did open things back up. I doubted that the support would continue once a famine started. The hegemony's lifeblood was trade, and it would quickly wither without it. Unfortunately, time is not something we have in abundance. Has there been any more news from the High Council? I asked. Amorous' blockade would be felt most by the hegemony, but it would still be ruinous for the entire Star League. There have been no further official words since the Capellan Confederation declared neutrality. My mood further soured at Kerensky's reminder of their perfidy, but he continued, however, the Star League services in the member states have run out of money and had to cease operations. To prevent collapse, the member states have stepped in to fund them. That should have been good news, but from Kerensky's tone, I knew there must have been some caveat. In the form of incorporating most of these institutions into their own government departments. This was unsurprising, but it was ill news for the long-term health of the Star League. The universal services and economic frameworks were essential in incentivizing the member states to settle things peacefully and buy into the Star League. The blockade had destroyed that. There was only one silver lining. The states were all preparing for a future without the Star League. At least this means that they don't plan on accepting Amorous anytime soon, I said, trying to muster some levity to my tone, but not successfully. It indicated that the High Council would see the Star League burn before recognizing the Amorous Empire. That brings us to strategy. Without support from the member states, our logistical situation is dire. We can use several caches to replace equipment losses, but other basic supplies, such as food and certain medical supplies, will become increasingly limited. Furthermore, none of our soldiers are being paid, and while discipline should hold for most, the longer such a situation persists, the worse morale will become. Kerensky stated as he highlighted a report on the Hollow showing SLDF stocks. It wasn't surprising, but it had to be said. I have an idea that will solve many of our supply issues, give us more political leverage, and keep Amorous isolated. At this, a preliminary draft for an invasion of the Rim World's Republic appeared, but that was not what shocked me. It was the lack of any assault on the hegemony. You mean to leave the hegemony to him? I asked. The longer Amorous held the hegemony, the more damage he could do and the more danger Mom would face. The more stress on the houses. The more destruction. The greater chance Amorous would find the families of the SLDF. No, but I believe Amorous needs us to attack him now and that denying him that engagement will be key to SLDF's success. Trust me, I know this decision is hard. Trust me, I know. However, it is the only path forward. He said in response. That was an easy thing for someone with no living relatives. Explain. I requested. Amorous has control of the hegemony's defensive infrastructure. He highlighted sections in the intelligence reports, even discounting the SDS installations. Liberating the hegemony is going to be a difficult fight. Operation Persuasive Force simulated a scenario very close to this. All the SLDF against the hegemony's garrison, and while the aggressor force won, the victory was Pyrrhic, and the game rules favored the aggressor force. He said, bringing up graphics on Operation Persuasive Force, which assumed no insurgency, adherence to the Ares conventions, and full logistical support from the great houses. Kerensky continued, we have to face the reality that right now, much of the hegemony's government is collaborating with Emirates and will resist us as we move in to liberate. SLDF morale is unlikely to survive attacking their homes and fighting hegemony citizens. No matter how careful we are, there will be collateral damage, which plays into Emirates' narrative. The hegemony actively resisting the SLDF and rallying to Emirates would give him the legitimacy he needed to try and win support from the High Council and sow disunity in the SLDF. Emirates even went out of his way to send me an insulting communication to provoke a hasty response. He said with a sour expression. The hegemony people will need time to realize what being ruled by Emirates means, as unfortunate as that is. He can lie as much as he wants, but as time passes and he becomes more isolated, the isolation he presents will become increasingly untenable. He is also likely to try and rule the hegemony as he does the Rim worlds, and that style of governance will breed resentment in the hegemony. It is a tragedy, but it is a reality that has to be faced. Now, taking the Rim worlds gives us 3 key objectives. 1. It denies Emirates his most loyal support base and the resources from the nation. It further isolates Emirates, making his position in the hegemony even more untenable. 2. It gives the SLDF a place to draw resources from, and 3. It is a much easier target to give us a victory to gain greater diplomatic leverage with the member states. At this point, the Rim World's Republic will likely be lightly defended as most of his army is in the hegemony. Not that it will be an easy fight, but it will be far easier than the hegemony invasion. He continued. It will also break much of Emirates' propaganda in the hegemony. Looking at the strategic reports, I grudgingly had to admit that the general was correct. The hegemony campaign would have to wait, no matter how much it hurt. The troops will take this hard, I said in response, as a sick feeling settled in my gut. How long would it take before we could rescue people? They will understand, and perhaps it would be best if some have a chance to burn out their anger before we move into the hegemony, Kerensky stated in a somber tone. Unfortunately, we cannot spare the forces to continue the pacification here in the Concordat or in the Outworlds and Magistracy. I intended to offer them a ceasefire, and as broken as they are, they will jump at the chance. The fates of the peripheries will have to be decided after Emirates is unseated. This was also expected, but it stung all the same. All of the bloodshed here was wasted. Emirates had played everyone, and thousands had died due to his and Calderon's scheming. Protector Calderon will have much to answer for, but I agree Emirates must be dealt with first. Too much blood had been spilled to leave things as they were, but what form of punishment the Concordat would experience would depend on how things stood once the hegemony was free. I appreciated the strategy brief, but now that Kerensky seemed to have already settled on a course of action, I had my questions. What is my role in all of this? I asked. Kerensky did not need me for military strategy. I suspected he had some specific plan for me. Perhaps delivering pre-writing speeches to help sell the men on his strategy, a figurehead to rally around. I need you to lead something far more important than the Rim World's invasion. I need you to go to the High Council Lords and win their support or at least ensure their neutrality. He said with finality. You were regent? I am sure you have better diplomatic experience. Would I not be more useful rallying morale during the Rim World's fight? I asked. I was surprised, I had almost no experience in a diplomatic role, and Kerensky was asking me to shoulder such a task. It was flattering in a way, but the idea was still ridiculous. I could be a useful figurehead for him, but having me lead negotiations seemed foolish. I know this is hard, but I need you away from the front. It is precisely because I was regent that I am a poor choice to lead the negotiations, and I am afraid that stigma would carry with any representative seen as coming from me. The first prince is the only council member from when I was given the regency, and the government has changed. All my political favors have long since been spent, and my enemies have become entrenched. You, though, represent House Cameron and the hegemony, not the SLDF or me. You are young and do not carry the mistakes of your forebears. I am the past, and the High Council knows that. He leaned forward and said, I have faith in you, and you will have advisors available to help. You care for the hegemony, and you care for your people. I have watched your career, and you have the spirit for leadership. You can do this. Kerensky was giving me a pep talk. I was embarrassed. I needed to be strong at this moment, and soon I would be talking with people who would jump at the slightest hint of weakness. I needed to do better. I will do my duty, General, I said, trying to project confidence. I then remembered something, my adjutant with the 203rd was a member of House Green. I am requesting she become a member of my staff. Helen likely knew the Federated Sons very well and could give me valuable insight into how they operate. I suspected you might make such a request. Miss Green is due for promotion anyway, and she is a natural fit for a Federated Sons liaison officer. I will try to find suitable liaisons for the other houses and ensure you have the best reports our intelligence can provide. He said, I hope the Special Armed Services 81st Battalion will be suitable for your bodyguard. I won't lie, they have taken a beating and need to be off the front lines for a bit, but their service record is exemplary. He said. I looked at their information. The Special Armed Services, often referred to as Blackhearts, served as elite special forces of the SLDF. They were feared for their skill, efficiency, and ruthlessness. The 81st was a reinforced combined arms battalion spread out over 3 fortress dropships. Their mechs were lights, spiders, wasps, and stingers, mediums, wolverines, griffins, and phoenix hawks, and a few exterminators. The commandos were based on the reliable vector I was familiar with. The group was based out of 3 fortress-class dropships. However, there was one line that stood out to me. "What is a Nighthawk team?" I asked. I did not know of any infantry unit with that designation. I see I neglected to add that to your briefings. The general side, the Nighthawk is a set of power armor. It has integrated active camouflage and electronic warfare systems, making soldiers nearly invisible. The armor itself protects against most small arms, provides a jump system, is fully EV-rated, and enhances the user's strength. It is a remarkable piece of technology gifted to the SLDF for use only among select units of the Special Armed Services under a promise of secrecy. My mind whirled at the applications. The infantry had the highest rate of casualties among any service, and it was their lot to do most of the dying. Powered armor could make them so much safer. The integrated jump and small arms protections alone. Why is this not a standard issue? Even if only to royal units. The official reason is that the suits are prohibitively expensive, but I know what you are really asking. A version where stealth technology is removed would be feasible. Still, the hegemony wished to keep the whole existence of power armor a secret, and the First Lord vetoed mass distribution. Kerensky said lamentingly, I disagreed with Simon's decision, but his mind was made up. Later Richard was unwilling to repeal his father's mandate. I give you the authorization to use those suits in royal units, I said hesitantly. I could give the hegemony permission for this. The infantry needed everything they could get to help their survival. I was somewhat disgusted that we had the technology to save many of those who died in the Concordat because those suits were held back. Let me know if you have enough after the royal units, and I can see about granting permission for the regular units. Kerensky was unlikely to have enough to outfit the royal units, but if he did, we would look at that when the time came. I did not want soldiers dying just because we refused to give them armor. Thank you, he said, sounding somewhat surprised. I will look and see if there are any caches we can distribute. His expression of surprise faded, and he moved on. I am afraid I cannot give you a proper flagship. As much as I would like, all the McKenna and Texas class ships are needed for the Rim World's invasion. I hope you are okay making do with this. The hollow projector showed an ungainly looking ship that looked like an angry butter dish. However, I knew that ugly butter dish. It was a Farragut-class battleship. These ships symbolized the hegemony's diplomatic era. These ships carried the observers that enforced the Ares conventions. This particular ship, though, was even more recognizable. I thought that the Geneva was decommissioned. I said flabbergasted. It was, but I needed more command ships and recommissioned it as the Periphery War worsened. People debated whether to turn it into a museum, and I figured I would give them more time to argue. Ian Cameron's flagship seemed to deserve a better fate. Kerensky replied. The SLS Geneva had been the ship Ian Cameron had used when he traveled for the talks that would found the Star League. It was the first flagship of the SLDF. I think it will do, I said in response. Andurian, February 2767, Aaron de Chavalier. The HPG disruption was still causing problems. We had managed to run an alternate network by fanning out our fleet, but now we needed those ships to invade the Rim Worlds, and that meant doing what was necessary to get the HPGs reliable again. The network was significantly more functional in the Free Worlds League and Commonwealth sections. Reports indicated that some communications official named Jerome Blake was responsible. My goal was to find him and ensure he had the power to get the rest of the HPGs working. I had faith in Alexander, but I had some doubts recently. Tanya Cameron might be a skilled officer, but putting all our trust in her. Alexander explained that he believed he was the wrong person to lead negotiations. I think he put too much blame on himself. Kerensky had been a good leader during that trying time. If the High Councillors were unwilling to do their duty to the Star League, negotiations could be better with their successors. The Blackhearts could remove them, with none the wiser. However, I focused back on the task as I entered the HPG station. Suddenly a panicking man in a suit ran toward me. I saw my guard raise a weapon in response. Fortunately, the man stopped before getting too close. Good, you are here. You have to stop him. He exclaimed. Calm down. Stop who from doing what? I said in a firm but calm tone. Sorry. I am the director of this HPG, and a man claiming to be a hegemony official is making alterations to the HPG. The man replied, much more collected. I had a suspicion about who I would find. Take me to him. I will get this sorted out. I said, and the man eagerly showed me to a server room. I found a wiry man in a wrinkled business suit and glasses using a screwdriver on a multi-tool to move some components out of the server. Hello, I am General Aaron de Chavalier. I have to ask what you are doing in the HPG. I said in a diplomatic tone. Time to meet Mr. Blake. Sorry, I am Jerome Blake. I am head of a special task force to ensure HPG stability. The director here was being particularly inflexible about the secured transmissions. Those secure transmissions have a certain route guaranteed. There is a lot of sensitive data there, and breaking that agreement is a larger issue. The director interrupted. Which is admittedly true, though I imagine most clients would forgive a breach due to these circumstances. I am simply isolating the server that stores the secured messages from the rest of the HGP system so that the director can change to an alternate routing plan. Blake stated. You responded by altering sensitive hardware. The director exclaimed. I assure you I know exactly what I am doing, and I had to resort to hardware alterations because you refused to give me access to codes to do this in the administration console, Blake said, continuing with his work. I have arrived to ensure the smooth running of the HPGs for the SLDF, I said before the argument could continue. Will your plan work? I asked Blake. It worked in Communications Districts 7 and 8, Blake confidently replied. Then I am ordering you to give Blake your full support to bring the HPG network back to full reliability. I stated, looking at the HPG director. He sputtered for a bit in shock. I will get you the access codes. The director hissed. No need. I am just finishing up here. Blake said, replacing the panel cover. After the Andurian, HPG was using Blake's new routing scheme. I pulled him aside. So, head of a special task force? Who exactly appointed you to it? I asked. With the hegemony dark, I doubted there was a proper authority who could have appointed him. I put together the task force. I am head of the Oliver HPG, and someone needed to try and fix the issue. He replied sheepishly. I had suspected something like that, but it was fortunate that he had stepped up. How did you prevent that director's security team from throwing you out? I asked. I might have implied the Captain General and Chancellor would be displeased if my work was disrupted. I gave him a skeptical look. I imagine that they would be angered if it came to light that the HPG could have been fixed sooner, so it is true from that perspective. He said in his defense. I knew I was going to like Blake. An Ages End 5. New Vandenberg, February 2767, Tanya Cameron. The SLDF was massing, and the ships and dropships crews worked frantically as the fleet prepared to get underway. Amidst all this activity, I was coming aboard to inspect my new diplomatic craft. The Dream of Samantha was a Princess-class dropship that was used by executives supposedly for Paulina weapons. Star League intelligence had found that this wasn't the case. The Concordat branch of the hegemony company Paulina Weapons had been subverted and was a front for Vandenberg Mechanized Industries. VMI was shuttered and prohibited from opening during the reunification war, and their facilities had been sold to foreign companies Paulina, Quickshell, and General Motors. At some point, the old VMI facilities had begun colluding and used bribes to convince the foreign observers to look the other way. We now knew where the rebels got a lot of their laser rifles. The Dream of Samantha had been docked with the civilian shipyards when SLDF had seized the yards at the beginning of the siege. Now that I needed a diplomatic ship, the former oddity on the SLDF's asset sheet had become far more important. The naval engineering team had got to work implementing the changes needed to put the ship into Star League service. Travel on a civilian dropship was unlike a 20th century airline and more like a mobile hotel or cruise line, and the most common dropship used for high-class and luxury transport was the Princess-class dropship built by Nicholas Spacecraft. It had 6 decks, one dedicated to the small craft as escape pods and expeditionary vehicles, one dedicated to a garden, one dedicated to a pool, one mechanical bay, and then 2 decks of quarters, meeting rooms, and other living spaces. The Dream of Samantha had removed the pool for a larger conference room. I floated through the airlock and saw the Cameron Star proudly displayed on the door. Going past the door was a small lounge/lobby area. The hegemony shield and Cameron Star were depicted in subtle places all around. The orange and browns used by patriotic citizens of the Concordat had been changed for the modern metallic and light blue common to the Star League architecture. Some accents in the other room were olive drab, so endemic to the SLDF. The SLDF Naval Engineering Corps worked fast. At that point was greeted by the captain assigned to run my dropship. Captain George Kennedy was a man whose unnatural tallness portrayed a lifetime spent in orbit, and he moved about in zero gravity with ease. Dropships had to use the inertia generated by their movement to simulate gravity, but as the Dream of Samantha was currently stationary, everything was free-floating. Welcome aboard, Your Excellency. He called out cheerily. Good to meet you, Captain. I gave in response. How does it look? He said, gesturing around with a smile. From what I could see in the lobby, the transformation had been dramatic and complete. No one would have any clue that just a week ago, this yacht had still had the interior designed by its extremely patriotic Taurian owners. The ship was now a mobile hegemony embassy and looked and felt like it. I am impressed. Be sure and pass my appreciation on to the engineering team, I told Captain Kennedy. The boys will be glad to hear their work was appreciated. Please allow me to show you around your vessel. He responded with. The rest of the tour went as expected. The quarters were far more spacious than any other dropship I had been on and were quite luxurious. The attached garden was in a formal European style with grass-green spaces, flowers, and bushes. The whole design was the opposite of military dropships. Rather than the claustrophobic packed-in feeling of a military craft, this ship was designed to trick you into thinking that you were not on a dropship at all. If I hadn't been floating in zero-G, I would have been hard-pressed to realize I was not in an upscale hotel. All she needs now is a name, Kennedy said as we completed the tour. I thought for a moment. As my diplomatic craft, I was in charge of christening, and the name would undoubtedly be a statement. It was an issue I had been thinking over a lot in preparation for this. SLDF naming convention named warships after cities, planets, and legacy names from famous ships in history, but dropship naming conventions were far more open. Often named in honor of people, ideals, or whatever, the admiral in charge of their procurement thought sounded best. There were thousands of dropships, and SLDF managed them by serial numbers instead of names. There were likely many SLDF dropships that had the same name. I think strength through peace will convey what we intend to accomplish, I said in response. Strength through peace was what Deborah Cameron had described her diplomatic policy as, and it was her policies that would lay the foundation for her son Ian to build the Star League. I hearkened back to better days and the hegemony's role in them. Fine name, Your Excellency, was his response. Before continuing, may I begin preparations to get underway? I imagine you will be far more comfortable with the deck firmly under your feet. Permission granted. I am looking forward to being able to walk normally again, I said. Many people find zero-gravity novel at first, but I have seen many quickly come to miss the concept of down. Growing up in America, I had it better than most, but I still find low G preferable to no G. He said in response, which confused me. The people in the American geographic regions on Terra were more likely to refer to themselves as Terran. Some planet somewhere in the Star League must have reused the name. I find myself unfamiliar with the planet, I commented. A grin of amusement, not a planet, no, America in the Terran system. I was born and raised on Métis. Suddenly it clicked into place. He was a belter, and suddenly I found myself out of my depth. I had lived my entire life in Terra and been to Venus, Mars, and Luna, but I had never thought of the belters much, if at all. I knew they existed and were heavily invested in the Titan yards, but they were just not talked about. I made a note to look up everything I could about the belters when I could. Of course, my apologies, I said awkwardly in response. Oh, no offense. Back home, many would be overjoyed you forgot about us. Métis Comey's Zion has worked to be overlooked by the grounders. Amaris himself has likely forgotten about us. He said, once we finally arrive to overthrow the usurper, the commission will re-emerge from the belt and be ready to help rebuild. He said the last part with optimism that I don't think he fully believed. I certainly wasn't going to call him on it. I might have momentarily forgotten the belter communities, but Amaris was undoubtedly invested in securing the Titan yards, and that would require establishing control over the belters. We will see justice done, I said, not wanting to insult him with patronizing assurances or sympathies. After that, Captain Kennedy attended to his duties, ensuring we were ready to make way, and the rest of my staff began to board. Among them would be the newly promoted Captain Ellen Green as my Federated Sons liaison officer. I would need her. Once everyone was here, we would be burning toward the Zenith jump point to rendezvous with the Geneva and her escorts, and then we would make our way to New Avalon. Ellen and her great-grandfather would be invaluable for helping me devise a strategy to win the First Prince's support. Terra, February 2767, General Patrick Scoffins. Operation Apotheosis had gone amazingly well. New Dallas and Darien had been near disasters, but nothing had gone too horribly awry, and my troops had carried the plan flawlessly. For a while, it seemed like this war would be over and that the operation was a flawless campaign leading to humanity's conquest within months. Now I looked at the intelligence report in my hand and knew I would have to give Emperor Amaris bad news. I could only take satisfaction that it was not my troops that caused this disaster. It was the political office, and not the army, that failed here. Still, Amaris's mood could be tempestuous, and giving him news this bad was always a daunting prospect. I braced myself to enter the meeting room. I was the last one in the meeting. The Emperor was seated at the head of the table, and to his right was that thug Antilos Legos and to his left was Lissa Outerbridge. I liked neither of them. Both were Free Worlds League nationals and were not proper Republicans, but my liege found them amusing, so I tolerated them. Samiar and Jerry was opposite my seat at the table. Nijeri was a coward, but he was at least self-aware about it, and he was good at his job. He knew how to spin a tale to the media and was the best liar I knew. That was why I liked him but didn't trust him. The last member of our meeting was Aisling Connor. She was a hegemony national and one of the first we had recruited, and his influence had been invaluable when we were getting started. Miss Connor had been rewarded for her contributions to our cause and was now the hegemony director of economic development, but I didn't trust her either. She could be bought. We held the keys to her purse now, but that could change. Ah, the general is here at last. Amaris called out, starting the meeting. My apologies, Your Majesty, but I was delayed receiving the latest intelligence reports on the SLDF, I responded. It was best to get this over with. Yes, tell us when my good friend Kerensky will arrive, Amaris said, smiling, and I felt dread course through me. Kerensky's fleet has mobilized, but it appears to be massing and heading toward the Coventry and Alrayan provinces of the Lyran Commonwealth, I said. I wanted to avoid saying it out loud, but my liege could understand the implication. A silence broke out across the table. I believe I misheard you. Amaris stated. He was going to make me say it. By the end of the year, the SLDF will be able to strike against the Rim World's Republic. Kerensky appears to be foregoing a hegemony invasion to focus on a campaign against the Republic. I stated in response. Is he planning a feint or two-front campaign? Amaris looked at me sharply. I do not believe so at this time. Kerensky's main fleet in the Concordat is still mobilizing, but the fleets assigned to the Outworlds and Magistracy would already be out of position, and such a blunder would be out of character for the Kerensky. I said. There was another uncomfortable silence. I spoke up, we must send reinforcements back to the Republic. Selman will be unable to hold the Republic against Kerensky with the forces he has available. That was the wrong thing to say. You were the one who allocated those forces, and I am afraid, due to your strategy, we cannot do without those troops. Mohammed will have to make do with what you left him. Amaris hissed. That was untrue, I had implemented the plan's details, but the overarching strategy had been his. I knew better than to try and correct him. I felt more ill at ease that Amaris would abandon the Republic. We did need the soldiers here, but the Rim Worlds was our people, and Mohammed Selman would be completely unable to hold on his own. Ask all of our allies in the periphery to come to his aid. The armies we trained and equipped. Amaris said, growing more and more agitated. That order was out of character. Not only did I doubt many would come to our aid, but we could not transport them from the other periphery states to the Republic. Amaris knew this, and I doubt he wanted me to point this out. I will be done, Your Excellency, I responded. Now, Aisling, I will require your department. It seems like Kerensky is unwilling to bring an end to this quickly. We need to prepare the hegemony for an extended campaign. I want every factory to make as many weapons as possible. Ration whatever you need, force the people to work if necessary. Whatever it takes. Amaris turned and instructed Miss Connor. Before she could even respond, he turned to Njeri and called out, Samir, make sure the public knows that all of this is Kerensky's fault. It will be done, my lord. Samir said, Asiling and I will work to ensure the people know exactly what to think about this. Lissa, you've done a good job rooting out all the SLDF sympathizers, but we need to be sure. I want people watching everything, even down to local radio stations. Make sure that Cameron's loyalists have no chance to organize. We have control of the facts and need to keep control of those facts. We cannot allow cracks to form. When you find someone, set anti-lows on them. Outerbridge and Legos looked positively gleeful. Outerbridge had a grudge against the hegemony people, and Legos was just a barbarian. I found them disgusting, but they were both skilled at applying fear and violence to crush the opposition. They were undeniably useful. Now it was my turn. Amaris turned to me and spoke. Patrick, I am going to give you a chance to redeem yourself for a failure to ensure the Republic is defended. I am leaving you in command of the hegemony defenses. Our only hope is to hold out here. If we break the SLDF, the houses will bow to our demands, and the Republic will be restored. So go back through your defense plans and make sure the hegemony is impregnable. Asling is to make sure you have everything you need. Make a list. Get absolutely everything you need. Your army will not fail you, I stated confidently. My troops were the best, and we should have these coddled hegemony brats trained into proper soldiers by the time Kerensky turned to us. Still, leaving the Republic to its own devices did not sit well with me, but I knew better than to voice it. Terra, 2767, Pope Clement XXVII. I never claimed the gift of prophecy as Paul the Apostle had described, but I did not like the hegemony's new government. The Cameron dynasty had been uninterested in religious matters. While they were often godless, they let their subjects worship as they wished, and people preached according to their beliefs. As long as you did not openly call for rebellion, you could say what you wished on social issues. Technically religion could fall under many of the laws McKenna had laid down in the hegemony charter when he outlawed political parties. The threat had always been there, but the Camerons had allowed for the understanding that those laws would never be used against religions. Now that security was gone. Today I was seated at a table with an official from the deceptively named Ministry of Communications. Mr. Samir Nijiri might not look dangerous, but I knew better. Your Holiness, this is a time of uncertainty for many people. We want to help comfort and restore confidence in people. The ministry has a list of talking points that, if you add to your speeches, will help reassure many people and help them during this difficult transition time. He said with a voice seemingly sincere. I was not fooled. This man had no sympathy for the people and likely no loyalty beyond money. I looked over his talking points, which amounted to little other than condemnations of Cameron's decadence and support for our new emperor. At least they hadn't asked me to crown him Holy Roman Emperor to resurrect Charlemagne's title. I wasn't going to say this, but I knew better than to tell this many what I felt. I disagree. I have often emphasized that the Church should focus on spiritual rather than worldly matters, and changing my stance so drastically is likely to put people more ill at ease. Are you sure, Your Holiness? He said with disbelief at first. I take pride in my work at knowing how to speak to people effectively, and I am certain that these talking points are good ideas. He said, his tone was turning back to a faux cheer. People have different expectations when they come to Mass. You take pride in your job, and I ask you to allow me to do mine. I provide people with spiritual guidance, not political guidance. I said firmly. If you feel that way. I know the Emperor will be disappointed, but we all do what we must. Mr. Nijiri said in response. One last thing before I go. SLDF aggression will likely have to force many people to make sacrifices, and to ease the burden on the average citizen, the taxes on many large organizations will be increased. I know that the Church has long enjoyed many exemptions. It would be unfair to the average person to leave them in place during this climate. He said in response. So you think I can be bought, Mr. Nijiri? That is understandable. After all, Christ himself said to give to Caesar what is Caesar's, I said in response. I will not be bought. Nijiri continued to keep up a false smile as he left. I don't know how much time I have. I imagine they will keep trying to recruit me, but eventually, their patience will run out. I had a duty to see to all Catholics everywhere, not just here in the hegemony, and soon it may be necessary to prepare the Church for a time when barbarians occupy Rome again. The Rim World's Republic is primarily atheist and highly secularized as a society. Having been founded by deserting Terran Alliance military units turned pirates, the state never developed much of a religious culture. Those religious communities that did appear were always highly monitored and regulated by the government. Additionally, the Rim World's Republic was dominated by, for lack of a better term, secret societies. These secret societies seem to have developed initially to try and circumvent the totalitarian monitoring of communities and assemblies by the government, but the Rim World Secret Police, the Cryptea, was able to subvert this effectively. The Cryptea was arguably the largest and most organized secret society. Everyone you met in the Rim Worlds could be a member of the Cryptea, reporting your every move to the government. It was often assumed that every society had at least one anonymous Cryptea mole. So the organizations originally intended to get around government censorship were subverted into another way to monitor people. The spread and prevalence of secret societies and the shadow of the Cryptea helped foster the culture of paranoia and distrust of one another that was so pervasive in the Rim World's Republic. I mention these two facts to help put the usurper's actions into context. Amaris likely never understood religion and considered it just another society as he would so often subvert in his home country. His attempts to control them using his old methods would be remembered as both causing one of the greatest tragedies in history and backfiring tremendously on him. Excerpt from New Avalon Catholicism, The Historical and Political Reasons We Have Two Popes by Professor Charles Martel at Thurcad University. New Avalon, February 2767, John Davian. I was reviewing the latest reports from the Ministry of Ways and Means. It was not good. Warehouses were stuffed full of unsold food, materials, rare earths, and all manner of other goods unable to reach the hegemony markets. This was causing mass bankruptcy amongst the distributors and even now the producers. Drastic action was necessary to prevent a general economic collapse. I had already fully decoupled the pound from the Star League dollar, but there was still a currency crisis. Perhaps the Federated Sons were better off than other nations in some ways. The vast amount of unsold goods piling up in the warehouses would likely keep the prices of household necessities from rising like in other nations. However, the businesses that employed everyone were rapidly running out of cash. I was in the process of trying to draft the largest bailout agreement in Federated Sons history. It would hurt the pound's value even more, but it would keep the businesses open. It would also effectively nationalize much of our industry. We were not Capellans, but it was necessary to centralize more control to help deal with the economic crash. The bailouts would come from the government buying significant percentages of eligible companies. We could recuperate our losses by liquidating the positions when the crisis ended. Determining who was allowed to purchase those positions would also be a good way of rewarding true patriots and those who have been of great service to the state. The economy would hurt, but our people were strong, and we would endure. My main worries were not from within but without. The news of Takaro's death was a surprise. Perhaps Minoru had grown tired of waiting for his father to pass on and had conspired with Amaris to hasten his succession. I thought about that for a moment. It was certainly possible but unlikely. Takuro was old, and he had been expected to die for some time. No matter how odd the timing, Takuro had probably died of natural causes. However, the foreign policy I saw did not match my understanding of Minoru. He was supposed to have been even more aggressive than his father. I had expected Minoru to use Amorous' usurpation as an excuse to begin trying to annex the valuable hegemony planets. The hegemony regional capital of Lone Star was conceivably within his ability to take, but he had made no movements against Amorous. Either his personality had been dramatically misread, or more likely, he was planning something. Then there was Barbara Liao and the nation she oppressed. The Capellan Confederation used much of the same despicable governmental tactics the Amorous family was known for in the Rim worlds. I could easily see both tyrants getting along and colluding. It would be yet another example of Capellan duplicity. It would make sense, their backward nation's growing fear of the future and denial of reality on how we were outshining them at every opportunity. House Liao could have seen the need to take drastic measures to ensure that the rest of humanity was brought down to their level. She had already given legitimacy to Amorous' claim when she declared neutrality. Many people in the Capellan March had families that still suffered under the Capellan yoke. Liberating the Capellan people from their masters would improve humanity as a whole and provide our nation with the resources needed to crush the Combine decisively. My generals had assured me that a second invasion would not suffer the same issues that had caused the first to stall. It would be a quick campaign for the good of all humanity and to ensure the future of the Federated Suns. However, that was if Barbara did not receive support from Minoru, Amorous, or the SLDF. If she was allied with the new Amorous Empire, then it was just as likely she was planning an operation to enslave all of the Capellan March in a deluded attempt to turn her backwards nation's fortunes around. Furthermore, the Concordat was suspected of becoming a hotbed for piracy, banditry, and lawlessness, further drawing forces away from where they were needed. I wanted to send forces to Kerensky on both moral and practical grounds. I would gladly run Amorous through myself. I had nothing but contempt for him and how his house had run the Rim World's republic. Also, the sooner trade between us and the hegemony, the less damage the economy would take. However, with Barabara's and Minoru's plans uncertain, I do not think I can spare anything until we know more. I am afraid I will most likely have to let the Director General Pro Tem down when she arrives. I thought for a moment about Tanya Cameron. She seemed like a good noble. Her SLDF record was impressive, and she had a degree in economics. I would have to see how good her statesmanship was, but overall she seemed to have potential. I had been one of the votes against entrusting the custody of Richard to her mother. I did not know her mother well, and it was widely known that Jacob Cameron's famous successes had been taught to him by his mother, a Northwind Countess. I had thought Kerensky, with his unparalleled sense of honor and duty, would make a good role model. In hindsight, this was a grave mistake, and so much pain had come from it. However, all we can do about the past is move forward and try to make the best of it. One thing I was sure of is that even if Richard were still alive, he would not stay First Lord. I also would not entrust our potential futures to the addicts that were his sisters or a toddler raised as a hostage. Right now, it is in the best interest of the Federated Sons that Tanya Cameron be the next First Lord. New Vandenberg, February 2767, Tanya Cameron. The SLS Geneva was an old Farragut battleship. The Farragut class, in general, was primarily remembered in popular culture and history as the ships carrying Ares Convention observers and hegemony diplomatic teams to end wars. Ironically for a warship, it was a symbol of hegemony mediation and impartiality. The Geneva was named after the hegemony capital on Earth and had been built as a modified command ship. It was the flagship for Deborah Cameron, built for her extensive foreign policy initiatives. Next, it served her son Ian Cameron as he created the Star League. After that, it became the first flagship in the SLDF during the reunification war when it carried Nicholas Cameron for his tour of the conquered periphery realms. The commissioning of the Texas class had relegated the Farragut class to second-line service, and the Geneva had been relegated to commanding periphery fleets. The Geneva's last major refit had given it a mobile HPG to work in the modern SLDF fleet structure. However, the McKenna class spelled doom for the remaining Farraguts as they began to be fully decommissioned. However, Geneva sparked a political debate. People wanted to make it into a museum. New Earth wanted its version of the Dreadnought Museum attached to SLDF headquarters. Mars wanted it because Earth had the Dreadnought, and Mars increasingly wished to be known as something besides that other planet in the Sol system. A significant faction thought that making the Geneva Museum ship would take away from the prestige associated with the Dreadnought and that it should remain the only SLDF museum ship. So the Geneva had been quietly mothballed while a fantastic amount of petty squabbling happened on what to do next with it. Kerensky had reactivated it due to its command modifications allowing it to help coordinate the large SLDF fleet when it was spread across the periphery, which left it available for me. Now I would be the fourth Cameron to use it as a flagship, and it would once again be doing a diplomatic tour. Accompanying the Geneva was the SLS Boone, an Ajax class named after a city on New Earth. Two Whirlwind classes provided the destroyer escort, named after small cities on CAF, the SLS Cimarron, and SLS New Zeven. The Whirlwind class was a refit of Davian I warships purchased by the SLDF during the reunification war. Finally, 2 Vincent corvettes, the SLS Bronx and SLS North Zulch, named after an actual town in the former state of Texas, rounded out our escort. It was a collection of second-line ships guarding a relic for our battle group, but it would still have matched the front-line formations of most great houses. The AJ's class was often used as a flag for whole battle groups. Even our scraps were as mighty as their main line. The Strength O piece had a week of burn time to make it from the shipyards in orbit of New Vandenberg to my naval squadron. I used that time primarily to educate myself. The first stop on my diplomatic tour would be New Avalon. The first prince and his government would be the nation most sympathetic to our cause and the nearest nation to our current position. It made a logical place to start. I needed to educate myself as much as I could on their nation. I knew the basics from my education, but I needed an in-depth understanding. It felt like I was back in school studying for a paper, but knowing the stakes kept it from being relaxing. Ellen was my main guide for finding information. The Green family's primary role in politics was as a bridge between the Federated Sons and the hegemony. A small conference room formed my new study/classroom as Ellen helped me find everything I needed to know. The Capellan and Draconis marches feud a lot for influence. It is one of the larger political divisions within the Federated Sons. Most of my great-grandfather's job is spent trying to make sure it does not look like he favors one or the other. If you are seen hanging around too much with members of House Hosek or their representatives, the Sandovals are likely to try and undermine what you propose, and vice versa. It is best to stay close to the Davian family and representatives of the Crucis March to avoid getting entangled in that feud. Ellen commented as we reviewed the different political sub-factions within the Federated Sons. That suits me fine. It is the first prince that I have to convince, and it looks like meeting with the Hoseks or Sandovals is unlikely to be productive, I said. Only if you need something regional, and that is unlikely. The first prince right now is mostly focused on the Capellan Confederation. He wants all the old border disputes settled in their favor and has talked about worlds dissatisfied with the Confederation being able to join the Federated Sons. Ellen continued. Understandable, I said while thinking things over. The Capellan Confederation was a relic of bygone ages made from distorted social philosophies long since debunked. That has caused friction with the Sandovals who continue to advocate for more military build-up along the Combine border. Ellen continued speaking, but the ghost of an idea began to form. The Free Worlds League has also been feuding with the Capellans, and the Confederation had spoken for Amaris in their neutrality statement. I am sorry, but do you know how the first prince feels about the new Captain General? I asked. Kenyon Merrick's ascension was still recent, and his political agenda was hard to determine. Other than Free Worlds League nationalism, he had become known for. I, unfortunately, don't know, she said nervously. My great-grandfather might be able to offer more insight when we get to New Avalon. I had expected that information. No worries, I was just speculating. I would need to try and gather as much information as I could. Perhaps I could use the shared anger at the Capellan Confederation to somehow bring the Free Worlds League and Federated Sons together and get them to support the SLDF together. Much would depend on Kenyon Merrick, a man whose rulership style was uncertain. Beep beep beep. Ellen and I were interrupted by a timer on my noteputer. I had to write my speech for the SLDF. I had been dreading this, but it had to be done. Perhaps Ellen would be willing to help me workshop it. The SLDF had been short on professional speechwriters, but it was perhaps best that I found one soon. Transcript of the address Tanya Cameron sent out to SLDF forces on New Vandenberg following the SLDF withdrawal from the Concordat and the embarking on the Rim World's Kapagan. It is also considered the start of her diplomatic tour. Tanya Cameron stands in SLDF dress uniform in a plain meeting room behind a podium decorated with a Cameron star. Solidars of the SLDF. Humanity has stood united for over 250 years. Together we have prospered and reached new heights in society and culture. However, all that we have built is at risk. Criminals and traitors occupy the center of the Star League, but I know we will see it liberated. I have served with the brave men and women of the SLDF and know that the enemy has no chance against a force such as this. People born across the light years gathered together to defend the Star League. Whether you were born to their CAD, New Avalon, Xi'an, Atrus, Luthien, or Terra, you have all chosen to stand for the Star League. You chose to fight so that your children and their children after them can continue to enjoy the prosperity that we have seen. This is not a war in the hegemony. This is a war for Star League. This is a fight to preserve all that our ancestors fought to establish. The SLDF is not retreating from the Concordat. We are advancing on Amaris. We will take his home and use it to fuel the fires of his downfall. He will look on surrounded by us, and he will know fear. His famous dragoons will quake in terror as they hear the rumblings that the Star League Defense Force is coming for them. So go forth, defenders of the Star League, and show Amaris the meaning of fear. On Tour, 1. Tanya Cameron, New Avalon, June 2767. The 4-month voyage proved ample time to study. This was speculated to be the most straightforward visit, and the size of the task still daunted me. First, Prince John Davian had publicly supported Kerensky and the SLDF, and the Federated Sun's deep economic ties with the hegemony meant they needed us. Most of the worlds the hegemony held in joint ownership were with the Federated Suns, meaning there was a significant population on the border with dual citizenship in both realms. All of that, and when we needed them, they only offered silence. At a certain level, I could understand their inaction. The Federated Suns were wholly isolated from friendly nations with the hegemony's fall. Their strategic position was incredibly precarious if the Capellan, Amorous, or Combine worked together. If war came now, they would likely be fighting alone, with other nations unable to provide economic support. I needed to convince them that taking a risk now was worth it to them. That they had to act now, or their position would be even worse in the future. I could fearmonger as much as I wanted, but that was likely counterproductive. The more scared they were, the more likely they were to withdraw to their own borders. I needed to give them something to make them more invested. So what did John Davian want? Ellen helped me go through records of all his old speeches and announcements. It was tedious hours of watching footage of press conferences. His domestic policy had been primarily around incentivizing increasing their industrial capacity and further modernizing their military. His foreign policy mainly consisted of statements denouncing Liao and Kuritan tyranny, with an occasional rebuke of Taurian terrorism. With the hegemony's banks under Amorous's control, the Star League dollar had been abandoned en masse. Any deal worked out would have to be in something other than currency. My most valuable asset was technology. The Cameron Blacklist had kept many technologies strictly within the hegemony for centuries. The Cameron Blacklist was at the root of hegemony power, and if I traded it entirely away, then I could doom the future. Our terraforming technology was by far the most valuable. This technology has caused other nations to invite us into their borders. It was the foundation of jointly owned worlds. Hegemony terraforming projects were what allowed us to become the mediator through the age of war. It was my most valuable card, and it was also my last resort. Hopefully, I would not need to dip into that. Hopefully, the plan I had developed in those long months with Ellen would work. The arrival at New Avalon was a rather anticlimactic affair, jumps were instantaneous, and jump points were empty by necessity. So looking out the windows of the strength through piece showed a seemingly unremarkable star field. As we left the jump point, a task force led by the FSS Golden Lion arrived to escort us. The Golden Lion was a Defender-class heavy cruiser. It was the largest type of warship the Federated Suns operated, and it was less than half of the Geneva's size. The design was a copy of McKenna's original Dreadnought, the first ever true interstellar warship. By hegemony standards, my flagship's antiquated hull was 3 generations ahead of a Defender class, with the McKenna being a further 2 generations ahead. With it was FSS Pleiades, a new Certus-class carrier. The new Certus was newer than the Defender class and carried a respectable armament, but its primary weapons were the 120 fighters it carried. That sounded impressive, but the SLS Boone, an aging Aegis class escorting us, carried only 18 fighters by itself, but if its drop collar's been carrying Titans, that would be an additional 72 fighters with greater operational ranges due to the supporting dropships. I agreed with the long-standing position of the SLDF Admiralty that dedicated carriers were a waste of time compared to a hybrid approach supported by fighter-carrying dropships. The rest of the AFFS task force were Davian II destroyers. My escort of cast-offs was still noticeably ahead of their flag squadron in almost every way. The Golden Lion and the Pleiades gave us a 21-gun salute as they escorted us in. That was good. It was a good start. It was a salute for a head of state, meaning the Federated Suns recognized me as Director General. Tanya Cameron, New Avalon, June 2767. After almost a week of heading out of the jump point, we finally reached New Avalon itself. It looked much like Earth, with green contents but fewer city lights. Gravity shifted as we decelerated and entered the planet's natural gravity well. As we descended, I could look out over Avalon City, with Mount Davian looming in the background. The dropships carrying my bodyguard landed first, with Strength O Peace landing in the center of them. Ellen had recommended that wearing my uniform would be best for this. The Federated Suns valued service for their noble classes over displays of wealth or fashion. She hinted that I would not want to use makeup on my few scars for a similar reason. They were proof I had served, and publicly displaying them would help build my image. Some shuttles had ferried some of my escorts ahead of the dropships, and they should have already vetted the landing area. However, this was not a private event. There was a whole crowd of citizens lined up to see us. My main bodyguard disembarked from their fortresses and assembled into parade formation. The populace always enjoyed a military parade, and this level of pageantry was a common formality for visiting leaders. The Avalon City administration had been nice enough to allow us to march through the main roads from the dropship port. Once my bodyguard stood at attention, I exited the dropship with Ellen and my staff by me. I gave them my best simile and waved. What had remained of the Star Lodge administration office had provided us with a diplomatic car. I would only stand and wave at a few designated spots from the sunroof. I smiled and waved as we entered the car and joined the parade. The parade crawled through the streets until we came to the palace at the city's center. Once we got to the palace, I had my first look at John Davian. He stood tall in an AFFS uniform. His black hair and angular jaw gave him a brooding hawkish appearance. His wife Edwina stood by his side also wearing an AFFS uniform. Around them were members of his privy council, all of which I noticed were all wearing AFFS dress uniforms. To the side of the Davians, I noted Mitchell Stopak, the Prince's Champion. The position of Prince's Champion was an interesting one. A Prince's Champion spoke for the Prince when he was not present and could be dispatched to solve issues in the field. If I were successful in gaining military support for the SLDF, it would likely be Lord Stopak who would be leading them. John Davian walked forward, and we shook hands in front of the palace grounds. He said to me, "Welcome to New Avalon." "Thank you for receiving me," I said graciously. We both turned and smiled at the crowds. "I look forward to conversing more after the gala tomorrow. I imagine you have a lot to discuss," he said as the crowd cheered at the sight of their monarch. "Thank you, I am sure we can find something mutually beneficial to our realms." The crowd and their news cameras would be too far back to hear us and would just have footage of us shaking hands and waving in front of the public. I was very much dreading that conversation. So much was riding on it. With that, the welcome parade concluded. After my welcome ceremony, the first thing on my to-do list was to visit the Star League compound. It had a suite for visits from the First Lord and was the center of the Star Lodge administration for the Federated Sons, or what was left of it. I made sure to have Ellen with me. We were meeting with her great-grandfather. Downtown New Avalon was an interesting sight. The architecture favored a sort of Renaissance style. Grand towers that appeared to be made of marble, with grand columns. Like someone had taken a fantasy castle and turned it into office spaces and shops. In the middle of this, the modernist styles of the Star Lodge Administration Center stood out. It did not blend in at all, but that was the point. All around a city built for the past, the Star Lodge buildings evoked a torch of the future. It was a compound of a few office buildings surrounded by a garden. Above it flew the Cameron Star flag, and below it, the flags of the 6 member states. From the outside, it would have looked unchanged from how it stood last Christmas, strong and powerful. But entering the underground parking garage revealed a different story. Only a few vehicles were present in the sea of empty spaces. Lord Green had offered to meet me, but after seeing a picture of him from Ellen, I offered to meet him in his office. Going up into the building, row after row of empty desks and darkened offices, created a surreal feeling. I eventually entered an inhabited section of the building and went into the corner office, Ellen and my bodyguards falling in behind me. The office was ornate with a custom wooden desk, but it carried the curved neo-futurist style of architecture into it. Behind the desk was Lord Elias Green, the Star League administrator for the Federated Sons and ambassador from the Terran hegemony to the Federated Sons. Just like in the picture, he looked all 102 of his years. Ellen had mentioned that the family had been trying to hint he should retire, but Elias seemed determined to work until he was physically unable to. Modern medical care could do wonders, but living a century was still very old. He could remember the reign of my great-great-grandfather Michael Cameron. By his side was a well-made walker. That was why I had asked to see him in his office. His job was stressful enough. I did not want him to have extra hassle. He stood up slowly and braced against his desk, but he saluted me. "How may I be of service, Your Excellency?" he said in greeting. "At ease. Ellen here has told me great things about you. I wanted to check on how the Star League institutions are doing before I meet with the First Prince," I said as he slowly sat down, and Ellen and I took our seats. He smiled. "I am glad that little L has been able to be of service to you and that yet another generation can serve at the side of House Cameron." Little L. I would have to remember that name. However, Elias seemed to slump and continued, "However, as to the state of things here, I can understand if you want my resignation. When payments from the hegemony banks failed, we could no longer sustain operations for almost all Star League services. The First Prince announced that the Federated Sons would take over these services to ensure stability. I did not feel we were in a position where we could resist without causing conflict. I am afraid that the Star League's presence is currently limited to this compound, and the only office remaining is the Federated Sons liaison. The last thing we needed was to conflict with the Federated Sons during this time. Elias had made the only possible position. I have faith that you did the best you could. What matters now is how we move forward. What would it take to re-establish control over the Star League institutions for negotiations? Currently, I had only Ellen and my speculation. I needed to have it double-checked by the expert. "I think the young captain here should be able to provide you with a good analysis," he said, emphasizing Ellen's recently achieved rank. Ellen had already briefed me, but this was a chance for her to show off for her great-grandfather. I suspect they will seek to sell the organizations back to us as soon as we have the money to fund them. Ellen continued, they would be running at a huge deficit, and while the first prince can print money and tighten economic measures, the pound's value is plummeting. She explained perhaps more than she needed to. Someone was studying well. These are my thoughts as well. Elias confirmed, the only reason we have not seen hyperinflation on a massive scale is that the Federated Sons is undergoing a massive overstock of many consumer goods. Large-ticket electronics, property, and other items have rapidly become unaffordable to the average citizen, but the prices in grocery stores have remained stable. The only way they have been able to stave off complete economic collapse is through unprecedented intervention. The government is now the majority shareholder in most interplanetary businesses, and the economy has been artificially propped up. Something will break, I said. This model was ultimately unsustainable. The only way to stave off further collapse would be to keep bailing out the economy. Eventually, they would have to let the economy collapse and normalize or end up with a system no better than the Capellans. As soon as we have the funds available, I suspect they will begin to court us till we mind taking back over the civil services in their realm. They will be desperate for foreign investment. Elias commented. There is promising, at least, I said. If there is nothing else I should be aware of, I have a proposal for John Davian that Ellen and I put together. I would like to hear your comments on it. I said, offering him a noteputer. He smiled, took noteputer from me, and read over what we had outlined. His eyebrows raised in surprise as he read. After a minute, he commented, it does give up a lot. Do you think any less would work? I asked. Perhaps I would not have to forfeit so much. He thought briefly before saying tiredly, I do not believe so. Do you think the first prince will take the deal? I said. I am afraid I am uncertain. He will want to. He will desperately want to, and if things were less uncertain, he would agree in a heartbeat. However, whether he accepts depends heavily on his fear of Combine and Confederation involvement, and that I cannot predict. He said. That was the answer I had expected, even if it had not been what I had hoped. The rest of the meeting was simple formalities. Looking over all the programs and divisions that had been lost to the Federated Sons, just to be sure, there was no possible leverage that I had missed. Eventually, though, I finished going through everything and left Ellen and her great-grandfather to catch up. Once I was walking out of the meeting, my thoughts began to drift towards Mother. Amaris had been silent about where they held the Camerons or exactly what conditions they were in. There was a protocol to follow for noble prisoners, but I had a feeling Amaris would not respect those rules. I did have to keep reassuring myself, for pragmatism alone, Mother's value as a hostage would likely keep her alive and treated with some level of decency. Amaris could use the surviving Camerons to guarantee exile instead of execution if we won the day. Of course, there was also the hope that she escaped and was free and hiding somewhere safe. The uncertainty was infuriating. Dwelling on it wasn't productive, so I forced my thoughts to something else. Being X had not shown his face this life, but I could still detect his meddling. I know he had said he would not directly interfere in this life, but I could see the obvious signs. The Rimworld's Republic should have needed his meddling to pull something like this off. Amaris should not have been able to fund any of this, and he magically has an army large enough to pacify the hegemony. I had gone over our intelligence reports, and something of this scale succeeded from the Rimworlds of all paces was unbelievable. He must have meddled somewhere, but where exactly? I was still unsure. It would be best to keep busy for the moment. I had one more meeting to get to today. The trip to my next meeting was very short. A few empty halls and darkened offices took me to the part of the Star Lodge Administration Center dedicated to the Ministry of Communications. We had received notice that General de Chavalier had found a hegemony communications official that had managed to mostly restore communication across the Free Worlds League, Capellan Confederation, and by now, probably the Federated Sons and Lyran Commonwealth. With the Star League Ministry of Communications leadership disappearing with the hegemony occupation, this Blake character seemed to have filled the gap. I found the meeting room I had booked for this quickly. It was easy as it was one of the few rooms lit up along the empty hallway. Walking into the room, I was met by the sight of a wiry, dark-haired man of average height adjusting a hollow projector. He sported a short beard with full sideburns, seemingly to balance out his receding hairline. He wore a wrinkled suit and a pair of rimless glasses. He was certainly not trying to avoid the appearance of any bureaucratic stereotypes. He noticed I came in, dropped what he was doing with the projector, and saluted, saying, "Welcome, Your Excellency. I am Jerome Blake, HPG Director for Oliver. Pleased to meet you finally, Mr. Blake. Though, I understand you are far more than that. We are, after all, a long way from Alvier," I said in response. My position is in flux at the moment. I was away attending a conference when the hegemony went dark, which left me free to troubleshoot the HPG issues. Things began to move much quicker once General de Chavalier officially supported my plan. GE explained, straightening his glasses. "I am eager to hear about your efforts," I said. Of course, Your Excellency. He said nervously, going back to adjusting the hollow projector. He adjusted one of the projector's legs a little more. He must have been leveling it. After that, it turned on displaying a map of the inner sphere, but instead of showing national boundaries, it was divided into 12 sections with a connected web across it. This is the HPG routing map as it stood before the coup. With the first circuit stations in the hegemony cut off, I established new secondary routing through the regional hubs in each district. Soon we should have connectivity across the last few regions in the Commonwealth and Combine. Message routing will take longer. I expect 2 to 3 times normal on average, but collecting data to confirm this is proving difficult. He continued, unfortunately, communication has been further hampered by the member states taking over the management of their HPG stations. For instance, many corporations in the Federated Sons refuse to trust Capellan-run stations and send only minimal communications to partners in the Free Worlds League, which is only going to continue worsening the economic crisis. At this point, I felt the need to interject. The loss of control over HPG stations to the member states is perhaps the most damaging industry. Do you know what could be done to mitigate it? Control over the HPG network was one of the most significant sources of soft power within the Star League. Now that the member states are taking it over, it was a huge blow. Certainly. I am glad to hear you are concerned with the HPG network. I expect the member states to have no choice but to return the HPG network to Star League control. Currently, all HPG parts are made in the hegemony, and none of the member states have the capability to service the network themselves. That will force them to negotiate with us post-war. Add that each state will want a neutral arbitrator and the hegemony's position at the center of the inner sphere they will have to deal with us. He explained. So I should prioritize maintaining a monopoly on HPG manufacture in the future to have enough leverage to reclaim the HPG stations for the Ministry of Communications. What are the chances that HPGs could be reverse engineered? Right now, they have control over the facilities. I said. I needed to be sure that the HPG would not be cloned immediately if they were better to sell the technology and get at least some profit from it. Using and building an HPG are two very different things. Machines that use carne fuida effects are difficult to manufacture, and looking at the device itself would not tell you much about how it was made. I like to use the analogy of a glass bulb. Looking at the finished product is unlikely to reveal that it was made with molten sand and blown through a tube unless you already know about glass blowing. He paused before continuing. Jump drives use the carne fuida principle as well, but the systems work dramatically differently in practice. CPUs and magnets both use electromagnetic principles but are incredibly different. I do not see successful reverse engineering of hyperpulse technology for quite some time. That's reassuring news, I said in response. I only had to worry about Amaris leaking the technology to his allies. That was a real risk, but currently, we did not have any indication that was happening. It does bring up another issue, though. The network will not get any faster, and the stress on many stations will increase. The issue is not immediate, but in a few years, the performance of several HPG stations will begin to degrade, and the network slow down even more. It will be a critical strategic priority to retake the HPG factories. Blake summarized. I will be sure Kerensky knows this information, I responded. I imagine he was already aware, but it would be good to be sure anyways. Even with the HPGs mostly back up, the increase in delays and difficulty of international communications mean that the recession is likely to worsen. Blake commented, if you want more detailed examples, I found the University of Thorin Professor Richardson's paper The Network of Nations, HPG, and the Economy a good summary of how many businesses rely on the HPG network. I have read that paper. I found it insightful, but I would have preferred if he had used the Jump Ship Value Index instead of the Jump Ship Collar Index. I said in response. Professor Richardson's work was good, but I felt that simply using the number of collars to measure trade capacity gave only an incomplete picture. Blake looked surprised. Professor Richardson actually attended a conference, where he defended that decision, that the Jump Ship Value Index was impractical to calculate on the scale of the data he was collecting due to needing to gather the cargo's value. He felt that the Collar Index still did the job of providing a trade capacity measure to compare with. Perchance, are you familiar with the Fullerton reports on interplanetary supply chains? Now it was my turn to be surprised. Fullerton's work had been something I had studied but not something I expected an HPG director to know. I am familiar with the concept but unsure how it would be relevant to HPGs. I was thinking that it might be possible to adapt Fullerton's technique for siting factories for the siting and expansion of Class A HPG stations. Currently, most stations are built out in areas with high demand, but increasing station capacity also makes the network more available, causing its own increases in demand. Fullerton's study on prices, factory locations, and demand, I think, could be applicable with some modification to guide HPG expansion better. He said enthusiastically. Really, what sort of modifications would you apply? Obviously, you would want to throw out the dropship capacity metrics and downstream supply considerations. I said. That is the beauty of it. Most of the complexity that made the Fullerton process unwieldy is not a factor in HPG routing. The resulting formula is likely to be much simpler. The main factor would be developing some form of coefficient based on the load and capacity at the adjacent station. Blake continued. The following conversation was quite enjoyable. While Blake's degree was in hyperpulse physics and mathematics, he had substantial hobbies in macroeconomics, especially related to practical applications of mathematics and hyperpulse theory. I hadn't had a conversation like this since I left Glasgow. It was refreshing. Eventually, I received a calendar notification telling me it was time to go. I was surprised to learn that Blake and I had talked for just over 3 hours. It hadn't felt nearly that long. I had a lot to do and prepare for the gala tomorrow evening, and I headed to my suite in another section of the compound, the Hegemony Embassy building. I would use a room usually reserved for the First Lord, but I doubted Amanda Cameron would object. With every step forward, my dread for tomorrow increased. If I could not win help from the Federated Sons, the nation tied closest to the hegemony, then I certainly wouldn't succeed with the others. Trillions of lives depended on a single conversation I would have tomorrow evening. I had to be perfect. Chusei Shin Katsumoto, Luthien, June 2767. Being summoned to speak with the coordinator could inspire many emotions depending on the context, from terror and dread to excitement and joy. For me, the most overwhelming sensation was confusion. There was nothing I was aware of that would have drawn disfavor, and I could not think of what the coordinator of worlds would want with a mere Chusei, even one in the Sword of Light. Yet here I was, walking through the gardens to meet with His Imperial Majesty. The coordinator had also chosen to meet with me outdoors in his gardens and not in the throne room. I would not claim to be an expert on the imperial household, but it also struck me as unusual. The cherry trees were not in blossom but still presented a beautiful and serene setting as I walked through them escorted by the palace guard. The pent hoppa under which the coordinator waited loomed before. Once I approached it and saw the coordinator standing looking away from me and out over a pond in the garden, I knelt and waited to be acknowledged. Slowly he turned and looked me over like he was inspecting me. Chusei Katsumoto, I am sure you are eager to know why I have summoned you here. Your Imperial Majesty, I stand ready to serve you however you require, and my men with me, I responded. Exactly the answer I expected from an exemplar of Bushido. He said with a smile. Yet you also have put service to the Combine over your own honor. You distinguished yourself to my father with raids against the Davians and Steiners. Battles and glories that went unrecorded, and glories you achieved that will forever go unremembered. He paused for a second, awaiting a response. Serving the dragon is its own reward, I stated. Your loyalty is commendable, and I regret that I must ask you to lose face, to take the appearance of dishonor onto yourself. The Star League Defense Forces have called for aid. It is my wish that this call does not go unanswered, yet there are factors play that make official support impractical. I was surprised at this declaration. I had been expecting a call to war for some time, but not in support of the SLDF. Amorous seemed like he would have been a pawn of Takaro, meant to pave the way for the Combine to usurp the hegemony's role as the heart of Star League. I was surprised but did not show it. I did not need to know the coordinator's plans. He continued speaking, you will take the rank of Taisei and form a new regiment drawn from the 4th Brigade of each Sword of Light regiment. Publicly you will become Ronin, and I will disavow all knowledge and support for our actions. Only you and those soldiers from the Sword of Light will know of my support. You will send out a call to all soldiers hungry for glory in a battle to join you. Once a small force of experienced soldiers is organized, with your new regiment forming the core, you will depart to join Kerensky in the Rim Worlds. Once you arrive there, you will in private inform Kerensky and Kerensky alone that you are there with my blessing. ISF agents will later make contact, and you will inform them of everything you learn about the state of the SLDF and their movements. You will be the dragon's eyes and ears next to Kerensky. He said, looking at me for a response. Your will be done, I said in response. After your mission is done, I will be sure that it is known that you and those under you fought not as Ronin but as my own chosen. The cloak of dishonor you take up is only for show and will be removed when all is done. Rise, no Taisei Katsumoto, and begin your mission. History will remember you as one of my most trusted samurai. He said to me, dismissing the meeting. I was in something of a stupor, not fully processing what had just happened. But exiting the palace, I felt a sense of determination. I had an army to organize. Megan Cole, Terra, June 2767. With things as they were, I had decided it would be best to leave Moscow for a bit. So I took Jess and moved into a small house in Novogorod. I was fortunate that doctors were always in demand. I might return to Moscow when things settle down, but not now. Leaving my practice behind did cause me to take a hard pay cut, and prices on everything had tripled, but I would make do. Interesting how life goes. This was not exactly where you expected to find the Cameron family's old doctor. I was unpacking boxes in the little two-bedroom I had managed to lease on the city's outskirts while Jess crawled around in her playpen and played with stuffed toys. There was a knock at the door, and I went down to see who it was. Fear coursed through me as I saw it was some policeman and a man in a RimWorld's uniform. I was wondering when they would get to me. I made sure the empty vodka bottles were out. Playing to the Russian stereotype would be helpful here. I made sure to have plenty of empty or half-full alcohol bottles where they could be seen, along with keeping the place somewhat messy. I answered the door. "What do you want, officers?" I asked plainly. "Dr. Cole, may we come in? I am Officer Alpheus. We are just investigating possible pro-Cameron terrorists," the RimWorld's officer stated. The police officers on either side of him did not introduce themselves. "I hope you don't mind the mess. I don't get many visitors," I said, showing them in. I showed them into a small living room, past the boxes, and by a few empty vodka bottles. "I understand that you were once the Cameron family doctor," he said in response. "You mean before Richard fired me?" I said harshly. "I needed to sell this." "I understand that would be hard for you," the officer said. "I served that family for years, to do what? Be cast out like garbage?" Tossing me out without so much of a word started horrible rumors. It took me years to rebuild my reputation and claw my way back to just a fraction of where I was before. I said, "No need to fake this." I hated the spiteful little brat, and letting my loathing of the Cretan come through helped give me genuine rage. "Seems like you have pretty strong feelings about the First Lord. Were you close with any other members of the family? We suspect that terrorists are fighting in the name of Richard's sisters, and we are following up on all of their old connections to try and understand what might be motivating these misguided people," the officer said in response. I tried my best to advocate for Elizabeth and Helena. Sometimes I think I was the only one who truly cared for those girls. I told him, "So you know what they did when Richard fired me?" "Nothing. After all, I tried to do for them. They probably missed me less than one of their dresses." This was the part I needed to sell. The idea that I was a bitter woman who hated those who had not respected my service. Like the Miracle Max cursing Prince Humperdinck in that old movie I watched as a child. I watched them become wilder and less restrained. From what the gossip stations say, they continued to do so after I left. Elizabeth was only 12 when I was canned. Back then, they did not have any friends. Any associates they had would have been after my time. "I cannot help you," I said, trying to keep the same bitter tone. Cries from the other room interrupted the conversation. "I am sorry, I have to go settle, Jess." "I was unaware you had a daughter," the officer said. "She's my niece. My sister gave birth to her, and as soon as she was up, left her with me to go fight in the periphery and got herself shot defending Richard's ridiculous taxes," I said, hurrying over to settle Jess. "I will be back in a moment." "That won't be necessary, Dr. Cole. I think we dragged up enough unpleasant memories for today. I appreciate your cooperation. We will show ourselves out," the officer said, leaving. I just had to hope that they had bought it. I did at least know Helena hadn't given us up. I had doubted it, but it was a worry. Helena loved Jess, but I remembered how horrible her withdrawal symptoms had been during pregnancy, and strong-willed was not a term I would have used to describe Helena. General Kerensky. I am aware that the Star League Charter grants the SLDF rights to move through Star League space when conducting routine operations. However, I am hard-pressed to find any way that you could consider the fleet currently passing through my realm in any way routine. Come to a truce, and we can discuss the terms for your passage. From the desk of the Captain General. Due to the HPG issues, your message was corrupted, and we could not understand it. We are moving at great speed and are unfortunately unlikely to receive another message before we leave the Free Worlds League by the end of this month. If there is something critical, the Archon would likely be willing to relay a message as we pass through the Commonwealth on our way to the Rim Worlds Republic. SLDF High Command. On Tour, 2. Tanya Cameron, New Avalon, June 2767. Waking up, I felt like waking up the day before an execution. John Davian was throwing me an official gala, and afterward, I would have my chance to negotiate. I called Ellen to my room to go over some last-minute prep. Today I would spend my time reviewing everything once more, and then I would have my makeup done. Kerensky had dug up some of the SLDF's media relations specialists and seconded them to my use. The SLDF's internal propaganda division was large and had many interesting specializations. I was relieved I could wear my uniform for this, but that did not get me out of having a team doing my makeup and hair. I was dreading the Commonwealth. The Archon's court likely would require a dress, jewelry, and 3 times as long to get ready. Then again, Sky was still very influential, and maybe I could get away with Tartan again. Ellen responded to my summons, and we got to work. The most significant part was remembering names and faces. John Davian was the only one who mattered and the only person we would need to convince, but getting someone's name wrong would be rude. I noticed Ellen was uncharacteristically quiet as we reviewed the photo albums. "Are you okay?" "Yes, it's nothing," she said, and I could tell she was lying. I raised my eyebrows. Great Gramps just took me aside to talk inheritance for a bit. She said, trying to keep her voice neutral, then continued, everything just became so real. All the worries just came forward. Dad's almost certainly dead, and probably Mom and Becca too. Grandpa is headed to fight in the Rim Worlds. She did not seem fully in control at the moment as tears started to come forth. Great Gramps doesn't think he has much longer and wanted to talk about me becoming the next head of the house. What she was going to say next was cut off by her sobs that poured forth. Then she stilled herself, you've dealt with worse. I probably look pathetic. And then she started sobbing again. Thoughts of my own mother began to come up, but I forced them down. Worrying was not productive, and I had to make sure Ellen was stable enough to give me proper prep for the meeting tonight. No. The uncertainty worries me too, but I remind myself that my mother is probably a hostage, which means she is alive and well treated. Given your family's status, I would not be surprised to find that your father and mother are also alive if held captive. Once Amaris realizes he will lose, he will offer to return them to save his skin. The best thing we can do for them is to support the SLDF. I said, putting my hand on her shoulder. You're right, she said, drying her tears and composing herself. You ready to continue? I said. I did not want my own doubts to show, and diving into something productive always helped. Yes. Now tell me, who is the Prime Minister of New Avalon? Ellen questioned. John Davian. That was a trick question, as it is one of the minor titles also held by the first prince, I said as we continued my review. After that, the rest of my day was a simple review as I counted the hours until the styling team dragged me to my doom. Why did it take hours to put my hair up in a military style that was designed to be quick to do? I managed to escape my makeup team after only a few hours. My retinue included some guards, Ellen, Elias, and Blake. I had not expected to take Blake along as an advisor, but Elias had recommended it. Blake had apparently become known as the HPG guy, many other nobles would want to talk to him while I bargained with the first prince. I had been thinking over Blake's role. It might be good to give him some official title. Hegemony Communications Liaison or Postmaster General, maybe? I had to walk a fine line with it. I was not First Lord, so installing him as Star Lodge's communications minister could be seen as a power grab. The Federated Sun's palace was illuminated by the setting sun in a way that made it almost seem to glow. The architects who designed it had undoubtedly been skilled. I had not been to Versailles, having only seen pictures. While Director General Theodore Cameron had it renovated into a modern and livable palace to serve as a family residence, my mother disliked it, apparently, so had my father. Theodore's renovations had not been popular among the historical community, so we never went as a child. Other branches of the family had used it as a vacation home, though. Eventually, Helena Cameron was known to use it semi-regularly, so the residence was mainly kept available for her. Still, I had seen pictures, and it was clear where this palace's architects had drawn their inspiration. Columns and frescoes highlight statues of the figures form, the history of Federated Suns. I got out of the motorcade and led my procession up the stone steps, my security team in their dress uniforms. Blake was alone and wearing a civilian suit. It was a nice suit, but he looked out of place next to us in dress uniforms. I could hear the classical music piece playing throughout the halls. The palace was as beautiful on the inside as on the outside. Walking into the ballroom with my procession following me, the herald announcing the arrival of Tanya Cameron, Director General Pro Tem of the Terran Hegemony. There was quite a crowd. Many were wearing dress uniforms of either the AFFS or SLDF, and they were all looking at me. I was prepared to start ad-libbing a speech, but then John Davian brought his family forward. Welcome. It has been a long time since a Cameron graced these halls. He said, pointing beside him, you had already met my wife, Edwina, when you arrived, and this is our son Joshua and his wife, Mary. I appreciate your hospitality. I only wish it was under better circumstances. I said, shaking his hand. Hard times often have a way of bringing people together. The first prince said in response. Then he turned, there will be time for business later. Let us celebrate the friendship between our two nations for now. I don't think my lovely wife will mind if we open the dance. He said, offering his hand. Edwina let loose a small laugh at his jest. I turned toward Edwina and commented, very generous of you. Then I took the first prince's hand, and he led me to the dance floor, where we opened the evening with a dance. I had learned dancing with my mother on Terra, but I would not say I was a master, and the first prince was a superior dancer. Still, I managed not to embarrass myself. A good start, at least. After the dance, John Davian danced the following few numbers with his wife. I went back to the Green family. My plan for this event was to be at the edge of the crowd shaking hands and otherwise looking impressive until the actual business began. Some business people had crowded and dragged Blake off. Everyone wanted to know if the HPGs would be getting better. Eventually, one of the people coming to greet me did catch me by surprise. He was a middle-aged gentleman wearing an AFF's dress uniform, and as he shook my hand, he spoke up, "Nice to meet my illustrious cousin." Realization dawned on me. Old family genealogy lessons coursed through my mind as I replied, "Philip, it is good to meet you. I hadn't realized you were on planet." There was a scandal when First Lord Jonathan Cameron had an illegitimate daughter. Her father had provided for Guever Cameron but soon left the hegemony and married one of the Victoria Davians. Her son Philip was my first cousin once removed. Upon marrying a Davian, despite the Victoria Davians being far from royal succession, Guever's descendants had been permanently disqualified from inheriting any Cameron family titles. I wasn't going to miss a chance to speak with family. He said good-naturedly. "My mother also sends her regards, but she could not make it on time. I appreciate it. Right now, the family needs to stick together. It is good to know I have your support," I said, feeling a little lighter. I had never given much thought to my distant cousins in Victoria, but now I am grateful for their presence. Once things have settled, I hope you can visit us under better circumstances. It is tragic how distance can divide families. I know my mother blames herself for her nephew's fate. Perhaps things would have been different if Richard had been entrusted to family. Philip commented. Many things might have been avoided with better hindsight, but we must deal with things as they are now, I commented. Very true, Philip commented. Sorry to continue to bring up gloomy subjects, but have you any news of our cousins on Terra? My mother is so very worried for her nieces. There has been no word. We suspect that they are being held hostage by Amaris, I said in response. That was what I figured. Though I am afraid I have taken too much of your time. I see the vultures are gathering, he commented, pointing out the officials around us waiting to exchange platitudes and shake my hand. It was nice to meet you. I hope to see you again during better times, I commented as he bowed out. And the other officials continued. None of the other meetings were as interesting. My face hurt from the fake smile, and as the minutes ticked away, I only felt my dread grow. Why did they have to have stupid parties like this for officials? There was a far more important thing to do. Eventually, though, the evening began to wind down, and the first prince found me again. Now that pleasantries have been observed, I hope you don't mind joining me in my study to talk over matters. I would like that very much. We have a lot to talk about, I replied. Together we quietly exited the party. After a short walk through one of the hallways, we entered a comparatively simple room. It was still incredibly intricate, with fine wooden paneling, an elegant antique-looking wooden desk, and wooden chairs with velvet upholstery that I was sure were handmade. But instead of the elegant portraits, the wall was decorated with photographs of the first prince's family. A few were professionally taken, but a few were just from their daily lives. I could see photos of John and his son in hunting gear next to a slain elk, a child, who I presumed to be a young Joshua riding on the shoulders of a much more youthful-looking John, Edwina smiling on a tropical beach of some sort. He motioned for me to sit in one of the chairs and then took one across from me. He spoke up morosely, never had I thought things would come to this. I deeply regret voting against allowing your family to take custody of the young First Lord and his siblings. I had not expected that. Mother hadn't mentioned anything. My look of shock must have shown through my efforts to keep myself guarded. I don't know what she told you, and I imagine it was not flattering toward anyone on the council, but rest assured, it is a decision I sincerely regret. I did not know her, and the Northwind stewards have had something of a reputation. When she offered to take charge of the children, I had to make a snap decision and chose poorly. So I would like to open with an apology. Mother had tried to gain custody of Richard? She hadn't mentioned any of this? Stewards of Northwind having a reputation? I knew Mom did not have much contact with her side of the family, but I just thought she had grown apart due to distance and Mom's dislike of jump ship travel. That is kind of you, I said, not wanting to reveal that I had no idea what he was talking about. Most gracious of you. Before we talk details of the present, I want to know what you see for the future. Diving too fast into the details can lose the forest for the trees. When Amaris is cast down, and the hegemony freed, what do you see in the future? I had to get control back of the conversation. This was not going in any way I had imagined. I serve the hegemony and its people. Once the status of the First Lord and his family are ascertained, the proper line of succession will be upheld, and the hegemony can begin the process of rebuilding. Too much depends on the war's outcomes for plans now to have strategic merit, I said calmly. I respectfully disagree. The First Lord has burnt many bridges during his reign, and when I come to the High Council to justify opposing Amaris, a promise of stability in the hegemony may go a long way. Personally, I feel obligated as well. Richard Cameron asked me to serve as regent for Amanda if something were to happen to him, he stated. That was also a shock, Elias hadn't mentioned that at all. John Davian continued, I am afraid that all I have is my word for proof. I was flattered but objected that the other members of the High Council likely wouldn't stand for that. I suggested the Camerondavians might have been less objectionable, but the First Lord was stubborn. Still, he never finalized anything beyond private conversations. Was that his price? Custody of Amanda and the Star League Regency? I doubted him as regent would be possible. The coordinator and chancellor would undoubtedly object, but as to the question of custody of Amanda? That was perhaps more doable. John Davian seemed nice enough and would raise her better than Richard would have. You want me to support your guardianship of Amanda? I asked. No, I am fully aware my raising of Amanda is likely a political impossibility. I would, however, like to avoid another regency and period of uncertainty. I was thinking of something far less objectionable and not without precedent. When Brian Cameron died, instead of naming his young son Director General, the Terran Hegemony High Council named Brian's sister Judith the 7th Director General. He said, looking at me intently. I was beginning to suspect I knew where this was going. Richard's sisters would also be in the line of succession. Don't jest, I would not trust either of them with a houseplant, let alone a nation. It may be best for you to claim the title of First Lord upon the hegemony's liberation to provide reassurances against another reign like Richard's. He said matter-of-factly. I will not make this a war between two usurpers, I said with finality. I did not want to be First Lord. When this was done, and Mom and I were reunited, I was retiring somewhere and leaving this mess well alone. Add on to the fact that if I were seen as exploiting the situation for my own gain, that would undermine Kerensky and the SLDF's support and give Amorous ammunition against us. I understand. He responded, honor and virtue are noble things. They are why I have always stood by Kerensky. I am glad to see another person who shares his convictions. He said. So he had been testing me earlier. I seemed to have passed. Speaking of Kerensky, it might be best to move on to how best to support the SLDF, I said, putting this conversation back on track. I am happy to allow the SLDF to stage and train out of all existing SLDF bases, and I will continue to support the SLDF academies and training camps here. The AFFS is currently monitoring our borders and will be able to intervene at the first sign of perfidy from Liao or Kurita. The first prince stated. He had a way of making I am doing nothing sound substantial. Those are admirable, but what Kerensky needs is resupply and reinforcement, I responded. Unfortunately, with the threats posed by Liao and Kurita, the Federated Sons do not have any troops to spare. I assure you I would gladly send them if we did. He said in a sympathetic tone. Even a token force could be helpful. To show the people that the Star League is united against Amorous. I went through, but even more than manpower, Kerensky could use equipment, food, fuel, ammunition, spare parts, and new equipment. Unfortunately, I find my ability to help in that area as well. I am barely holding the economy together as it is. I don't know if I can supply material of any significance that would be helpful. He was lying here. He was thinking of ordering massive military projects to try and boost the economy and use up excess material. Are you familiar with 1940s Terran history? I asked. I am afraid my knowledge of ancient history is mainly centered around the campaigns of Napoleon. He commented. Well, during the 1940s, the nations of Terra were all embroiled in a world war. Franklin Roosevelt led Americans and spent much of the war technically neutral. Still, he correctly assessed that if the British Empire fell, a Nazi-ruled Europe would be an existential threat to his people. I said, now I could finally move into my pitch. Now was the do-or-die moment. Most interesting. He replied. I am sure you can see the parallels. If Amorous is working with Liao or Kurita, then an occupied hegemony is an existential threat. The Federated Sons is a large nation, but you would be completely cut off from allies in the Free Worlds League and Lyran Commonwealth. Already you are feeling the isolation, as ships from those nations have difficulty getting to you. I doubt the Outworld Alliance will prove to be a useful ally in the event of a conflict. I outlined. I have confidence that the AFFS can stand alone if need be. He remarked in a flat tone. Maybe I had pushed too hard. I have confidence that you can, but you do not need to stand alone. When Amorous is defeated, the Terran corridor will again be open for you. I came back with softening the tone. So what did Mr. Roosevelt do in his time? He said, going back to my analogy. He developed what he called the Lend-Lease deal, where supplies and military hardware were loaned to the British without upfront cost to help keep them in the war, I replied. That sounds most generous of him. John Davian replied. Of course, I understand that such a deal now would be infeasible for you, but Roosevelt's plan did inspire it. The SLDF would like to buy supplies and equipment on credit, but with the understanding that the intact war material will be returned to the Federated Sons for use in the AFFS. Once the war ends, these debts will be in full with perhaps even a slight premium. I opened with the first part. I don't know if I could sell such a deal to the High Council. He replied. That is not all, though. General Kerensky requires many parts things were formerly only made in the hegemony. So your factories would receive SLDF engineers to help upgrade them to produce the necessary equipment? I said. His eyes sharpened. I had his attention. Well, all the royal units need resupply, so it would include all of the systems they use, technologies like Gauss rifles, extended range energy weapons, pulse lasers, Artemis fire control, endosteel, ferrofibrous armor, and the like, I commented. Additionally, the Navy will need materials for repair, so your shipyards would also need to be upgraded. After all, it is not like we can order naval Gauss rifles, lamellar armor panels, or Titan dropships from Terra. That is an interesting proposal, Director General. He said. He was thinking it over. I just had to sweeten it a bit more. With those technologies, I don't see why the Boeing yards at Galax cannot produce the modern version of the Black Lion for the SLDF and AFFS soon. I further commented. I offered him a data chip containing a written document for the deal I had put together. I will have to discuss this with the council and my ministers, but I am quite intrigued. He said, taking the chip. I had given up a lot, but all of what I said was true. Kerensky needed these supplies, and it would hopefully allow me to keep the terraforming technologies and HPG production classified. I have confidence that they will find that this is the best path forward, not just for the Star League, but for the Federated Suns, I said. I have another matter to speak to you about before we go. Did Lord Green talk to you much about the Duchy of New Avalon? No, he has not, I said. It is unsurprising as it is a minor title, and he likely thought it was spoken for. First, Prince Alexander created it on the birth of the Star League as a way to honor the Cameron family. It also allowed them to bestow courtesy titles to Federated Suns citizens for Star League service and has no real responsibilities to the realm. During my great-grandfather's reign, he bestowed 30 planets to the title as a gift to the Camerons. The title is currently vacant, as I had hoped to give it to Amanda, but you might find use of it. He replied. I am afraid none of the worlds are particularly valuable, but the SLDF can use them for logistical and support purposes. Additionally, it will provide a way to recognize those from the Federated Suns fighting for the Star League now, such as General de Chavalier. It might be difficult for us to help Kerensky, but small things like this, I can do immediately. He smiled. That is most generous of you, I said. Kerensky could use those planets as training camps and staging areas, if nothing else. It could also serve as a haven for hegemony refugees. I would not say no when someone offered to give me 30 whole planets. Thank you, Director General. I hope this is the beginning of a long and prosperous friendship. I will announce your title tomorrow, and I will have a response to your proposal as soon as I finish meeting with my ministers. He said as we shook hands. I had done my best, but now we just had to wait. I hope this letter finds you in good health. I wish to offer you my condolences on your father's death. I know the Captain General is a title that weighs heavily upon those who bear it. I have noticed that the Free World's load shipping companies are no longer transporting goods from the magistracy. I understand that the recent turmoil caused many merchants to alter their routes, but now that the unfortunate violence in my realm has calmed, I was hoping that we could come to an agreement on normalizing trade between the magistracy and the Free Worlds League. This can be the beginning of a mutually beneficial arrangement between our realms. Magistrix Janina Centrella. Thank you for your condolences. I do know well the weight of responsibility. Had your grandmother and my father been from the same generation, I have no doubt they would have been quite the pair. As to your trade proposal? You say the violence has calmed, but I admit I fail to see that. With SLDF no longer policing the area, the rise of piracy poses what I believe to be an unacceptable risk to Free Worlds League merchantmen. As long as such a threat exists, I am afraid normalized trade is impossible. If you were to instead apply for membership in the Free Worlds League, our navy could move into settling the situation and your worlds rebuilt. Your people and mine share a common heritage, after all. It may be time for the prodigal child to return. Your worlds can then enjoy the same level of prosperity and security that we have enjoyed. I hope to see you soon in Parliament. From the desk of the Captain General. Interlude, All the King's Men. New Avalon, 2767, John Davian. I hated this HPG delay. The AFFS was led by 14 field marshals, 9 of which were stationed in the headquarters of their respective military regions. Those 9 had the greatest knowledge of the actual state of things. When the HPG worked normally, I could simply message them on a priority line and get an answer quickly. Now I could have days between correspondence. Increasingly I had to rely exclusively on the 5 field marshals stationed on New Avalon. I was making mountains out of molehills. Alexander had run his military like this, and this was how it operated before HPGs. I at least could send a letter in days. Alexander had weeks of delay in contacting his marshals. I had simply become spoiled. The AFFS would adapt and overcome. I had not called the full Privy Council, wanting a more focused discussion. I wish so very dearly that Thomas Green Davian, no relation to the Hegemony Greens, and Vesely Sandoval were present, but their responsibilities as Duke of New Syrtis and Robinson, respectively, kept them rooted in said worlds. They were both highly distinguished veterans. Thomas was why I had a grave to visit to mourn my grandfather, rescuing his body before the Kuritans could defile it. In addition to being my finest generals, they were experts on the marches they administered. Giving them both the field marshal rank and the duke title might have been controversial, but there was no finer man for both jobs. I wished they were here so very much. It is, however, no use going over what-ifs. I had an excellent local advisory command. Walking into the small meeting room, I was greeted by the sight of my military advisors and the Minister of Ways and Means, being the sole civilian member of this meeting. Field Marshal Catherine McCor Kendale was a countess on Galax and a long-serving officer of the Federated Sons Navy, having commanded a carrier during the war with Kurita. Field Marshal James Vankill was younger than Catherine. His family was connected to the New Syrtis shipyards, one of the oldest yards in the Federated Sons. James had been promoted to Field Marshal after the war with the Capellans. He and Catherine were, in many ways, still learning to work together. There was much more friction than I had expected as their professional styles conflicted, but they were both good officers and would come through when it counted. There were also very few experienced admirals I could draw from. They were, however, sitting as far away from one another as they could, putting the 3 army field marshals between them. Moving to the ground forces, Field Marshal Pierre Davian from my distant relatives on Royal. His father had led the local resistance during its occupation by Kurita in the war, rising to Field Marshal. He had recommended his son Pierre replace him, and Pierre had acquitted himself well against Kuritan pirates, so I saw no reason to deny Pierre a position he was qualified for. Rita Hosek had come highly recommended. A tragically orphaned countess on New Syrtis, Thomas had been her regent and guardian. Thomas, being childless, had practically adopted her as his own. Rita Hosek had distinguished herself well against Capellan pirates, thus being an easy shoo-in for Field Marshal. The Hosek family had grown substantially in influence over the past years, and I knew Thomas favored her as the Duchess of New Syrtis when he retired, but I had some reservations. I did not want to go down in history as the first prince who allowed another Varney family to take root in New Syrtis. The final Field Marshal was Raphael A. Kerner from right here on New Avalon. His family owned A. Kerner Battle Mechs, the oldest mech producer in the Federated Sons. He had the distinction of serving on the Draconis, and Capellan likewise had a good record against border raids. Count William Davian, a distant relative from Lee, was the lone civilian member of this meeting, though he had done a traditional tour service with the military. His excellent work for his family with Lee's finances had called him to my attention, and he had been an ideal pick for Minister of Ways and Means. I was glad to have him during these last few tempestuous months. Lastly, Michael Stopek sat at the end, my chosen champion. I had known him since my days at the academy, and there was no man I trusted more. Trust was everything when selecting the prince's champion. He was my voice when I was not present and spoke for me. Michael was a good man, a good friend, and a good soldier. I sat before my advisors and sent the deal Lady Cameron had given me to my advisors. I am so sorry for calling you out so early, but when you see the proposal Lady Cameron gave me, I think you will understand. I said, opening the meeting as they began to view it on the note pewters. I highly recommend we take this. Catherine piped up almost instantly. I concur, but I note that many of the technologies being used are already untested, and it might make more sense to prioritize modifications of older, more established yards to avoid unnecessary complexity. James piped up afterward. You are perfectly aware that the new yards at Galax are best suited to handle the new technologies. Many of the slipways are still under construction and would trivial to bring online with these, whereas retrofitting old antiquated dockyards would take twice as long. Catherine snipped back. How many delays have those yards gone through again? I recall that they are already 10% behind on the construction. Boeing may have experience working with that technology, but all of their experience is in the hegemony. Their branch on Galax needs to gain that knowledge, introduce new technology into it now, and that place will not open until after the turn of the century. James came back. I concur with Catherine. Galax is the best yard for priority expansion. Raphael stated. I worry that not enough industry is being built near the Capellan border. During the war, our supply lines were often overstretched. I think that Jam's arguments have a lot of merit. Rita spoke up. We are getting ahead over ourselves. What comments do people have over the deal itself? I barked. This was an old argument. James was a critic of the Galax yards. He considered it putting all your eggs in one basket and a tactical liability. Catherine had been one of the driving forces behind the yards and believed that the efficiency such a facility would bring was critical for the FSN to remain relevant. William said, it is risky, but we should take it. From an economic perspective, things will get worse before it gets better, but this means that the hegemony will owe us a lot post-war. Additionally, when the hegemony undergoes reconstruction, our new infrastructure and lower operating cost will make us an attractive target for relocating hegemony companies and citizens. We do this right, and by the turn of the century, we may be competing with the Commonwealth's industry. He was as intelligent and insightful as ever. Pierre spoke up next. Taking this deal would be to enter an open war with Amaris. We will not be able to send significant forces to Kerensky, let alone make any offensives into the hegemony while maintaining adequate border security. Rita put forward, if the Capellans and the Combine are truly friendly to Amaris, perhaps it would be best if we took the initiative and struck first. I would caution against that. We struggled with supply during the last war, and that was on a single front. While we have built up the navy, it is not yet where we could support a multi-front war. Catherine warned. James spoke up, I agree with Catherine. Everyone looked at him in slight surprise. James looked mildly insulted. Michael spoke up. I believe we should send a token force to the Rim Worlds and use the time Kerensky is here to expand the AFFS in every way we can, to be ready to launch an offensive into the hegemony when Kerensky finishes his operations in the periphery. Rita replied next, where would this token force come from? The AFFS was not designed to fight on the other side of the inner sphere. We certainly cannot spare the border forces, and the forces behind them are needed to reinforce against any attacks. Pierre nodded as she spoke. I had a solution. What about a force led by the 1st Davian Guards, supported by the 12th Avalon Hussars and elements of the new Avalon Milita? I said, I doubt New Avalon itself would be under threat anytime soon. Michael, my friend, would you mind leading such a force to represent us with Kerensky? I would be honored. He replied, there only remains how to get there and what ships we will use. Catherine spoke, it will be hard, but the Crucis fleet may just have to make do without a Congress, New Sirtis, Robinson, and a couple of Davians. Pierre was next, that is almost half the Crucis fleet, in the event of a breakthrough on either border that leaves any response fleet critically under strength. Catherine was quick to defend her analysis, we will need a Robinson to carry the ground forces and a New Sirtis to provide adequate aerospace forces to cover them. Then we need a Congress and the Davians to act as escorts for the New Sirtis. This is the minimum naval force required to be effective in the Rim Worlds. Now that the Taurian navy is virtually defunct, it may be possible to pull the ships we have on anti-piracy duty near that border toward other theaters and leave the pirate hunting to aerospace fighters, Rita suggested. That is a good idea, Rita. See that it is done. Now you have your transport, Michael. Now we only need a way. I must ask the new Director General for help getting you passage across the Confederation or the Combine. I said to conclude the discussion. Michael laughed, that is likely to be an interesting conversation. On Tour, 3. New Avalon, 2767, Tanya Cameron. Following my meeting with the First Prince, I felt hollow. I couldn't celebrate until I had his answer, but at the same time, I felt a weight come off me. I returned to my rooms and in the compound and collapsed into slumber. Waking up the following day, I was able to admire the new Avalon skyline outside of my window. I had nothing on the schedule today, so I could react to the First Prince's answer as needed. I did not like waiting and wondered if being X would manipulate the Federated Suns against me. There was, however, nothing I could do to control that, and it would be best to focus on something else productive. Perhaps Blake and I could talk some more? It was nice to be able to talk about economic theory, and perhaps I could bounce ideas off of him. I can also formalize his position. After more consideration, I think Postmaster General would suit his role nicely. Maybe he could help me overlook the details of the planets I now ruled and how they could be best used to support the war effort. My note putter beeped slightly, and looking down, I saw it was a message from Ellen. Had the First Prince responded already? It read, I did not want to interrupt your morning, but did you change your policy on First Lordship? I saw the news and wanted to check. And had an article from the New Avalon Times, Tanya Cameron confirmed as the next First Lord. What? I messaged back, get in here now. What had happened? Going through the article, it concerned the First Prince and High Council announcing that they recognized me as the heir to the First Lord title. That was not what I had said. That was exactly the opposite of what I had said. Did being X brainwash him? A knock at my door heralded Ellen's arrival. Letting her in, I go straight to the point, do you know why they are saying this? Not at present. I take it the First Prince did not mention this to you. She asked. He asked about the succession, but I explicitly stated that Amanda was the heir, I responded. Ellen had out her noteputer and, after a few minutes, pulled up an article on the hollow screen. I was able to find the exact statement the High Council released. She said, reading out loud, we are pleased to present Lady Tanya Cameron with the title of Duchess of New Avalon in recognition of her claim to the throne of the Star League. We hope this heralds a new level of cooperation between Terra and New Avalon. Stefan Amaris is but a usurper attempting to claim the works of others through treachery, and soon he will meet the fate of all traitors. He mentioned the Duchy of New Avalon but nothing about recognizing as First Lord, I replied. Ellen's eyes widened, and she paled, I am so sorry. I failed you. I should have briefed you about the Duchy of New Avalon. It never occurred to me that the first prince might give it to you, as he had previously supported giving the title to Amanda, and the title itself is so minor. There just seemed to be more important matters. You can go about fixing that mistake by briefing me now. I demanded. The Duchy of New Avalon was a title created for the heir to Star League. It was first bestowed on Nicholas Cameron at the foundation of the Star League, and its purpose was to make it easier for the First Lord's family to interact with the Federated Sun's government. The sole power that the Duchy has is the ability to grant courtesy titles in recognition of Star League service. Until recently, it was completely landless, but the gift of 30 uninhabited planets changed that. First Lord Simon was the only Duke of New Avalon to have ever administered those lands and started colonization efforts. The worlds are now inhabited, and a few are even self-sustaining, but they are not yet profitable. Ellen stated in a shy tone. He tricked me. I practically hissed. Everything John Davian had said was technically accurate, but the lie remained the same. He deliberately deceived me into issuing a public claim on the throne. Not only did I not want the title of First Lord, but this would strengthen Amara's slander about me. He could paint me as no better than him trying to seize power in the crisis. This could undermine everything I was doing. I realized another thing. John had planned to give me the title from the beginning. He had come into that meeting fully intending to trick me if I had said no. His entire conversation had been in bad faith. This was Kerensky's ally, the friendliest lord to my cause, someone who would not hesitate to lie to my face and shamelessly manipulate me for his own ends. I should have briefed you better. This is my fault. Ellen began babbling. What is done is done. The only way left to sort this matter out is to clarify things with John Davian and see why he wished to lie to the person he wants to put on a throne. I responded. As if summoned by my words, another knock was at my door. I nodded to Ellen, who opened the door for one of my guards. He stood holding an actual piece of physical paper. Your Excellency, this just came for you. He said, giving me what I now saw was an envelope. Opening it revealed a decorative piece of paper with gold lettering. It read. Director General and Duchess Tanya Cameron. After reviewing your proposal with my ministers, the Federated Sons would like to accept the offer you made yesterday. I invite you to tea at the palace to discuss the details of sending an AFFS task force to aid the SLDF in the Rim worlds. First Prince John Davian. I should have felt satisfaction at achieving the deal, but I only felt anger at how I had been lied to. I was still angry as I walked into the palace. This could have been a joyous celebration, but then the First Prince went and marred it by deceiving me. There was no large gala this time. Only well-mannered staff showed me into an elegantly decorated parlor. There waiting for me was the First Prince. He greeted me, thank you for meeting with me so soon. Please take a seat. From your expression, I imagine you saw this morning's headline. I find that good tea helps calm oneself. This blend is one of my favorites, having grown in the New Hebrides jungles. I took my seat, you lied to me. I said as I took my place at the table. It was a risk going straight to confronting him. I should probably have said something diplomatic, but I judged that dancing around the matter would be unproductive. Everything I said was the truth, so I did not lie, but I did deceive and manipulate you. I would advise you to be far more wary of gifts in the future. John replied. Why? Amaris can now paint me as a usurper and opportunist. Why throw the SLDF's legitimacy into further doubt? I demanded. I think you are seriously underestimating just how hated your cousins are. You are being recognized as an heir should help your cause. No one will fight for Richard's family, but they will fight for House Cameron and an heir that embodies the virtues that the dynasty was known for. Clearing up the question of succession will reassure people and make your path easier. He started speaking but was nowhere near finished. You are honorable, and I expected nothing less from a person General Kerensky trusts, but Kerensky is afforded a luxury we do not have. Alexander is ultimately a servant, and like Cincinnatus, he has the luxury of returning to his plough. We are rulers, and when I speak, I don't speak for myself, but I speak for the Federated Sons. It is the duty of our families to do what is best for the nation, even if that action is dishonorable. My family knows this well. Alexander Davian had to make war on his aunts, cousins, and on his father-in-law, the very man who raised him for the nation. Even before that, the last president of the Federated Sons was Edward Davian, a cruel and mad tyrant. His cousin Simon Davian, a decorated member of the peacekeeping forces, returned home to New Avalon and shot Edward in front of the High Council. Simon Davian saved our nation through his act of kinslaying and was honored with the title of First Prince. He turned and looked at me. You now find yourself in Simon's shoes. The hegemony is not the Federated Sons, I said. His advice might be sound, but the hegemony and Sons had different cultures. The last thing I wanted to do was cause a succession crisis, and if I was seen as a usurper, that meant I would forever be looking over my shoulder for rebellions and assassins. I did not even want to be First Lord at all, and if I was forced into it, I was fine being the SLDF's puppet. I was certainly not going to war over a throne I did not want. I only supported Kerensky to liberate my home from Amaris and whatever machinations being carried out through him. You are right, it is not, but if you do not assert yourself, there will be another war once Amaris is gone. A true civil war, and then Liao, Steiner, Kurita and Merrick will pounce upon the ashes. I could retract this morning's proclamation, but that would not quell the rumors. You were already being hailed by many as the next First Lord, and now those whispers will have become shouts. Your people will speak, and your duty will be to answer their call. He stated. He had me there. I couldn't back down now. I would remain an existential threat to whoever next took the throne. They would have to get rid of me. Yet I also need to walk a fine line. Pushing too far would give Amaris more legitimacy. When the war is over, the Hegemony Congress and Star League High Council will convene and appoint a new legal successor as the law requires. That is non-negotiable. I said. Once I could properly convene those organizations, I could probably escape by supporting their legally binding decision. Possibly serving as regent for Amanda and then stepping down. I would expect nothing less. All the proper formalities must be observed after all. I have faith that both councils will make the correct decision just as our High Council did during Simon's day. John replied before sipping his tea. I was not really a tea person, much preferring coffee, so I couldn't tell if it was good or not. I suppose it tasted well enough. You are entitled to your opinion, I replied. I did not want to be accused of speaking for either of those councils. As the senior-most member of the Star League High Council, I should hope so, he said with a slight smile. Now, I did not call this meeting solely to discuss avoiding a succession crisis. I do actually want to talk about the logistics of sending an AFFS task force to aid Kerensky. He said in response. I was still annoyed but no longer quite as angered. Any assistance is appreciated, and I am grateful you are agreeing to send a force, I said, calmer. Getting the Federated Sons to agree to enter a war was a major diplomatic win, and no matter what else had happened, I should be celebrating the triumph. I am afraid I am not able to send much at the moment. The AFFS is unable to support large-scale operations in Rim worlds logistically. I have spoken with my advisors, and we are focusing on raising as many new units as possible to support the main assault on the hegemony. Even so, I have appointed my champion Michael Stopek to lead an expeditionary force to the Rim worlds. The ground forces will consist of the 1st Davian Guards, 12th Avalon Hussars, and volunteers from the new Avalon Milita. Altogether, it will be only slightly smaller than an SLDF regimental combat team. Their fleet escort will be a carrier group of Robinson, New Citries, Congress, and 2 Davians. He replied. The hegemony people and the SLDF are most grateful. That force was small compared to the SLDF but far more than I had initially hoped he would send. However, we do have a problem, as you pointed out in our conversation last night. I have no way of getting to the battle on my own. The Captain General and Archon will likely be amenable as long as my troops spend money at their bars on the way, though. Still, I doubt the Chancellor or Coordinator would allow an army carrying my standard through their borders. He paused before continuing, your next stop would be the Chancellor. You will need to negotiate passage for my forces across her realm. Pronouncing Barbara Liao's title with distaste. I have an alternative solution. How quickly can your force be assembled? I asked. I did not want to wait the extra months to delay their departure. If too much time went by, those forces might not even arrive at the Rim worlds in time to join the SLDF, showing up only after the fighting. Those forces were selected because they were already on New Avalon and can be made ready to depart in mere days. He replied, clearly interested in my proposal. Then they can join my diplomatic escort across the Capellan Confederation. As long as they travel with the Geneva, they can freely move without worry from the Chancellor. I remarked. Then, the first prince genuinely laughed, an AFFS battle group in orbit of Xi'an. But then he calmed himself and me, that could work well, and it would offer you more protection in the event of Liao treachery. I, for one, am in favor of this plan. A most innovative solution. The rest of the meeting was rather bland details on when the SLDF transports carrying the specialists would arrive and similar matters. After what happened, I did not trust the first prince, but I had accomplished all of my diplomatic goals. With one successor state breaking neutrality, the others should begin to fall in line. I could only hope that this war was almost over. Soon I would leave this planet to make that a reality. Soon I was getting ready to leave New Avalon. My send-off was another military parade, but SLDF mechs were not the only participants this time. The green SLDF colors were in the minority. Our spotlight was stolen by 1st Davian Guards and New Avalon Milita, with their equipment being solid blue save for a red and white stripe. Behind them was the light grey heraldry of the Avalon Hussars. The forces loaded into 6 overlords for the mech regiments and then 3 mighty Colossus dropships for the militia infantry and their vehicles. The rest of the task force's drop collars would be loaded with Veng Inces to increase their air wing. The crowd cheered and threw flowers as we marched. So excited to send their loved ones off to fight a glorious war. I forced a smile, but I couldn't help but feel angry at how eager the public was for war. This was a positive for me and the SLDF, but it felt wrong. Now it was off to Xi'an. Ellen would still be there to help me, but a Ling family member should arrive as we crossed the border to be my liaison. I was not looking forward to my trip to Xi'an. The speech Tanya Cameron gave to the assembled forces on New Avalon. In our hour of need, the brave warriors of the Federated Suns answered our call for aid. The people of the hegemony will not forget that you stood by us in our darkest hour. However, as you go to fight, you do not fight for Terra but for the Star League. The Star League has brought unprecedented prosperity. A mere 40 years ago, the air on Galax was unbreathable, and through the spirit of cooperation, the world now stands as one of the crown jewels of the Federated Suns. Galax is only one example. The Star League has brought prosperity to all, and the Star League is what the usurper Stefan Amaris would take away from us. So we leave now not to fight for Terra but to fight for the future of all mankind. To fight for our families, to fight for our homes, and to fight so that our children's children will know the prosperity we have. I will leave you with a quote from one of the original signatories of the Star League, First Prince Alexander Davian: "The legacy of tyranny transcends the ages like none other. That we stood fast against the evil does not make us heroes but simply redeems us in our children's eyes." Too long has the Federated Suns been one of the only navies not to field a true battleship. Even the Rim World's Republic has built one, yet we have not. I am directing a commission to be put together to address this gap in our capabilities now that we have more options available. Excerpt from orders sent out by the First Prince to the AFFS Field Marshals. Luthien, July 2767, Minoru Kurita. I looked down at the report ISF had prepared for me. So John Davian had picked a side, and the hegemony was rewarding their pet successor lord. This was grim news. Ever since Richard had confided in his ridiculous regency plan, the increasing relations between the hegemony and the Federated Suns had become an existential threat to the Combine. My father had done much to halt this process when he slew the First Prince, but it was not enough. Our armies were well disciplined and were the best warriors in all humanity, but our navy, despite the valiant effort of our crews, was not up to the task of fighting the SLDF. In the event of war, we had planned to rush New Avalon and then try and use that to bargain for a favorable peace, but with the Davians adopting hegemony technology, that was no longer viable. Amaris's cause was doomed, and joining him would be to sign our death warrant, but doing nothing would be condemning the dragon to die a slow death. Like a frog slowly boiled in a pot of water. I would not move against Amaris, but I would also not let all my ancestors had built fall to ash. I turned back to Thomas Katsuyori, my ISF director: "Make every effort that does not risk knowledge of your involvement to acquire the information currently being exchanged to the Davians." Katsuyori replied, "It will be done, coordinator. We have already compromised elements of DMI. Our agents should be well up to the task." "I have nothing further for you," I said, dismissing him. As he left, I prepared an address of the Admiralty. "So we may be called to engage with a foe with a considerable numerical and technological advantage in naval forces. You know of who I speak. You will find a solution to the problem. We lack the yards or facilities to raise a force to counter them conventionally. You will find a way to change the rules of the fight to mitigate their advantage." Terra, July 2767, Patrick's Coffins. I was once again meeting with the Emperor over bad news. The Federated Suns were joining the war. This meeting was strictly military, but unfortunately, the Emperor still had that barbarian Legos. Going on the offensive would be a good next step. Punish them for standing against the Amaris Empire. Legos stated, displaying his thuggish demeanor. The AFFS has had ample experience defending against border raids. We need all of our troops to prepare for Kerensky, and wasting them on raids would needlessly spend the blood of our loyal officers. Without our people to ensure appropriate loyalty, I would not trust the new half units, so we cannot afford to waste them frivolously. I objected. Lego's experience was confined to short-term contracts, and he lacked the capacity or desire to think long-term. Sending a message would not spend their lives needlessly. I suspect that you are far too conservative. We need to take the initiative and not sit here reactively. Legos remarked. The Emperor raised a hand. "I like your enthusiasm, Antilos, and I agree that this war will not be won with cowardice, but Patrick's concerns are also valid. We are not sure of the Terran unit's loyalty yet. John Davian will reap the rewards of his choice soon, but not yet. Our concern now should be to stop more of the High Council from foolishly following in Davian's footsteps, and if we can bring them to our side, all the better." He paused before continuing, "I will lean on Kurita more, see how much more I can squeeze from him." He seemed to think for a little more, and then he grinned, looking very much like the national emblem. When he next spoke, it was clearly to himself a quiet muttering, "Little Barbara, you must feel so scared now. Daddy Werex never prepared you for this, did he? Davian, on one side, Merrick on the other, you haven't been sleeping well since you took the throne. Davian's new deal with Kerensky has to have you panicking. You must be so desperate for any lifeline. At last, he spoke up, I need to appoint an ambassador. The SLDF is so misguided in its continued defiance. Perhaps some negotiations would allow them to see reason. He said with a sarcastic tone. I was not sure what his plan was, but I knew no better individual when it came to diplomacy and manipulation. He would reveal his complete plan to me in due time. To Her Majesty Chancellor of the Capellan Confederation and Celestial Wisdom Barbara Liao. Your nation has a long history of diplomatic tradition. Your ancestor Franco Liao created the Capellan Confederation through diplomacy, convincing numerous states of different peoples to unite. Another of your ancestors Alacia Liao drafted the Ares Conventions and prevented the deaths of trillions. Finally, your most esteemed ancestor Terence Liao was one of the architects of the Star League. Considering this history, I ask the Celestial Wisdom to arbitrate peace talks with the rebellious SLDF. I understand their representative will be arriving on Xi'an shortly. I request to send my ambassadors so we can resolve the crisis peacefully and mutually beneficial manner. Emperor Stefan Amaris. On tour, 4. St. Ives, July 2767, Tanya Cameron. I put down the noteputer with a sigh. I had been doing my research, and I did not trust the Ling family. Baroness Anastasia Ling would be arriving shortly to serve as my advisor on the Capellan Confederation. She was an executive at the Ling family's company Earthworks and had been inspecting their plants in the Capellan Confederation when the hegemony went dark. She had gone to her distant relatives on St. Ives and could now help me. There were 3 branches of the Ling family. Their rise to prominence had started on St. Ives. It was their family who wrote the St. Ives edicts. Those pieces of legislation turned what had previously been a thriving free market into a nationalized communist hellscape ruled entirely by the Lings. Later a branch of the family would move to Sarna and poison that government as well with their kleptocratic policies, and another branch would marry into a family on terra firma within the hegemony, where they would find the hegemony Congress far less amenable to their poison. When the independent states of the Capellan zone formed the Capellan Confederation, the Sarna Supremacy and St. Ives Mercantile League would push their toxic government to the rest of their new nation. House Ling was one of the founding nations of the Confederation, and many of the nation's worst excesses could be traced back to their feet. The hegemony branch founded the manufacturing conglomerate Earthworks and grew wealthy using their family connections to trade across the border into the notoriously hard-to-access Capellan command economy. The 3 branches of the family regularly intermarried and continued to remain in contact. Why a family so tied into the leadership of the Capellan Confederation was raised to such a high position baffled me. Then I saw the name of the Director General that gave them their ambassadorial title. Theodore Cameron. Theodore was considered the worst Cameron before Richard. He nearly started a popular revolt. He demolished the Alamo to build a small Texas ranch and was genuinely confused about why people were upset. Now the Ling family seemed to be everywhere in the hegemony Capellan relations like cancer growing in the nation. Have you ever dealt with the Lings? I asked Ellen quizzically. I am afraid I have not. She replied. Did your family talk much about them? I asked. Great-grandpa has a low opinion of them. She replied. What are his feelings? I questioned. He feels like they represent Earthworks rather than any nation, and they remain solely absorbed with their company, Ellen replied with a frown. That confirmed my suspicions. I would have to rely on my studies for this. I will need your help more. I want to double-check and confirm everything they say, which means more research than I can do alone. I told her. I suspect the Liaos might be sympathetic to Amaris, and I share your grandfather's suspicion of the Lings. I will do my best. She replied. Now, I don't want other surprises like last time, I spoke, and Ellen seemed to shrink into herself. I relied on her a lot but would not let the Duchess of New Avalon thing go for a while. Of course. She replied stiffly. That wasn't good. Perhaps I had pushed too far? I still needed her to be focused and loyal. Keeping up good morale was essential. More mistakes like the Duchess incident could not be tolerated, but I also needed her loyalty. I am counting on you, and I know you can do it, I said to encourage her. However, I did have some other matters to attend to for the day. Now, if you could call Blake in here. I want to formalize his position for when we get to Xi'an. Ellen left to go carry out my orders, and soon Blake appeared wearing much the same suit as when I had first met him. He must have had a lot of identical outfits. You were on Xi'an before, if I remember correctly. Yes, on my way to meet you in New Avalon. Their HPG director was rather amenable. I spent the whole time in the HPG building training them on the new routing scheme, he replied. Well, now that we are on an official diplomatic visit, it would be best to clarify your position. Acting Minister of Communications would be the best title for you, but as I am not the First Lord, I cannot give you such a title. Instead, I would like to make you Postmaster General for the Terran hegemony. I stated. I am deeply honored, though I confess I am unfamiliar with such a position. He replied. I would be surprised if you were. I just created it. It is just a title to recognize the job you are already doing. It is also suitable for one of my advisors, I replied. Thank you, Your Excellency. He replied. Please, no need for formalities here. You are one of my advisors now. Call me, Tanya. It will make things easier. I replied. Constantly hearing Your Excellency really got old after a while. Thank you, you can, of course, call me Jerome if you want, but most people find Blake easier to say. He replied. Blake is much catchier. I agreed before moving on. How is the report for Kerensky going? I inquired. It should be completed soon. I have identified the various HPG factories closest to the border. However, I suspect the Rim worlds may sabotage the factories rather than allow us to get to them. So I have also been working on restoration plans depending on various scenarios. He replied. Any findings of note? I asked, curious as to his logic. I have this analysis of the HPG supply chain and likely bottlenecks, he said, taking out a noteputer, and together we began going through the report. I was unfamiliar with HPG technology, but I found talking about supply chain logistics an enjoyable break from my studies of the Capellan political situation. Eventually, though, a calendar notification brought our conversation to a halt. I had lost track of time again. I had to dismiss Blake and get back to planning. I watched Baroness Ling enter through the airlock from her shuttle. She was dressed according to the latest hegemony fashion, which meant her dress was bright purple with large shoulder pads and sashes. Why, of all fashion trends to come back, did it have to be 80s American? I am honored to serve you, Your Excellency, she said with a bow. Welcome, Baroness. I am glad to see you. We have much to do to prepare before I arrive on Xi'an. I said. Unsaid was that part of that would be trying to determine if the Liaos were collaborating with Amaris. Yes, I have a message for you from the Chancellor. Amaris is sending an envoy to Xi'an to negotiate with Your Excellency. Ling said. I was shocked. I had not expected my suspicions to be confirmed this early. My smile grew rather forced. That seems rather presumptuous of her. I would have expected such an offer should have been cleared with me first. I said rather icily. It will, of course, be Your Excellency's choice to attend negotiations, but Amaris is likely looking to discuss terms for surrender now that one of the member states has entered the war. Her Majesty the Chancellor likely wished to ensure such negotiations could occur without undue delay. Baroness Ling replied. So now that their plan was going the wrong way, she was trying to give her accomplice a way out. I would make sure it would not be that easy. After all, deals signed under duress are non-binding. Once their leverage was gone, I would see justice done. I would have to entertain his negotiations, though. He did have hostages. If he had mother, perhaps I could secure her release. I clamped down on that train of thought. Now was the time for focus. I see, I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. Baroness Ling still seemed nervous. Good, if she was a spy, that should increase her chances of making a mistake. I would be sure and have my security team monitor the Baroness while she was here. I continued faking a smile as I concluded, then there is more preparation to do than I thought. I will also have to let the Chancellor know of my displeasure at not having been consulted first. Tikhanov, July 2767, Viktor Reznov. I was coming home from a long shift at the plant. Running a machine that assembled water filters for 12 hours was laborious and tedious. It was, however, just another day for a member of the commonality caste. They could say the test was as fair as much as they wanted to, but I knew I was more intelligent than those brats who had made supporter caste. I just didn't have the right parents for the examiner's sensibilities. There was a knock at my door, and I went to get it. It was Uri. He smiled. I have news from our friends. The Federated Sons were our salvation. Their agents had gotten in touch with some of us who saw the truth and helped give us the tools to bring it about. We had just been stockpiling weapons and preparing for the day we would rise up. They had given their word that the Sons would provide their support for a free Tikhanov. What did they say? Was it time? There has been a change of plans, Uri replied. Have they left us? I asked. Uri laughed. Quite the contrary, Victor. How would you like to have a shot at the Chancellor? Brinton, July 2767, Darius Stevenson. After the Periphery Rebellion, we had mostly closed up shop. Our front sold water filters made in the Hegemony and the Confederation to the Taurian Concordat. The various rebel cells had not known of our presence. We mostly watched our people as they trained the secret army, but that had left our front business clean as the SLDF moved through. I had thought we would never receive new orders and remain in hiding, but it seemed like the President had need of us. The President had used his influence in hegemony companies to set up a conference on Xi'an to discuss the humanitarian crisis that the lack of Jamerson-Ulikov water purifier parts was having on the periphery. It was the perfect cover for us to move our people in to assassinate the Cameron girl and then frame the Taurians as the culprit. Xi'an, July 2767, Marcus Flint. The Pinkerton Detective Agency was one of the oldest mercenary outfits, and we prided ourselves on quality. I had been sent to investigate some valuable cargo stolen by pirates near the Capellan-Concordat border. That was months ago, and since then, I had no way home or word from my family. I was stuck in the corporate offices in Xi'an waiting. One of the business suits came down, to where I was moping. "We have a contract for your team." "What is it?" "Anything to get out of this waiting. The client needs someone dead." The man replied. "I am out," I responded. "Assassinations paid terribly and were not worth the risk. It is on a Rim World's ambassador coming here." The man replied. "Well, that changed things, a chance to stick that stupid fat loony in the Rim Worlds." "You have my attention," I responded. "Many times the worst option is to do nothing. Doing the wrong thing is often better than doing nothing at all. So often, it is best to get your enemies to do nothing rather than bring them to take the wrong action. Do not underestimate the power of inaction. Freezing is one of the most natural responses, but society often demands an answer shaking people into action. We don't want that. The best way to cause inaction is to sow confusion. Confusion is your best friend. Someone confused will wait to seek more information. A confused opponent is an inactive one. An opponent who freezes is a dead opponent. Emperor Amaris describing Operation Pileup. Galax, August 2767, Agent Daniel Olson. SLDF engineers had been arriving on the planet from various logistical bases. The planet had been engulfed in a flurry of activity as even more people arrived in the system to begin work on the upgrades for the AFFS and Federated Suns. It was impressive how fast they were moving. For the future of my nation, I have to move just as fast. The AFFS Department of Military Intelligence might have been woefully inadequate compared to my comrades, but they were not incompetent not completely incompetent. They could guard a building and air-gap a network. We could get in, but it would take time. Fortunately, with the hegemony's blockade, new options had opened. Walking into the laundromat we were using as a front came our newest asset. Mr. Jonathan Jones was a Boeing engineer from the hegemony with privileged access to Boeing servers. He had been trapped here at Galax when the hegemony closed down. Upon seeing him, I motioned for him to come on back. "I got it for you. Just take me home to my family." The poor man had a wife and 2 daughters back on his home world. Desperation can cause ordinary rational people to believe anything, like the idea that we had a way home for him. "Let me verify it first," I said, taking the drive and passing it to my team's computer specialist. He connected the drive to his system and soon gave me the signal that the data was good. That only meant one loose end. I drew my concealed sidearm and shot Mr. Jones several times. He died before he could cry out. My sidearm's built-in suppressor and the building's thick walls ensured no one would have heard anything. It was time to leave this planet. The coordinator would appreciate this data, and soon the other teams should also have their targets. "I am sending this address to the people of the Rim World's Republic. Your president has abandoned you. I have the full might of the SLDF assembled against you. Hundreds of warships and millions of men stand ready to march upon your worlds. Surrender unconditionally, and you have my word you will be treated well. Failing to do so will force me to bring the full might of humanity upon you. I repeat, your president and his minions have abandoned you. When you receive this message, my flagship should have arrived at your border. I hope you make the correct choice. Commanding General of the Star Lodge Defense Force, Defender of the First Lord, Alexander Kerensky. On tour, 5. En route to Xi'an, August 2767, Baroness Anastasia Ling. Tanya Cameron had a good grasp of Cantonese, Mandarin, and Capellan etiquette, even if her accent was clearly Terran. Growing up with a Terran education showed. I was concerned when I heard she was from the Stuarts, but fortunately, she shared none of the stereotypes. While she was far different from what I had feared, she still had bad habits to unlearn. The problem was she seemed unwilling to recognize them as issues. The Greens had gotten their jingoistic claws into her, and now she was doing her best to mimic McKenna. That might work on the Federated Suns or hegemony, but Capellans understood the value of separating the military from civilian governance. This attitude was continually reinforced by the Green family agent they had managed to Director General's entourage. Elias's age had not diminished his ambition. I did have to acknowledge that I was beaten for now. Elias's girl was closer in age and had been able to become friends with young Cameron. I had to work with what I was given. This small battle I was fighting now, but it would be bad enough that she was arriving with a battle fleet displaying the golden sunburst. Every little bit would help. We were going over arrival plans in one of the conference rooms on the young Director General's dropship. I had just shown my suggestions for Her Excellency's wardrobe. I could tell from her silence that it was not going over well. "It is rather form-fitting," she eventually replied. She seemed rather shy, and wasn't that a shock, a shy Stuart? She was most likely scared to let down her tough, no-nonsense military leader image. She must have worked hard to build it, among the SLDF and Federated Sons, it would have served her well. However, she would find more sympathy with the Capellan public if she let the world see the girl whose home was occupied and the noble rising to her duty. The cheongsam I had picked out was perhaps rather daring, but it would still be the height of fashion among unmarried heiresses her age. It is the current fashion among your age group on Xi'an. Adopting the local dress would be a move that many among the prefectorate would notice and appreciate, but perhaps you might be more comfortable in a more hegemony style. I replied. The cheongsam would be a superior choice, but there were other options. I pulled up on my noteputer one of the alternative looks I had prepared. The height of Terran fashion, the shoulder pads were large and dynamic, and the colors were a contrasting psychedelic that would draw the eye. The piece would anchored by handcrafted golden necklaces, bracelets, and rings set with diamonds. I was quite proud of it. Could I not just wear my tartan? Lady Cameron replied. I was afraid of that. Unlike the hegemony, most Capellans think of the SLDF and the military when they see traditional Highland attire. It would be nearly the same as wearing your uniform. I replied. Chancellor Liao served in the CCAF, right? Wouldn't a uniform help gather respect? The Green Brat spoke up. I would counsel against it. The Chancellor's office has always emphasized that civilian agencies should guide the state. I stated. But these are uncertain times, wouldn't a show of military support reassure people? We are asking them to support us in war. Appealing to the Chancellor's time and tradition in the CCAF might help in that area. Ellen argued. I will wear my SLDF uniform. I need to reassure them that I am not my cousin, and my service in the SLDF goes to build that image. Lady Cameron stated. As you will, I replied. I lost this fight to the green girl. It was not worth trying to fight her over wardrobe selection. While important, there would be many more important things, and arguing now would decrease the chances that I would be listened to when it counted. Lady Cameron seemed to view the world as a military officer rather than a state official, and taking that worldview into peace negotiations would be a hindrance. Not at all helped by the Green family and their federated sons jackbootery enabling her. I was at a loss at how to address this without a confrontation that could completely alienate her ladyship. I was a Ling and did not back down from a challenge. Unfortunately, I was also running out of time. Our arrival on Xi'an drew ever closer. Xi'an, August 2767, Chancellor Barbara Liao. The Liao family shrine was surprisingly small. Unlike everywhere else in the palace, this room was not built to impress anyone. It was purely for the personal use of my family. Family tradition held that when Elias Liao fled Terran persecution, one of the few things he had saved was the oldest of the tablets displayed in these rooms. I had never been devout, and my family was known for pragmatism rather than faith. But with my father's death, I found myself coming to the ancestral temple more often. My father had been a very private person and spoke little. What many didn't realize was that he was the same when among family. I knew he cared for me, but he was frustratingly distant, and even I couldn't read him. His death was unexpected, illness had taken in swiftly. I had my suspicions. He died right before the Demeter attack, and if the timing was suspiciously convenient for Davian's war. The Mariskova continued to find no evidence of foul play in his death, but I could never fully shake my suspicion. Regardless of whether it was chance or enemy action, the result was the same. I was Chancellor and lacked my father's wisdom and patience to rely on. I desperately wished he was still alive. I was sure he could have found a better solution to these times. He would have managed to do more than stalemate Davian's troops. He would have driven them back from our lands before the SLDF arrived. Davian continued ingratiating himself with the SLDF, soon, his armies would vastly outnumber us. I was tempted to side with Emirus if it could be confirmed that Kurita was backing him, but that would be suicide. Kenyan Merrick's navy was at my border, and if he felt he had the slightest cause, his forces would pour across it. The CCAF had done a valiant job repelling the AFFS, but the Merrick's navy would destroy us. Davian and Merrick would carve our nation up among themselves like vultures feasting a carcass. Amarys's desire to negotiate was perhaps our only lifeline. The fool had seemed to realize how much of a mistake declaring himself emperor was and was now looking for a way out. My family were the architects of the Ares conventions and helped found the Star League. It is no wonder he would come to us. Hopefully, this will all be resolved soon, and things could attain some semblance of normalcy. The details of such a deal would vary, but my guess is that it would come down to Amarys giving up his hostages and leaving the hegemony for exile and the Cameron girl becoming First Lord. If I needed to, I would guarantee his safety and offer the Capellan Confederation as his place of exile. While I enjoyed these quiet moments to myself, my duties would not wait forever. Reluctantly, I rose and left the sanctuary. I felt like I was carrying a physical weight. I was no longer Barbara. I was Chancellor Liao, responsible for the destiny of the entire Capellan people. I now understand my family's long history of eccentricity. I already felt like I was going mad, and I had only been Chancellor for a few years. How did my father do this? Would I eventually snap and take up my ancestors' hobby of torturing guests with bagpipe music? Or would I go as crazy as Calvin and one of my siblings have to murder me for the good of the Confederation? I calmed my thoughts and was the picture of grace as I entered the meeting room with Marishkova director Alexei Deng. We had a lot of work to do. Your Majesty, he said with a bow. Director, how are the preparations? I inquired. Amarys's ambassador had some rather strict requests for accommodations, but we found a resort just outside Zijiancheng that should meet her expectations. The Lady Cameron will use the Star League Administration Center. Both locations are monitored and secure. He replied. I am concerned the trouble in the periphery has led to a large influx of foreigners. Generally, our view of the world is absolute, but the number of foreigners present means we cannot track them all. I apologize for our failure. We failed to anticipate a crisis. He replied. I have the utmost faith in your abilities, Director. I have no doubt you will do your best with what we have. I doubt anyone could have predicted this mess. I replied. I am honored, Chancellor, and will endeavor to be worthy of your faith. I ensured that the water purifier summit was scheduled in Paradiso so that it would not interfere with the negotiations in the capital. That should help move some foreign crowds away from sensitive areas. He responded. I had forgotten about the summit, with the new negotiations. The periphery would soon suffer a massive humanitarian crisis as terraforming began to backslide. Unless a solution were found, worlds within the Confederation would suffer a similar fate. Ice hauler ships had started to appear for the first time in over a century. Perhaps it might help negotiations to visit the conference, to remind people of the lives at stake, I stated. I could appeal to their better natures. I doubted even Davian could callously disregard planets dying of thirst. I will increase security measures at the conference if that is what you will, Your Highness. The director replied. Attention citizens of the Rim Worlds Republic, the full might of the SLDF stands before you. Your president has abandoned you, and your defenders are gone. I beg of you to surrender, or I will be forced to use the might of the SLDF to end your rebellion. I command the largest, best trained, and best equipped military force ever assembled by humanity. This is not a fight that you can win. I once again beg of you to surrender. Cooperation will be rewarded with leniency. The Rim Worlds are still part of the Star League and are entitled to all the rights and privileges that entails. Only those guilty of treason need to face justice and bear the consequences of their crimes. Do not let the arrogance of one mad, self-proclaimed emperor doom your nation. Commanding General Alexander Kerensky. You overestimate yourself, General. Emperor Amarys will soon arrive with reinforcements from the hegemony armed forces. We stand for the Amarys Empire and the Star League. You are the treasonous one. Stefan Amarys is the lawfully elected Director General. You are the iron fist of tyrants trying to impose the evil despotism of the Camerons on all of humanity. The people of the Rim Worlds will not bow to a tyrant such as you. There will never be surrender. Regent Mohammed Salim. On tour, 6. Xi'an, June 2767, Tanya Cameron. Coming into the Xi'an system, we did not get as warm a welcome as New Avalon had given us. A whole battle group greeted our task force. While the Golden Lion and its escorts had welcomed us at New Avalon, it was already based out of that world. Here, it was clear the Chancellor had called naval forces to the planet to put on a show of force. Between us and the system were 2 Du Shiwang-class ships, 4 Soil-class cruisers, 2 Aegis cruisers, a Black Lion I, 3 Barons, and 1 Lonely Vincent. As we burned into the system, the Kaplan flagship Sunderman Liao, one of the Du Shiwangs, came forward and gave me a 19-gun salute. That boded ill. It acknowledged my authority but did not recognize me as a head of state. Still, it was what I had expected from the Capellans. We should be arriving at the same time as Amarys's representative. Scans of the system revealed that they had neglected to provide their people a proper escort as there was a solitary jump ship identifying as flying Amarys's flag. As our drop ships burned to the surface, we were able to detect that the traitors had a single Princess class flanked by 2 Unions. They would make it to the planet a few hours after us. Good, we would beat them. Unlike New Avalon, we would not be conducting a military parade, nor would the Chancellor be there to greet us when we landed. Ling assured me that it was customary on at least the first visit to Xi'an dignitaries, no matter their rank, to come to the palace to meet the Chancellor rather than the Chancellor go to them. I would be staying in the Star League compound, but as I would go straight to the palace first, I would meet Administrator Ulysses Ling in the motorcade. I had very little time, but unlike my meeting on New Avalon, I had more context. With the HPG network stabilized, encrypted reports, and Blake's previous experience, I could guess what Ulysses would have to say. I also could not be sure he was not working with Chancellor Liao, so I would rely on my own sources where possible. I spent the days burning into the system, going over reports Ulysses was comfortable sending over encrypted transmissions. My current picture showed that the Star League's Capellan offices were in a similar state to the one in the Federated Suns, most were not operating as part of the Capellan government. Their absorption had been even quicker, as the chancellors had always regretted that they allowed citizens to escape their tyranny. Xi'an was slightly closer to its star than the Earth or New Avalon, and the planet was covered in tropical biomes. While the planet had ice caps, they were small. So, while Xiaojincheng was around a latitude where you would expect a pleasantly temperate climate, it was inside a sweltering jungle. As we flew over, I could see that the outer city's architecture was predominantly the same lifeless blocks that seemed ubiquitous among communist dictatorships but were decorated in traditional Chinese architectural style blended with the modern designs favored in the hegemony. Once we sat down in the spaceport cleared for my use, the first people off were my guards, who imminently swept the area. Once the all clear came, I disembarked with my team. The heat was oppressive, and the humidity overbearing, and I was imminently attacked by blood-sucking insects. Xiaojincheng was much like the Confederation, a picturesque exterior hiding a torturous reality. Ulysses Ling stood waiting for us in front of a motorcade to bring me to the palace and my first meeting with the Chancellor. He was a sharp contrast to Elias, being only in his 40s. Despite the heat causing shimmering in the air off the tarmac, he was seemingly comfortable in his black suit and tie. He smiled at me and bowed, "Welcome, Your Excellency." I gestured for him to rise. "I am pleased to meet you in person at last. I apologize for the heat. It seems planetary summer wanted to make its presence known with one last heat wave. You should find the cars cooled to a more reasonable temperature," he said, gesturing to the cars. I did not appreciate him mocking me with his adaptation to this hellish climate. "I appreciate it," I said, not dignifying his jab with anything more. My guards had made it to the cars and checked them for tampering. While the area and vehicles had been secured by Star League personnel, they had done so under the watch of Administrator Ling, and I had ordered the Blackhearts to double-check their work. I couldn't be too careful with the Mariskova and was unsure if Ling was in the Chancellor's pocket. Ling showed a brief bit of surprise as the Blackhearts scrambled through the vehicles but gave no comment as they completed their search and gave the all-clear. The cool air conditioning was a welcome after my brief exposure to the weather in Forbidden City. Once we were underway, "Do you have any details on Amaris's people?" "No, Your Excellency. Their silence has been most troubling. I would have expected some announcement from Amaris, but he still needs to do so. While we know that they have rented out a resort at the edge of town, none of my connections have been able to find details of the delegation's composition." Administrator Ling replied. Either that or Ling was working with the Chancellor and didn't bother trying to reach out. Any guess as to why they would be so secretive? I asked. Even if Ling was lying to me, it was worth at least getting his story. I was also at a loss as to why they hadn't announced their diplomatic envoys. Not doing so seemed counterproductive to this whole affair. My guess would be that they intend to try and throw you off with an identity reveal. It's a cheap tactic that reveals how little leverage they have. Ling grimaced. He likely regretted the situation, as Amaris's failure probably disappointed his Capellan friends. Worst case, they produce Lady Elizabeth Cameron, but that is absurd. They likely have a collaborator from the Hegemony Congress or High Council. He replied. That was what I had feared. Who will try to argue against the legitimacy of my mandate? I sighed. This could complicate things. Which allows you to attack the legitimacy of theirs. You have a strong claim to your birthright, ultimately, that matters. They will most likely back down after some bluster. Amaris knows he is caught. He will cut his losses and end the madness. Ling said confidently. This did seem to be the case, but things still didn't feel right. I should be happy, this was close to being over, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Amaris and Liao were planning something. Let us hope so, I responded. The rest of the meeting was Ling giving me last-minute info on the members of the Capellan court. Eventually, however, the gates of the Forbidden Palace loomed before us. House Liao built their government center in the clear image of the original Forbidden City in Beijing, after which Xiaojincheng was named. It was not an outright copy, it was more extensive for one, but it was clear that the chancellors saw themselves like the emperors of old. Golden roofs, red walls with ornate modeling, and excessive use of jade, their lack of imagination was stunning. The ornate red-painted gates opened to allow our motorcade through into the courtyard. Functionaries ran about like ants to direct us to the main building. Great jade statues of guardian lions stood around the courtyard, and the main place building stood on a raised platform, so we had to climb up stone flights. A feature designed so they could intimidate the peasants they saw as beneath them, jade columns stood out against the red-painted walls of the palace and the ornate wood carving in the moldings. Lady Cameron, heir presumptive for the Director Generalship, some herald announced me as we entered the great doors of the throne room. While not entirely denying my place, they seemed determined not to fully recognize the pro tem title under which I was operating, serving to try and give Amaris more leverage. Their throne room was similarly styled with red walls, jade columns, and wooden carvings. The long room drawing the eye to the throne at the center in the back was yet another attempt to intimidate those who entered and feed the ego of the tyrant who sat upon it. Speaking of tyrants, seated on the throne was Chancellor Barbara Liao. She wore an ornate jade-colored cheongsam embroidered with black five-clawed dragons. I noted with a bit of irritation that what she was wearing was far more modest than that thing Baroness Ling had shown me. That supported the idea that the Ling family may be working against me. Completing her images was a golden fengguan bejeweled with jade and diamonds. While she was 36, top-of-the-line medical care and an excellent stylistic team made her look 10 years younger. Relaxed on her throne, she exuded the image of an empress. I will give her that. The functionaries and the rest of my diplomatic escort all bowed. I remained standing, meeting her gaze directly. I was her equal, and I would not bow before her. Barbara Liao rose from her throne, gesturing to rise. Lady Cameron, I am pleased to meet you at last. I hope you enjoy my hospitality and that this can be the beginning of a great friendship. I hope likewise, Chancellor, I replied diplomatically. Not recognizing me as Director General, even if I was just pro tem, was a great way to start a friendship. This is a dark time, but I hope peace and our better natures may shine through soon, Barbara stated. You mean Amaris failed, and now you hope to help him avoid the consequences. Of course, I had found a legal method to end things if Barbara's manipulations became too much, but I hoped it was not something I would be forced to use. Justice will prevail, I added so as not to commit to anything ahead of the negotiations. Of course, Chancellor replied, I just look forward to being able to speak afterward once this terrible business is done. The High Council could use another feminine voice upon it. Now, she tries to cozy up to me after Amaris's failure while not acknowledging my title. Still, she was my best chance at seeing this end without bloodshed. I prefer to focus on the present and leave the celebrating until things have been finalized, I said, still not wanting to telegraph anything before the negotiations. Not one for small talk then. The Rim World's delegations should have arrived. I can show them in if you prefer to get directly into things. Barbara Liao said with a smile. Yes, let us end this madness as soon as possible, I said in response, and Barbara gestured to some functionary, who went off to summon Amaris's people. I turned toward the doors as they opened and had to spend every bit of effort I had to avoid recoiling. In the lead was a woman wearing a ridiculous outfit. You could hear the jewelry clanking off of her. I was surprised she could move under all the gold and diamonds she wore. Her neck and wrists were completely obscured by the comical amount of jewels, and I was surprised her ears were not torn off by the pile of gold she used as earrings. Her dark hair was done up in a massive beehive hairdo with bejeweled hairpins stuck across it. All in all, the effect was of a human disco ball. Her dress was similar to the abomination Baroness Ling had tried to convince me to wear, with horribly accented shoulders and a v-neck so long it was tacky. But the pattern is what stood out. The dress was tartan Stuart tartan. The worst part, though, was her face, which was practically a twin of my mother's. Amidst my shock at this cruel parody of her, I was dimly aware of the herald announcing the arrival of Duchess Elizabeth Stuart Campbell of Northwind. Xi'an, June 2767, Victor Reznov. Coming through the spaceport in Paradiso was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences I have ever had. We simply had to trust that the Mariskova would be too overworked and lacked the technical experience needed to catch what we had done in our manifests. Every second, I expected them to jump us, but none came. We were able to load our crates onto trucks. Our work had managed to fool the Argo X-ray. We were able to load the boxes onto a truck and drive them to a warehouse at the edge of town. I was so relieved at getting through I barely noticed the oppressive heat. As he exited the other truck, I saw Uri also had a spring in his step. The boys and I got to unload the equipment. Most of it was parts used in water filtration to be used for a demo at the conference in Paradiso. However, amid the electronics and piping, there were other pieces. The Federated Suns gave us things that could be disguised as simple equipment when disassembled. Without particular expertise, it was hard to tell one pile of chips and wires from another, and the Mariskova were focused more on training their agents to kill people rather than on advanced engineering. Following the Sun's instructions, we assembled these pieces together. Soon, we all had primitive laser rifles. We just had to use the cleaning supplies to make some small chemical grenades. We would be ready when our DMI contact leaked the Chancellor's itinerary. We could do this. Soon, T-Con would be free. Xi'an, June 2767, Marcus Flint. I wasn't stupid. Getting away clean after assassinating a dignitary in the capital of the Capellan Confederation would be exceedingly difficult, no matter how illegitimate the nation they were representing was. I wouldn't have taken the job unless I was confident I could, though, and I did have an ace up my sleeve. The Pinkertons had enjoyed a special relationship with Star League intelligence, and as a result, I had equipment that was hard to find anywhere else. A hybrid sneak suit was monstrously expensive but oh so worth it. What most people thought of with a sneak suit was a simple infrared stealth suit used by actors in spy movies. They were still expensive but common enough. My suit was as different as a rifle was to a musket. It could not only mask me from most sensors but also render me practically invisible, matching color with the surroundings. While wearing it, I was nearly undetectable. Its only downside is a complete lack of protection and armoring. If someone figured out how to armor a sneak suit, they stood to make billions. My rifle was also the best in hegemony engineering and could accurately hit targets from 3 kilometers away. My SLDF contact would provide me with the delegate's itinerary. Then, I just had to find the right vantage point. Project Ling Backer Status Report Excerpt. The development of housing and delivery vehicles continues on schedule, but the guidance system continues to face delays. Our current guidance software remains unable to provide the level of maneuverability needed to avoid damage while maintaining the required hit rate. To meet the deadline needed to field Project Lingbok, we are investigating using telepresence so each unit can be remotely piloted from a control dropship. This should grant us the required time to develop the full guidance software and sensor package. Memo from Coordinator Minoru Kurita. If the Project Lingbok team had access to the control technology used on the Hegemony Void Seeker, would that be sufficient to bring the project back on schedule with full automation? On Tour, 7. Xi'an, June 2767, Tanya Cameron. I scrambled through a half-remembered family tree. My mother did have a cousin, Elizabeth, but the idea that someone dressed like that was related to my mother seemed absurd. Besides, Elizabeth wasn't a duchess. Last I had heard, my great-uncle Edward Stuart was the Duke of Northwind, I interjected. The ducal title was his, and if something had happened to him, the title rightfully belonged to one of his children. Elizabeth would have been almost as far down the line of succession as I was. Elizabeth turned her head, casting light across the hall as it reflected off her ludicrous jewelry. At least they found someone who looks like Becky. Did she mean mother? Her name was Rebecca, but I had never heard anyone address her as Becky. She had always gone by Rebecca, Lady Cameron Stewart, or Dr. Cameron Stewart, never Becky. Then, I managed to process the rest of what she had said. Of course, Amoris's puppet asserted that I was an imposter, but to do so quickly and openly was infuriating. Unfortunately, while contemplating her inane statement, I lost the chance to interject immediately as that woman continued. Uncle Edward only recently chose to step down, naming me his successor. My husband is on the board of several major investment banks, and my dear uncle believed that Northwind needed someone with strong economic sense for the future. First off, I am Tanya Margaret Cameron, the daughter of Lord Michael Thomas Cameron and Lady Rebecca Cameron née Stewart, and you will show my parents the proper respect. I also find your claims of my great-uncle ignoring the rules of succession for you quite unbelievable. I would like to hear this from him and not you. I said, suppressing my outrage into a measured tone. Perhaps you are Becky's daughter, you certainly have her temper. She smirked. I was being positively civil. You look just like how she was when Uncle Andrew caught her trying to run away and join the Highlanders. You could hear the shouting throughout the whole manor. This woman didn't know my mother at all. I had never so much as seen her raise her voice. I was about to call her out on this, but then Barbara Liao said, "Please, we are here to discuss peace. Is it not terrible for families to fight? Without an accord signed here, brothers will slay each other on the battlefield. We gather so that peace may prevail," she said, looking between us. That walking chandelier was not my family. I would not so easily allow her Rim-World's allies to get away. I would avoid war but not let them stab me in the back. We should get to business, I stated, following the Chancellor's lead, honestly presented or not, trying to keep my voice neutral. Let's get through this quickly. Please, this is a chance to catch up with family, assuming you are Becky's daughter. This could have all been avoided had she decided to come back to Northwind after her husband died instead of hiding away like a hermit. I mean, Michael's death was a tragedy, but it was years. She has to move on sometime. She tossed. My mother was a respected historian, and people read her work across the inner sphere, I replied. My mother wasn't a hermit, and while she mourned my father, she wasn't some forever grieving widow. I think you are Becky's after all. We used to be close as children. We used to play this joke where we would wait until the maids almost finished the cleaning. Then we would sneak in, unmake the beds, rearrange things and then watch as the maids had to scramble around like ants to fix everything in the few minutes they had left, the woman said with a giggle, causing her jewelry to jingle like a wind chime. This was baseless slander. My mother was always kind to our staff, but then she continued with her ramblings, then, she got into reading those stories and would go on and on about how we used to be kings, we used to shape history. She would sulk about it not being the point when we pointed out how we still owned a planet. I ask again that you show my mother the proper respect, I said stiffly. I was here to negotiate, not to whatever this was. The Chancellor interjected, please let us discuss the matter at hand. I am sure there will be time for. She paused for a moment, seemingly trying to choose her words carefully, reminiscence, later. You military types are always so straightforward. No time for pleasantries. I don't know how you or cousin Charlie survived being surrounded by plebeians. She actually shivered slightly at that, causing another round of clinking. Was this sarcasm or some form of joke? She cannot be a real person. Fine to business then. She seemed to sigh. This was basic haggling. I would open with the harshest position and force them to whittle me down. The Rim World's army and navy are to stand down fully. All hostages are to be released alive and unharmed. Everyone above the rank of captain and Amorous himself is to submit themselves to Star League custody until a tribunal can rule on their fate. I stated assertively. I would make them work for every concession. What about the Hegemony armed forces? The Pretender Duchess commented. I hadn't expected that. The half didn't exist anymore, so why bring them up? You mean the SLDF Royal Divisions? They stand with me and will help restore order in the Hegemony. I commented. The Director General refounded the Hegemony Armed Forces with the support of the Hegemony Congress as the recent crisis showed that SLDF Royal Divisions were insufficient to defend the Hegemony. She replied. There is no confirmed Director General. I am the one who holds that title pro tem. Stefan Amorous may be a self-proclaimed emperor, but he is not Director General and has no legal authority over the Hegemony. His so-called half is nothing more than a member of the Rim World's military and will be required to stand down and submit themselves to judgment just the same. I responded, not having the patience for word games at the moment. Amorous was elected by the Hegemony people and confirmed by the High Council and Congress. By the laws laid out by McKenna, he is Director General. She snapped back. First, you know that the Hegemony's charter was amended to make the Director General an appointment rather than an election, but that is beside the fact a voter turnout of 85% right with a 70% approval rating in a snap election. Amorous could have at least tried to be convincing when rigging the election instead of the insulting numbers he forged. He was not elected according to McKenna's laws. His elections have more in common with the corruption of the Terran alliance that McKenna dissolved than the foundation of Hegemony law. I scoffed. The Hegemony Congress has confirmed Amorous. She replied. Then I must amend my position. Every representative who confirmed the so-called emperor must submit themselves into custody to be tried for treason. I snorted. If this were all they had, it would soon be over. They had no legal ground to stand on. I see you have no desire for compromise. I had hoped we could be civil about this, but if you are Becky's child, perhaps this can make you see sense. She said, offering up a data chip. Becky recorded this for you. She is worried sick and fully believes that you are her daughter. With how long she has mourned Michael, I hope you are the genuine article for her sake. What? I snatched the chip from her hands. She continued, I imagine you want to listen to it privately. Perhaps we could resume this tomorrow. She directed the last part to the Chancellor. That is probably for the best. Barbara Liao said, looking between us before returning to her throne while her servants opened the doors to the throne room. I must review this and see if it is genuine. I nodded. I then dismissed and tried not to think of that smile on that horrible woman's face as I left with my entourage. Xi'an, June 2767, Barbara Liao. I kept my composure on the throne as Lady Cameron and Duchess Stuart left. Then I stood up and went directly to my chambers as the picture of aristocratic grace. Once, I was in my room and completely alone. I screamed into a pillow. After thoroughly venting my frustration, I began to think over events. This wasn't working. Amorous might have thought sending a family member would give favorable results, but that was an error. The ridiculous woman seemed determined to make the Cameron girl as angry as possible. Sometimes, that was a good negotiation tactic. I very much doubted it would work here. She had pushed too far, and I was afraid Cameron would have tried to kill her on the spot. She had looked ready to pounce on that imbecile. Then there was the Cameron girl. I recalled history lessons on McKenna and now felt I understood what talking to the man would have been like. There was a quote from an ancient Terran admiral that McKenna had been fond of. It went something like, "We shall offer them liberal and enlightened terms dictated at the mouths of our cannons." That seemed to summarize the Lady Cameron. Kerensky had found himself a perfect soldier. Of course, he didn't see anything wrong with turning her loose in politics. Everything was an attack, a battle to be won. She would die on any hill she felt charged with defending. I needed to do something. This was rapidly becoming a train wreck. I had thought about doing the tour later, but it might just be what is required. Tomorrow, I will fly them down to Paradiso to witness the conference on the looming terraforming crisis. Showing another perspective about what is at stake may force one of the two to be more reasonable. I put my head in my hands. This was going to take a lot of work. Xi'an, June 2767, Tanya Cameron. I chose to ride with Blake this time. I didn't have the patience for the Lings at the moment. After we were in the car, Blake stated sarcastically, "So that went well." I ignored him, and we rode in silence to the Star League building. While clearly different from the one on New Avalon, the Star League compound shared a contrasting artistic style. The clean lines and modernism of hegemony architecture rose above the Chinese-inspired architecture surrounding it. The Blackhearts were already swarming the place, and I could see their armored troops crawling through the halls, waving sensors around to check for listening devices. I went straight to my suite and grabbed a clean noteputer in case the data chip was loaded with a virus. Once I was sure I was alone, I brought up the message. A holographic depiction of my mother appeared, looking like she had just given one of her guest lectures. It had been 6 years since I had seen her face. Tanya, I hope this reaches you. I know my cousin Elizabeth can be difficult, but I had to get this to you as soon as I could. I am safe, and you can come home. They just want you to recognize Amaris, and we can be together. Kerensky is using you. Please come home, I miss you. The holographic image continued, I know this has been so hard on you, and you have been so strong, but you don't need to do it anymore. I wish I could run across space and hug you. I am afraid I am out of time, but please come home safe. The short message ended. It looked like my mother and sounded like her, but it was off. Someone from our social station always has to keep in mind the threat of kidnapping, and so my mother and I did have code phrases for such situations. My mother hadn't used any. While she didn't say anything to indicate she was under duress, she also hadn't given any clear ones. This wasn't real. However, at the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the thought. What if it was? It was absurd. This was an obvious trap. It shouldn't throw me as much as it is. I heard a knock at the door. I composed myself and went to see where it was. Opening the door, I found Blake. I didn't want to interrupt, but I have some experience with codecs and data format analysis. My education was in hyperpulse mathematics, and part of that was learning how best to store and convert data to achieve optimum bandwidth. The SLDF can probably find someone more qualified, of course, but I might be able to produce an initial assessment quicker. He sounded unsure. I was about to say no, as I didn't want to show Blake the message, but then I thought better of it. It was probably just a fake anyway, and a way I could quickly get a confirmation to put my mind at ease would be welcome. Thank you. I went and got the data chip, speak of its contents to no one. I said in a severe tone, stressing the importance of the matter. Once he had taken the chip, I closed the door. I had to plan on what I would do tomorrow. There was that clause I had found in Star League law, but that was only if the talks completely fell through. Negotiations wouldn't be possible after invoking that. Xi'an, June 2767, Jerome Blake. It took me longer than expected to find a computer with sufficient power. A noteputer was not going to cut it for what I wanted. I eventually ended up in a room formerly used to render videos for the Star League's media relations team. Their mainframe could support the number of flops I needed to run my analysis in a reasonable time frame. I didn't need actually to view the message. What I cared about was the statistics of the data. Every bit of recorded data has a bit of noise, as the real world is noisy. Random reflection of lights, the echoes of someone's voice through a room, things like that. It introduced randomness into data. Now, there is one truth to computers. They cannot do randomness, they can only fake it through patterns that look random at first glance, pseudo-randomness. There are ways around this, but they require time and specialized knowledge. One way I heard about was to use true random inputs, such as the vibrations of a man drumming on a table, which gave rise to another issue. Your source had to be truly random. If generated by a human, it was their natural tendency to fall into a pattern. If generated by a machine, then its automated nature tends to be a pattern. You had to find something truly random for it. Paradoxically, that could be difficult. What I am trying to get at is that most pseudo-random generation patterns have quirks that pattern recognition algorithms can identify. It was not an exact science, but it could often detect fakes. Starlight had used it for fraud detection among specific HPG routes and message priorities, one of our many advantages over communications enterprises. Of course, this wouldn't be able to detect a surgically altered body double, but that was nearly impossible to disprove. It took me a few hours to write the program. The computer had no MATLAB license, so I had to use R. Fortunately, I had done this program as an exercise before, and after only a few hours, I had the jobs running on the mainframe. Now, all I had to do was wait. At some point, I fell asleep in my chair and was awakened by the alarm I had set on the job. It's not that uncommon an occurrence. It was time to see what my results had found. The data supported the idea that the hollow message was, in fact, computer-generated. This was likely a rush job, as the results were pretty conclusive. I expected the confidence value to be smaller, but this was apparently a poor quality fake. By now, it was early morning, and not worth going back to sleep. It was best just to get ready for the day and deliver my report once it was a more reasonable time. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I couldn't help but have fun. It had been a long while since I could sit down like this and do some data analysis. So I felt remarkably refreshed as I approached Lady Cameron's door. To avoid waking her, I watched the halls until I saw one of the staff members deliver coffee to her. I figured she would want to hear my findings before the morning meetings. I approached her door and knocked, a little nervous after how distressed she was yesterday evening. The door opened, and as usual, she was in an old SLDF uniform, but the slight shade under her eyes showed that she likely had less sleep than I had. "It's a fake," I stated confidently. That was very quick, she said. I could hear the skepticism in her voice. It was a poor quality computer-generated fake. It was easy to detect. They must have been betting on you not checking it at all. I said. Thank you. Hopefully, throwing this in the face of Amarys's today will throw them off balance today. She still sounded exhausted, but the same anger and edge to her voice from yesterday was present. I knew I never wanted to be Lady Cameron's enemy. Xi'an, June 2767, Tanya Cameron. Blake's news was better than I could have thought. Amarys was either incompetent or dramatically underestimated me. Both of which were things I could exploit. Additionally, having to resort to such an obvious fake revealed one thing. They did not have my mother. She must have successfully made it into hiding. She was safe. I felt invigorated to settle things today finally. The moron Amarys had sent had made her move, and it hadn't worked. A truce, June 2767, Kenyan Merrick. I stood aboard the space station overlooking the Ilium shipyard's facility, which is bringing another Atrus class out of long-term storage. I could look over the battleship as it floated weightlessly in the void, a monument to the engineering prowess of my domain. FWLS Regulus would soon be on its way to the Capellan border. It is quite the sight. We were the only nation outside of the hegemony that could conduct naval operations of this scale. It is what would bring the SLDF crawling to me in this crisis. A lot depended on the events on Xi'an, of course. I have to give Davian credit. He played his hand well, and his cozy relationship with Terra could define the next era once the dust settles. If Barbara managed to work out the peace miracle, then things would attempt to return to normal. They wouldn't, but we would all pretend everything was fine until the next crisis. If Barbara became the second lord after Davian to back this Kerensky's pet Cameron, I would have to as well. It's best to be on the winning team. Still, I could work in some concessions. Very few places had the equipment and expertise to repair a damaged Texas, McKenna, or Potemkin. Now, the fun would genuinely begin if Barbara maintained neutrality. Then, the Cameron girl would need my support or risk becoming trapped in a proxy war between Davian and Kurita. I would hold the power there, and she would have to beg for my support. Still, the ideal scenario would be if the Chancellor sided with the Rim worlds. There was a reason I was sending more fleet assets to the border. It was high time the Eagle flew again over Endurian. Soon, no one would remember my father, reduced to a footnote next to my name in history. The useless drunk had to spite me one last time by dying before I could unseat him and watch the look on his fat face as I choked the life out of him. My preparations had left me in a good position, though the support I had built to move against him had left me in total control over Parliament. All were in awe or terror at my majesty, and it was high time that people learned to respect the House of Merrick once again. Interlude, in the camp of the enemy. Xi'an, June 2767, the esteemed Duchess Elizabeth Stuart Campbell of Northwind, the chosen representative of the Amarys Empire and Terran hegemony. I sighed as I got back into the car. That was exhausting. I was lucky there were enough Terrans that traveled here on business, that there were enclaves of proper civilization where I could stay, even if Xi'an was still rather quaint. Agent Palou was there waiting for me. Lady Outerbridge had recommended him to set the policy of things, apparently some specialist from Azrock. While from the Rim worlds, he was one of those civilized sorts the Amarys family had cultivated. I couldn't imagine living there. While House Amarys had done wonders for that nation, I couldn't imagine being surrounded by such barbarism. Still, if Amarys could turn some of them into people like Palou, there was some hope for the rest of the periphery. You did splendidly, your ladyship, he said, smiling. His grin, funnily enough, reminded me of a shark's, but his short stature and wiry build kept him from being anywhere near intimidating. It didn't feel like it, I said, enjoying the silk upholstery of the car's cabin. I turned on the message setting to relax more. The constructed psyche profile shows that your cousin is using aggression to mask self-doubt and worry. He said, your ladyship is excellently chipping away at her mask. The thoughts she is going through are similar to the stages of grief. Now, she is alternating between anger and denial. She may even try to deny the veracity of her mother's message, but she cannot keep course forever. Soon, she will burn out and move toward acceptance. Then, she will agree to stand down the SLDF in return for her mother's safety. Lyssa seems to have faith in you. So, I will keep trying your advice for a while longer. My muscles relaxed as the message system took effect. Becky certainly passed on her pig-headedness. Your ladyship faces a difficult task, but as is befitting to someone of your station, you are performing it marvelously. The Emperor will be pleased. He replied. He'd better. This was horrible. I returned to the hotel. I was going to need a complete treatment of my room's private spa after that. I had my servants shipped down from Northwind as I didn't trust these Capellan workers. I heard that the Confederation forced their laziest peasants to work for their betters, which was commendable, but then I heard somewhere that many of them were used in domestic service. Capellan foolishness if you asked me. Forcing the hangers-on to work was one thing, but a proper house should be immaculate. I had exacting standards for my staff, and those who failed to meet them were not welcome in my service. If you asked me, the Capellans had better uses for their rabble maintaining sewers and in the factories. This was all Becky's fault, really the insufferable woman. The memories this had brought up were bittersweet. Becky and I had been best friends growing up, but then she had lost her way. Her head filled with nonsense. When was the last time our house did something that truly mattered? She would ask when I replied with an example, for instance, how my mother had changed fashion trends throughout the whole hegemony with the latest set of jewelry she had commissioned. Becky would run off and sulk. She refused to see what we did for the hegemony or how we shepherded the common masses. No, she was obsessed with old stories and ancient battles. Things came to a head with that horrible screaming match between her and Uncle Andy. Becky had not made it 100 feet from the manor when our security had caught her. That revealed her absurd plan to run away and join the Highlanders to finally do something important. As if what we did wasn't necessary, the people of Northwind would be utterly lost without us. Subject to the whims of the unsophisticated masses. We stood as an example and showed them what they should aspire to. Cousin Charlie seemed to get along well enough with the officers, but the SLDF put him in the same barracks as commoners. I can't imagine willingly enduring something so scandalous, and Uncle Andy agreed that it was a positively undignified thing for his daughter to be doing. Fortunately, after that night, she settled down, even if she seemingly withdrew entirely into her books. She never did something as undignified again. Eventually, she calmed down enough that Uncle Andy allowed her to study on Terra. Of course, boring Becky didn't go to any popular scenes in Unity City or Geneva, living in sleepy old Britain. She seemed set to become the family spinster. Just replace cats with those white rats she called dogs. Then, somehow, boring Becky, of all people, catches the attention of royalty. I hadn't thought she had it in her, but she managed to land one of the most desirable bachelors ever. I admit I was so jealous, and to this day, I am still baffled that she managed to do it. However, although Becky managed to bag one of the few men of higher station than she was, she still remained boring Becky and didn't come to our parties. Not even to show off her new husband. Then Michael died, and Becky was devastated. Her already minuscule public footprint shrunk to near oblivion. She hid herself and her daughter in that estate. It wasn't fair to her daughter. She should be enjoying her station to the fullest and showing the people what nobility looks like to give them something to imitate. Instead, she filled her daughter's head with ancient stories and surrounded her with little yapping dogs. Some among the family worried that perhaps her grief had rendered Becky unable to function as her daughter's guardian. We wondered if an intervention might be necessary. I don't know how Becky heard this, but her response was nuclear. She had an official letter delivered with the Cameron seal across it, warning the family that any slanderous accusations against House Cameron would be dealt with to the full extent of the law. She couldn't see how we only had the best for her and her daughter. She was ungrateful for all of the support we had given her. Now, here we were, her daughter having grown up ignorant of her role and willingly joining the SLDF. She spent years surrounded by those of the lower class. How positively awful. If Becky had come home to us after Michael's death as we had suggested, Tanya could have grown up with a proper perspective like my daughter Anna. Then, when my husband introduced me to Lissa Outerbridge and Amaris, I could have connected them to Becky. The bank he oversaw invested heavily in Amaris's Rimworld development project, and their business was profitable. From what he told me, things would get better once Amaris was in charge, and if we had Becky and her daughter along, things might not have needed to be so difficult. I could be watching Tanya's coronation now instead of having to convince her to calm down the brutes she commended. This was all Becky's fault. Still, it was no use crying over spilled milk. Tomorrow, I will wear the nicer set of jewels. I didn't want to use too much immediately, but I think I should look my best tomorrow. Darien HPG Logs. Coordinator Minoru Kurita, I am willing to reopen trade in return for Drago Kurita and his family. Emperor Stefan Amaris, that remains impossible. Drago will only be returned upon full recognition of the Amaris Empire. Coordinator Minoru Kurita, as always, we remain at an impasse. Perhaps there is a way we can build trust between us? A more limited deal. Drago's daughter Jana is arranged to be married soon after she reaches her majority. She must meet her would-be husband so that the families may monitor the match's suitability after the coming years. Emperor Stefan Amaris, what sort of deal are you proposing? Coordinator Minoru Kurita, the deal is twofold. I will allow the sale of agricultural products from within the combine at the prices agreed upon last year for the next 2 months, and you will return Jana to us. Additionally, as a further show of trust, we will each provide something of value. Emperor Stefan Amaris, wheat alone will not be enough, what items are you referring to? Coordinator Minoru Kurita, shortly after the Star League, the Draconis Combine purchased many Baron-class destroyers from the hegemony. I am prepared to see them returned with their hangars full of Slayer aerospace fighters. Emperor Stefan Amaris, what do you expect me to turn over? Coordinator Minoru Kurita, the guidance system for the Voidseeker drone. Emperor Stefan Amaris, I am not giving USDS systems. Coordinator Minoru Kurita, you misunderstand me. I asked not for the whole control network and monitoring system but only for the guidance system within the Void Seeker itself. Emperor Stefan Amaris, done. Stefan Amaris audio diary. I knew leaning on Minoru would pay off. The Baron might be a lemon, but they are useful escorts. Besides, I suspect my new shipyards could do something interesting with them. Scoffins will be happy to hear I found him new hulls. It was cheap too, one 12-year-old girl and a technology Minoru will be very disappointed in. Most humans outperform the Void Seeker and are practically useless without a broader SDS system giving it a role. Minoru likely soon find this deal sour. Project Ling Backer Status Report Excerpt. The newly acquired guidance system proved easier to adapt to our purposes than expected. Some modification is required as the mission profile differs dramatically from an aerospace fighter, but the concepts are similar enough that we should have a working prototype soon. I am confident we can meet the expected delivery date with full automation. Interlude, Starting Positions. Xi'an, June 2767, Marcus Flint. My SLDF contacts had sent me an emergency update that the target would be at that conference in Paradiso in the morning. Likely the best chance I had. The Maskarovka wasn't going to make this easy and were rightly feared. However, they still had not been able to adequately adapt to the changes in technology. They covered all the traditional vantage points for kilometers, but I could take advantage of some untraditional ones. That was why I was currently hanging under a bridge. The suspension bridge crossed Paradise Bay in imitation of the Golden Gate Bridge on Terra. I found it funny that no matter how people claimed they wanted to be independent of Terra, they kept building copies and icons of what we had created. Even with my magnets, the climb had been arduous, but now I was fastened in, I had a wide open view of the Paradiso Convention Center. I loaded explosive rounds to ensure the kill. If it weren't for my suit, people would have easily seen the man hanging under the bridge, but I was nearly invisible. Even the Mariskova agents patrolling the bridge just above my head were oblivious to my presence, the power technology and good old Terran ingenuity. My exit plan was a sea scooter and rebreather stationed in the waters below me. Rachel owed me $20, my scuba certification was useful for a job. Now, I just had to wait. As the wind buffeted me in my less than comfortable cable perch, I thought of how sore I would be tomorrow. Xi'an, June 2767, Darius Stevenson. The Universal Clean Water Conference was nominally about solving and boosting the plight of worlds about to face water shortages and undergo mass crop failures without hegemony parts. It was all political signaling. Those worlds were mostly in the periphery, and the inner sphere wouldn't care. The Confederation might have had better relations with the periphery, but that was a relative thing. Xi'an would only send kind words and best wishes. At the end of the day, this whole thing was theater. The main focus was panels by regional leaders and economists. However, wherever industry professionals gathered, a vendor hall was inevitable, even in a time such as this. Our booth was eye-catching, the industrial mech standing in the center of the large area we had rented. We claimed to have a new offering for an underwater construction mech, and we're here to drum up sales. The product wasn't real, but it could be, and that was all we needed. The other team with ambassadors should provide us with an exit strategy once the shooting starts. We had to be seen and then disappear again to rendezvous with them. I glanced up at the mech. This was going to be interesting. Xi'an, June 2767, Viktor Reznov. We were assembling the water filter demonstration for our booth, and it didn't feel real. We were so close. Hopefully, soon, T-Con will be free and independent under the Star League. No more would a man's worth be determined by the outcome of a test, and our people could decide their own destinies. A lot of us were going to die, but some things were worth dying for. Xi'an, June 2767, Captain Bartholomew King. I didn't like this. My team and I were doing the initial casing of that convention center. There were a lot of people here, and while their backgrounds seemed to check with the HPGs slowed down, there was no way to vet them back with their planets of origin to double-check. I could tell the Maskarovka contact we had didn't like this either. Xi'an was their playground, but with all the foreign nationals stranded in the Confederation congregating here, their control must have slipped. Not that I trusted the Cappies. Bloody Taurian sympathizers. I remembered my history lessons while the rest of the League united humanity. They sat back and stole money from the SLDF. It wouldn't surprise me to discover they were up to their old tricks. I admit I was itching for action, but the General had charged us with the future First Lord's safety. It would be good to have a First Lord who properly respected the SLDF again. We needed to do our best to ensure nothing happened, but deep down, there was a part of me that hoped something would. We were wasted as guards. I understood we were the best people for the job, but that didn't stop us from being overqualified. We lost a lot of good people to the savages in those bloody tunnels, and the light duty had been appreciated, but we were starting to get restless again. I couldn't wait for Lady Cameron or the General to decide this was a waste of time and that negotiations might go better with the Council's successors. Show those politicians what playing games with the bloody SLDF got them. The Lady Cameron's leadership was already bearing fruit. The whole crew celebrated when we got the memo that we could now use the Nighthawks as a standard kit. Wearing one made you feel like Superman. The strength and power it provided enhanced every movement. We were carrying around a full-sized machine gun like a battle rifle. One thing was certain, if anyone tried anything, we stood ready to stop them and remind everyone of the strength of the SLDF. Xi'an, June 2767, Maskarovka Director Alexei Deng. I didn't like this. I was used to operating with nearly complete control here, but now I felt blind. There was an entire conference hall full of people we could not adequately check. It was shocking how much we had grown reliant on the ease of communication the HPG offered. Without the ability to check a person's documentation at the source, there were no easy ways to prevent forgeries. We were operating blind and grasping in the dark. I had tried to raise my objections to the Chancellor, but our agency's reputation for invincibility prevented her from seeing how vulnerable we were. However, the Chancellor wanted to attend the conference, and our job was to make it happen. I made sure the whole city would be full of our operatives. They would be in plain clothes and ready to strike as soon as they saw something. The conference hall would be full of them, and they should be able to respond to any threat as it appears. Nevertheless, I was still nervous about this. I was not used to operating this little information. Malibu, June 2767, Alexander Kerensky. Malibu was a fortified Hedgehog world designed to protect Apollo from Lyran adventurism in days long past. It remained a fortified position along their border, and of all of the initial strikes, I chose to lead personally here. As the McKenna's Pride and her battle group completed the transition to the Zenith jump point, my tactical display lit up with information on the system. The mobile HPG linked up with the SLS James McKenna and the battle group arriving at the nadir point. The incoming missiles lit up across my screens like ants swarming a foot that had trodden upon their nest. Unlike the Concordat, the Rim worlds had proper space defenses. However, it would still not be enough for them. Several bug eyes had survived the jump points from the outer system and identified the positions of the location of their defenses. With that data, arriving at a point that provided ample time to respond was simple. I could see the blue indicators of our fighter wings plotting intercept courses. The dropships moved out in front of the fleet and began the process of mine clearing. A few red dots on the map appeared, indicating that an enemy fighter squadron was moving to protect the minefield. There were surprisingly few. The Rim worlds had prided itself on its large aerospace industry and the number of pilots it produced. Our Titans launched their fighters, and the Pentagons took up defensive positions. I watched the red indicators blink out of existence, but unfortunately, a few of the blue dots indicating our pilots blinked out as well. Such was war. Soon, they cleared the mines, and our forces could move through at leisure. I tasked a pair of escort groups composed of Rygas to secure the planetary defense stations and jump ship recharge stations. My primary force continued to move through the planet. The same scene was mirrored below by the battle group at the nadir. Within a few hours, the tactical net let me know that we had complete control over both jump points within the system. The next few days burning toward the planet left me uneasy. No fleet arrived in response, and no ships met us in the black between the world and the jump point. We should have seen some response, even as reduced as the defenses were. Reduvousing with the other battle group around the planet did little to ease my spirits. Many more fighters and dropships were operating out of the orbital defense stations around the planet, but still far fewer than there should have been. Some of the few Luxors were accompanying me, and I sent squadrons led by them to destroy the stations carrying capital weaponry. Destroyers and aerospace fighters handled the rest. Land-based missile silos fired off in one final attempt to keep our ships out of low orbit, but our aerospace fighters soon rendered them inoperable. I gave the signal for the transport dropships to detach. It was time for the ground invasion. Despite how well the whole assault had gone, I was troubled. The numbers here were far less than expected, and even more troubling was that there was no response fleet. I had thought making a personal appearance in such a strategically important world would have drawn one. There were two possibilities: one, that the response fleet was already committed or attempting to lay an ambush further in the Republic, or two, there was no response fleet, and Amaris had utterly abandoned his home for the hegemony. I desperately hoped it was the first option. Those forces would be far easier to eliminate here than in the hegemony. I would have to send more bug eyes to scout ahead. Until we could confirm the absence of a response fleet, we had to assume the existence of one. The Federated Sun's Navy demonstrated the consequences of not doing so rather dramatically in the reunification war. Unfortunately, that meant yet more delays. I hoped Lady Cameron was having better luck than I was. The deal she had worked out with the Federated Suns was a ray of hope. I would have been unable to make the promises she had, and that one deal had rekindled hope in the Star League. It was no longer the SLDF alone, which was a powerful symbol. The logistical chain she had secured was incredible, and the worlds she gave us control over were already being turned into more training camps, but it was the symbol she provided that would do the most in time.